Old man, what should we do now? I promised our daughter that Fu would marry her. I swear on my life. But now, suddenly this happened. As a mother, I don't even know how to face her, Wang Xiui said, covering her face and crying. Worried about waking her daughter next door, she only sniffled softly. Lin Shuixing felt sorry for his wife, but didn't know what to say. After Wang Xiui nearly cried all her tears, he finally said in a dull voice, "No one wants this to happen. The hardest part is for Captain Fu. He's such a good young man, handsome and kind. How could he just lose his ability like that?" Wang Xiui wiped her tears and cursed loudly, "Heavens! Why do good people get treated so badly? If you ask me, this should happen to that beast Zhou Zhongwen. Let him be childless forever." Zhou Zhongwen, who had been rolling around on Bai Wenwen for less than 5 minutes, suddenly stopped. Just as he was about to do it again, he felt a cold shiver run through him. After that, he simply couldn't continue. No matter how Bai Wenwen seduced him, he just couldn't do it. White Wenwen, still upset from the fire, angrily threw Zhou Zhongwen aside and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Besides spitting in my face, what else can you do? The dogs at Aunt Chow's house are better than you." Zhou Zhongwen's face darkened like water, and he stared intently at White Wenwen. "If you have the guts, say what you just said again. Say it if you dare. You're not a." Before she finished, White Wenwen was slapped across the face. "You dare hit me? I'm the one hitting you." Neither of them was willing to back down, and soon they started fighting. Other young people living at the same farmstead were used to seeing such fights between the couple, but they felt sorry for their ears. They kept others awake late at night, which was very annoying. Lin Shuixing put out his pipe and said gloomily, "Captain Fu is good, but that thing is useless. Even if our daughter marries him, she'll be a widow for life. We only have Wan Yen. We can't push her into a fire. I think we should pretend we never heard about it and wait until after the new year to find a good match for our daughter through a matchmaker. Our daughter is pretty, so she won't have trouble getting married. Many young men are waiting for her to choose." I remember, and Yaotu sent a letter a few days ago saying she found a good family for her daughter in the county town. The family has official workers, her parents work at the canned food factory, and the young man is an accountant at the steel factory. They all have enough food supplies. When she has a holiday, she'll bring the young man to visit us. It should be in the next few days. If the young man is suitable and the parents are reasonable, and if they like each other, they can set a date and get married after the new year. Meanwhile, Fu Zheng, in front, was comparing and only wanted his daughter to marry into a good family. Wang Xiui, who was not interested in the young man working at the steel factory, thought Fu Zheng was better looking. Could anyone be more handsome than Fu Zheng? Could anyone have a better job than Fu Zheng? Remember, Fu Zheng was the squad leader, and the man surnamed Huang said Fu Zheng was the youngest squad leader in the military district, with prospects to rise further. In the future, county officials would be polite and respectful when they saw Fu Zheng. Such a handsome young man. Why was he not good enough? Wang Xiui lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, thinking about Fu Zheng's inability to have children. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was a pity. In another room, Fu Zheng, for the first time, hated himself for being powerless. Fist slammed heavily against the wall, indirectly hitting an unhealed wound on his body. The room was filled with a strong smell of blood. However, the pain in his body was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. Fu Zheng even secretly wished that if they had met earlier, maybe he could have had her. But that thought quickly disappeared. Because he knew for sure that this was a fixed fact, even if they had met sooner, what would happen next? Fu Zheng told himself, "You can't be too selfish." Thinking of this, Fu Zheng, who was used to not shedding tears when bleeding, felt as if something brushed against his cheek. It was wet. The next day, Lin Wanwan looked at Wang Xiui, who had dark circles under her eyes, and teased, "Mom, did you stay up all night sneaking around?" Wang Xiui looked at her daughter, full of words she wanted to say, but didn't know how to start, sighing worriedly. She just wanted to find a good match for her daughter, but it was so hard. Little Fu was such a good young man, tall, handsome, with a good job. Yet somehow things just didn't work out. Wang Xiui still held a grudge about Fu Zheng's inability to have children.
Daughter.
I'm here. Can we? Before she finished her sentence, Wang Xiui hesitated and then retracted her words. I just want to ask if there's anything you want to eat. I'll cook for you at noon. She was mainly worried that if she said it out loud, her daughter might get upset. After all, her daughter had finally fallen for a man. But Fu Zheng wasn't suitable. If her daughter was discouraged by this and decided not to look for a partner in the future, what would she do? Seeing her mother hesitating, Lin Wanwan frowned. Mom, you're definitely hiding something from me. Nothing. Nothing at all. You're not telling me, right? I'll go ask my dad. He'll definitely know. Lin Shuaisheng was honest and straightforward, never lying, especially in front of his daughter. He wouldn't tell even a little lie. Clearly, Wang Xiui also knew about this. Seeing that she couldn't hide it anymore, Wang Xiui made a quick decision and pulled her daughter into a room to talk. She also made sure to close the door. Li Zhaodi happened to see the scene. Her instincts told her that the old lady and her sister-in-law must be hiding something from her. She stopped going to the bathroom and hurriedly followed, pressing her face against the door. Before she could hear what was being said inside, Lin Shuaisheng saw her and chased her away. Li Zhaodi couldn't get any information and was anxious, scratching her head in frustration. Wang Xiui pursed her lips and tried to speak gently. Daughter, should we find someone else to like? Captain Fu might not be the right one for you.
Why?
I think he's a good man, handsome, and employed. I want to marry him. There are many handsome men in the world. One day, I will find someone better looking than Captain Fu, and with a better job. But when she said the last part, Wang Xiui clearly lost her confidence. Finding someone like that again is as hard as finding a needle in a haystack. She has lived most of her life and only met a man like Fu Zheng. But unfortunately, he's not suitable. If her daughter marries him, she might end up lonely for the rest of her life. Her daughter is young now and doesn't know much. When she's around 30, she'll realize how hard life can be, especially at night when she's alone in bed. It's like tiny bugs crawling all over her body. Widows who lose their husbands in the team often can't stand loneliness and end up with the bold cow in the team. I heard that the bold cow. It's no wonder the widow can't leave him. Recently, she's been insisting on marrying him officially at the commune. But the bold cow's mother doesn't want her son to marry a widow and bring her home. The two families are now at a standstill. As women, Wang Xiui doesn't want her daughter to suffer like that. Her daughter is young, pretty, and has a few thousand yuan as a dowry. She should have better options. But none of them compare to the man lying in the house, Fu Zheng. Lin Wanwan remembered that the system had previously warned her that Fu Zheng was injured some time ago, and the injury was in that area. Suddenly, everything became clear. She understood why her mother was hesitating and always advising her to find someone else. But Fu Zheng can have children, but it's not because she can't. The system said her body is 100% fertile, and pregnancy is as easy as drinking cold water. Not to mention, she has the dog system as an extra. Although the dog system isn't very reliable in other matters, it's the best when it comes to having children. So, her mother Wang Xiui's worries are unfounded. Seeing her daughter silent, Wang Xiui felt anxious. Daughter, don't be upset. If you really can't find anyone, I'll ask Captain Fu to help find a man in the army who's similar to him for you to marry. Mom, does that mean Captain Fu doesn't like me so? No, that's not it. Captain Fu said he likes you. Really?
He.
Wang Xiui took a deep breath. Captain Fu was injured during a mission some time ago. The doctor said he won't be able to have children in this lifetime. Men who cannot have children are useless, so my mother advised you to go see a doctor and not give up on life over one bad tree. Seeing her mother fall for the idea, Lin Wanwan smiled slightly. Mother, if Fu Zheng can't have children, wouldn't that be better? I wouldn't have to suffer that pain. I heard that giving birth can be very dangerous. Wang Xiui saw her daughter's excited face and worried that her hair was turning gray. Her silly daughter was too innocent. Men who can't have children simply have a problem downstairs. Hundreds of years ago, they would have become eunuchs in the palace. But how should she explain this to her daughter? She had never faced such a difficult situation before. Wang Xiui patiently advised, "Darling, if you really marry Captain Fu, you'll be a widow for life. Over time, you'll find it hard to bear." Lin Wanwan slightly pulled at her lips. "Mother, Captain Fu only said he can't have children. He didn't say he can't do other things. If I marry him, I won't be a widow. I think you're overthinking. If it were me, I'd prefer a man who can't have children. I wouldn't have to suffer that. Knock on wood, what if I have a difficult labor and both of us die? Then you wouldn't see me anymore." As soon as she finished, Wang Xiui spat on the ground. "Spit, spit, spit. Don't say such unlucky things. You will live a long life." Lin Wanwan said, "Mother, I'm just telling the truth. Do you remember Wang Defa from our team?" "I remember. His wife died during childbirth because of a difficult labor." Hearing this reminder, Wang Xiui suddenly remembered many things. Over 10 years ago, many women in their team had died giving birth, and it had happened again in recent years. With her daughter's fragile body, Wang Xiui's face turned pale with fear. When she calmed down, she suddenly thought that men not being able to have children might not be such a bad thing. That Captain Fu. Her heart beat faster. "Mother, I really like Captain Fu. I want to marry him, okay?" "Darling, let me think about it carefully," Wang Xiui said, her mind a bit confused. Knowing her mother needed time to think, Lin Wanwan kindly left. "Host, do you really not want children in the future?" Hearing her conversation with her mother, the system was almost crying. It is a child creation system, responsible for helping the host give birth to children. If the host cannot give birth, she might as well be useless like a pile of scrap metal. At least scrap metal can still be sold for some money. "I didn't mean it that way. Do you think my parents would agree if I married Fu Zheng?"
No.
"That's fine. I only said that so my parents would agree to me marry Fu Zheng, who can't have children. As for the future, we'll deal with it later. I definitely want to make up for the regrets of my past life." In her past life, managing such a big company was very exhausting. She wanted to marry a good man, have children, and experience a different life, something she planned to do in this life. The system, realizing this late, was so excited it almost cried. Her beloved child was about to arrive. Wang Xiua didn't go to work. She stayed in her room all afternoon, thinking more and more clearly. If what her daughter said was true, that the only problem was not being able to have children, then it was actually a good thing for her daughter. Having children is hard and dangerous. It could even be life-threatening. If possible, she didn't want her daughter to suffer that. Right now, Fu Zheng could do that. The key was, once her daughter married, her in-laws would feel guilty and treat her daughter even better. If needed, she could have her second daughter-in-law have more children and adopt them for her daughter to raise. Having a child nearby would keep her from feeling lonely in old age. As for her second daughter-in-law, she would definitely agree. She's always been fond of good food and drinks. After so many years of being a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, she knew her second daughter-in-law well. She's a lazy person who loves to eat. She would do anything for a good meal. It was nighttime again. Wang Xiua quietly sneaked into her third daughter's room. Fu Zheng, upon seeing who was there, looked a little disappointed. Maybe his aunt had told her about his inability to have children, so she had been avoiding him all day.
But maybe that was for the best.
He deserved someone better. Fu Zheng felt suffocated with discomfort. "Little Fu, tell Annie honestly, can that part of you still be used?" He saw a few question marks flash across his mind. Did he hear wrong? Or did his aunt say something wrong? He couldn't understand. "Auntie, please repeat that. I didn't quite catch it." As an experienced person, Wang Xiua's face turned red with embarrassment, but she was willing to do anything for her precious daughter. "Annie just wants to ask if, besides not being able to have children, that part of you still works." Now Fu Zheng finally understood clearly. The blush on his cheeks spread to his ears, and he hesitated, saying it. "It doesn't affect it. The doctor had also said so. He had tested it himself." Thinking about the dream from a few days ago, it suddenly changed a little. Fu Zheng was tense all over. His face turned red again, but luckily he had a blanket covering him, so he wasn't completely embarrassed. He tried to suppress his naughty thoughts deep inside, but the lingering blush on his face still betrayed him. Suddenly, sister-in-law asked him what he was doing. Could it be? Fu Zheng was overwhelmed by a huge surprise and shook his head to clear his mind, trying to get rid of the confusing thoughts. He told himself it was impossible. He can't have children now. No family would be willing to marry their daughter to him, especially not Sister Xiao, who loved her daughter dearly. He should accept reality. He shouldn't keep dreaming. Because of his physical defect, he didn't deserve such a good girl. She deserved better. Wang Xiaoy's ears didn't catch her words clearly, so she loudly repeated what she had just said. Does that thing affect your ability to work? Is it reliable? Is it really reliable? Fu Zheng sat up straight and instinctively replied, it doesn't affect work. It should be reliable. Mainly, he hadn't tried it himself, so he didn't know if it was reliable or not.
But
it should be okay. Now Fu Zheng was also a bit unsure. Wang Xiaoyi frowned. What do you mean, should be? If it's reliable, then it's reliable. If not, then it's not. If it can't have children but that part is reliable, I would be willing to let my daughter marry you. Otherwise, if that part isn't reliable, after marriage, my daughter would be stuck alone, crying in bed with no one to comfort her. Once again, Fu Zheng was shocked by Wang Xiaoy's fierce words. But at this moment, he was still immersed in the idea of her marrying his daughter. He asked hoarsely, trembling, sister-in-law, were you joking just now? She stayed up late at night and came here to joke with him. Is she sick? Wang Xiaoyi was about to scold him when she saw tears in Fu Zheng's eyes. Her heart softened suddenly, and even her voice became gentle. Not being able to have children isn't a big problem. If that part is reliable, I will take responsibility and let my daughter marry you. No, that's not possible. That would ruin Comrade Lin, Fu Zheng said, pretending to refuse. He liked Comrade Lin very much. His desire to marry her had reached its peak, but he couldn't use that love to hurt her. He couldn't even take away her right to be a mother. Wang Xiaoyi rolled her eyes at his shy appearance and couldn't help but give him a disdainful look. There is no explicit or inappropriate content in the provided text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. Does it matter if it's ruined or not? This is all voluntary. If you truly feel guilty after you get married, you should treat my daughter even better, give me your salary, and do all the housework. But I can't have children. I just said, not being able to have kids isn't a big problem. Actually, I don't want my daughter to have children either. Having children can be very hard, and if she has a difficult birth, she might not make it. It won't happen. Comrade Lin won't be harmed. Fu Zheng thought of Yang Qingmei, who died during childbirth in the family compound, and he felt extremely scared. Comrade Lin is such a good girl. She will be safe and live a long life. Wang Xiaoyi saw how nervous he was about her daughter and felt very reassured. Marriage is just about finding someone who understands and cares for you. Luckily, Fu is such a man. From her many years of experience, she believes her daughter will be happy if she marries Fu. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyi asked, just tell me, are you willing to marry my daughter? Fu Zheng, who usually makes decisions quickly, suddenly hesitated. He wanted to marry Lin, but he was worried that his health might hold her back. After all, she is beautiful and kind, and she will surely find a better man in the future. Angrily, Wang Xiaoyi couldn't sit still anymore. A real man is willing if he wants to, and not if he doesn't. Just one word. If you don't want to, I will find another match for my daughter. A few days ago, her cousin mentioned a marriage proposal, and they're planning to meet the other family soon. If they like each other, they will get married. Hearing that she planned to marry her to another man made Fu Zheng feel suffocated and angry enough to want to tear the other person's heart. Realizing this thought, he asked Annie, does Comrade Lin really mind that I can't have children? Wang Xiaoyi straightforwardly said, it doesn't matter, as long as what's down there works. It works. Fu Zheng blushed deeply. As long as it works, that's fine. When you find a good time, tell your family. Let's all sit down and decide on the wedding date. Wang Xiui said this and immediately regretted it. Whether it works or not depends on his word. If it doesn't work later, she would be very upset. No, she must find a way to check if it's possible. But how to check is another problem. This is too fast. Fu Zheng was suddenly overwhelmed by a big surprise and felt confused. It seems hard to believe that images from dreams could one day come true in real life. Wang Xiua, worried she might miss her chance to change her words, quickly borrowed a donkey to go downhill. Is it fast? If it's fast, let's wait a bit longer, until after the new year. Fu Zheng watched Wang Xiua, who was smiling happily, and suddenly wanted to slap himself. Why did I say such stupid things just now? After finishing an important matter, Wang Xiua felt very happy. She looked kindly at Fu Zheng lying on the bed. Little Fu, it's getting late. You should go to bed early. Auntie will head back now. I have to get up early tomorrow for work. Auntie, take care on your way. After Wang Xiua left, Fu Zheng still couldn't believe it. He pinched the soft flesh on his body and, feeling the pain, a smile spread across his face. As for what Annie mentioned earlier, he thought he could do it. Fu Zheng looked down and checked. Yes, it was okay. Auntie. No, Comrade Lin should be satisfied. Fu Zheng was so excited he couldn't sleep all night. Wang Xiua, like him, also didn't sleep. But unlike Fu Zheng, she was worried and couldn't fall asleep. What was the verification? What was that about? At breakfast, Lin Yud noticed his mother sighing at the table. Being clever, he immediately guessed she was upset about something. After finishing breakfast, he mischievously leaned toward his mother's face. Mom, what trouble are you having? Why are you so worried? Wang Xiua sighed. Besides your little sister, who else could it be? When he heard it was about his little sister, Lin Yud stopped smiling and asked seriously, Mom, what happened to little sister? Just as Wang Xiua was about to speak, she saw Li Zhaodi sneaking a peek at them and angrily crossed her arms. Li Zhaodi, you lazy girl. You never do any work, just eavesdrop on others. If I catch you listening again, I'll punish you by not letting you eat for 3 days. Mom, I'm innocent, Li Zhaodi protested in words, but inside, she cursed her mother-in-law, wishing she would just die. She was eager for her mother-in-law to die so that everything in the house would belong to her son. Then she could eat whatever she wanted: roast chicken, pig's head, snacks from the supply store, and canned fruit. You're innocent? Don't lie. If you don't go to work, I'll skin you, Wang Xiua snapped, then took off her shoes and threw them directly at Li Zhaodi. Li Zhaodi, scared, ran away quickly. Lin Yud hurriedly picked up his shoes to help his mother put them on. Mother, second sister-in-law is just a troublemaker. I think when big brother and second brother finish repairing the riverbank and come back, we should split the house. Then you, father, and little sister can come with me. I will earn money to support you three, let you eat delicious food every day, and have meat at every meal. Wang Xiui disagreed, saying, You're not married yet. If we split the family now, it won't look good for your reputation. If you really want to split the family, wait until you get married. And even if we do split, it doesn't mean you should support us. Your father, mother, big brother, and sister-in-law will stay here. He was still too young to get married, and Lin Yud didn't want to argue with his mother about this. Anyway, with his little sister around and his parents' love for her, splitting the family would be just a matter of his little sister saying so. When his big brother and second brother returned, the family could split. Mother, you didn't finish what you were saying just now. Quickly tell me, what's wrong with little sister? Lin Yud became more anxious. Wang Xiui knew that the third son was the one who loved his little sister the most in the family, so she didn't hide it anymore. She pulled him back into the house to talk. Your little sister likes Xiao Fu. I know that. Hearing this, Lin Yud felt upset. He had cherished his little sister for over 10 years, and now she was easily taken away by a man they had only met a few days ago. He felt a heavy knot in his heart. Xiao Fu also likes your little sister. That's pretty good of him. Your little sister is beautiful. Most men can't protect her. I thought Captain Fu was good-looking and capable, so marrying him would mean she wouldn't suffer. Although Lin Yud was upset inside, he had to admit that Fu Zheng was an exceptional man. At least, in the past 20 years, he hadn't met anyone better. Marrying his little sister to him was the best choice. He understood these reasons, but he still felt uncomfortable inside. Xiao Fu is good in every way, but he was injured on the battlefield recently, and I can't have children, which is a problem. What? Why are you so loud, you little brat? Are you afraid others will hear about this? Wang Xiui angrily punched him. Lin Yud adjusted his emotions and desperately persuaded, Mother, even if he's good, not being able to have children is a problem. I think we should forget about this. One day, I will find a better man for little sister. Wang Xiui rolled her eyes at him, saying, You and your friends are all so ugly, all crooked and misshapen. How can you talk about your sister like that? As her brother, what are you thinking? Mother, even if you were to beat me to death, I wouldn't tell them about the girl, Lin Yud continued. My little sister is so good. I just don't want her to marry a man who can't have children. Not being able to have children isn't necessarily a bad thing. Really? You think so? Lin Yud snorted softly. Mother, I think you're just enchanted by that face in the house and can't tell right from wrong. Wang Xiua was so angry she punched him. What kind of words are those? Do you think I am that kind of person? Lin Yud covered his painful forehead. You're not that kind of person. It's just that I feel guilty and wrongly accuse you. Then tell me, how is it good that this man can't have children? Wang Xiua said, You haven't had children, so you don't know how hard it is to give birth. Sometimes, giving birth can be very dangerous, even deadly. At our brigade, Wang Defa's wife didn't have children, and Gosheng's wife also didn't have children. Xiao Fu can't have children, so your sister won't have to go through that pain. Isn't that a good thing? Lin Yud's mind gradually turned around, and his eyes grew brighter. His little sister was fragile. Giving birth would definitely be hard for her. He didn't want her to suffer that. Moreover, his mother said that women who give birth can also have difficult deliveries. He definitely didn't want his sister to get into trouble. So, now it seemed that the man who couldn't have children was actually a good thing. But seeing his mother's deeply worried face, he was also a bit curious. Mother, if not being able to have children is a good thing, then why are you still worried? In front of his son, Wang Xiua no longer held back much.
She spoke openly.
I'm worried about whether Xiao Fu's family can handle things. If they can, then your sister marrying him would be a lucky thing. If they can't, then after marriage, your sister might be left alone, which would be very hard for her. Not to mention young people, even she and her old husband had at least 4 or 5 times a month. If her daughter married an unreliable man, she would be heartbroken. Lin Yud's eyes flickered, and suddenly a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He patted his chest and promised his mother, Mother, leave this to me. I have a way. Wang Xiua was overjoyed. Do you really have a plan? Yes, I do. Then be careful. This is a big deal for your sister's whole life, so don't be careless. Don't worry. My sister is my own sister. Of course, I will take her matters seriously. It was nighttime again. Lin Yud asked his eldest sister-in-law to help him boil a pot of hot water. He poured hot water into a basin and took a towel to the room occupied by Fu Zheng. Seeing his actions, Fu Zheng was a bit surprised but still politely called out, Third brother. Unexpectedly, Lin Yud was not angry this time. Instead, he calmly said, Take off your clothes, and I will help you wash. It's been days since your last bath, so you probably smell. Fu Zheng politely refused. Third brother, I can do it myself. You go ahead and do your work. No, Lin Yud insisted. This is a task given to me by my little sister. If I don't do it, she'll be angry. Hearing that the task was from Lin Wanwan, Fu Zheng felt a strange, sweet feeling in his heart. Without hesitation, he got off the bed and took off his clothes, leaving only a pair of large shorts. Third brother, sorry to trouble you. Lin Yud looked at the large shorts and found them quite unsightly. He thought, how can I check if I don't take them off? He's not Sun Wukong with golden eyes that see everything. For some reason, Fu Zheng felt a chill in his groin under his gaze, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Fu Zheng hesitated for a moment and said, "Third brother, maybe I should do it." Lin Yud rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry. We're all men. I have the same thing, and I won't take advantage of you." He didn't mean it that way. He just felt a strange, indescribable feeling. In the past, in the communal shower at the military camp, he undressed with the new soldiers and didn't think it was strange. But now, Fu Zheng wanted to argue for himself again but was afraid of upsetting his third brother, so he froze in place, unsure of what to do. "Do you still want to marry my little sister?" "Yes." "Then take it off. Once you do, I can check." Lin Yud spoke directly, without hiding his true thoughts. Fu Zheng was stunned repeatedly. "Third brother, what do you mean? What could it mean?" Just the literal meaning, right? He didn't understand such straightforward words, and he wondered how his captain became this way. Lin Yud rolled his eyes in disdain. "Don't you want to marry my little sister? Then, as her older brother, I have to think about her. I can't let her marry someone who would be widowed young. So, I want to check my little sister first. If everything's okay, I'll agree to her marrying you. If not, there's no way you can marry my sister." "Check." "How to check? Take everything off and show him?" Thinking of this, Fu Zheng coughed awkwardly. "Either do it or forget it. I won't force you. Anyway, you're not the only one interested in being my brother-in-law." After saying this, Lin Yud was about to leave. Fu Zheng, who dreamed of marrying Lin Wuan, quickly stopped him. "Third brother, I listen to you. Then hurry up. You're so slow and not even acting like a real man. If I were my sister, I definitely wouldn't choose you." Fu Zheng, feeling bold, tore off his only pair of big shorts and stiffly waited for the other person to check him. Lin Yud, arms crossed, opened his mouth in shock. "Goodness. Is this even a person?" Fu Zheng's face felt hot. "Third brother, are you done?" Realizing he was acting out of line, Lin Yud coughed awkwardly. "Just this isn't enough. Do you know how to do other things?"
"Huh? Well."
Lin Yud, for his sister's happiness, decided to go all out today. "Don't tell me you've never done anything before."
"No."
"I've never done that," Fu Zheng stammered. He had no interest in women for the past 20 years until he met Lin Wuan. Only then did he realize he liked her. Doing such things felt like disrespecting her, so he only did it in dreams. Lin Yud showed a hint of doubt on his face. He's a man, and he knows all about men's affairs. If Fu Zheng said he never did anything, could it really be true that he can't do it? Just as this thought appeared, Lin Yud became more determined to test him. In the next half hour, the atmosphere in the room became extremely strange and awkward, until Fu Zheng / Nabla. Lin Yud forced down the shock in his heart and calmly advised Fu Zheng. "Just this isn't enough. If you and my sister really get together, you must treat her well. If I find out you're bullying my sister, I won't let you go. Third brother, I swear, I will only be good to Wuan in this life. If I lie, let me be struck by 5 bolts of lightning." "Well, that's more like it." After saying this, Lin Yud left. His back was slightly drooping, looking somewhat defeated. He seemed to have suffered a great. How could that dead thing be so useless? It's really frustrating how people can be so different. After Lin Yud left, Fu Zheng secretly felt grateful that no one else was around today. Otherwise, he would have been humiliated. But more than that, he was happy to be recognized by Lin Yud. Thinking about soon marrying the girl, his chest felt warm. Lin Yud was lying on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly. No, he must be sick. He's a man. How come he can be so impressive? In the middle of the night, Lin Youqiang was jolted awake by a loud roar. "Detzi, it's late. Why are you shouting?"
"Go to sleep."
"It's nothing, I just got angry." Hearing this, Lin Youqiang's sleepiness disappeared instantly. He sat up in bed and looked at Lin Yud with curiosity. "You're so heartless. Who could make you so angry?"
"Tell me, who is it?"
Who could he tell? If it got out, his family's reputation would be ruined. Anyway, Lin Yud refused to speak, biting his lip. Seeing that he couldn't get any information, Lin Youqiang lost interest and pulled the blanket over himself to sleep. As for Lin Yud, he was still immersed in tonight shock. He secretly glanced at himself in the moonlight. Usually proud of himself, he weakly forced a smile. People really are different. They can really make someone angry. But could his little sister's small body handle it? All night, Lin Yud kept thinking about this question. The next morning, before breakfast was ready, Wang Xiua asked her third son, Lin Yud, to come into her room to talk.
How is it?
Is Xiao Fu capable? He's capable, but when did you become so nitpicky? Just say what you mean. If you keep hesitating, I'll get angry and kick you out. Lin Yud stomped his feet in frustration and finally leaned close to his mother's ear to say a few words. Wang Xiua's face turned red. Are you telling the truth? Otherwise what? I saw it with my own eyes last night. That's good. My daughter is lucky. Wang Xiua smiled happily, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Lin Yud was irritated by his mother's happy face and said angrily, Mom, why don't you think about my little sister? With her small body, can she handle him? I'm thinking of my little sister, which is why I want her to marry Xiao Fu, she replied. Then she warned, Xiao Fu is the son-in-law I chose. If you dare ruin your sister's good fortune, I won't let you stay in the house.
Mom.
Why are you yelling so loudly? I'm not dead yet. Seeing that his mother was hopeless, Lin Yud left angrily. Meanwhile, Wang Xiua was planning in her mind what to cook for Xiao Fu at noon to help him recover. Now that he's officially the son-in-law of the Lin family, he needs good food to strengthen his health. In the future, her daughter will marry him and live with him. If he can't take care of his health, her daughter will suffer. As for the worries of the third brother, Wang Xiui thinks they are nothing to worry about. The mischievous boy is still young and doesn't understand now, but he will know when he gets married. Her daughter has married a good and kind man. She feels happy for her daughter. After leaving the room, Wang Xiui couldn't wait and pulled her daughter aside to talk. Girl, your third brother helped you test something last night. Little Fu's thing doesn't affect use. I think we should take this opportunity before the new year, when our families sit together, to arrange your marriage. After the new year, you can go live with Little Fu in the army. She was eager, afraid someone else might take her daughter's future husband away. Such a good man as Little Fu could only be hers. Anyone who dares to steal her daughter's man will face her fierce side. Lin Wanwan looked at her excited mother with a slight frown. Third brother helped me test? How did he test it?
Could it be?
Lin Wanwan was imagining wildly. From her mother's difficult-to-interpret expression, she could tell her mother was thinking something quite inappropriate. Wang Xiui blushed and said softly, just like this. And like that. Lin Wanwan was confused. Like this, like what? Seeing her daughter's innocent look, Wang Xiui leaned in and whispered a few words in her ear. Lin Wanwan swallowed nervously. Her third brother really went all out for her happiness. And Fu Zheng, he was quite daring too. Noticing her feelings, the system quickly corrected her. Host, that's not daring. That's love and affection. Fu Zheng likes you, that's why he did that. If it were someone else, he wouldn't even bother, and if pushed too far, he might even fight back. Lin Wanwan. Wang Xiui saw her daughter lost in thought and patted her hand. Girl, I have good judgment. You marrying Little Fu will bring you happiness. Lin Wanwan blushed shyly. Mom, I trust you. Love can be cultivated after marriage, but a man as outstanding as Fu Zheng is hard to find. Just because of his handsome face, she could eat 2 more bowls of rice. Choosing him as her husband and the father of her children was the right decision.
Oh!
The system excitedly shouted. With her host's perfect fertility, the baby she longed for was finally coming. It had been waiting for this day for a long time. Feeling happy, the system started releasing pills. Lin Wanwan accidentally found herself holding a dark pill. What's this? Longevity pill. It can extend a person's life and is a reward from the system to the host. Lin Wanwan understood immediately. She looked at the white-haired woman in front of her, who cared deeply for her daughter, Wang Xiui, and pursed her lips. Mom, open your mouth. Wang Xiui instinctively opened her mouth. Before she could react, Lin Wanwan quickly put the longevity pill into her mouth. She chewed her lips, and the pill was swallowed. Wang Xiui was curious. Daughter, what did you just feed me? Lin Wanwan smiled. Just something good. She hoped the little old lady in front of her could live a long life, but one longevity pill wasn't enough. She still cared about her father, her third brother, and her eldest brother. Noticing her host's intention, the system immediately said, Host, I really don't have any more pills, but I can ask the Heavenly Way for help. Okay. Lin Wanwan felt a bit guilty about overusing the system, but she knew she had plenty of time to wait. Wang Xiui said, Daughter, let's settle this. Tonight, I'll talk to Xiao Fu and ask him to send a message to the family to confirm your marriage. Lin Wanwan nodded. Whatever you say. Wang Xiui hurriedly ate a few bites, and then went to work. She was in an extremely good mood today. Even her usually annoying second sister-in-law looked much more agreeable. Even if the second sister-in-law was lazy at work, she didn't scold her today. Li Xiaodi saw her mother-in-law like this, and was sure she was hiding something. She was so anxious, she scratched her head. Lin Hongying and Lin Hongni went out to play, leaving only Lin Wanwan at home. Under the constant urging of the system, she went to her third brother's room. Fu Zheng, lying on the bed, saw the visitor and his eyes sparkled like stars. Comrade Lin. Seeing his innocent expression, Lin Wanwan couldn't help but tease him. Isn't Comrade Lin a bit formal, Wanwan? Can I call you that? Of course. Fu Zheng felt happy like he had eaten sugar after Lin Wanwan's affirmation. My mom probably told you I like you, and you. Wanwan, I like you too. After saying this, Fu Zheng, enduring the pain on his back, got off the bed and stood upright to salute Lin Wanwan. Comrade Lin Wanwan, I am Fu Zheng, 26 years old, serving as the squad leader of the engineering company in the 352nd Regiment, 131st Division of the Southern Island Military District. My monthly salary, including various allowances, is 125 yuan. There is only me at home. My grandparents are retired and currently living in the Beijing retirement home. They are healthy and able to take care of themselves. My father, Comrade Fu Rong, and my mother, Comrade Shin Mingtang, both work in the Southern Island Military District. They are kind and do not interfere in our younger generation's affairs. After I get married, I can have a separate room. Whether I move with the troops or stay in my hometown depends on your wishes. I will give you my monthly salary. Fu Zheng regretted not bringing his bankbook before leaving, but he thought it would be the same when he returned. He decided to send the bankbook later. Comrade Lin, I want to build a revolutionary relationship with you. This is not a sudden impulse. I liked you from the first time I saw you on the mountain. So, could you please consider me and give me a chance? I swear I will love, care for, and protect you for my whole life. The system, acting as the mood setter, cheered. Wow, wow, wow. The host should agree to him, agree. Seeing such a serious man in front of her, Lin Wanwan couldn't deny that she was attracted to him. Her eyes curved like the bright moon in the sky, and Fu Zheng was immediately captivated. Then he heard the most beautiful words of love. I am willing. Fu Zheng excitedly stepped forward and hugged her. Lin Wanwan froze for a moment, then decided to wrap her arms around his strong waist. She wasn't sure what was beneath his clothes, but she felt a little nervous. At this moment, Lin Wanwan felt a bit shy. She really wanted to touch his abs, but wasn't sure if he would agree. Fu Zheng, calming down, realized what he had just done and quickly released her to apologize. We are bound to be husband and wife someday, he thought, so a hug was okay. Those words, someday we will be husband and wife, made Fu Zheng's heart soften. He and Wanwan were like family. Fu Zheng started to feel grateful that he took on this task, otherwise, he might have missed her. Thinking of this, Fu Zheng's heart ached. All morning, Lin Wanwan stayed in her brother's room talking with Fu Zheng. Most of the time, Fu Zheng was speaking, and Lin Wanwan occasionally nodded in agreement. It was called building feelings. Of course, the happiest person was the system, which was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the little ones. Just after work, Miao Suyun, still not giving up, tugged at Wang Xiu's sleeve to stop her from leaving. Xiaoyi, after all these years of our relationship, just tell me honestly, does the officer you live with at your home have a wife? I've asked you several times already. If she isn't married yet, you could help my granddaughter find a match. Once things are settled, I'll give you a few red eggs as a gift. Just a few red eggs, and you think you can exchange them for a daughter-in-law who is an officer? Miao Suyun is probably just dreaming. Such a good officer man. Wang Xiaoyi, who always cares for her daughter, naturally wants to keep her precious girl close. Not to mention, the two young people now like each other and are just waiting for Xiaofu to send a letter about their wedding. At this critical time, we must be very careful. Don't think I don't know that many families who haven't married off their daughters are watching Xiaofu closely. If someone uses dirty tricks to take him away, what will my daughter do? There's nowhere for her to cry. Anyway, everything is already decided, and Wang Xiaoyi isn't worried about others knowing. She sees this as a good chance to scare off those who want to steal her future son-in-law, making them drop their unrealistic ideas. You know, Xiaofu isn't married yet. Hearing those 3 words, Miao Suyun's face lit up like a blooming chrysanthemum. She reached out and held Wang Xiaoyi's hand to build a good relationship. Xiaoyi, you also know my granddaughter. She's hardworking and honest. If Xiaofu marries her in the future, they'll be happy. I heard that soldiers' salaries aren't low, at least 30 or 40 yuan a month, and they don't spend much in the army. Xiaofu must have a lot of money. Our Lu family has raised a big girl for many years, and getting 666.6 yuan isn't too much. The big girl has 2 cousins on her father's side and several younger brothers. When she marries Xiaofu, they'll all be one family. It's natural for a son-in-law to help his mother-in-law. When the time comes, Xiaofu should find a way to get her 2 cousins and brothers into the army, preferably find wives there too. She heard that girls in the army are pretty and have money. By then, our Lu family will finally be successful, and those snobbish folks in the unit won't look down on us anymore. Maybe they'll even come to us, eager to ask for favors. Miao Suyun's scheming was clear to Wang Xiaoyi. She shook her hand off and spat on the ground in disgust. Miao Suyun, everyone in the brigade says I have no shame. I didn't think you'd be even more shameless than me. You're so shameless. It's really embarrassing for your old Lu family. Miao Suyun immediately changed her face. Wang Xiaoyi, what do you mean by that? The soldiers who were rushing home for dinner saw that the 2 women were about to fight, and they stopped to watch the lively scene. Any time is fine to eat, but if you miss the fun, it's gone. Wang Zaiwa crossed her arms and scolded, What do you mean? Laughing at you for wanting to marry a rich man, but look at your granddaughter. She has no chest, no, and she's ugly. What makes her suitable for Xiaofu? That day, many people in the team saw Lin's eldest daughter walking down from the back mountain with someone. They even saw the man's face clearly. The man's face was very handsome, the most handsome they had ever seen in all these years. And the most important thing was he was a soldier. Everyone knew that even if he wasn't married, he wouldn't be short of admirers. No one would look at Lu Dia, a rural girl who was thin as a bean sprout and not pretty. Even those who usually didn't like Wang Zaiwa thought she was right today. Lu Dia, squeezed in the middle of the crowd, was angry and shy. She stomped her foot. Madam, how can you talk like that? You're not him, so how do you know he doesn't like me? She was more capable than the married women in the team, doing laundry, cooking, feeding pigs, taking care of children, and earning work points in the fields. She could earn 7 or 8 points each time. Even if she searched the entire Lava Flower Brigade, she couldn't find a girl more capable than her. The soldier was even more handsome than the educated youths from the city. She liked him at first sight. When she learned that her grandmother wanted to marry her to that soldier, she was so happy she couldn't sleep all night, imagining herself married to him. After they married, she would cook and wash clothes for him during the day, and at night, she would serve him well in bed, making sure he was comfortable. Wang Zaiwa looked at Lu Dia's flushed face and snorted softly. Why? Just because Xiaofu likes my daughter, just because I am Xiaofu's mother-in-law. That girl, dreaming of stealing her daughter's man, go dream on. As soon as she said this, it caused a big stir. Everyone looked at Wang Zaiwa in disbelief. Those with daughters in the family sighed regretfully. Such a good son-in-law was snatched by Wang Zaiwa, this shrew. Niu Yuxia nudged Li Zhaodi with her elbow and asked curiously, Zhaodi, is what your mother-in-law said true? Is your sister really dating that soldier? Li Zhaodi was also stunned by the news. She had just learned about it from her mother-in-law. If her mother-in-law hadn't told her today, she might still be in the dark. She said that recently, her in-laws, including her younger brother-in-law and sister-in-law, have been acting strangely. She always feels they are hiding something from her. It turns out they were waiting for her. She guesses that soon, her sister-in-law will marry the man with the surname Fu. The thought of marriage makes Li Zhaodi feel a bit unhappy. Currently, the Lin family hasn't split up, and all the money and property are controlled by her in-laws. Given how much her in-laws favor the younger sister-in-law, they might give all the family's money to her as a dowry. That can't happen. Her family is wealthy, and her only son is the only grandson of the Lin family. The daughter who gets married is like water spilled on the ground. She can't let her sister take all the family's belongings and leave no way for her brothers and sisters-in-law. No, that won't do. If her in-laws dare to give all the family's money to the younger sister-in-law as a dowry, she will cause trouble. If her actions ruin the wedding, she won't feel guilty. She blames her in-laws for being too biased, always favoring outsiders and not caring about their own son. But if her in-laws secretly give money to the younger sister-in-law without telling her, they won't know. Even if they find out later, the younger sister-in-law will be married and away with her family, so she won't be able to get her hands on anything. Therefore, splitting the family is the best choice. The money from selling chestnut cakes and wild boar, plus years of savings, amounts to at least 1,000 yuan in her in-laws' hands. It's shocking when you think about it. Even the wealthiest uncle's family doesn't have so much money. Her older brother's family doesn't have a son, only 2 daughters-in-law who cost money. There's no point in having so much money. Better to save it for her son to get married. After her older brother and sister-in-law pass away, she might consider letting her son give them some money out of respect. The third brother is reckless, always wandering around and not earning any work points. He eats and drinks at home, so he has no right to ask for money. The money her in-laws hold will eventually belong to her second sister-in-law's family, especially since her only grandson is her own son. The bicycle is also theirs. Thinking about all this money being hers makes Li Zhaodi very happy. Now, she needs to quickly talk to Lin Yuzhu about splitting the family. The sooner, the better. She must do it before her sister-in-law gets married. Tomorrow, she plans to pretend to be sick and skip work, then secretly go to the commune to discuss splitting the family with Lin Yuzhu. Looking at Li Zhaodi's changing face, Niu Yuxia felt a bit nervous and took a few steps back. Lu Dia was furious when she heard that the man she liked had made eye contact with Lin Wanwan. With Lin Wanwan's lazy and careless ways, everyone in the 10-mile radius knows it. How could Brother Fu like her? You must be lying.
Bah.
Wang Xiao spat at Lu Dia. You're so young and naive. Can Brother Fu be called by you? Does he even know you? Stop trying to make connections with me. If I hear you spreading rumors again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Although Miao Xin didn't like her granddaughter, Wang Xiao insulting her granddaughter in front of so many people was like slapping her face. If she backed down now, the people in the team would surely talk behind their backs about the Lu family. So she jumped in to join the fight. Wang Xiao, you're probably angry because my granddaughter exposed your secret. That's right. With your daughter's bad manners, she's never even been in the kitchen, let alone cook. Why would Brother Fu spend money to marry such a lazy girl? Wang Xiao held her head high and proudly said, My daughter is beautiful. Among all the girls in the 10-mile radius, none are as pretty as mine. Everyone present agreed with her. They say girls get more beautiful as they grow up, and Lin Wanwan was one of those. She looked so good she didn't seem like a country girl. Wang Xiao and Lin Shuixing loved her so much, they would spoil her to death. Being pretty is useless. Lin Wanwan is just a troublemaker and a flirt. Everyone in the team knows she used to chase Zhou Jiqing around all the time.
Brother Fu.
Before Lu Dia could finish her angry words, Wang Xiao slapped her face. A bright red handprint appeared on her dark little face. Wang Xiaoa, feeling unsatisfied, pushed her to the ground and slapped her repeatedly. How dare you spread lies about my daughter? I'll beat you to death. You ungrateful little brat with no mother and no father. Seeing her granddaughter being beaten, Miao Xiyun quickly rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward to defend her. Wang Xiao's hair was pulled painfully by Miao Xiyun, and she was kicked in the stomach. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yulan and her eldest daughter Lin Hongying rushed over to help when they saw their mother, her grandma, being bullied. A few of Lu's daughters-in-law also joined in to fight. Only Li Zhadi hid among the crowd, glaring maliciously at the fighting women, with no intention of intervening. At this moment, she wished the old lady was beaten to death so that the Lin family's assets would all belong to their second branch. Moreover, she hoped to take the opportunity to extort a large sum of money from the Lu family. However, her wish was destined to fail. At home, Lin Wanwan was talking with Fu Zheng when she heard her mother was beaten. Without hesitation, she grabbed a stool and rushed out to avenge her mother. Fu Zheng quickly put on his clothes and followed her. Seeing her mother and her older sister-in-law and niece being pressed down and beaten fiercely, Lin Wanwan's face darkened with anger. She swung the stool and hit Miao Xiyun, who was lying on her mother. Miao Xiyun was beaten so badly she bled from her head, clutching her bleeding back of the head and crying loudly. The three daughters-in-law of the Lu family saw their mother-in-law being beaten and tried to fight back, but Lin Wanwan kicked them far away. Immediately, they all felt pain in their internal organs. Fu Zheng looked at Wang Xiaoyi, who was covered in injuries, and quickly helped her up. "Auntie, I'll take you to the clinic now." Wang Xiaoyi weakly waved her hand. "Why go to the hospital? It's a waste of money." She hadn't even managed to extort money from the Lu family yet. Coincidentally, the team leader arrived. Seeing Miao Xiyun covered in blood and the Lu daughters-in-law lying on the ground, clutching their stomachs and crying out, he was quite shocked. Turning his gaze, he saw his injured sister-in-law's family with bandages on their faces, frowning tightly. "What's going on?" "Team leader, the Lin family, ganged up to bully us. That shameless little brat Lin Wanwan beat me up like this. I don't want to live anymore. Just let me die." The girl he cared for was called a shameless person, and Fu Zheng, with a dark face, went over to Miao Xiyun and started hitting her eldest son. He didn't hit women, but he hit men. "Mother, save me, that I'm going to be beaten to death." Faced with Fu Zheng's fierce gaze, Miao Xiyun shivered in fear. Afraid that her son would be beaten to death if she hesitated, she quickly asked the team leader for help. However, the team leader's words didn't work with Fu Zheng. In the end, Lin Wanwan, worried about Fu Zheng's safety, stepped in to stop him. Fu Zheng calmed down, looking helplessly at Lin Wanwan, and explained himself, "I don't usually act like this. I was just angry. Can you please don't be afraid of me?" His last words were a plea. He was afraid that the girl he cared about would see his violent side when he fought, and that she would stay away from him. Even the marriage plans they had made earlier were now broken. When he looked into Fu Zheng's pleading eyes, Lin Wanwan reached into her pocket and gently wiped the blood from his hand. "Don't be so impulsive in the future. It's not worth risking yourself for someone like that." She said this without remembering that just moments ago, she had been hitting someone with a chair. Fu Zheng softly replied, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Lin Wanwan praised him. "Good boy." Happy with the praise, Fu Zheng looked like a small dog, and Lin Wanwan felt a strong urge to reach out and pet him. Cough, cough. The team leader, tired of the young couple's affection, cleared his throat to remind them there were others around, and they should be careful. Lin Wanwan stepped back a few paces and went to her mother. Meanwhile, Fu Zheng looked at Lin Wanwan, who was standing some distance away, and felt a little disappointed. But his mood quickly changed when he heard her calling out, "Brother Fu," with a look of disgust. His brows furrowed tightly, as if trying to squeeze out all the flies buzzing around his head. "Brother Fu, I am Dia," Lu Dia said, then leaned in close. No decent girl would rush to stick herself to a man like that. Lu family really didn't know how to teach their daughter properly. Everyone around cast disdainful looks at her. Fu Zheng instinctively took a step back, distancing himself several meters from Lu Dia, then hurriedly explained to Lin Wanwan, I don't know her. I've never seen her before.
You have to believe me.
Seeing how Fu Zheng looked like he was about to cry, Lin Wanwan quickly reassured him. You're my boyfriend. Of course I believe you. When the girl she liked openly admitted their relationship, Fu Zheng's eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Wanwan. Her aunt was right, she liked him too. Fu Zheng's heart instantly felt sweet and warm. What should she do? Lin Wanwan again felt the urge to reach out and touch him. Fu Zheng was so obedient, just like the Samoyed she had raised years ago. Unfortunately, that Samoyed later fell seriously ill and passed away. But without the Samoyed, she still had Fu Zheng. The system had mentioned before that Fu Zheng was deeply love-struck, so their future married life would surely be interesting. Lin Wanwan secretly looked forward to the day they would get married. The people around suddenly became lively again, their eyes fixed on the two main characters. They looked so good together, handsome guy and beautiful girl, standing there like a perfect painting, matching so well. At that moment, the group of older single men who had been interested in Lin Wanwan were completely heartbroken. They had thought that aunt whose words were just gossip, since that man was an officer in the army and must have seen many beautiful girls. They never imagined that it was actually true. When Lin Wanwan said they were a couple, the man didn't get angry at all. Instead, he smiled warmly at her. What a pity, someone else had already taken the lead. If they had acted sooner, maybe they would have married Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan is 21 years old. Although she's a bit older and a little lazy, she doesn't work or cook, she's pretty. Plus, she has a caring mother, Wang Xiui, and a good father, Lin Shuixing. This year, the trumpet flower team rarely is meat, but the Lin family's house often smells of meat, showing they're quite well off. If they married Lin Wanwan, her family would surely find ways to support her, and the men who married her could also benefit from it. Fortunately, Wang Xiui didn't know about these nasty thoughts. If she found out, she would definitely scold them badly, calling them shameless and selfish, only thinking of themselves while ignoring their own bad behavior. They look at her daughter with lustful eyes and think she's easy to get. Wanwan, are you really with the soldier? Your mother just told us you're getting married. I find it hard to believe, said Grandma Wang. Grandma Wang, when we get married, I'll invite you to our wedding feast, Lin Wanwan replied. As soon as she mentioned marriage and a wedding, Fu Zheng smiled like a young boy, making it hard to look directly at his silly expression. The system complained, oh no, Fu Zheng has completely fallen for the host's charm. If the host asked him to die now, he would really do it. This person is beyond saving. Lin Wanwan's smile grew wider, dazzling Lu Dia. She said viciously, Brother Fu, Lin Wanwan is a shameless flirt. Our team all knows she used to follow Zhou Zhongwen around. Maybe she's already been with someone.
You.
Wang Xiui, her face red with anger, rushed forward to tear Lu Dia's foul mouth apart, but Fu Zheng beat her to it. Fu Zheng kicked Lu Dia to the ground. Wanwan is my fiancé. If you dare to slander her again, I will send you to prison for damaging a military couple's relationship. Faced with his cold, threatening eyes, Lu Dia shivered with fear. She believed everything he said. He really would send her to prison.
Why?
She thought she was no worse than Lin Wanwan. Everyone in the team said she was the most diligent girl in the Daisy Squad, and that anyone who married her would be lucky. So why didn't he like her, but liked that little troublemaker Lin Wanwan? Was it just because Lin Wanwan was slightly prettier? That's unfair. Lin Wanwan looked at Lu Dia with angry, resentful eyes. She coldly picked up the stool she had thrown on the ground earlier and smashed it toward Lu Dia's head. In an instant, Lu Dia's head was cut open, and blood flowed down rapidly. Lu Dia cried out in pain, collapsing on the ground. The onlookers, who had been watching, were shocked by Lin Wanwan's actions. Seeing Lu Dia seriously injured, their eyes toward Lin Wanwan grew more full of blame and dissatisfaction. Even if Lu Dia had done something wrong, Lin Wanwan's violence was too harsh. It was obvious she wanted to beat her to death. Fu Zheng stood in front of Lin Wanwan, blocking the unfriendly looks. In his heart, he believed his little girl was completely right. Feeling Fu Zheng's attentiveness, Lin Wanwan felt warm inside. She patted his shoulder to signal him to step back. Then she looked at everyone and cleared her throat. I was young and naive before, and I did like Zhou Zhongwen. But we never met privately, and we never did anything inappropriate. Everyone at the youth station knows this. If you don't believe me, you can call the people from the youth station and confront me. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Cancan from a youth station stepped forward to speak for Lin Wanwan. I can testify for Lin Wanwan. Back when Lin Wanwan was overweight, she often came to help us at the youth station. She never had time to be alone with Zhou Zhongwen. Zhou Zhongwen even complained behind her back several times, saying she looked like a pig and was ugly. He said just looking at her made him feel sick, so how could he possibly be interested in her? It's clear Lu Dia is lying about her. Wang Xiui, hearing Zhou Zhongwen talking about her daughter behind her back, was so angry her head was steaming. She looked around the crowd and finally spotted Zhou Zhongwen trying to sneak away at the back. She immediately rushed over and slapped him several times. The woman scolded me harshly, saying, "You, who always curse my daughter with foul words, today I won't beat you until your head bursts." I am not Wang Xiui. Zhou Zhongwen was stunned by the slap. When he finally regained his senses and tried to fight back, Lu Yulan hit him again from behind. He grimaced in pain, tears welling up in his eyes. Seeing the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law almost beating someone to death, the team leader quickly ordered someone to pull Wang Xiui off Zhou Zhongwen. Zhou Zhongwen was feeling guilty and also knew how fierce Wang Xiui could be, along with the fists of Lin's brothers. Even though he was hit, he didn't complain. He lay stiffly on the ground pretending to be dead, trying to hide how much he was hurt. And that man's gaze was too scary, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Lin Wanwan, this foolish woman, choosing a fierce person as her partner, she's not afraid of having nightmares at night. Fu Zheng stared at Zhou Zhongwen tightly, thinking about how the young girl used to like him and even felt like killing him. Most importantly, he shouldn't have hurt the girl's feelings or insulted her behind her back. If he didn't like her, he should have just said so.
Why did he treat her like that?
Fu Zheng's fists itched with anger. Host, Fu Zheng is jealous. Hurry up and comfort him. If you don't, Fu Zheng will start to cry. Hearing the system's reminder, Lin Wanwan looked at Fu Zheng, who also turned to look at her. That pair of innocent-looking eyes suddenly touched her heart. This man really is adorable. Once she handled the current frustrating situation, comforting him should still be possible. Lin Wanwan avoided Fu Zheng's gaze and said loudly, "There's nothing between Zhou Zhongwen and me. Bai Jiqing can also testify. But Lu Dia maliciously slandered me, pushing me to the brink of despair. If Lu's family doesn't give me an explanation today, we'll go to the commune and ask the leaders to handle it." Why did it have to escalate to the commune? The team members thought Lin Wanwan was overreacting and not considering her feelings. "Miss Wanwan, Lu Dia's slandering you is her fault. But you also broke her head. In my opinion, this matter should just be considered settled. Don't be so petty." The speaker was Tian Ziyaj, Lu's neighbor. Lin Wanwan smirked slightly. "Auntie, a few days ago, I saw you and a man hiding in the wheat stack. Your clothes were stripped clean by the man, and he was even leaning on you and groping around. Does Uncle Zhao know about you sneaking around with another man behind his back?" Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on Tian Xiaoju, including her husband's family and her man, Zhao Guanyong. Zhao Guanyong, who suddenly found himself with a green hat, was furious and slapped Tian Xiaoju. "You wicked woman. I've been good to you, taking care of you, and you actually cheat on me. You must be tired of living, seeking death." Tian Xiaoju, insulted and slapped by her husband, was about to explode with anger. She pointed at Lin Wanwan and cursed. "Guanyong, you have to believe me. I didn't cheat on you. It was that mean girl Lin Wanwan who falsely accused me." Then she looked at Lin Wanwan again. "You bad girl. Why do you lie and slander me? I didn't cheat on my husband. You better explain this clearly to everyone. If my husband divorces me because of this, I swear I'll hang myself at your house door." Lin Wanwan smirked. "Auntie, you don't know pain until the whip hits yourself. When Lu Dia falsely accused me just now, did she think about the consequences of ruining someone's reputation? What if I got so upset I decided to jump into the river and end my life? Who will take responsibility? Hearing this, Fu Zheng's heart tightened. He looked coldly at Lu Dia on the ground. If looks could kill, Lu Dia would have died 1,000 times over. Seeing Tian Xiaoju silent, Lin Wanwan continued. She wanted me to die. I just pushed a stool at her, and that's all. Can we just let it go? Can we really let it go? This is a human life. And you say I'm petty. What right do you have to call me petty? Tian Xiaoju was speechless from the accusations. At this moment, she hated the Lu family with all her heart. It was all their fault. If they hadn't helped her family speak, she wouldn't have been falsely accused and humiliated by Lin Wanwan in front of everyone. What kind of man she was, she only had Zhao Guanyong in her life. If Zhao Guanyong divorced her because of this, she would hang herself at Lu's gate. Those who once thought Lin Wanwan was petty now looked at Lu Dia with disgust. Nowadays, a woman's reputation is very important. Lu Dia's words were spoken right in front of Lin Wanwan's fiancé. If her fiancé divorced her because of these rumors and Lin Wanwan, it would ruin her entire life. What if Lin Wanwan, overwhelmed by despair, decided to end her life? Lu Dia had destroyed a human life. At such a young age, her heart is so cruel. If she keeps this up, she will cause trouble in the future. Families with sons and daughters have already decided that when they go home later, they will advise their children to stay away from Lu Dia to prevent being harmed by her malicious nature. The scornful looks around make Lu Dia unable to lift her head. She secretly hates Lin Wanning deeply. After so long, the team leader finally understood the full story. Both publicly and privately, the Lu family is at fault. Since they made a mistake, they must be punished. If they are treated lightly, others might learn to do the same, and the team could fall into chaos. The team leader, with a serious face, looked at Lin Wanning and asked, Wanning, how do you want to handle this? Before she could speak, Wang Xioi cut her off. The Lu family hurt us so badly, they must pay compensation. If they don't, they should be sent to face justice. Is facing justice a bit too harsh? Moreover, the injuries on the Lu family are more serious than those on the Lin family. Not to mention Miao Suyun and Lu Dia, who were hit on the head with a stool. But because of the previous lesson from Tian Ziage, no team member dared to speak up for the Lu family. When the Lu family heard Wang Xioi wanted them to face legal consequences, they all became terrified. The 3 daughters-in-law of the Lu family quickly looked at their mother-in-law. Mother, our daughters and young ones are still small. They can't be without their mother. Please think of a way. We don't want to face punishment. Miao Suyun's head was pounding from their shouting. But she absolutely refused to give money to Wang Xioi, this wicked woman. She clenched her teeth and looked at the team leader. Team leader, you can't just side with Wang Xioi because she's your sister-in-law. Look at how Lin Wanning beat me. I even have a hole in my head. They should pay us. And my daughter. She was beaten so badly she looks different now. If she can't get married because of this, the Lin family will have to support her for life. Wang Xioi spat at Miao Suyun in anger. You shameless woman, I will send you to face justice. Miao Suyun retorted, this isn't your family business. You tell them to do whatever they want, you're dreaming. Hearing their curses, Lin Wanning clearly lost patience. Team leader, I want to report to the police. If this matter reaches the commune, their team, the Bellflower team, won't be considered for this year's Advanced Team Award. Clearly, not only the team leader thought of this. The others in the team also realized it. In a time when collective interests are more important than individual ones, the villagers in the team were furious at Lu's family whenever they thought about losing the honor of being an advanced team. The team leader, we can't let this go to the commune. If it gets too big, our team's reputation will be ruined. With Lu's family causing trouble, who would dare to let their daughter marry into our team in the future? Plus, we've been hoping for that advanced team spot for years. With this honor, our team could get the approval for fertilizer from the commune. Everyone was talking loudly, one after another. The The team leader took a deep breath and looked at Lin Wanan. Wanan, this time, Lu's family is really at fault. I'll decide that Lu's family should pay you 5 yuan and be punished to carry manure for 3 months. Do you think this plan is okay? Paying money and carrying manure clearly showed that Miao Suyun was unhappy with the team leader's decision. They were the victims, after all. Just as she was about to shout, the team leader glared at her. If you make trouble again, I will kick your family out of the lava flower team. This statement directly threatened Miao Suyun's family. If they were expelled, Lu's family of over 10 people would have no way to survive. She also started to hate the team leader. Lin Wanan pretended to think for a moment and said, "Team leader, 3 months of manure is a bit short. How about 6 months? Besides the 5 yuan compensation, Lu's family should also apologize to me in front of the whole team." Before the team leader could speak, the villagers watching eagerly agreed to the plan. As for Miao Suyun, seeing the team members colluding with Lin's family, she almost fainted with anger. In the end, she had no choice but to take out the money, because the team leader said that if she didn't pay, they would deduct it from Lu's family's work points. At that moment, Miao Suyun felt a sharp pain in her heart. Wang Xiui, who received the money, was very happy and didn't even feel her injuries. She divided the 5 yuan into 2 parts and gave some to Lu Yulan and Lin Hongying. Lu Yulan refused, saying, "Mom, I don't need the money. You keep it." Wang Xiui angrily shoved the money into Lu Yulan's hand. "Why talk so much? If I give you money, just take it. I remember a few days ago, your mother wasn't feeling well. Take this money to buy something and visit your family. Don't let outsiders say, I mistreated you. Your mother treats us well, so she wouldn't mistreat us," Lu Yulan said, wiping her tears. Her mother-in-law is really kind, and her younger sister-in-law is also very good. She is content with her current life. However, she has never been able to have a son for the Lin family. This has always been her deep guilt. Li Xiaodi suddenly appeared from somewhere. She looked at the 3 yuan in her mother-in-law's hand with bright eyes. "Mother, you've already given the money to the eldest sister-in-law. Does this money include my share?" Before she finished speaking, Wang Xiui kicked her on the "Li Xiaodi, you lazy girl. When I was beaten and pressed on the ground, you were hiding in the crowd watching the fun.
Now you still want money.
Go away with your nonsense. When the second son comes back, I will make him divorce you and send you back to your family." Today, Wang Xiui was truly upset with this second daughter-in-law and didn't show her any kindness. Li Xiaodi rubbed her sore. "Mother, I also want to go up and help, but those 3 daughters-in-law from Lu's family are not easy to deal with. I'm worried I might hurt the baby inside me during a fight." Hearing that her sister-in-law was pregnant again, Lu Yulan covered her uncooperative belly with some disappointment. Lin Wanfan saw this and stepped forward to comfort her. "Big sister-in-law, there's no rush. Don't worry." Lu Yulan forced a smile. "Thank you, little sister." She knew that pregnancy couldn't be rushed, but she still felt a bit anxious. After all, men her age had already had several sons. Only their family had only 2 daughters after so many years.
Wang Xiu is needed.
Our Lin family doesn't lack your child. Don't threaten me with the child. When the second son comes back, I'll make him deal with you. Li Xiaodi stomped her feet in anger. "Mother, you."
Wang Xiu interrupted.
"Enough. Hurry back and cook for mother. If you delay work, I'll skin you." Li Xiaodi not only failed to get the money but also was full of anger. In the end, she could only go home angrily to cook. She vowed that tomorrow she would go to the commune to talk to her husband about dividing the family. She couldn't stand this broken family for a day longer. As most people left, Wang Xiui looked at Fu Zheng with a worried expression. "Little Fu, what Lu Dia said today is nonsense. Our Wanfan and Zhou Zhongwen are innocent. You have to trust your aunt." "Auntie, I trust you and I trust Wanfan," Fu Zheng said, looking at Lin Wanfan. The system was moved by the deep affection in Fu Zheng's eyes and whispered nearby, "Host, kiss her, kiss her. You don't check the time when you get sick. This is the 1970s, not the open modern days." I kissed you just now, and right after, I was caught by someone for acting like a hooligan and taken away. Besides, if she wants to kiss, it should be private and discreet, not caught by the system. It's also my fault for studying too hard lately and forgetting about this. Are you sure it's studying? Or are you just reading that lousy novel? Haha, it's all the same. Hearing Fu Zheng say this, Wang Xiue's tense heart immediately relaxed. She looked at Fu Zheng's gaze toward her daughter, so intense it seemed to pull at her. She kindly found an excuse to leave the house, giving the young couple some privacy.
Fu Zheng.
I'm here. My relationship with Zhou Zhongwen is in the past. I don't like him anymore. I like you now. So, can you stop being angry? The girl's sweet voice was like cotton candy sold on the street, so sweet it touched the heart. Fu Zheng, who wasn't even angry before, was almost won over by her words. I'm not angry at Wanwan. If anyone's to blame, it's me for being late and letting you meet such a scoundrel. At the same time, Fu Zheng secretly felt grateful that Zhou Zhongwen was blind and didn't take the girl seriously. Otherwise, if Zhou Zhongwen and the girl got together, he wouldn't be involved anymore. It's rare for someone as cold as ice to speak sweet words, truly rare. Lin Wanwan felt quite pleased, but it was limited to Fu Zheng's incredibly handsome face. If he were a bit less handsome, it wouldn't have the same effect. Sigh. She really wanted to lean in and kiss him, but she didn't know if Fu Zheng would agree, she thought. Originally, Li Xiaodi planned to go to the commune tomorrow to ask the man for a division of the family property. Late at night, Lin Yuzhu, who was out repairing the river embankment and feeling very cold, returned from outside. Li Xiaodi quickly sat up in bed, her face full of surprise. Husband, why did you come back so suddenly? I was planning to go to the commune to find you tomorrow. This is my home. Why can't I come back? Or are you secretly seeing other men behind my back while I was away? After speaking, Lin Yuzhu gave her a sidelong glance. Seeing him accuse her unfairly, Li Xiaodi covered her chest and quickly shouted in protest. Oh, my Lord of Heaven, I'm innocent. I, Li Xiaodi, only have you, Lin Yuzhu. If I dare to cheat on you, I'd be torn apart by the heavens. It's not that Li Xiaodi doesn't want to go out and have fun. It's just that the men in the team are afraid of Wang Xiuyi and don't dare come close to Li Xiaodi, who is always greedy for food. Dad, you're back. Awakened by the loud talking, Lin Hongni rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Lin Yuzhu sitting on the bed's edge. Lin Yuzhu glared at Li Xiaodi, who was speaking loudly, then looked at his little daughter. Dad is back. You should go to sleep now. Tomorrow you have to wake up early. Okay. After saying this, Lin Hongni closed her eyes and went to sleep. Tell me, what has happened at home while I was away? When mentioning this, Li Xiaodi poured out her feelings. Boss, while you were gone, the three of us almost got bullied to death. You didn't see, this morning, our mother secretly gave my older sister 2 yuan, telling her to take the money home and visit her family. I've been married to you for so many years, and I've never seen our mother so generous, giving me money like that. It's usually just a few pounds of cornmeal and she sends me away. My family back home has scolded me a lot because of this. I saw my sister-in-law had money, so I went to ask our mother for some, but she scolded me and said she wanted you and me to get a divorce. As a daughter-in-law, I've given birth to a big, healthy boy for the Lin family. I've done my part, even if I haven't made any big achievements. Why does our mother treat me like this? To me, it seems our mother just looks down on you, the son, because you're useless, and that's why she treats us 3 daughters and sons so poorly. The words useless felt like a heavy brand stamped on Lin Yozhu's heart. Is he really useless? He thinks he's more capable than his older brother. His older brother and sister-in-law worked hard for many years but never had a son. But he was different. Not long after marrying Li Xiaodi, she was already pregnant, and they had a grandson for the Lin family. Without his son, the Lin family's lineage might have ended. He is a hero of the Lin family. As for the third brother, he often sneaks around stealing chickens and doesn't show up much. He rarely goes to the fields to work and usually eats and drinks what he earns from hard labor in the fields. But the third brother has a clever mouth, always charming his parents and making them forget where they are. He probably secretly takes money behind their backs to support his brother. Otherwise, where did his patched-up clothes come from? Surely, his mother bought them with money. Lin Yuzhu suddenly thought of the few clothes in his wardrobe, which he had worn for over 10 years. They were all so worn out they couldn't be patched anymore, with one patch after another. And the big shorts he's wearing now are so torn that they can't hold anything inside. His mother's heart is really so narrow-minded. The money his mother has can be used to help his older brother, his third brother, or buy meat and clothes for his little sister, even face cream. People say that face cream is expensive. One bottle costs about $1 or $2. His mother is really willing to spend. So, why can't she be a little more generous with him? He is also her son. He has worked hard for this family for many years. What has he gained? He has gained nothing. Even his son, Lin Chongfu, the only grandson of the Lin family, finds it a luxury just to eat an egg. A feeling of anger and frustration rises in his heart. Soon, my little sister will get married too. Our mother cares so much for her that maybe she'll even give her the money from selling wild boar and chestnut cakes. If my little sister takes all the family's money to her husband's house, what will we eat and drink? Will we just drink the northwest wind? I can do that, but Chongfu can't. Head of the family, you need to think of a way. Maybe we should split up the family. After splitting, we'll have money too, and we can eat whatever we want. Our son won't have to wait for us to give him an egg or look at our faces. Lin Yuzhu is now full of thoughts about his little sister's wedding. As for the long speech Li Zhaodi said, he didn't listen at all. His voice is a little hoarse. Who is my little sister marrying? How come I don't know? Who is that man? Li Zhaodi. He's in the army. I heard he's even a regimental commander, and he earns a good salary every month. Marrying into such a rich family, he doesn't think about helping his brothers at home, but wants to take all the family savings away. Is that how a daughter should behave? You can't find anyone like that in 10 miles or more. This all comes down to parents' favoritism. If you don't know better, you'd think you were adopted from outside. Yeah, if he wasn't adopted, why would his mother treat him and her own son like this? What did he do wrong? He did nothing wrong. The real fault lies with his parents. They favor the older brother, the third brother, and even more so the little sister. Right now, Lin Yuzhu feels like a small cabbage in the field. A small cabbage, unloved by his father and unloved by his mother. Seeing that the head of the family remains silent and anxious to split the family and get money, Li Zhaodi impatiently nudges him with her elbow. What are you really thinking? Are you really going to let your little sister take all the family's money when she gets married? That's Chongfu's money. Chongfu is still waiting to use that money to get married. And I haven't had my period for a while, and I feel nauseous when I eat. I think I might be pregnant again. What if there's a little boy inside this time? Even if you don't think about yourself, you should consider the baby in my belly. Lin Yuzhu's face showed a hint of surprise. You're pregnant? Li Zhaodi rolled her eyes at him. I'm definitely pregnant this time. My reactions now are exactly the same as when I was pregnant with Chongfu. Nauseous, wanting to and unable to eat. She didn't mention that she ate more than anyone else at the dinner table. And even if she isn't pregnant, it's okay. The most urgent thing is to divide the family before her sister-in-law gets married. She has long coveted the money from her in-laws. All that money belongs to her son, and she won't let her sister-in-law take it away. Okay. Lin Yuzhu excitedly said 3 times, and even his worries eased a lot. Taking advantage of Lin Yuzhu's good mood, Li Zhaodi quickly said, "What about dividing the family?" In the dark, Lin Yuzhu's expression changed unpredictably, and finally, he said sinisterly, "Tomorrow I will bring it up with them, before my younger sister gets married, to divide the family." It's not that he wants to divide the family, it's that his parents are too biased as elders. He just wants his 2 sons to have a better life. He's not wrong. Li Zhaodi was very happy to hear this. In her dreams, she seemed to see the goods from the supply and marketing cooperative, fried dough sticks, peach cookies, rice strips, waving at her. Next door, the main household. Lu Yulan knew her husband cared about his younger sister, so she lowered her voice and told him about her sister-in-law's relationship. Lin Yuzhen, who knew about this, was silent for a long time. How does the man look? Very handsome, quite a good match with my younger sister. If you're worried, you can go to the third brother's house tomorrow to see him. The third brother's house? Yes, Captain Fu is living there now. Hearing this, Lin Yogan's head started to ache. He had been away from home for only a short time, and his younger sister had already been taken away by a man, and the key point was that he was living in their house. If things don't work out, his sister's reputation will be ruined. His mother was really confused this time. How could she let that man live in their house? And the third brother, who usually cares most about his younger sister, how could he let his mother cause trouble? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He put on his coat and was about to go out. Seeing this, Lu Yulan quickly grabbed him, sensing something was wrong. What are you doing out so late? I want to talk to my third brother. He wasn't at home. He went to my eldest uncle's house and was sleeping squeezed between them. Hearing this, Lin Yuzhen stepped back again. At night, he lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Thinking about how his little sister, who he has cared for since she was a baby, is about to get married so quickly, he felt very upset. The next day, early in the morning, Wang Xiui saw her eldest son chopping firewood in the yard and felt a bit happy. Did you come back last night? Yes, I finished the work at the commune, so I came back early. During this time, you and Yuzhu have been working so hard fixing the river dam. Rest well for a few days before going back to work. Okay. Lin Yuzhen still wanted to ask his mother about his little sister, but before he could speak, she pulled back the curtain and went into the kitchen to help.
He sighed.
He planned to meet his third brother later and ask about his little sister's situation. Just then, Fu Zheng came out of the house wearing a military coat. He looked at the man chopping wood in the yard and was clearly surprised. Then he realized this man was probably one of his little sister's older brothers, the one who went to fix the river dam. He forced a stiff smile and politely went over to greet him. Good morning, brother. Lin Yuzhen looked at the unfamiliar man with a neat appearance and was stunned again. Honestly, this man looked decent, barely matching his little sister. But he seemed a bit old, and it wouldn't be easy to marry his little sister. Lin Yuzhen wasn't good at talking to people. He nodded awkwardly in response and continued to chop firewood. In front of his brother-in-law, Fu Zheng also wanted to show himself. Brother, let me do it. No need, you can go back inside and rest. It's not proper for a guest to do chores. Fu Zheng didn't like the word guest, but he had no choice. After all, he and the girl had only made a verbal promise. They weren't engaged or married yet. After breakfast, he planned to ride his bike to the commune to make a call home and check on Jiang Chuan to see how the task was going. He was eager to marry the girl and bring her home. Just as breakfast was almost ready, Wang Xiui asked her eldest daughter-in-law to wake up Lin Wanwan, who was still sleeping in. Since they weren't married yet, she wanted to leave a good impression on her future son-in-law. Once married, her daughter could sleep as late as she wanted. At the dining table, Lin Wanwan sat next to her mother, and Fu Zheng sat next to Lin Yud. Meanwhile, the second son, Lin Yuzhu, kept glancing at Fu Zheng from time to time. He looked noble, and with that brand-new military coat, it was clear their family was well off. In the future, when his little sister got married, she would also have a good life. Since that is the case, why does his mother still give all the family money to his younger sister to take back to her husband's home, leaving no way out for us brothers and sisters-in-law? His mother is truly biased. Lin Yuzhu muttered this in his heart again. Suddenly, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning his head, he saw it was his son. Dad, I also want to eat egg custard. Lin Changfu looked at the egg custard in front of Fu Zheng, drooling with desire. Seeing his hungry son, Lin Yuzhu felt a bit sad. His son just wanted to eat egg custard, not something extraordinary like dragon meat from the sky. It was a simple request, but his mother wouldn't satisfy it. Moreover, the family has plenty of money, and it's not a big deal to buy some egg custard. Thinking about the discussion of splitting the family last night, he courageously looked at Wang Xiua, who was sitting in the main seat. Mom, we still have eggs at home. I'll steam some egg custard for Changfu. We have bread to eat and porridge to drink. What do we need egg custard for? We don't have it. Rejected, Lin Yuzhu immediately frowned. Mom, we're not short of money. What's wrong with giving Changfu some egg custard? Li Xiaodi also added fuel to the fire. Mom, is Changfu still your grandson? You'd rather give the egg custard to an outsider than to your own grandson. I really don't understand what you're thinking. Fu Zheng, who was innocently involved, frowned. He didn't care whether he ate the egg custard or not. If he gave away the egg custard now, wouldn't that be embarrassing his aunt? Wang Shua looked at her second son and daughter-in-law openly challenging her, a cold smile curling at her lips. Changfu prefers others, so he eats less of everything? How much egg custard has he already eaten? Besides, I bought the eggs with my own money. I can give them to whoever I want. It's none of your younger generation's business. As soon as she said this, the atmosphere in the room instantly cooled. Li Xiaodi muttered, "It sounds nice, but the money for buying eggs isn't even earned by us." Although Lin Yuzhu didn't speak, he silently agreed that Li Xiaodi's words meant he was on her side. Wang Shua saw her second son's attitude and felt a chill in her heart. They earn very little money, barely enough to survive. If she hadn't insisted on not splitting the family and secretly tried to help them, they would have starved long ago. But today, since Xiao Fu was at the dinner table, she didn't want to argue with her son and daughter-in-law to avoid affecting Xiao Fu and her daughter's feelings. She held back her anger and swallowed it down. Everyone sit properly and eat quietly. If you don't want to eat, then leave. Clearly, Li Xiaodi was a troublemaker. Today, she insisted on using this matter to divide the family. Mother, Changfu is the eldest grandson of the Lin family. In the future, all the family's belongings will belong to him. What's wrong with giving him an egg custard? If you don't give him any, it's clear you're showing favoritism and looking down on our second branch. Unable to bear it, Lin Yid slammed his chopsticks on the table and sneered. Second sister-in-law, your parents are not even dead yet, and you're already thinking about their money. Your family really raised a good daughter. After saying that, he took out a handful of money and colorful banknotes from his pocket and handed them to Fu Zheng. Take this money and take my sister to the state-run restaurant in the county for buns, then go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy her 2 sets of clothes. Play a bit longer before coming back. Today, he was determined to settle everything. Even if his parents scolded him with a stick, he would still divide the family. Second sister-in-law is not a good person, and second brother is just a useless man who hides behind women. Don't think he doesn't know their little schemes. Trying to take his little sister's things? Not a chance. Fu Zheng knew this was a family matter of the Lin family. As an outsider, he shouldn't interfere too much. But why did third uncle give him so much money? Could it be because he was worried he couldn't support the girl? That's impossible. His monthly allowance was 125 yuan, and besides eating and occasionally smoking, he had no other expenses. He rarely bought clothes. He wore what the team issued. Sometimes, when his mother, Shen Mingtang, couldn't stand it, she would buy clothes for his father and also bring him a couple of outfits. His parents both had jobs, so he didn't need to support the family. He had been saving his military allowance for years without spending it, including the New Year money from his grandparents, which he kept untouched. Oh, almost forgot something. He used to set aside 20 yuan each month from his allowance to send to the widow of his comrade, but that's no longer the case. He was now in a relationship and about to get married. He needed to work hard to earn money to give his fiancée a better life. As for the widow of his comrade, once he finished sending next month's allowance, he would write a letter and stop supporting her. His comrade had died in the line of duty, and the local authorities arranged for his widow to work in a textile factory. Even without his support, their combined wages should be enough for her and their children to live comfortably. Thinking about marrying the woman he loved, Fu Zheng felt as energized as if he had been injected with chicken blood. But when he looked at the money in his hand and at third uncle's pale face, he naturally put the money into his military coat pocket. My own partner should support me. When I give money to the young girl, I shouldn't use my third uncle's money. I'll ask her to pay him back later. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiaodi watched Fu Zheng put a big handful of money into his pocket, and they felt jealous. Lin Yuzhu, his mother, is too biased. She secretly gave so much money to the third son behind his back. It seems today's family division is the right choice. Li Zhaodi, the third son, is generous. He took his son's money and gave it to outsiders. If she doesn't split the family today, she's not Li Zhaodi. Fu Zheng and Lin Wanwan went out. Outside the door. Fu Zheng, there's something at home today, so I won't go to the county town with you. The bicycle is in my room. The door isn't locked, so you can push it yourself. My second brother and sister-in-law already have other plans, and they are targeting her and the third brother. Given the current situation, dividing the family is the best choice. For such a big matter as dividing the family, she must be present. If her parents hesitate, she can help push things along. Her parents love her the most and will definitely listen to her. Fu Jing said, "Okay, do you want anything to eat? I bought some for you to bring back." Lin Wanwan shook her head. "Nothing special. When you ride, go slowly. The roads are full of bumps and holes, easy to fall." Seeing the girl care about him, Fu Jing felt as sweet as eating candy. He turned around to push the cart into her room. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled the fresh scent of pomegranate flowers. Realizing this was her usual sleeping room, Fu Zheng's ears turned red without knowing when. He lowered his head and pushed the cart out, not daring to look around inside the room. After Fu Zheng left, Lin Wanwan turned and went into her room. At the dining table, the tense atmosphere was still there. Lin Wanwan sat quietly next to her third brother. Li Zhaodi saw her sister-in-law return and snorted coldly, as if venting her dissatisfaction. Hot-tempered Lin Yud couldn't hold back and immediately confronted her directly. "Second sister-in-law, what do you mean with that sour face? Are you upset with our parents or with me and my little sister?" "Humph. We work hard at home and you do nothing, don't help with anything, and don't care about the family. You take the money your mother gave you and hang out outside. I think you don't care about our family at all." Thinking about the money her younger brother just gave out, Li Zhaodi felt a sharp pain. That much money could buy a lot of meat. Her younger brother really is a spendthrift. Lin Yud sneered. "Second sister-in-law, which dog I saw our parents give me money?" With a loud slap, Lin Yuzhu couldn't sit still and stood up, glaring angrily at Lin Yud. "Third brother, Zhaodi is your second sister-in-law. Is this how you treat elders?" Lin Yud retorted. "What kind of elder is she? And you, second brother, you're also fake. You hide behind women and stay silent. Now you come out pretending to be a hero. In simple words, it's just because you're jealous of the money I have. I tell you, the money I have is mine. Even if you're jealous, it won't help." If his second sister-in-law was a troublemaker, then his second brother was a sneaky, mischievous person. He seemed honest and quiet on the outside, but secretly played some tricks to let his sister-in-law stir up trouble. He really didn't like his second brother. Feeling like his thoughts were being poked at, Lin Yozhu's face turned red with anger, and his eyes shot fire at Lin Yud. "Lin Yud, you lazy good-for-nothing. Where did you get that money? Honestly, it's just from our parents supporting you. Before, I kept quiet for the sake of this family, but now I really can't take it anymore. Red Yi and Red Xiang work so hard in the fields, and you just take our money to enjoy yourself outside. Do you still think of me as your second brother? Or of this family?" Lin Yud was so angry he laughed. It was the first time he saw someone so good at flattering himself. What could the second household do with just a few scraps of income? He thought they might have already starved without it. He didn't bother to look at the foolish second household family and turned to his parents sitting at the main seat. "Parents, let's not wait any longer. Let's split the family now, so second brother doesn't feel uncomfortable and say that I and my younger sister are taking advantage of them." After splitting the family, with just the small income from second brother and sister-in-law, they would be starving for days. He wanted to show them who truly benefited from this family. Without him and his younger sister, if they wanted to eat meat or chicken feathers, they could go ahead. Lu Yulan heard the words "split the family" and felt happy inside. She and her husband had enough strength to support Hong Ying and Hong Xiang, their two daughters. Hong Ying was almost old enough for marriage, and Hong Xiang was also grown up. The two daughters still shared a room with her and her husband. Once the family was split, she planned to go to her parents' house, borrow some money from her brothers, and rent a room for the girls. After paying back her brothers, if she still had some money left, she would buy a dowry for Hong Ying so she could marry in style. But would her parents agree to split the family? Lin Yu-zhen watched his restless younger brothers, hoping to help them get along better. Yuta, when our parents are alive, we shouldn't split the family.
Why split it now?
If others find out, they'll laugh at us. This directly touched Lin Xuexing's heart. He had always hoped for a prosperous and peaceful family. Only when everyone sticks together can they avoid being bullied by outsiders. Besides, he had never seen a family where parents are still alive and the brothers decide to split the household. If that got out, people would mock them. The gossipers in the team would surely say he wasn't good at raising his children. Lin Yud looked at his big brother with a helpless face. Big brother, you and sister-in-law have been working like old oxen in the fields for so many years. Aren't you tired? Even if you're not tired, you should think about Hong Ying and Hong Xiang, the two girls. Don't be so foolish. Seeing their third brother's attitude, Lin Yu-zhen suddenly looked confused and at a loss. He just wanted this family to get better and better. But, seeing the big brother's expression, Lin Yud sighed helplessly. People who are too honest are often taken advantage of. His big brother and sister-in-law are too honest and don't know how to stand up for themselves. Now, everyone can see that the second household has some plans. They want to take everything from the family for themselves. It's shameless. As long as he is in this family, they won't succeed. Their parents are easy to fool, and his big brother and sister-in-law are honest. Since that's the case, he will be the bad guy. Today, he will be the bad guy all the way. He must split the family. Li Xiaodi was unhappy when she heard this. She was about to stand up and shout, but her mother-in-law's cold stare made her swallow her words. Wang Shua pressed heavily on the table and looked coldly at everyone present. Have you all had enough fuss? As long as I am alive, you won't even think about splitting the family. She had planned to wait until the third son was married and then decide to split the household, but now she changed her mind. Xiao Fu's family conditions looked good. Even if she ignored her conscience, she believed her daughter marrying Xiao Fu was the best choice. If they split the family, the household would be broken apart. What if her daughter suffers in her husband's house? Wouldn't she rely on her brothers to support her? So the family cannot be split. Originally, Li Xiaodi thought she could get a lot of money from splitting the household, but after hearing her mother-in-law's decision not to split, her mind went blank. Mother, you are holding on to the family property and not allowing us to split the family. Are you waiting for my younger sister to get married so you can give her all the family money to take back to her husband's home? I tell you, as an elder, you shouldn't be so biased. Changfu is the only eldest grandson in the family, and all the money should go to him. If you dare give the money to my younger sister, I, Li Xiaodi, will be the first to object. I plan to go to the team and call everyone to judge what you're doing as an elder. Wang Xiui was so angry, she almost fell backward. She turned to look at the second son. Second son, if you still consider me your mother, you should take good care of your wife. Look at what she is saying now. Unexpectedly, the second son, Lin Yuzhu, spoke up against his usual behavior and sided with Li Xiaodi. Mother, Xiaodi hasn't said anything wrong. Your favoritism for your younger sister has been in my heart for many years, but today I just can't hold it in anymore. In our team, every family values their son most. Our family is different from others. You treat your daughter like a treasure, feeding her well, dressing her well, and raising her as if she were a girl in the city. That's why my younger sister has become like this. Do you know what others are saying behind our backs? They say that my younger sister is your biological daughter, and we are all adopted children you took in. Otherwise, I really can't understand why you are so good to a girl. Once a daughter is married, she is like water spilled out. You should know that when you grow old, I, your son, will stay by your side to take care of you. Wang Xiui was so angry that her face turned red. She didn't realize she was seen as such a person in his eyes. This is her own son, whom she raised with her own sweat and even went hungry to feed him. Lin Wangwan worried her mother might faint from anger and quickly went over to pat her back. Meanwhile, Lin Xuexing waved a bowl at his second brother and threw it. You little brat, if your mother gets so angry she falls ill, just watch and see how I will beat you to death. Seeing that the whole family was not supporting him, Lin Yuzhu felt cold but also more determined to split the family. Father, I am just speaking the truth. If anyone is to blame, it's because you all are too biased. Why do you give eggs to outsiders but not to Chongfu? And why did my mother give 2 yuan to my eldest sister-in-law to take home, but not to Zhaodi? Zhaodi is also a daughter-in-law of this family. Li Zhaodi added fuel to the fire. If my mother doesn't give me anything, that's one thing. But she even had Yuzhu send me back to my parents' home. Is there a mother-in-law like that? Others look forward to their son and daughter-in-law having a good life. She always finds ways to try to break up our family. Lin Wanwan looked coldly at the second sister-in-law, who was blaming others, and the helpless, angry second brother. She said, "Second sister-in-law, don't you understand why our mother gave the big sister-in-law those $2? When our mother was being beaten on the ground, it was the big sister-in-law and Hong Ying who went to help. And you? You were hiding in the crowd, watching our mother laugh. Are you still hoping she will die soon?" Hearing this, Li Zhaodi looked panicked. You. Don't accuse me unfairly. I didn't go to help because I am pregnant. I was afraid I and the baby might get hurt in the fight, so I didn't go. Yes, that's right. Her guilty look confirmed what Lin Wanwan had said. Lin Yid stared at the second sister-in-law, his hands hanging at his waist clenched tightly. In the next moment, he swung his fist at Lin Yuzhu's face. Lin Yuzhu didn't have time to defend himself and was hit hard in the face. Blood even appeared at the corner of his mouth. Once he realized what happened, he swung his fist back to fight Lin Yud. The two immediately started fighting, neither willing to give in. In the end, Lin Wanwan, full of strength, separated the two who were fighting fiercely. Both of their faces were bruised. Wang Xiui came to the second brother. Second brother, your wife wishes me dead. Do you think the same? Lin Yuzhu said, Mother, Zhaodi is my wife. I know her personality. She's not that kind of person. You've misunderstood her. Misunderstood? With Li Zhaodi's obvious guilty look, it's clear that it's the truth. She probably cursed her to die early more than once in private. Does the second brother have no eyes or no heart? At such a moment, he still sides with his wife. Wang Xiui felt extremely disappointed. When did the second brother change so much? She carefully recalled past events and realized he had always been like this. Since childhood, whenever something happened, he would hide behind and not speak, encouraging others to step forward. As for Li Zhaodi, her change was partly her nature and partly because of the second brother's indulgence. If the second brother hadn't secretly supported her, would she have cursed her mother-in-law to be beaten to death? Probably not. The second brother was the one with the deepest mind in this family. She had never seen what kind of person he truly was before. Seeing her mother sad, Lin Wanwan also felt upset inside. She advised, Mother, when a tree grows tall, it branches out. When people grow up, they form their own families. Let's split the family. Even if we split, we will still be one family in the future. They are one family, but the second house is not. Lin Wanwan clearly remembers how her second brother's words just now hurt her mother's feelings. Lin Yud also advised, Mother, let's divide the family. After dividing, I will take care of you, father and little sister. Lin Yuzhen looked at the chaos in front of him, unsure of what to say, but when he saw his wife's hopeful gaze, he suddenly remembered what the third brother had just said. He still has 2 daughters, and even if he doesn't consider himself and his wife, he must think of his 2 daughters. Even after dividing the family, they're still one family. They just won't eat together from the same pot anymore. He struggled and finally said, Parents, why not listen to the third brother and divide the family? As soon as he said this, Wang Xiui and Lin Shuixing looked at him in shock. Is it wrong to tie the children together? Wang Xiui remained silent. Lin Shuixing sat at the door, smoking a dry pipe casually. In the swirling smoke, no one could see clearly or guess what he was really thinking. After a long time, Wang Xiui spoke, Old man, just listen to them. Today, let's divide the family. But after saying this, Wang Xiui seemed to have aged 10 years or more. Lin Wanwan felt heartbroken but also understood that today the family must be separated, so she decided to wait until the division was over and then cheer up her mother. Then let's divide it. After saying this, Lin Shuisheng extinguished his pipe and asked Lin Hongying to invite the team leader and the secretary to the house. Li Xiaodi was worried about losing out during the division and pulled her son over. Hurry and run to Grandma's house. Tell her that we're dividing the family and ask Grandma and Grandpa to bring the two uncles here to support Mom. I'm not going. Grandma's house is too poor. They have nothing. How can you say that? That's your Grandma and Grandpa. They love you the most. But they don't really love me. They love Yaozu and Yaozong. Seeing her son refuse to go, Li Xiaodi promised, go call your grandma and them. After the division, Mom will take you to the county to buy meat and candy. When Lin Chongfu heard there would be meat and candy, his eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly ran to call people. The team leader, upon hearing that his brother wanted to divide the family, suppressed his doubts and hurried over. Soon, the team leader, the secretary, the accountant, and the respected third uncle all arrived. The secretary asked, Shuisheng, why are you thinking of dividing the family all of a sudden? Lin Shuisheng forced a smile and said, when the tree grows big, it splits. When people grow up, they have their own ideas. Xiua and I are also old now, so we can't control everything. Today, I invited you all here to witness, so no one can say I divided the family unfairly. Every family has its own difficulties. Seeing the bruised faces of the second and third children, the village secretary immediately understood something. He nodded vaguely and said, that's true. Even if you divide the family, they are still your children, and you can't ignore them. The whole family sat neatly in the main hall, with the village secretary and others sitting in the center. Wang Xiua, with a serious face, took out the account book from inside the house, glancing at the second household as she passed by, giving them a quick look. Aren't you arguing about splitting the family? Today, I am determined to divide this household, even if it takes 3 days and nights. Because the second household had deeply hurt Wang Xiua's feelings, and she didn't plan to give all the money from the third household. She wanted to keep some for the third child's future marriage. Moreover, the second household had already gained enough advantages. If she let the second household take too much, her name would be turned upside down. The accounts of the Lin family were easy to understand. The only official sources of income were the collective labor of the family and the large sum earned from selling chestnut cakes last time. Wang Xiua spread out the account book and carefully calculated. All the family savings were spent when the eldest got married. Later, during the 3-year famine that hadn't ended, the family was so poor that they could hear the coins jingling. The second household insisted on marrying Li Xiaodi into the family. Li's family had a bad reputation. Marrying off a daughter was like selling her. They demanded 150 yuan from us, like a big lion opening its mouth. That 150 yuan bride price was begged and borrowed from relatives and neighbors by me and my husband. After the marriage, Li Xiaodi took all the bride price money and gave it to her family. Our family worked hard for years to pay it back. It wasn't until 1965 that the family started seeing some income. When she said this, the village secretary and others nodded. Indeed, when Lin Yuzhu married Li Xiaodi, they spent 150 yuan on the bride price. At that time, the whole commune was suffering from famine. The villagers were swollen from hunger and couldn't walk properly. To marry Li Xiaodi, the Lin family had to come up with 150 yuan in bride price. In those years when they were almost starving, where did they get so much money to get married? Everyone still remembers how Lin Shuisheng and Wang Xiua borrowed money from neighbors house by house. Fortunately, later the Lin family tightened their belts, worked hard, and earned enough to pay it all back. As for why we spent so much money to marry Li Xiaodi home, it was because Lin Yuzhu was caught by Li's family with his pants down in front of the whole team, lying on Li Xiaodi's bed. If Lin Yuzhu didn't marry Li Xiaodi, it would be considered improper. Back then, just like now, rules were strict. Misbehavior could lead to serious punishment. Lin Shuisheng and Wang Xiuyi, her parents, couldn't bear to see their hard-earned son punished, so they borrowed money to marry Li Xiaodi. Wang Xiaoyi saw no objections and then started calculating. Starting from early 1965, normally, each young worker in our team earned 8 to 10 work points. My husband and I, though older, still earned about 8 points each time we worked. In a year of 365 days, we worked about 280 days, totaling 4,480 work points. Then there's the eldest son and his wife. They work like old oxen, always busy and never lazy. They each earn full work points every time they work, 10 points for the eldest, 8 for his wife. They each worked about 300 days, with 15 days spent digging canals for the commune, which was a bit more tiring but earned 12 points each time. Together, they earned about 5,430 work points. Xiaoying, although younger, carried a basket to the river daily to gather pig grass and cow dung, earning about 4 points a day. Even if she missed work due to family matters, she still earned around 700 points by year's end. Then there's the second son's family. He doesn't work as hard as the eldest, so he only earns about 8 points daily. He worked about 285 days, plus half a month helping dig canals at the commune, totaling about 2,340 points. His wife, the second daughter-in-law, is even lazier. She often pretends to be unwell and takes leave. She earned only about 6 points a day, working about 220 days, totaling roughly 1,320 points. The third son only stopped working in the past 3 years. Before that, he worked just like us, earning full points daily. He worked about 290 days, totaling around 2,900 points. Wanwan is my and my husband's only daughter. We love her very much and didn't want her to work in the fields, so we didn't count her in the total. This totals 17,170 work points. Our team is quite poor and stable, unlike other teams that have profitable side businesses. One work point only earns about 3 cents, so in 1965, our family's total income was 515.1 yuan. The accountants keep records of this. If anyone doubts, they can check with the accountants. After speaking, Wang Xiaoyi glanced at Lao Erlin Yuzhu. Lao Erlin Yuzhu touched his nose and said awkwardly, "Mother, taking care of this family has been you. We trust you naturally." Wang Xiaoyi sneered, "Let's finish calculating the income first, then we'll look at the expenses." Team members earn work points, but these are not the same as wages. They are only used for grain distribution and labor bonuses. At the end of the year, the first step is to exchange work points for staple food, and only the extra part becomes actual money in your hands. Families with more laborers who work hard and are reliable will receive more grain and money at the end of the year. Conversely, families with fewer strong workers and more children often have a tough life, and if they're not careful, they might even owe money to the production team at the year's end. The grain grades in the commune are mainly based on labor and age. Strong male workers, first grade grain, 600 jin. Female workers, second grade grain, 500 jin. Children aged 8 to 12, third grade grain, 420 jin. Children aged 3 to 7, fourth grade grain, 300 jin. Children under 2, fifth grade grain, 180 jin. Based on this, the Laba Flour team distributes grain using the 6 workers to 4 method, same as other teams. 6 workers to 4 means that after the team meets its grain quota for the commune, the remaining grain is divided, 60% based on head count and 40% based on work points. Children do not participate in the work point grain distribution. Each 10 work points can give an extra gene of grain on top of the head count grain. Lin Wanfan is an adult laborer but does not participate in teamwork, so she has no share in the second year-end grain distribution. If she wants to eat enough, she can only buy grain from the team with her money. I and my husband get second-grade grain, 600 jin per person and 448 jin from work points, totaling 1,048 jin. Our eldest gets first-grade grain, 360 jin per person, and 303 jin from work points, totaling 663 jin. Our eldest daughter-in-law gets second-grade grain, 300 jin per person, and 240 jin from work points, totaling 540 jin. Our eldest daughter Honging, aged 10, eats third-grade grain, 420 jin per person. Our youngest daughter Hong and I, aged 2, eats fifth-grade grain, 180 jin per person. Second child received second-class grain, 360 jin per person, 234 jin for work points, totaling 594 jin. Second child's wife received second-class grain, 300 jin per person, 132 jin for work points, totaling 432 jin. Second son's age 4, received fourth-class grain, 300 jin per person. Third child received first-class grain, 360 jin per person, 290 jin for work points, totaling 650 jin. Our family of over 10 people has a total of 4,827 jin of grain. This includes 1,448.1 jin of fine wheat, 1,930.8 jin of coarse corn, and 1,448.1 jin of coarse sweet potatoes. Based on the purchase prices at the grain station, wheat at 0.14 yuan per jin, totaling 202.734 yuan for 1,448.1 jin. Corn at 0.06 yuan per jin, totaling 115.848 yuan for 1,930.8 jin. Sweet potatoes at 0.03 yuan per jin, totaling 43.443 yuan for 1,448.1 jin. Our family spent a total of 362.025 yuan on buying grain. With many family members and lots of mouths to feed, the small amount of grain distributed by the team was not enough. I also spent 80 yuan on 500 jin of corn, plus 30 jin of peanuts, 30 jin of red beans, and 5 jin of sesame. All these miscellaneous items added up. Our total income was 515.1 yuan. After subtracting these miscellaneous expenses, we only had about 73.075 yuan left for the year. That year, the second son's little boy had a high fever from chickenpox again. Neighbor Li Ainian couldn't look after him, so he was taken to the commune health clinic. The family spent 10 yuan on 4 fluids and medicine. Other families get their cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar from chicken leftovers, but our family's 2 old hens laid eggs that were eaten by the children. So we had to buy small items like oil, salt, soy sauce, and needles from the supply store, costing 10 yuan. Li Zhaodi heard this and angrily jumped up. "Mother, we didn't eat those eggs, my little sister did." Wang Xiao sneered. "You didn't eat them, but your son ate less? And your daughter?" Whenever any child in the family has a birthday, even if we have no money, I make sure the eldest daughter-in-law cooks them a boiled egg in the morning. Oh, I almost forgot to mention this. Ever since you married the second son, you kept saying you were pregnant every few days, wanting good food, and even when you felt unwell, you still wanted to eat well. At first, I went along with you, but over time, you became more and more reckless. If I hadn't been here to hold you back, you would have caused a lot of trouble at home. After hearing this, everyone looked at Li Zhaodi with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Someone quickly muttered, "Yeah, lately Li Zhaodi has been talking a lot about her pregnancy. Yesterday at work, I heard her shouting everywhere that she's pregnant. Even if she was pregnant with some imaginary child, she should have given birth by now. Looks like she's just lying to satisfy her cravings." Li Zhaodi really is a good liar. "Who are you calling a liar?" Li Zhaodi suddenly jumped high, sticking out her belly proudly. "I am really pregnant this time. I'm not lying to you." Next to Li Zhaodi, Lin Yuzhu felt embarrassed. He tugged at her clothes and warned fiercely, "Can you shut your mouth? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out." Li Zhaodi looked into Lin Yuzhu's fierce eyes and reluctantly closed her mouth. Once she was quiet, Wang Xiao continued with her calculations. "Our Wan Fan has always been in poor health. As her mother, I just want to help her get better. I spent 20 yuan a year on her, but the things I bought weren't just for her. You all ate a lot too, so this expense should be shared by everyone." Adding it all up, the savings from 1965 was 51 yuan. In 1966, it was 63 yuan. In 1967, 45 yuan, and in 1968, 60 yuan. Starting from 1969, The third son stopped working to earn points, but he still sent 5 yuan each month as family money. That's only 60 yuan a year. He didn't freeload at home or take advantage of you. Everyone was shocked to hear that the third son was sending money home. They all looked at him instinctively. Lin Yuzhu asked third son, "Where did you get the money?" Lin Yeta sneered, "I earned it honestly, without stealing or robbing. Why do you care where I got it?" Lin Yuzhu felt frustrated and said, "I'm your second brother. Do you talk to me like that?" Lin Yeta replied, "Actually, I won't be your brother anymore. From now on, I only have an older brother. If you ever manage to get even a little benefit from me, I won't be Lin Yeta anymore." Lin Yuzhu got angry and said, "You better explain yourself clearly. What did we ever do to take advantage of you? Don't keep blaming me unfairly." Wang Xiui quickly interrupted and started scolding Lin Yuzhu loudly. "This family has benefited the most from you. Your son and daughter have been eating sweets, fruits, and meat that the third son bought over the past few years. Also, the clothes your son is wearing were bought by the third son as a gift for me. I didn't dare to wear them myself, so I gave them to your eldest daughter-in-law to make clothes for your son. With just the small wages you earn, it's hard to even drink porridge, let alone eat meat. You're not doing your work properly, and Li Zhaodi is lazy too. She often fakes illness to skip work. If it weren't for me and your father helping out, your family would have starved long ago." Hearing this, Lin Yuzhu suddenly felt a bit scared. It seems like his mother is telling the truth. He doesn't want to split the family anymore. But it's too late. Wang Xiua is determined to divide the family today, no matter what. In 1969, the surplus from the team was 55 yuan, plus what the third son paid, totaling only 115 yuan. Then in 1970, the harvest was poor, and after deducting food, there was no money left for sharing, but the third son gave 60 yuan. This year, the third son paid 60 yuan for household expenses. As for the work points at the end of the year, whoever earns more points will get more. Your mother and I won't interfere. As for another income, you all know about it. I bought a bicycle for the family and there's still 280 yuan left. Over these years, the total is about 734 yuan. 2 years ago, my second brother's son fell into the water and got pneumonia. He was almost gone, taken to the county hospital for nearly a month. The medical bills and other expenses cost about 110 yuan. After returning from the hospital, the second family's son wanted good food, like eggs and pork, which cost about 10 yuan. This was the biggest expense in recent years, but it wasn't included in the previous calculations. Subtracting this, the total is about 614 yuan. That's all the money the family has now. After finishing, Wang Xiua looked at Lin Yuzhu with deep disappointment and sarcasm. "Second brother, aren't you always saying I'm biased? All the family's accounts for the past few years are here. If you don't believe me, you can come and check anytime." The village committee members also looked at Lin Yuzhu. Is he crazy? Or has his brain been kicked by a donkey? He's living a good life but wants to split the family. And he still says his mother, Wang Xiua, is biased. When you add up all the accounts, our family has benefited the most from this family. We work less, earn less, and spend the most. Everyone in the village says Wang Xiua favors Lin Wanwan. Currently, looking at the situation, Wang Xiua's favoritism towards her daughter Lin Wanwan cannot compare to her second son's family. In these hard times when every family tightens their belts, Wang Xiua, who is usually very stingy, surprisingly spends over 100 yuan to treat her son's illness. That shows she truly cares about her child. At this moment, Lin Yuzhu regrets going to his grandmother's house. He shouldn't have argued about splitting the family today. Wouldn't it be better if the third son and his parents helped raise his child? In the end, he blames Li Zhaodi for encouraging him. Thinking of this, he glares fiercely at Li Zhaodi, then looks at his mother.
Mom.
Maybe we shouldn't split the family at all. I think a family staying together is what really matters. Now you're regretting it. Why didn't you do this earlier? You'll have to cry later. Lin Yid sneaks nervously toward the second son. Second brother, you kept saying that mom favors one child over another. Isn't splitting the family just what you wanted? After that, you won't have to worry about me and my sister taking advantage of you. He then turns to Wang Xiao. Mom, after we split the family, I'll take you, my sister, my dad, and my older brother's family to the county's state-run restaurant. I'll treat you to sweet and sour fish and braised pork. I tell you, the chef in the county makes the best sweet and sour fish. Many people line up just to have a taste. Hearing this, everyone's stomachs start to rumble with hunger. Li Xiaodi rolls her eyes at him. What's so impressive? It's just braised pork and sweet and sour fish. After they split the family and get the money, their family will go to the state-run restaurant every day, making him jealous. Wait. That old woman still forgot to count some money. That's the money from selling wild boar. The old woman definitely wants to hide this money and secretly give extra to the third son and his sister-in-law. In her mind, this money belongs to her son. No one else, except her son, should think about it. Mom, did you forget to count some money? A few days ago, my younger uncle and dad went to the county. Before she finishes, Lin Yuzhu slaps her hard to the ground. Shut your mouth. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll take you to the commune and divorce you. Lin Yuzhu, you ungrateful person. I worked myself to the bone for this family, and now you want a divorce? I won't let you. Li Xiaodi viciously lunges at Lin Yuzhu, her long, untrimmed nails scratching his face until it's torn and bloody. Lin Yuzhu grabs her hair and slaps her fiercely. However, during this family quarrel, not a single person present tried to stop it. Lin Yuzhu saw the contempt and coldness in his mother, older brother, and younger sister's eyes, and he knew it was over. No matter what he did, today the family was definitely going to split. Thinking of this, Lin Yuzhu became even more aggressive. It's all her fault. If she hadn't been encouraging behind the scenes, he wouldn't have even thought about dividing the family. Thinking about having to support a family of four alone in the future made him so angry he couldn't stand it. Li Xiaodi, being a woman, was not as strong as Lin Yuzhu, who worked in the fields all year, and she quickly lost the fight. Finally, just as Li Xiaodi was about to be beaten to death by Lin Yuzhu, the team leader stepped in and called a stop. Lin Yuzhu disdainfully threw Li Xiaodi to the ground and threatened, "Shut your mouth, or I'll divorce you." Li Xiaodi, afraid of being hit again, shrank back by the door and didn't dare say another word. She kept peeking outside the door, praying that her parents and two brothers would come to help her. When the chaos ended, Wang Xiaoi continued to settle the accounts. Also, out of the 614 yuan, 200 yuan should be deducted for your third brother's wedding. He's helped support the family and your children for so many years, so we can't let him be disappointed. Seeing her mother think of her, Lin Yud was very happy. Mom, you're so good to me. When I get married, my wife and I will take care of you. Third brother getting married? That's probably still far off. But Lin Wanfan believed that with her third brother's ability, he could definitely find a good sister-in-law. When Li Xiaodi heard about giving 200 yuan to her third brother, her mind exploded again. Mom, why should we give so much money to my little brother-in-law? Our team hasn't even spent that much on any wedding. I think giving 10 or 20 yuan as a token is enough. With his lazy and unreliable look, no family would want to marry their daughter to him. I think it's better to keep the money for my older brother Changfu. He's the only son in the family, and the future of the Lin family depends on him. Lin Yud crossed his arms and sneered. Does your Changfu have gold or silver in him? That 10-year-old kid who still wets the bed is good for nothing. If he weren't afraid of being taken away for forced labor, Lin Yud would have cursed that stupid brother so badly that even the ancestors buried in the ground would be angry enough to crawl out of their coffins. Wang Xiaoi smirked with a hint of sarcasm. So, why do you want 150? When the eldest brother got married, he only spent 50 yuan. Why don't you compare yourself to his wife? Are you better than his wife in family background, appearance, or ability? If you can't answer, just shut your mouth. If you upset me, none of you will get a penny. And don't think that having a son means you can control me. To me, boys and girls are the same. If needed, we can find a son-in-law for Honging later. The children will still carry the Lin family name and be part of our family roots. Under Lin Yozhu's fierce glare, Li Xiaodi closed her mouth completely. When Lin Yuzhen and his wife heard about a son-in-law coming to live with them, their eyes lit up again. Having a son-in-law living with them means their daughter is close by, so they don't have to worry about her being bullied in her husband's family. Wang Quan is getting married soon. The new bicycle bought by the family will be her dowry. And you brothers, since your sister is getting married, you need to add some makeup costs, 20 yuan each. Subtract 200 yuan for San's wedding, and the three of you contributing to Wan Chuan's makeup, there will be 354 yuan left. This money will be divided into 4 parts. One for me and your father, and one for each of you brothers, totaling 88. 5 yuan per family. The house is the one you're living in now, 1 room each. Our old house will be kept for the eldest brother, so no one should think about it. As for the food supplies, later your father will weigh some for each family. The kitchenware belongs to us, and after dividing everything, you'll all have money. You can find time to ask your eldest uncle for leave to go to the supply store to buy more things. The vegetable patch outside the door is also for each family. When there's time, build a fence around it so no one can take advantage of others. And about elder care, your father and I can still work now. You don't need to support us. In a couple of years, you can give us grain and money according to the local market prices. Wang Quan will stay with us until she gets married. I hope you're okay with how I divided the family. The eldest and third brothers said together, no problem. As for the second brother, Wang Xiui didn't even look at him. If you agree, I'll go inside and get the money. Starting tomorrow, each family will live their own lives. After saying that, she got up and went inside to get the money. When the money was handed over, Li Xiaodi's eyes lit up. She had never seen so much money in her life. With this money, she could go to the supply store to buy canned food, candies, and peach cookies. Just then, Li Xiaodi's relatives from her family also arrived. The Li family looked at the large amount of money in Li Xiaodi's hand, and their eyes flashed with obvious greed. Mother Li quickly walked over with her old, aching legs and reached out to grab the money. Before the money could even warm up, if someone took it away, she would be heartbroken. Li Xiaodi didn't even see who was in front of her. She quickly put the money back into her pocket. Mother Li's face immediately twisted into a long, donkey-like expression. You're such a naughty girl. Why are you so quick? I'm not trying to steal your money. Hearing this, Lin Yud curled his lips and quietly said to Lin Wuan beside him, Little sister, just watch. The money in the second house will be taken by the Li family sooner or later. The trouble caused by the second house is theirs to deal with. You shouldn't feel sorry for second brother. Just secretly give him some money. I won't feel sorry for second brother. I only feel sorry for my parents, third brother, and big brother's family. Lin Wuan understood clearly and knew her boundaries. If nothing unexpected happened, she probably wouldn't have contact with the second house in the future. After all, her second brother hated her for taking her parents' love and for taking resources from his son in the family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said at the dinner table that her mother favored her and third brother. But she didn't eat or drink a share, so why would he say that about her and third brother? Also, he claimed that their family suffered the most in this household, but when they carefully calculated today, their family actually benefited the most. At this point, she could only respect others' fates. From now on, whether her second brother's family lives well or badly, it has nothing to do with her. Now that the family has been divided, she just needs to close the door and live her own small life. And she should also treat her caring parents, third brother, and big brother's family well. After all, these feelings are mutual. Giving and receiving is what makes a family. In the original owner's memory, there was a winter when her body suddenly ran a high fever. It looked like she was about to die. Her big brother quietly stepped into the deep snow to the neighboring team to invite Li Ainian to come and see her. Li Ainian had broken her leg while collecting herbs in the mountains and couldn't come. Her big brother carried her all the way from the neighboring team to their home, one step at a time. Later, her big brother fell seriously ill. Although she was saved, she took over the original owner's body, so in return, she had to treat her big brother well. And her honest, simple sister-in-law, ever since marrying her big brother, made her cotton-padded coat and shoes herself. Hong Ying's girl is also quiet, but if anyone talks behind her back, she will jump up and fight to defend her as her aunt. Li Xiaodi calmed herself down and finally saw that the person in front of her was her own mother. She couldn't help but complain, "Mom, I've already divided the family property. Why are you only coming now?"
What?
"The family has been divided?" A sharp voice sounded, followed by Li's mother asking, "What did your in-laws give you?" The others in the Li family also looked at Li Xiaodi with curiosity. They wanted to know what their eldest sister's family had received, because everything gained from dividing the family would belong to the Li family in the future. Sure enough, before Li Xiaodi's money even warmed up, someone was already eyeing it. Not just one person was interested in her money. Li Xiaodi frowned displeased. What could it be? Just some money and a little grain. My in-laws favor my younger sister-in-law and younger brother-in-law, giving them most of the family's wealth. As brothers and sisters-in-law, we can only suffer. She felt that all the family's belongings should belong to her son, as her in-laws were too biased. Since that's the case, she wouldn't feel guilty about being unkind. When those two old folks are lying in bed in the future, they shouldn't expect her to take care of them. Li's mother had long regarded her daughter's in-laws' belongings as her own. Now that her daughter had divided the family property and only received a little, she immediately exploded. Her mouth was like a machine gun, spitting out words rapidly. "Dear in-laws, my daughter married into your Lin family. She's worked so hard over the years without making a single mistake, even risking her life to give birth to a big, healthy boy for your Lin family. How can you treat her like this? Think about your conscience, doesn't it hurt? Let me tell you, Chongfu is the only son in the family. In the future, the Lin family will rely on him to carry on the family name. So, all the family's assets should belong entirely to my grandson, Chongfu."
Pa.
Wang Xiui spat angrily at her. "Lu Yao's sister, how dare you come here and say these things? With your daughter's behavior, you should go around and find out what everyone thinks. Lazy and greedy, everyone in the team knows it. Only our family doesn't dislike her. If it were anyone else, they would have sent her back to her parents long ago." Li's mother didn't avoid it. The spit just happened to land on her face. She disliked it and wiped her face with a sleeve that looked dirty and unwashed for days. "Even if that's true, my daughter gave your Lin family a big, healthy boy. He's the only son in your family. Because of this boy, you should give my daughter's husband more family property. Otherwise, I will take Chongfu away and have him change his surname, so he will from now on be part of our Li family." Mother Li, who thought she had control over the Lin family's future, was completely surprised that Wang Xiua was not following the usual rules. Wang Xiua pushed Lin Chongfu toward Mother Li. "The child is here. You can take him. From now on, he can have the surname Li, Wang, or Zhou. It doesn't matter to us in the Lin family." Mother Li's eyes widened in shock. "Wang Xiua, Chongfu is your grandson." Wang Xiua nonchalantly replied, "I have many children. I don't need him. If I wanted grandchildren, I'd have my third son." Lin Yud, who loved to stir up trouble, immediately jumped in. "Mother, it's just a grandson. Tomorrow I'll find a matchmaker, and we'll get him married the day after. When that happens, you can have as many grandchildren as you want, and I'll have my wife have some for you to play with." Seeing they were serious, Mother Li was speechless with anger. Meanwhile, Lin Chongfu suddenly burst into tears. "I don't want to go back to Grandma's house. Grandma's house is bad, and they don't even feed me. Ugh, I don't want to go back with Grandma." The Li family looked displeased when they heard this. Li Xiaodi quickly pulled her son close and scolded him by tapping his bottom.
Child, how can you talk like that?
"They are your grandparents. How could they not feed you?" Lin Chongfu cried even harder. Lin Yuzhu, feeling sorry for his son, snatched him from Li Xiaodi's arms and shot her a look. His son hadn't said anything wrong. It was because his wife's parents were so stingy. Every New Year, when they visited relatives, they always went home hungry. Now he truly regretted marrying Li Xiaodi. He should have listened to her mother and married someone from the same village, like Xinghua. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many problems every day. There wouldn't be a split in the family, and he wouldn't be estranged from his parents. The thought of living separately in a new household made Lin Yuzhu feel pained. The long silent father, Li, looked sternly at Lin Shuisheng. Is splitting the family up too hastily? The daughter isn't the son. She'll get married someday. Once she's married, she's part of her husband's family. Why waste the family's assets on her? It's better to leave the money for the son. In the future, he'll be the one taking care of you. Who says only sons can take care of their parents? As a daughter, I can also do it, Lin Wanwan said. Then she looked at Wang Xiaoa and Lin Shuisheng. Parents, I will take care of you and support you in old age. Wang Xiaoyi and her husband felt relieved inside but couldn't openly show their emotions in front of so many people, especially not in front of their daughter. They immediately agreed, saying, "It's still our daughter who is filial. From now on, we will rely on you and your father." In truth, the elderly couple didn't want to trouble their daughter. Deep down, they believed that caring for them in old age was the son's duty. Otherwise, why would they work so hard to help their son get married? It was all for someone to take care of them when they got old. Father Li looked at the family working together, feeling so angry that his teeth almost ground down. The village head, who was also the witness for the family division, had another role as Lin Shuisheng's older brother. Both reasons made him naturally side with the Lin family. He looked at the reluctant Li family and said, "The Lin family division is fair and just. No one is taking advantage or losing out. If anyone is being petty, it's the second family." Then he glanced at Lin Yuzhu, who looked very unhappy and said, "Yuzhu, isn't what your uncle said right?" Lin Yuzhu took a deep breath and ignored the look from the Li family, replying, "Uncle is right. Since that's the case, you should take care of your mother-in-law's family and stop causing trouble. We, the witnesses, made this division. If news gets out that it's unfair, it would embarrass us old folks."
Yes.
Feeling embarrassed, Lin Yuzhu turned to his mother-in-law's family with a dark face and said, "This is my family. If you keep causing trouble, I'll take Li Zhaodi back." Seeing Lin Yuzhu angry, the Li family didn't dare to make more fuss. They knew that if they really upset him, not only would they lose the money, but their family would also have to feed many mouths. That wouldn't be worth it. At last, the family division was settled. It was almost noon. Wang Xiaoyi, who was in charge of cooking, and her eldest daughter-in-law prepared a table of dishes with what they had at home, inviting the village head and others to eat and witness the division. As for the Li family, they were not invited at all. Wang Xiaoyi remembered how the Li family had schemed to make the second son marry their daughter and had extorted 150 yuan from her. She felt uncomfortable about it. Moreover, now that the family was divided, the second son's mother-in-law's family would naturally be hosted by her son. As a mother, she had nothing to do with it. She didn't look kindly on her second son, nor did she have a good attitude toward the Li family. When Father Li was turned away, he looked at Lin Yuzhu and said, "Yuzhu, it's noon now. We're all hungry. You just divided the family and have some money now. Should we go to the state-run restaurant for a meal?" Hearing about eating out, the other Li family members looked excited, as if they had been energized, and all turned to look at Lin Yuzhu. Lin Yuzhu looked at the 7 or 8 members of the Li family and instinctively refused, saying, "To eat at the state-run restaurant, you need food tickets, and I don't have any." However, Li's father came up with a solution. "You just divided the family and stored some grain, right? Carry some to the grain station to exchange for tickets. Those tickets can be used to eat at the state-run restaurant. We came all this way to support you. Even if we haven't helped much, you can't let us come all this way for nothing. Going back hungry, if the team finds out, they'll criticize you and Zhaodi for being unfilial." Lin Yuzhu cares about his reputation, but taking so many people out to eat would cost a lot of money. His 80-some yuan seemed like a lot, but without his parents' support, and with 4 mouths to feed at home, he knew he had to plan carefully, or life would be hard. While he hesitated, the hungry Zhaodi was the first to agree. "Yuzhu, let's just eat at the restaurant this time. From now on, we'll cook at home. I'll work hard and never slack off." With Zhaodi's promise, Lin Yuzhu thought for a moment and then agreed. They carried their grain and set out grandly toward the commune. Lin Yud leaned on the door, watching the distant figures of Lin Yuzhu and the others, and lazily said, "Just watch. Brother Second's hard days are still ahead." The Leaf family looked at the food as if they were starving ghosts, and Lin Yuzhu took his whole family out to eat, spending no less than 10 yuan. Lin Wanfan teased, "Third brother, it seems like you really want to see Brother Second cry." Lin Yud replied, "Really? Little sister, don't accuse me unfairly." He did want to see it, but he couldn't say so. He could only hide his amusement in his heart. Otherwise, if others found out, his already fragile reputation in the team might be ruined. But today, he was happy about the family division. When he's happy, he wants to spend money. "Little sister, tomorrow third brother will take you to the county to eat sweet and sour fish and braised pork, then go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy clothes for you and our parents, and also buy a couple of outfits for the older brother's family." Seeing his third brother speak so confidently, Lin Wanfan knew he must have earned quite a bit of money secretly. But considering the current situation, she couldn't help but remind him, "Third brother, be careful with everything. Our family still has me and our parents." Hearing her concern, Lin Yud felt as sweet as eating candy. "Little sister, don't worry. Your third brother is smart. If there's any danger, I'll run. I run very fast, no one can catch me." "That's good." Meanwhile, at the state-run restaurant, Lin Yud's prediction turned out to be correct. After leaving the grain station, the Li family headed straight to the state-run restaurant. As soon as they sat down, they ordered a full set of dishes, acting as if they were starving. They ordered 4 servings of the juicy braised pork alone. Even if they had more money, they couldn't afford such extravagance every day. Lin Yuzhu watched the Li family treat him like a fool and immediately looked upset, ready to leave. However, Li's father, eager for food, sat on the ground and publicly scolded Lin Yuzhu for being an unfilial son-in-law. Feeling embarrassed, Lin Yuzhu, under everyone's watch, had no choice but to agree to Li's father's request and ordered a large table of food, costing him 10 yuan. He felt pain when paying with money and food coupons. The worst was yet to come. Just as the dishes arrived, before he could pick up his chopsticks, Lin Yuzhu saw 3 plates of braised pork being eaten up completely. When he looked closer, he saw that all the meat was in the Li family's bowls. Lin Chongfu, who didn't get any meat, immediately pouted and started crying.
"Meat.
I want to eat meat." Lin Yuzhu, looking very upset, forcibly took a piece of braised pork from Li Zhaodi's bowl and put it into his son's bowl. Lin Chongfu stopped crying and focused on eating. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzhu didn't even get to taste the broth, and his noodles, which he had just eaten twice, were snatched away by his brother-in-law, Li Yaozong. He couldn't eat any more. Seeing the Li family's behavior made Lin Yuzhu angry, so he left his wife and daughters behind and stormed off in fury. Now he deeply regretted everything. Thinking about the family division, he wished he could slap himself twice. Today's meal was very filling. The Li family rubbed their round bellies, smiling happily. Li Zhaodi was also very pleased. She had never been to a restaurant before, and she was eating the best food she had ever tasted in her life. Dividing the family was a good decision. After the split, they had money, and with money, they could eat out every day. When the money ran out, they could just ask their in-laws for more. Li Zhaodi, shameless and used to it, didn't believe her in-laws would be cruel enough to let her family starve. Li Yazong gave his mother a signal, and she understood his meaning. She immediately put on a smiling face and looked at Li Zhaodi. "Zhaodi, your brother is getting older. A few days ago, Widow Wang from the team mentioned a marriage proposal. The woman said she would marry him if he paid 100 yuan in bride price. But you know our family. Your father and I are not in good health, and the little work points we earn aren't enough for the whole family to eat. We don't have the money to marry off your younger brother. You are no longer sharing property with your in-laws now that you have money. Can you take out some of your money to help your younger brother marry his wife? Once he has saved enough, he will pay you back." Li Zhaodi immediately refused. "Mother, even if I give you all my money, it wouldn't be enough. Our family of 4 still needs to eat and drink. If I secretly give you money without Dad knowing, and he finds out, he might beat me to death." She knows her parents' temper well. If she gives away the money, she probably won't get it back. When she was young, her parents wanted to sell her to an old widower who was even older than her father. That man could pay 100 yuan as bride price. She didn't want to marry a man who smelled old, so she secretly looked for someone else. She eventually met Lin Yuzhu, who was going to the county to sell things. He looked decent, had several brothers who were honest and capable, and her family heard he had a lovely sister. They thought that marrying Lin Yuzhu would make life easier. Lin Yuzhu was easy to deceive. She managed to get him into her bed after a few days. But when it was time to marry, Wang Xiao refused to agree. To avoid marrying the old widower, she planned to make Lin Yuzhu sleep with her and then had her older brother and his team come to block him. Wang Xiao reluctantly paid 150 yuan as bride price, and Lin Yuzhu married her. Her parents told her to keep the 150 yuan for future use. Later, they used it to marry off her eldest brother. She learned her lesson this time. She wouldn't give all her money to her family. Seeing her older sister not giving money, Li Yazong, who was eager for a wife, got upset. "Big sister, I am your brother. You can't ignore me." Li Zhaodi pouted. "Aren't our parents here? Why should I, as the older sister, worry about you? And 100 yuan for a wife is too expensive. It's better to spend less and marry a widow. We're all women, and at night, it's all the same when the lights are off." Her parents nearly fainted when they heard their daughter wanted her brother to marry a widow. But they hadn't gotten the money yet, so they couldn't get angry or faint. Mother Li said, "Zhaodi, only if your brother is doing well can you have a good life in your husband's house. Don't you understand this? You have now separated your family, and in the future, you will need to close your door and live your own life. Life always has ups and downs. If Lin Yuzhu ever harms you seriously, will your family come to support you? Like today, when you separated your family, you asked Chongfu to go to our house and call us over. Isn't that just asking us to support you? Even if we arrived late and couldn't help much, there will be many more days ahead. One day, you might need your family's help. When your family is in trouble, if you don't help them, what will you do when you are bullied? How will your family support you then?" Hearing this, Li Zhaodi's expression slightly softened, but if she gives her family money, she will have nothing left for herself. The food at the state-run restaurant is so good, she plans to come often to eat out in the future. But if she doesn't give money, knowing her family's grudge-holding nature, if she is truly bullied one day, her family will never come to support her again. Although it hasn't happened before, there is a difference between having family support and not having it. Li Yazong saw his older sister hesitating and quickly added, "Big sister, that injury on your face, did brother-in-law hit you? It's obvious he used serious force. If it happens again, you might be seriously hurt or worse. If you don't give me money so I can marry Xiaotsue, next time your brother-in-law might beat you badly. If that happens, you can ask Chongfu to call us to support you, but we won't go. Think carefully. Women without family support are very pitiful. And our mother also said that once the family is better off, she will return the money to you." He's right. Women without family support are indeed very pitiful. Her in-laws are unreliable, and men are even more unreliable. If she keeps fighting with her family, no one will be able to help her anymore. Li Zhaodi looked at her mother, hesitating. "Mom, will you really return this money to me?" Seeing that things were about to be settled, her mother's smile stretched from ear to ear. "When I and your father are better off, I will return the money to you." Even with her mother's promise, given past experiences, Li Zhaodi remained cautious. "If that's the case, then write me an IOU. If Lin Yuzhu finds out, I need to give him an explanation too." Her mother agreed quickly, but secretly planned to keep this debt hidden until her death. She didn't believe Li Zhaodi, her daughter, would keep pushing and demanding her money. If she did, she would call her unfilial. Someone's daughter is forcing her mother to the limit, to the point where spit could drown Li Zhaodi. "We just divided the family, and there are many places where money is needed. I can only lend my younger brother 50 yuan. Initially thinking it was too little, Li Yaozong's eyes suddenly twinkled. 50 yuan is 50 yuan. Don't worry, big sister. I will always remember your kindness. Once I marry Xiao Cui, I will work hard to earn money and pay you back. For now, He tries to please as much as he can, while the remaining money his sister has will be looked for another time. The entire Li family can't even gather enough for a primary school graduate, so finally, Li Zhaodi kindly asked a worker at the state-run restaurant to help her write an IOU. Neither side can write their own names, so they had to leave their thumbprints. Without ink, she bit her finger to draw blood. Finally, Li Zhaodi carefully tucked the IOU back into her. As for the 50 yuan borrowed from her family, she plans to find a chance tomorrow to personally deliver it to her family. Since the money was taken by Lin Yuzhu, she needs to find an opportunity to sneak out. Meanwhile, Fu Zheng was calling his parents in Nandao. Today, Fu's parents happened to be resting at home. Fu's bodyguard, Xiao Lu, came to inform that there was a call from the communications unit. Fu's mother asked who is calling. Xiao Lu's face, as dark as coal, revealed a neat set of 8 teeth. It's Captain Fu. He said it's an important matter and wants you and Commander Fu to come over. When they heard it was their son calling, the couple didn't hesitate. They quickly put down the unwashed chives and hurried to the communications unit. Fu's mother grabbed the phone first. She had been running so fast that she was out of breath, gasping for air. Xiao Zheng, is there something urgent about this call? Mom, Dad, get ready. I'm getting married. With a loud bang, Fu's mother felt like something exploded inside her head, and she was stunned for a moment. Seeing her silent, Fu's father became anxious and quickly snatched the phone from her hand. He spoke firmly. What is it? Say it again. I didn't hear clearly. Fu Zheng thought of the young girl's delicate face, like a flower, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I said, I'm getting married. You will have a daughter-in-law. She's very kind. Once you meet her, you will definitely like her. Fu's father was stunned. After struggling to process the news, he turned to look at his equally stunned wife. Xiao Zheng said, he is getting married. Did I hear that right? No, I heard correctly.
Xiao Zheng really said that.
After confirming with their ears, the couple was instantly overwhelmed with happiness. Having their son call personally to announce the wedding must mean the bride is a very good girl. But does his son's partner know about his health issue? If she doesn't know, is he being deceived into marriage? 1,000 possibilities flashed through her mind. Mother Fu quickly grabbed the microphone from Father Fu. She tremblingly asked Xiao Zheng, does that girl know about your condition? Xiao Zheng's smile froze instantly. He rubbed his forehead and helplessly corrected, Mom, the doctor only said I can't have children, not that I can't do other things. Does she know? Does her family know? Have you told her? A series of questions, which was what Mother Fu cared about most. Although she hoped her son would get married every day, she also wanted to make sure she wouldn't hurt the girl. Any woman in the world would want to have her own children. But her son was injured on a mission at the front line. The doctor said Xiao Zheng might never have children in his life. If he married that girl, it would mean she could never have her own children. That would be too cruel for any woman. So, recently, she secretly asked friends to help her find a woman who is divorced and willing to have children with her son. Manhwa knows, Uncle and Aunt also know. They are very happy for me. Hearing the word happy, Mother Fu's eyes welled with tears. For days, she finally felt she could put down the heavy burden in her heart. Her son wouldn't be lonely for the rest of his life. The most important thing was that the girl's name was Wanwan. Just hearing her name, she knew she must be a very good girl. When she married into the Fu family and became a daughter-in-law, she would treat Wanwan like her own daughter. Thank you so much, for not minding her son. Seeing his wife cry again, Father Fu was confused and eager to grab the microphone. But this time, Mother Fu held the microphone tightly. Father Fu couldn't do anything and could only stand aside, anxiously watching. Mother Fu quickly wiped her tears and asked nervously, where does Wanwan live? The wedding is coming soon. As parents, we need to visit her in person. We should show respect and not let others think our Fu family doesn't value this marriage. Also, the two families should sit down together to discuss the wedding details and set the date. Everyone else gets to marry, so our family should too. We must not let Wanwan feel wronged. Fu Zheng, in a deep voice, told his mother the address of Lin Wanwan's home. On the other end, Fu's father hurriedly wrote down the address his wife recounted, but the more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Isn't this the place where that troublemaker was on a mission?
What?
He was sent on a task and brought back a daughter-in-law? That troublemaker really is quite capable. All right, he's truly his good son. Fu's father felt a wave of joy inside. As for the future daughter-in-law being a girl from the countryside, that wasn't a big deal to Fu's parents, who in their family's ancestors wasn't from the countryside. Plus, the Fu family didn't need to marry into a prominent family to keep their status. Most importantly, neither Wanwan nor her family minded that Fu Jing couldn't have children. Since they didn't dislike them, how could they look down on the girl? Fu's mother asked again, "What does Wanwan like to eat?" "We bought some for her, before we go." This question caught Fu Jing off guard. He hadn't known what the girl liked because they hadn't spent much time together. That was his mistake. He needed to change. But for now, Fu Jing thought for a moment and said, "This area is on a plain, so seafood and fruit are rare. Before you come, you can go to the nearby team and exchange for dried shrimp or dried pineapple." Fu's mother replied, "All right, I'll go later to find someone to exchange some food to bring along. You stay safe over there, and take good care of yourself. Don't get hurt again." Every time her son got hurt, her heart would race, worried about losing him. Fu Jing said, "Okay, you all take care of yourselves too." Just as Fu Jing was about to hang up, his mother's phone was snatched away by Fu's father. "You're getting married. Don't forget to send the marriage notice so I can get it approved quickly, and about the house. You're now at the regiment level, and after marriage, your wife can come with you to the southern island. Ask Wanwan what she thinks. If she wants to live there with you, I'll help you apply for a house later. Also, the furniture for the new house should be ordered early so you won't have to wait after the wedding. If she doesn't want to come, don't force her. The conditions on the island are tough, and many military wives can't handle it and go back. That's normal. If she doesn't come with you, you can go back to see her during your leave. In short, Wanwan is a good girl. She is lucky to marry you, as it's a blessing you've earned through many lifetimes. After marriage, you must treat her well and take responsibility as a husband. You can't be as reckless as before. In the future, when you go on missions, be careful and always remember your wife is waiting for you at home." Listening to his father's advice, Fu Zheng's smile spread across his face. I knew it. His parents will definitely like the girl. Look, they're so eager now, worried she might get upset. Once they meet her in person, they probably won't even remember he's their son. But that's okay. Having more people to care for her is a happy thing. After hanging up, Fu's parents were still very excited. "Fu Rong, Xiaozheng is getting married. Should we tell her parents so they can be happy too?" Recently, because Xiaozheng was hurt, the old couple has been very upset. Half a month ago, Dad's bodyguard called and said Dad was so sad he had to be hospitalized. Thinking of his daughter-in-law from the countryside, Fu's father's worried expression eased a lot. He smiled and nodded. "Let's call them and tell them. If they're feeling well enough, let's invite them to visit us in the provincial capital. Since it's our first visit and we're proposing marriage in person, we should take it seriously. Let them see our sincerity and feel confident about letting their daughter marry Xiaozheng." Fu's mother also agreed and called the military retirement home in Beijing. When Grandpa Fu and Grandma Fu heard that their grandson had found a partner and was about to get married, they were very excited. They quickly promised over the phone to go see their future granddaughter-in-law with Fu's parents. After agreeing on the time and place to meet, they hung up. Grandma Fu directed Grandpa Fu, "Old man, do you still have that ginseng and lingji from a few days ago? Pack them up. I want to take them to my granddaughter-in-law. Also, pack some malt extract. I heard young people like it. It's nutritious. And all girls love sweets. Send someone to buy a few boxes of pastries for her. Check how much money is in our bank book. Later, we'll take it out as a gift for her." "No, we don't have enough at home. I need to go to the department store to buy her some clothes and face cream. This girl loves to look pretty, so don't forget the face cream." Here, Fu's father and mother are also busy. Today is their day off. Remembering their son's instructions, Fu's mother asked Fu's father to ride his bike and take her to several nearby villages. They exchanged a lot of supplies with local team members. The bags contained dried shrimp, dried squid, cuttlefish, salted fish, tiny shrimp, dried pineapple, and more. Worried it might not be enough, Fu's mother also went to the supply store with some money, but the items there were too few, and she didn't like them. Due to shortages on the island, she could only buy gifts for her relatives and Wanwan when she reached the provincial city. Overall, she wanted to be very polite and show her relatives how much they valued Wanwan, so outsiders wouldn't find any flaws. After hanging up the phone, Fuzheng went to the military office and bumped into Jiang Chuan, who was very busy. When Jiang Chuan saw Fuzheng, his eyes lit up immediately. "These days, I've been so busy I haven't had a chance to see you. I heard from the young girl that you got hurt.
How are you?
Are you okay?" "Which young girl?" "The one who saved you, the one who looks pretty, even more beautiful than the star performers in the dance troupe. We met her on the mountain. I wonder if she has a boyfriend? If she doesn't, I might try my luck. Marrying into her family would be a big honor, and our children would be beautiful." Seeing his good friend interested in his girl, Fu Zheng's face darkened instantly. "Forget it. She doesn't like you." Jiang Chuan, who had been cheerful just moments ago, suddenly looked very disappointed. "Bro, don't be so harsh. I may not be as handsome as you, but I'm not bad-looking either. The girls from the dance troupe keep following me around, offering me food, wanting to date me. I haven't agreed until today. Turns out, my true love is right here." Fuzheng cut off Jiang Chuan's chatter. "She doesn't like you because she already has a boyfriend. They're about to get married." Hearing this bad news, Jiang Chuan completely broke down, grabbing his hair in distress.
What?
"They're getting married?
Who is the guy?"
Is he as handsome as me? If he's not, I might still try to compete." "He's very handsome," Fuzheng said with a slight smile. "Because Wanwan's fiancé is me." "What did I just hear? That girl is called Wanwan, and that Fu guy is getting married?
And to Wanwan?
The beautiful girl he saw on the mountain?" Jiang Chuan's mind was filled with questions. "Old Fu, tell me honestly, are you serious?" "Yes, I am. My parents are about to come to propose marriage. When that happens, you'll be invited to the wedding." Fu Zheng's face was lit up with a bright smile, like a general in ancient times celebrating a victorious battle. Although Fu Zheng hadn't fought in a war, marrying the girl he liked felt just as joyful.
Then,
Her. I told her about not being able to have children. Third uncle also checked.
Checked? How did you check?
Jiang Chuan was confused. How do you check if someone can't have children? He had only been apart from old Fu for a few days, but he felt like he missed a lot. Jiang Chuan was about to go crazy. Fu Zheng leaned close and whispered a few words into Jiang Chuan's ear. Jiang Chuan's eyes widened instantly. After a long while, he finally digested this shocking news and nodded in admiration towards Fu Zheng. "Old Fu, you're amazing. I really admire you. Most people couldn't do what Fu Zheng did. At least, he couldn't." Old Fu, who seemed quite cold on the outside, was willing to go to such lengths privately just to marry his bride. No wonder he could win the heart of a beautiful woman. But then Jiang Chuan remembered when they went to the bathhouse together in the army. Old Fu's situation was quite something. Thinking about it as a man, third uncle probably felt pretty overwhelmed. After all, that thing isn't something most men have.
Fu Zheng, confidential.
Jiang Chuan immediately made a shushing gesture. "Don't worry, I swear I won't tell anyone. Even if I die, I'll take this secret to my grave." Fu Zheng smiled but didn't say anything more. He knew Jiang Chuan well, so he was willing to share such an embarrassing secret with him. After all, they had been best friends since childhood and trusted each other enough to have each other's backs on the battlefield. Jiang Chuan was about to make a joke when he suddenly remembered the nonsense he had just told old Fu. He quickly knelt and apologized. Pooh, old Fu. I was just joking earlier. Please don't take it seriously. I have no feelings for my sister-in-law." Of course, Fu Zheng knew he was just joking. Jiang Chuan secretly harbored a one-sided love for a girl he grew up with in the same courtyard, but she later married Jiang Chuan's rival. For many years, Jiang Chuan hadn't gotten over that shadow and hadn't married either. Sometimes, life was truly strange, just like him. Fu Zheng never expected to meet a woman here who would truly move his heart, someone who saved him from a pack of wolves and didn't mind that he couldn't have children. Fu Zheng felt that in his past life, he must have been very unlucky to have missed out on such good fortune and to have met his girl. Lin Wanwan. Fu Zheng was busy at the military office until the afternoon. As the host, Huang Weiguo wanted to invite Fu Zheng and Jiang Chuan to eat at the state-owned restaurant. Fu Zheng declined. "You eat, I have other things to do. I'll come back tomorrow morning." After saying that, Fu Zheng rode his bike and quickly disappeared from sight. Huang Weiguo looked away and asked Jiang Chuan, "What could be so urgent that you can't even have a meal?" Jiang Chuan smiled silently. Of course, it was for his wife. Old Fu had been single and alone for 26 years, and his sister-in-law was very beautiful. He was probably very eager. He was genuinely happy for old Fu, happy that his brother finally found a family and he wouldn't be lonely anymore. After work, he returned home to hot, steaming food, his wife waiting for him, and a warm, cozy bed. He also longed for such days, but unfortunately, after leaving the military office, Fu Zheng went straight to the county and bought canned food, baked apples, large shrimp crisps, all sorts of miscellaneous things, just before the county supply and marketing cooperative closed. He kept buying until the coupons he exchanged from Huang Weiguo were all used up. Winter nights came early and dark. When Fu Zheng finished shopping at the supply store, it was already dark outside. He ate a bowl of hot noodle soup at the state-owned restaurant and bought all the pork and scallion buns they had. He was generous and good-looking, which quickly caught the attention of the chef in the kitchen. The chef started to consider introducing him to someone. He put down his spoon, smiled warmly, and approached Fu Zheng. "Comrade, I hope I'm not being too bold, but have you gotten married? If not, I have a nice young girl I can introduce you to. She's lively and works at the cotton spinning factory, with good family background. She'd be a good match. If you're interested, I can help connect you. You two can meet and see if you like each other. If it works out, that's great. If not, no worries, just make a new friend. More friends, more paths, right? You won't lose anything." After he finished speaking, Fu Zheng finally replied, "Sorry, my partner and I are about to get married." He emphasized the word married heavily, and his previously cold face now radiated a bright smile. It was so dazzling it could blind someone. The chef felt it was a pity and simply congratulated him before returning to the kitchen. He was curious inside about who his partner was and how lucky she was. Fu Zheng was worried the buns would get cold, so he carefully wrapped them in oil paper and kept them warm in his arms. After finishing his meal, he left the state-run restaurant and went to another place. That place had everything and a wide variety. As long as you could pay, they could get you anything flying in the sky, swimming in the water, or running on land. Fu Zheng's face was too noticeable. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he covered his face with a piece of cloth and was led inside by the guide. The young girl was too thin and needed good nourishment. He bought 4 cans of malted milk. There was also meat. Considering the cold weather and the need for preservation, Fu Zheng directly ordered half a pig. Even if he couldn't finish it all, he could make salted or cured meat later. He also bought 2 old hens and added some ginseng to make nutritious chicken soup, but he currently didn't have any ginseng. He remembered that his grandparents at the Beijing Soshosua had several ginseng plants. He planned to call them when he had time and ask them to send some ginseng here to help the young girl improve her health. Fu Zheng saw someone selling apples. The apples looked good, and since fresh fruit was rare in winter, he bought all the apples in the basket. Oh, he also bought a freshly cooked roast chicken. The roast chicken here was famous for being delicious, and the young girl would definitely like it. He also bought a few other things. When his bicycle couldn't hold any more, Fu Zheng left and headed towards the Bellflower Brigade. On the way, he encountered a few muggers. He broke their arms and legs and took them straight to the police station. This delay cost him quite a bit of time. By the time he returned home, it was already around 8 or 9 p.m. The Lin family was already in bed, preparing to rest. Hearing the noise outside, Wang Xiui, knowing her future son-in-law was back, quickly got up from bed. She hurriedly grabbed some clothes from the bed and put them on, then rushed outside. Lin Shuisheng, lying beside her, was annoyed by her fuss and got up to get dressed. As Wang Xiui left the room, she looked at the bright moonlight overhead and saw the large pile of things hanging on the bicycle. She was so surprised her mouth almost couldn't close.
Little Fu, what is all this? Just some food.
I don't know what Wanwan likes to eat, so I bought a little of everything. Bought a little of everything? That doesn't seem right. Little Fu probably brought back the entire supply and marketing cooperative. This man's way of showing love for a woman is by spending money on her. Today, Fu Zheng must have spent a lot. It was clear he cared deeply for his daughter. The mother-in-law was increasingly pleased with her son-in-law's actions, smiling like a blooming flower. Wang Xiui quickly ordered Lin Shuisheng to unload the things inside. At this moment, Lin Wanwan, who heard the system say that Fu Zheng had returned, also put on her clothes and came out of the house. Coincidentally, she made eye contact with Fu Zheng, who was looking over in their direction after hearing the noise. His intense gaze made Lin Wanwan instinctively look away, her ears feeling a bit hot, and she awkwardly asked, "Why are you back so late?" Hearing the young girl caring about him, Fu Zheng felt very happy inside. The military department still has some work unfinished. I helped handle it, so I came back a bit late. Sorry for making you worry. I won't go out next time. She wasn't worried about him at all. Just as this thought appeared, the system suddenly popped up. Host, you are lying. Today afternoon, you looked outside 12 times, just waiting for Fu Zheng to come back. Also, when you faced Fu Zheng and looked into his eyes, your body temperature rose, your heartbeat sped up, and you blushed.
Admit it, you're worried about him.
Lin Wanwan. What should I do? I really want to hit that annoying system.
It's so irritating.
Lin Wanwan forcibly suppressed her anger and told the system to shut up. Fu Zheng then said, I bought roast chicken in the county. The seller said it's best when hot. Do you want to have some? And some buns, they're still warm. A man's kindness shouldn't go to waste, so Lin Wanwan happily agreed. Meanwhile, Wang Xiui, who was moving things into the house, only then realized that the bag in the back seat contained half a pig's worth of meat, and she was utterly shocked. Is this little Fu's gesture too grand? Half a pig's worth of meat costs quite a bit. But then she thought about how good her daughter was. No matter if it's half a pig or a whole pig, it's worth it. Though she thought this, she still advised we have everything at home. Now that the family is split, there aren't that many people eating.
You shouldn't buy so much next time.
Your life with Wanwan is still long. When you spend money, it should go on your little family. Little Fu, did you hear what I said? Fu Zheng nodded obediently. Auntie, I've got it. The roast chicken Fu Zheng was holding in his arms was still warm. So, after getting Fu Zheng's approval, Lin Wanwan woke up her older brother's family and asked him to go to their uncle's house to call the third brother to come eat meat. Lin Yud, who was already asleep, heard his little sister calling him. He immediately sat up, no longer feeling sleepy. He put on his clothes and went outside with his older brother. Outside their uncle's house, Lin Yud asked, Big brother, why did my little sister come to see me so late? Is there something she needs? Lin Yuzhen looked around and saw no one nearby, so he quietly said, That man brought back a roast chicken from outside. Little sister is calling you home to eat. Clever Lin Yud immediately understood who the man his older brother mentioned was. However, he was still focused on the fact that his little sister was calling him home to eat. His little sister was very good. She always thought of her third brother. But Lin Yud asked again, Did you also call the second brother's family? Lin Yuzhen shook his head. No, little sister didn't say anything. I think she was hurt by what the second brother did today. It's good if she was hurt. The couple in the second family are no good. The second brother seems harmless on the surface, but he has many hidden thoughts. Like this morning at the dining table, he said that their mother favored the little sister and even disliked her for being just a girl. Those words must have been in his mind for a long time. They probably already resented him and the little sister. With the little sister's innocent, kind, and gentle personality, like a soft white rabbit, she would eventually be played out by the second brother if she confided in him. And the second sister-in-law is not a good person either. It would be best to stay far away from the second family. The farther, the better. When there's free time, he plans to have someone build a wall in the yard to separate the second family so they won't see each other and cause trouble. As they neared home, thinking of their honest and simple older brother, Linyud advised him kindly, "Big brother, once the family is divided, just close your door and live your own life. From now on, the affairs of the second brother's family are none of your business. Even if one day they are so hungry they can't walk, don't pity them. It's all their own doing. But we are family. When in trouble, how can we not help each other? Treat him as a brother, but he treats you like a blood bag." Today, during the division, he secretly or openly wanted to take all the family property. Luckily, our parents are not confused, so they didn't let the second brother's family succeed. Otherwise, you'd have nowhere to cry.
But
Nothing. You and the eldest sister-in-law are capable, and you know that life won't be bad in the future. If you want to build a house and move out, I have money. I can lend it to you. Seeing that the third brother was always thinking of him, Lin Yogin's eyes welled up with tears. "Third brother, thank you. There's no need to thank us among brothers. When I was young, I was saved by you many times. If you take my advice, just close your door and live your own life. Focus on raising Hongying and Hongxiang. If the girls are well raised, they won't be worse than boys. Don't think about unnecessary things anymore." He paused, then continued, "Longfu's son is just like his parents, very selfish. You and sister-in-law shouldn't expect him to take care of you when you're old. When that time comes, the only ones around to serve you will be the two maids." Seeing his older brother bow his head without speaking, Lin Yu knew he had taken his words to heart. A faint smile appeared on his face. Everyone gathered around the 8 treasure table in the main hall. When Lin Wanwan saw her older brother bringing their third brother over, she quickly handed 2 buns to them. Fu Zheng bought pork and scallion buns at the state-run restaurant. "They're still warm. Try some." Lin Yid put a bun in his mouth and immediately recognized it was made by Chef Wang from the county. Lin Yu Zhen was reluctant to eat, so he handed his plain bun to his wife. Lu Yulan pushed her bun back and smiled, saying, "Captain Fu bought a lot. My 2 daughters and I have already eaten. This one is for you, little sister. Hurry and eat." Hearing that his wife had already eaten, Lin Yu Zhen chuckled softly, then happily ate his bun. The buns were filling, with thin skin and large filling. One bite made his mouth greasy and delicious. Seeing everyone gathered, Wang Xiui started tearing the roast chicken. She gave both chicken legs to Lin Wanwan and winked at her daughter, saying, "Daughter, take this to Xiaofu." Late at night, a young man and woman alone in the same room. His little sister was so pretty. What if something happened? Lin Yid was worried and wanted to go with her. But Wang Xiui pulled him back and forced a chicken into his mouth, saying, "Eat yours here. If you dare disturb your sister's good time, I'll beat you up." Feeling his mother's fierce temper, Lin Yid pouted and looked outside. He saw only a dark shadow and nothing else. He felt a bit disappointed. Lin Wanwan held 2 big chicken legs and stood outside her third brother's door. "Fu Zheng, are you asleep?" "Not yet." A lazy, deep male voice responded. The next moment, Fu Zheng, dressed in a black turtleneck sweater, pushed the door open. Lin Wanwan slipped inside through the... It was too cold outside. The winter in the province could freeze a person to death. She was used to air conditioning and heating, so she struggled to adapt to the cold weather, layering her clothes again and again. She had just stood outside the door for a while when her hands and feet turned icy cold, and she wanted to go back to modern times to find Wang Ma. About 2 meters away, the fresh scent of pomegranate blossoms wafted toward his nose, causing Fu Zheng's body to tense suddenly and his ears to turn red. He now looks very different from the person who would go to great lengths to contact Fu Zheng in the past.
kitchen.
Yes, people can change, especially men. Lin Wanwan hands a large chicken leg to Fu Zheng and says, "Try this." Fu Zheng, a former scout, stares at her red lips, swallowing hard. "I'm not hungry."
You eat.
This roasted chicken was bought for her to eat because she is too thin and needs to gain weight. Host, Fu Zheng is a reserved person. He won't eat what you offer directly, but he will eat what you've bitten. Bite? Lin Wanwan looks at the chicken leg she has already bitten twice. Her body reacts before her mind, and she hands the chicken leg over. Then this is for you. Fu Zheng looks at the neat teeth marks on the chicken leg. Deep inside, something is growing wildly like weeds, filling his heart. He reaches out and takes the chicken leg that Lin Wanwan has bitten twice and starts eating. This is a chicken leg that the young girl has bitten and now he is eating it. Is this called indirect kissing? Fu Zheng, who is good at self-strategizing, automatically ignores the first two words and only focuses on kissing. Thinking of this, a blush on his face quickly spreads all over his body. He thought he was a clean person, but unexpectedly, he actually ate the chicken leg she had bitten. Lin Wanwan thinks to herself, Fu Zheng has cleanliness habits, but they are not directed at you. Host, hurry up and choose a wedding date. If you wait too long, I'm afraid Fu Zheng might change. Realizing what the system is referring to, Lin Wanwan's face also turns red. She instinctively looks toward a certain place. He has strong resources. There must be no mistakes. Fu Zheng finishes the chicken leg and then looks at Lin Wanwan. I called my family today about us. My parents are very happy and are taking leave to come here. If everything goes as planned, they will arrive at the beginning of next month. They want to visit Auntie and also discuss our wedding. Do you think that's okay? He asks carefully, with a hint of nervousness. His hands, hanging at his waist, unconsciously clench into fists. Yes. Fu Zheng's eyes shine as he looks at Lin Wanwan, as if he has heard something incredible. His heart bursts with joy, almost overwhelming him. Any requests you have, just tell me. I will do my best to fulfill them. After we get married, I will only be good to you. Fu Zheng, with your current position, do you have to follow your spouse after marriage? This is the situation, but it's not mandatory. If you don't want to leave your aunt, you can stay in your hometown after marriage. I will come over whenever I have free time. Fu Zheng has selfish motives, but life on the island is too hard. He's afraid she won't be able to handle such tough days after going there. Stay in the hometown? Where will the child they hope for come from? Fu Zheng is such a stubborn man who doesn't talk much. The system is anxious and quickly tries to persuade the host to stop thinking about living apart. Host, don't listen to him. Living apart after marriage can hurt the relationship and is not good for having and raising children. You must go to live with him on the island after marriage. Lin Wanwan looks at Fu Zheng, even hearing his heavy breathing, and a small smile appears on her face. After marriage, we are husband and wife. Why should we be apart? Are you saying? Fu Zheng, realizing a possibility, starts to tremble with excitement. Fu Zheng, I can't live without you. Her soft, sweet voice touches his heart deeply. The next second, Fu Zheng's eyes turn red with excitement, and big tears roll down his cheeks. Wuan, thank you. Lin Wuan sees those tears and feels they're a bit distracting. She wants to wipe them away, but notices her hand is greasy. She just ate chicken drumsticks and hasn't washed her hand yet. Reluctantly, she finds another way. Fu Zheng, lower your head. Although confused, Fu Zheng obediently lowers his head. Since Lin Wuan is shorter, she stands on tiptoe and kisses away the tears. The system sees this scene and is stunned. Is this really its slow-moving, unambitious host? When did she become so proactive? Look at Fu Zheng, his soul seems to be almost lost. If she had been like this from the start, what would he have worried about? The child would come quickly, one after another, ideally in 10 years, a whole bunch. It has various pills given by the way of heaven to improve the host's health. Once she's pregnant, it will give her all the pills to ensure she has a safe delivery and no postpartum issues. Her figure can also return to that of a young girl. Fu Zheng is stunned, wide-eyed in disbelief, staring at Lin Wuan. She feels shy under his gaze and quickly steps back. Unexpectedly, Fu Zheng suddenly hugs her waist and kisses her lips, which she has seen in her dreams countless times. His kiss is full of hormones, unfamiliar and urgent. Lin Wuan's mouth is almost bitten off. The system quietly covers its eyes, peeking through its fingers. The host is fierce, and Fu Zheng is even fiercer. If they let him speak, there's no need to wait until later. Today, they should just stay in the bridal chamber. As pink bubbles floated in the air, Lin Yud, leaning against the door, couldn't bear to watch anymore. He covered his mouth and coughed softly, saying, "You two have had enough. It wouldn't look good if outsiders see you." The two lovers, unable to bear the separation, immediately parted. Lin Wanwan, with her face almost flushed and red, quickly ran away from the embarrassing scene. Until the cold wind outside the door cooled her face, she felt much better. Fu Zheng also looked a bit shy as he glanced at his third uncle, recalling the sweetness of the kiss earlier. He thought it was worth any punishment. He lowered his head, beginning to savor the memory of that kiss. Seeing his expression, Lin Yud rolled his eyes silently. Why was he shy now? What was he doing just a moment ago? If his little sister hadn't been so obvious about it, he would have already beaten this scoundrel who was taking advantage of her into the hospital. TSK. Indeed, girls grow up and leave no room for staying. Fortunately, this man was slightly more handsome than him, and he was still a military officer who could protect his sister. Most importantly, in the entire county, there was no better match for his sister than this man. Even he, who traveled through streets and alleys across the country, had to admit he had never seen anyone more outstanding than this man. So, considering all factors, Lin Yud had already mentally accepted the idea that Fu Zheng would become his sister's husband in the future. Be good to my little sister from now on. If I find out you bully her, I'll risk my life to beat you to death, understand? Seeing that his third uncle approved of him, Fu Zheng suddenly raised his head and promised, "Wanwan is my life. I will never let anyone bully her, not even myself." Lin Yud's lips curled into a slight smile. "You'd better remember what you said today." Next door in the second house, Li Zhaodi, who had just closed her eyes to rest, immediately sat up, waking her sleeping son and daughter. "I smell meat. Mom, and the others must be secretly eating meat." After saying that, she glanced at Lin Yuzhu beside her, angrily saying, "I told you your mom favors others." "I wasn't wrong, they're eating meat behind our backs. Basically, they just don't like our family. And today, when we divided the household, why did you hit me? If you ask me, they should have told us about the wild boar so we could have gotten a few more dollars. With that extra money, wouldn't it be better to go to the state-run restaurant and eat meat? In the end, it's all your fault for ruining my good fortune. I was already upset, and seeing you complain again made my anger grow. You have the nerve to talk? If it weren't for your scheming behind my back, my mother wouldn't have split the family, and I wouldn't be so distant from my own relatives. It's all your fault, you troublemaker. I was blind to fall for you in the first place. If we hadn't split the family, my parents, my youngest sibling, and my older brother's family could help raise my children. Especially the youngest brother. He probably has more money than the 5 yuan he gives his mother each month. And no woman would want to marry him. Without the split, all that money would be for my children. Now, that woman Li Zhaodi has stirred everything up and taken it all away. The more I think about it, the angrier I get." Lin Yuzhu shouted, "I don't care. Starting tomorrow, you have to work with me. If you slack off at work, don't blame me for sending you back to your mother's house." Before the family split, Li Zhaodi was under her mother-in-law Wang Xiuya's control. Now that they've split, she's free to do as she pleases. She's finally able to stand tall and live her own life, but she's used to being sneaky and lazy, so she wouldn't work hard now. But right now, the most important thing is to calm Lin Yuzhu. Li Zhaodi was almost crazy from the smell of the meat. She pushed Lin Yuzhu and said, "Go ask my mother for a piece of meat."
"I'm hungry."
"It's my baby inside me who's hungry." Thinking of what her mother said during the day, Lin Yuzhu impatiently pushed her away. "You're pregnant, and you've been married for so long. How many times have you said you're pregnant? Even if it's a little kid, it should have come out by now. But after all these years, you only have 2 children, Hongni and Changfu. If you really want to eat meat, wait until your baby is born. I don't have the face to ask my mother for meat." On the bed, Hongni and Changfu heard about eating meat and became very eager. Changfu cried loudly, demanding to eat. Seeing her only son crying, Lin felt heartbroken and quickly hugged him to comfort him. "Tomorrow, I'll take you to the state-run restaurant for a treat, and I'll buy you some braised pork." "No, I want to eat now," he cried and kicked his legs wildly. He accidentally kicked Lin Yuzhu, who gasped in pain, tears welling up in his eyes. Li Xiaodi also realized she was in trouble and hurriedly leaned in to see if she had caused any damage. At 30, she was in her prime, full of energy, and she didn't want to become a widow so young. Lin Yuzhu, feeling annoyed, pushed her aside. "Get lost. Can't you see your son and daughter are watching you? It's late at night, and you're so shameless. You are shy. If you are shy, then when I was giving birth to Hongni, who was it that pushed in to fight for a piece of food with Hongni? Was it a dog?" "Li Xiaodi, if you have the courage, say that again to me." Only then did Li Xiaodi, who was being stared at by those fierce eyes, finally behave herself. But when she smelled the meat, she started to get restless again. Anyway, she was used to being shameless. For a piece of meat, she was willing to do anything. She quickly helped her 2 children put on their clothes, and she also took out her own clothes. In less than a minute, the 3 of them finished dressing and left. Lin Yuzhu cursed, "Silly woman," then rolled over and went back to sleep without looking. Li Xiaodi pushed open the door with her 2 children and saw her mother-in-law and sister-in-law sitting around the 8 treasure table eating meat. They were eating roast chicken. She hadn't had roast chicken in many years, and she was so eager, she wanted to rush over and grab some. Lin Wanning quickly wrapped the roast chicken on the table with oil paper and hid it in her hand. This was bought by Fu Zheng for her to eat. She didn't want her sister-in-law's family to have any. She was very vengeful. She remembered clearly when her second brother called her a money loser at the dinner table today. From now on, her second brother's family wouldn't get any benefit from her. Seeing that the roast chicken was gone, Li Xiaodi was so anxious, she stomped her feet. "Mother, how can you secretly eat without us? Don't your conscience hurt?" "It hurts your father's, Li Xiaodi. We've split up now, and it has nothing to do with you. Mother, even if bones are broken and tendons are torn, we are still family. Please share some food with me and the children." "Then why did you take your family to the state-run restaurant today and not think we are family? You took them there to eat, too." Hearing this, Wang Xiui felt heartbroken. She worked hard to raise her son, but he had never taken her to a restaurant. Now that they had split up, he took his wife's family there. According to her grandson, they ordered 4 servings of braised pork, 1 bowl of egg noodles for each person, and some other dishes. That meal cost 10 yuan, not counting ration tickets. Just think about it. Her hardworking son was so kind to his in-laws. But she, herself, was scolded in front of so many people for favoritism. She really had raised a filial son. Li Xiaodi suddenly hesitated, unable to answer, her eyes darting around. Her gaze swept to her son beside her. She pushed her son forward. "Even if you won't share with me, he's your grandson. You can't just let him watch and drool, right?" Wang Xiui sneered. "She's your son, not mine. You're the mother, so you should care about him. Why should I worry about him? Am I sick or what?" Seeing her stubborn mother-in-law, Li Xiaodi was so angry she nearly fell backward. Lin Chongfu looked at the meat in his little sister-in-law's hand and salivated. He tugged at his grandmother's clothes and begged, "Grandma, aren't you the one who loves me most? I want to eat meat now. Tell my sister-in-law to give me some." Wang Xiui disdainfully pulled his hand away from her clothes and pushed him in front of Li Xiaodi. "The meat your sister-in-law has was bought by her boyfriend. Grandma can't decide. If you want to eat, ask your mother to buy some for you. Our family just divided the property, and your mother has money." Lin Chongfu was stunned. His grandma no longer loved him. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became, and finally, he burst into tears. In the quiet night, his crying was loud and annoying. Lin Yud, annoyed, dug into his ears and shouted, "If you keep crying, I'll throw you to the back mountain to feed the wolves." That trick worked. The greedy child stopped crying and ran to tell his father. Li Xiaodi, unable to get the meat, spat angrily on the ground and stormed off, leaving Lin Hongni behind. Lin Hongmi looked timidly at her sister-in-law. Her sister-in-law loved her the most, and should give her some meat. But before she could speak, she heard her sister-in-law say, "Hongmi, it's getting late. You should go back and sleep." Tears immediately filled Lin Hongmi's eyes as she looked at Lin Wanwan with her big, wet eyes. "Little sister-in-law, I want to eat meat. Can you give me a piece? If you want to eat meat, ask your parents. You're their daughter. They will surely buy some for you." Although the child was innocent, Lin Wanwan didn't want to get involved with the second family anymore. "Little sister-in-law, don't you love me anymore? Hongmi, people have to learn to care for themselves. Relying on others isn't reliable." Lin Hongmi didn't understand. She only knew that her usually unhelpful sister-in-law was refusing her meat and no longer caring for her. She decided that in the future, if she earned money, she wouldn't buy a coffin for her sister-in-law either. "Little sister-in-law, I won't like you anymore. I hate you," she said, then cried and left. Wang Xiui scolded, "This kid is really ungrateful. If she doesn't get what she wants, she starts to hate. She's just like her mother." Lin Wanwan nodded in agreement. Her mother's words were completely right. Having learned a painful lesson in her past life, she vowed she would never raise another Lin Jingping in this life. She only refused once and was immediately hated. If she keeps refusing in the future, she might get so angry that she could lash out with a knife. Such a young child, she can't feel a bit of sympathy for her. Everyone worked together to finish the roasted chicken in Lin Wan's hands before going to bed. Fu Zheng still had a few leftover steamed buns from the county town. To prevent the second family from sneaking food at night, Wang Xiui locked the buns in the cabinet. She planned to heat them up for breakfast for her daughter and future son-in-law tomorrow. After finishing everything, Wang Xiui turned around and met Fu Zheng standing at the door. "Little Fu, it's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet?" "Madam, my parents are coming in a few days to discuss my marriage with Wan. I just wanted to tell you." Hearing that her in-laws were coming, Wang Xiui was very happy. "That's good news. When your parents arrive, I'll ask your uncle to pick them up from the county and also let them try my cooking."
"Thank you, madam.
From now on, we are family. No need to thank me. It's too formal." She paused and then said, "Madam here hasn't achieved much in life. I just hope my daughter can marry a good family and have a man who treats her well for life. Little Fu, I entrust my daughter to you. You must treat her well. Never hit or scold her. If she does something wrong, it's because I didn't teach her properly. If you blame someone, blame me, not her." Fu Zheng shook his head. "Wan is very good. If she makes mistakes, it's because I didn't do well enough. If she gets upset or angry, I should be the one to blame." Wang Xiui said, "Married life always has arguments. As long as you two treat each other well in the future, my husband and I will be at ease."
"Don't worry, madam.
"I will only love Wan for my whole life," Fu Zheng replied. Hearing this, Wang Xiui felt happy inside. She looked at the time and told Fu Zheng to go back and sleep. Before leaving, Fu Zheng specifically asked her not to cook for him tomorrow because he would be busy at the Armed Forces Department. Back in the house, Wang Xiui patted Lin Shuixing on the "Look at you, so sloppy, always embarrassing our daughter. Take some time in the next few days to boil hot water, wash yourself thoroughly from inside out, and change that old, torn cotton-padded jacket and pants. I remember the third brother bought you a cotton jacket and pants last year in the South. They're still in the box. Find them and change into new ones. Make yourself look neat and clean so you can leave a good impression on your in-laws." Hearing the words relatives-in-law, Lin Shuixing's eyes flashed with confusion. Which relatives? The older sister's family or the younger sister's family? Didn't her mother just leave? Her older sister's family is similar to ours, rural folks who work the land. Why tidy up so much? Because working in the fields gets dirty. He had bought new clothes for his third son but had never dared to wear them, waiting for his daughter's wedding day. Now it seemed that day was near. While feeling happy, he also felt more sadness and reluctance. After all, once married, she would live with her husband's family, especially since her new home was so far away. He didn't know how many times they might see each other in this life. Wang Xue rolled her eyes at him. It's not the older sister's family. It's Fu's parents coming to discuss his marriage with Wanwan. Rural areas aren't like the city. City folks are very clean. Since they're coming from far away, they want to leave a good impression. It was the Fu family. Once Lin Shuisheng understood what was happening, he simply said okay and turned over to sleep. But his eyes were red, and tears of reluctance streamed down his face. In another room, Lin Yuzhen suddenly sat up in bed. Today, he was overwhelmed by the chaos of dividing the family and had forgotten to ask about his younger sister's marriage. He only knew she looked decent and was generous with her dowry, but he didn't know about her family situation or whether Fu Zheng's parents were easy to get along with. If they turned out to be difficult, his sister would suffer in her new home. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He simply couldn't sleep, filled with images of his sister suffering in her new family. He decided to wait until tomorrow morning to ask his third brother for details. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Fu Zheng, who had dreamed all night, woke up and immediately sensed something was wrong with his body. He looked at the large, dirty pair of shorts he was wearing and his face darkened. He had no clean clothes left. All his clothes were at Jiang Chuan's place. He could only see Jiang Chuan again to talk about it. Fu Zheng took a deep breath, forced himself to ignore his cleanliness obsession, and put on his woolen underwear. He then put on a warm military coat to keep out the cold. After dressing, Fu Zheng pushed open the door and saw Lin Shuisheng standing outside. Eat first, then go. No matter how busy, you can't skip a meal. Fu Zheng looked up at the dawn sky and knew that his aunt had woken up early to prepare breakfast for him. His heart warmed, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Wang Xiaoa reheated the leftover steamed buns from yesterday, fried a few plain egg and scallion pancakes, and scooped a jar of her homemade spicy cabbage from the pickled vegetables. In the pot, there is sweet potato and corn porridge. While Fu Zheng was sitting down to eat an egg pancake, Wang Xiaoyi took a bowl of the corn and sweet potato porridge from the pot and placed it on the table to cool. Fu Zheng finished the last bite of his pancake and cleared his mouth, saying, "Thank you, Auntie. Come back early tonight. I will make pork rib soup and braised pork for you," she said. Last night, after Xiao Fu brought back that half of a pig, Wang Xiaoyi already had plans. She planned to give a few pounds of pork to the main house and use the rest of the meat in two ways, half to eat now and half to smoke into cured meat for the relatives to take away. There are also 2 old hens. Now that there is pork to eat, she plans to slaughter them in a few days. One will be used for soup, and the other to make her daughter's favorite chicken with mushrooms. Since they have separated, they will live their own lives behind closed doors. No matter how much she tries to support her daughter, she's not worried about what others might say. Wang Xiaoyi now feels that splitting the family was the right decision. Fortunately, she listened to her daughter and third son yesterday and decided to separate. After finishing his meal, Fu Zheng left. His mother-in-law felt sorry for him and didn't want him to walk to the commune, so she let him ride the bicycle home. When Fu Zheng arrived at the commune, his first stop was to find Jiang Chuan to exchange his luggage and change clothes. As for those dirty old trousers, he secretly washed them clean, feeling guilty. He thought that soon he should buy a few more pairs just in case. Since the family split yesterday, they have been eating separately. The main house prepared breakfast early, and after eating, the family of 4 walked to the county town to buy pots, bowls, and other household items. Buying pots required industrial tickets. Knowing that his older brother and sister-in-law didn't have any, Lin Yud gave them a few extra tickets he had. Shy and modest, Lin Yuzhen felt embarrassed to take them for free, so he asked his wife to give him 3 yuan. Lin Yud also knew that if he refused, his older brother would feel uncomfortable using the tickets, so he happily took the money and put it in his pocket. But when he saw his younger sister, he turned around and gave her the 3 yuan from his pocket. "Third brother, why do you keep giving me money? I still haven't spent the money you gave me last time. As a girl, you should have some money in hand, so that in the future, those little troublemakers won't trick you with sweet words and candies." Lin Yud has always believed in the idea that boys should be kept poor and girls should be well off. But now, he doesn't even have a wife, let alone a daughter. Right now, he can only channel this overflowing love into his younger sister. Even if my younger sister gets married and has children in the future, she will still be the obedient and sensible little girl in his heart who always clings to him and calls him third brother. Lin Wanwan slightly curled her lips and said, "Third brother, I am not as stupid as you think. I believe men have good judgment. Fu Zheng is the man I chose for myself. He's good-looking and a team leader. Not many young men become team leaders at such a young age. He must have achieved many great things to get promoted." His words are reasonable, and even Lin Yud, as the older brother, has to admit that his little sister has excellent taste in choosing men. However, last time, the eldest uncle came over and said that his elder cousin introduced a marriage prospect for his sister, and they only met a few days ago. The man's parents both work full-time. They are employed at a canned food factory, and the man works as an accountant at a steel mill. The whole family is made up of regular workers, earning over 100 yuan a month. A family with 3 working members like this is considered quite well off financially. If his sister marries into such a family, she won't fall into a happy nest, but at least she won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. As a brother, he could help out from time to time, making his sister's life much more comfortable. But now, his sister has Fu Zheng as her partner, and Fu Zheng's family is also moving closer to them. When both sets of parents meet, it's possible that his sister and Fu Zheng's marriage could be finalized before the new year. So, there's no need to consider the other match that his elder cousin introduced. No matter how outstanding that man is, he can't compare to Fu Zheng, who is handsome and a military officer. Most importantly, Fu Zheng cannot have children. His sister won't have to risk her life giving birth for Fu's family. But marrying into that family is a different story. They only have 1 child, and they might pressure his sister to have a son before considering anything else. His sister is like a sow giving birth again and again. That's terrifying, especially since childbirth is like crossing a ghost gate. If not handled properly, a woman could lose her life. No, absolutely not. His sister should live safely and healthily until 99 years old, not be a short-lived ghost. Therefore, marrying Fu Zheng is the best choice for his sister. Apart from the fact that he can't have children, Fu Zheng is still very good. There are probably few people in this world who can compare to Fu Zheng. Realizing this, Lin Yud lifted the curtain, went inside to tell his mother, and then headed to his eldest uncle's house. "Uncle, my mother asked me to tell you that my sister has a partner now, and we're not interested in the marriage prospect your daughter introduced for her. I have known about this for a long time. The day before yesterday, I asked someone to send a message to your older cousin, telling her to refuse that side." Lin Yud was a bit surprised. "Uncle, I didn't realize you had the gift of foresight." The captain couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Stop joking. Your family's small issues are already known in the village. But I must say, Sister Wan's luck is really good. She found herself a military officer as a partner. That man is quite handsome. I've lived most of my life and never seen such a good-looking man. Sister Wan's future children will surely be handsome too. Our Lin family has been known for its ugliness for generations, but I never expected Sister Wan to bring good luck to the family." His uncle's words sounded more and more strange to him. Just as they approached their house, Lin Yud finally realized that his uncle was indirectly calling him ugly. Yes, it's true that their family's women are pretty, but his third brother isn't bad-looking either. With some grooming, he's quite handsome. Lin Yud proudly tousled his hair. He still looked as handsome and charming as ever. But soon, he was distracted by his sneaky second sister-in-law sneaking out. He could guess without thinking that she was rushing to visit her vampire relatives to send money, and she was doing it behind his second brother's back. With her family's attitude, the money sent out would definitely not come back. He thought she might get scolded. But the matter with the second house had nothing to do with him. He decided to pretend he saw nothing. He wouldn't foolishly run to his second brother to report it, or he might be accused of stirring trouble between the couples. Besides, they had already separated their households. After dividing the family, they were 2 separate families. Lin Yud looked away and went to the kitchen to help his mother smoke the cured meat. Wang Xiao was acting differently than usual. She called her daughter over and began to teach her the secret of smoking meat step by step. Actually, Wang Shua planned to teach her daughter cooking too, before she got married. Living together depended on effort. When a man comes home after a day's work, he just wants a warm meal. As a wife, she should satisfy that. In the past, she worried about her daughter getting smoke and fire from the kitchen. But now, things were different. Her daughter was about to become someone else's wife, and she needed to learn everything she could. She didn't expect her daughter to cook perfectly, but she wanted her to be capable in every way. The smell of smoked meat filled the yard. Lin Chongfu and Lin Hongni, the brother and sister, sniffed the aroma and salivated. Lin Chongfu bravely lifted the kitchen curtain to get some meat, but when he saw his little uncle cooking, he was so scared he ran away quickly. Yesterday, his little uncle said he would throw him on the back mountain to feed the wolves, and he hasn't forgotten that. His little uncle is a big troublemaker. He hates his little uncle. Seeing his brother like this, Lin Hongni dared not go into the kitchen to get meat. She squatted under the kitchen window, sniffing the smell and drooling as if she was about to eat it. At the same time, she secretly resented her sister-in-law. Before, if her sister-in-law had something delicious, she would think of her first and share it. Now, it's different. Her sister-in-law is very cold to her and prefers to give good things to Hongxiang instead of her. Her sister-in-law and her mother are both biased and treat her badly. She no longer likes her sister-in-law. They worked until noon before the kitchen folks could rest. Wang Xiui sat on a chair, drank a glass of cold water, and started kneading dough. Today, she planned to make spicy shredded pork noodles for lunch. In winter, hot soup noodles are perfect to warm up, and most people in the north like eating noodles. Her future son-in-law, Fu Zheng, is a genuine northerner, raised in Beijing. He grew up there until he graduated from military school, then was assigned to the southern island. He stayed there for several years, but deep down, he still has northern roots, so after observing, Fu Zheng still prefers noodles. After teaching her daughter how to make noodles, her daughter can occasionally cook a bowl of noodles for Fu Zheng when he comes home from work, which helps strengthen their relationship. While kneading the dough, she pulled her daughter Lin Wanfan over and said while working, to make the noodles chewy, add a little salt when kneading. And when you start kneading, don't add too much water at once. Add it gradually, and when the dough forms small flakes, stop adding water. Keep kneading until the dough is smooth and not sticky. Cover it with something and let it rest before rolling it out. Lin Wanfan listened happily nearby. In the modern days, she used to go to fancy restaurants, and at home, Wang Ma carefully took care of her meals. She only knew how to cook a few simple dishes. For more complicated dishes like hand-pulled noodles, Wang Ma did the work, and she just ate. Now, doing it herself was quite fun. While rolling the noodles, Lin Wanfan eagerly grabbed her mother's rolling pin and learned how to roll noodles under her mother's guidance. She was clever, quick to understand, and strong-handed. The noodles she rolled were thin and chewy. However, Lin Yud, the older brother, felt a bit jealous. He spoiled and cared for his younger sister, who had never touched water or done chores, and now she was learning to cook for a man. He felt both sad and angry. If it weren't for fear of his mother hitting him, he wouldn't want his little sister to get married at all. He had money and planned to support his sister in the future. What need was there for a man? After rolling out the noodles and sprinkling flour to prevent sticking, the other side prepared sliced meat, marinated briefly with green onion, and then stir-fried. Once the meat was cooked, they added shredded cabbage, common in every household, and stir-fried it evenly. Then they added water and boiled it on high heat. When it boiled, they added the freshly rolled noodles. When serving, Wang Xiui asked Lin Wanwan to add 2 drops of sesame oil, which instantly released a lovely aroma. Wang Xiui told the siblings to start eating, while she went outside to call the old man back for dinner. As she lifted the curtain, she saw the 2 children from the neighboring family looking at her eagerly. Lin Chongfu rubbed his rumbling stomach and said, "Grandma, I'm hungry." Wang Xiui frowned and asked, "Where are your mother and father?" "My father went to the county to buy things. I don't know where my mother went. She hasn't come back yet." Seeing her own grandchildren hungry, Wang Xiui felt sorry and cursed silently. She led the siblings to the kitchen and served each a bowl of noodles. Luckily, there was plenty of food today, or there wouldn't be enough for so many mouths. During the meal, she scolded the younger brother and sister loudly. Lin Chongfu and Lin Hongni dared not speak and just buried their heads in their bowls, slurping the noodles. The noodles were delicious. Plain white flour noodles with long strips of meat inside, much better than what their parents cooked. She wished they could eat here every meal. Later, Lin Shuaisheng, who had just returned from outside, was delighted to hear that his daughter had made the noodles. He happily ate 3 bowls until he was full, then reluctantly put down his chopsticks. He couldn't help but praise his daughter's cooking, really delicious. Little Fu, who was going to marry his daughter someday, would be lucky. In the afternoon, Lin Yuzhu carried a pot back from the county, along with some miscellaneous items. Wang Xiui saw this and crossed her arms, scolding, "You two leave the kids at home all day and go out. Are you really so carefree? If I and your father weren't here, would they be starving waiting for you to come back?" She continued, "What if you don't come back for a week? Would they starve to death at home?" Lin Yuzhu frowned and replied, "Before I left today, I clearly told Jody to stay home and take care of the kids. Was she not there? Who knows where she ran off to? I didn't see her all morning. The 2 kids still ate lunch at my place." Hearing that Li Zhaodi had not been home all morning, Lin Yuzhu's face turned pale. He thanked his mother and then took his things and went back to his room. Wang Xiui continued to go back to the kitchen to smoke the cured meat. Soon after, Lin Yuzhen and his family of 4 also returned from the county town. Lin Hongxiang was still holding the candied hawthorn she brought back from the town. When she saw her younger sister-in-law, she gave her the candied hawthorn. "Little sister-in-law, this was bought by my dad. We've already eaten some. It's specially for you. The candied hawthorn is very delicious." Lin Wuan took a bite of the candied hawthorn, which was sweet and sour. Very appetizing. She liked it a lot. She thanked her older brother and sister-in-law, and then took out 2 large shrimp crisps from her pocket, giving one to Hongying and one to Hongxiang, her 2 nieces. These big shrimp crisps were brought by Fu Zheng from the county last night. Her mother gave them all to her to keep and eat. Eating 1 piece is okay, but too much can get boring. She didn't like eating them much, but still stuffed 2 pieces into her pocket. Hongying and Hongxiang, who got the big shrimp crisps, didn't want to eat alone. They turned around and took the crisps to share with their parents. Meanwhile, Li Zhaodi sneaked 50 yuan from home and went to her mother's house. At home, the family was anxious waiting for the money. When they saw Li Zhaodi, they all gathered around her. "Zhaodi, did you bring the money?" "Yes, big sister. I'm still waiting for your 50 yuan, so I can marry my wife. Xiao Chui and I already agreed. Now I just need to give you the money, and Xiao Chui can marry me tomorrow. Your younger brother's wedding is a big event. We can't delay it. When he marries Xiao Chui, he will have a few more nephews to support him. After that, if that useless Lin Yuzhu dares to hit you, I'll send your nephews to beat him up so he'll never dare to do it again." Li Zhaodi, exhausted from the long walk, was already very tired. Now, these people buzzed around her like flies, making her even more annoyed. It was really irritating. "Give me water, and bring me some food. I didn't eat enough this morning." Seeing Li Zhaodi bossing around, the family was stunned but also worried about the 50 yuan in her pocket. They quickly scooped a bowl of well water from the water jar and gave her a hard, stone-like cornbread to eat. Li Zhaodi swallowed it in 1 bite, almost breaking her front teeth. Finally, she angrily threw the cornbread onto the ground, took a sip of water to settle her stomach. After muttering a curse about being a wasteful person, Mother Li gently picked up the bun on the ground and put it in her pocket. After a while, Li Zhaodi, who was showing off at her parents' house, reluctantly gave her mother 50 yuan. The Li family was very happy to receive the money. As for repaying the debt, they decided to do it next lifetime. It was getting dark, and Fu Zheng, who had promised to come back for dinner, had not yet arrived. Instead, another group of people arrived carrying things. The visitors were Lu Yulan's relatives from the Lu family. Lu Yulan saw her mother bringing her father and two brothers with their families, and her eyes lit up with joy. She quickly ran to her mother and, like when she was a child, linked her arm with her mother's. "Mom, why did you come so late?" Lu's mother angrily tapped her on the forehead. "You naughty girl, you're really growing up. You didn't even tell us to come help with the big family matter. If it weren't for Sister Xinghua coming to our house today and hearing about your family split, she would have told us, and we'd still be kept in the dark." Lu's mother was angry when she mentioned this. The reason she married off her beloved daughter to Lin Yuzhen was because she thought he was honest and straightforward, without any tricky schemes. The day after their engagement, he came to help at her house, silently working hard without saying a word. Neighbors praised him for being capable and said she had found a good son-in-law. She thought the same. Marrying a man, dressing, and eating, Lin Yuzhen was capable, so her daughter wouldn't go hungry with him. Plus, Lin's family had 3 sons. The eldest was the team leader, with backing from others, so she believed her daughter wouldn't be bullied by anyone from the big team. Moreover, Wang Xiu'er was a caring mother who treated her daughter like a city girl, feeding her well and taking good care of her, without her having to work in the fields. In her eyes, her daughter was precious, and her future in Lin's family wouldn't be troubled by a bad mother-in-law. But she didn't realize that her love and favoritism were too much. Her heart was so biased it seemed to sink into a river. She spoiled her daughter with good food and drink, while her 3 sons grew thin and bony, their clothes patched repeatedly, looking ragged. People who didn't know might think Lin Yogan's brothers were picked up from the riverbank. If it weren't for Lin Yuzhen being a caring husband, and if her daughter weren't so stubborn, plus having 2 children to consider, she would insist that her daughter divorce and move back to her parents' home to live peacefully. Now, she doesn't understand why Wang Xiu'er, that old wicked woman, suddenly lost her mind and decided to split the family apart. This is a huge good thing. After splitting the family, she can openly support her daughter and her daughter's husband's family and no longer worry about the food her daughter's family eats being taken away by Wang Xiu'er. However, given Wang Xiu'er's biased nature, she probably favors her younger daughter and her unmarried 3rd son during the division. This time, when she brought her family to the Lin family besides supporting her daughter, she also brought some gifts. Since the family just split, they probably didn't get much. But life must go on. As a mother, she doesn't have many skills, so she can only try to help in this way. Next to her, brother Lu said, "Little sister, mother is right. Someone should notify the team about the family split. If you don't tell us, do you really see us as family?" Lu Yulan hurriedly explained, "Big brother, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that both you, Jen, and I think splitting the family is a small matter, so we didn't want to trouble you." Big brother Lu raised his voice in anger. "If splitting the family is a small matter, then what isn't? I think you're just worn down by that wicked old woman from the Lin family, too timid and lacking spirit. If it were me, I'd stand my ground and fight her to the end, never letting her get the better of me." Lu Yulan almost cried in frustration. "Big brother, my mother-in-law is a good person. She's not some wicked old woman." Hearing this, everyone in the Lu family was stunned. Having been in-laws with the Lin family for so many years, they knew Wang Xiu'er well. She was sharp-tongued and mean, disliked by everyone, and people wished they could pour a bucket of manure on her head. Especially their daughter, who had been tormented by this wicked mother-in-law for many years, now surprisingly calling her a good person. If Wang Xiu'er were a good person, then there would be no bad people in the world. Their second brother Lu reached out to pat his sister's head. "Little sister, you're not sick, so stop talking nonsense. Everyone knows how wicked your mother-in-law is, even in 10 miles around. Don't bother defending her." When Lin Wanwan, the daughter, saw her mother misunderstood and called a wicked old woman, she couldn't hold back any longer, even if it meant offending her sister-in-law's family. She was like a little hedgehog, curling up her messy spines and starting to attack. "Your mouth smells so bad. Go wash it by the well. Don't open your mouth and make people faint from the smell. My mother is someone important, so it's not your place to comment. If I hear you insulting my mother again, don't blame me for slapping you." Everyone's attention was focused on Lin Wanwan. Under the bright moonlight above, they could clearly see her face. They gasped in surprise.
Whose daughter is she?
She looks so beautiful, like a fairy from heaven. Although her words were sharp and confrontational, to the people of the Liu family, she seemed like a gentle little kitten acting cute. The hot-tempered second brother Liu didn't dare speak loudly, afraid he might scare her. Little sister, is this a relative from the Lin family? I haven't seen her before. Haha, Lin Yud couldn't hold back his laughter and spoke up for his sister-in-law. Madam, this is my real younger sister, Lin Wanwan, no doubt about it. His words shocked the Liu family again.
This.
Is this Lin Wanwan? They remembered seeing her last year, or the year before, when they visited the Lin family to see the girl. Lin Wanwan didn't look like this at all. In their memory, Lin Wanwan was big and round, like a sow. In the countryside where people tighten their belts to get by, they couldn't imagine raising a girl like this. Mrs. Liu pinched herself painfully, groaning in pain. This isn't a dream. It's real. The unkind old Lin family really raised a fairy-like daughter who makes people love her. Look at those big, watery eyes staring at you. Any anger instantly disappears, and even if you want to get mad, you can't. It's truly strange. Mrs. Liu reached into her basket and took out some red dates, handing them over. Daughter, try these. They're homegrown and sweet. Lin Wanwan looked at the kind-faced old lady and the big red dates in her hand, and without hesitation, said, If I accept your gift, you can't scold my mother anymore, and you can't call her an old witch. No scolding, no scolding. We're all family. Why would I scold your mother? Satisfied with her answer, Lin Wanwan smiled happily as she took the red dates. She didn't keep everything to herself. She shared the dates with her mother and third brother. Mrs. Liu was dazzled by her smile. This daughter's smile is so beautiful. She wished she could bring everything in front of her. Liu's father saw his wife's old habit coming back and quickly tugged at her clothes. Old lady, what are you doing? We came here today to support our daughter, not to show off your own power. She hadn't done much yet, but she already felt small. If later her daughter and son-in-law had a big loss over dividing the family, how could she argue with the mean old woman Wang Xiui? For the first time, Mr. Liu regretted bringing Mrs. Liu out. That's right, we're here to support our daughter, Mrs. Liu suddenly realized and patted her face. It's all because of my bad habit. I see a pretty girl and can't help myself, always causing trouble. After saying that, she angrily turned her head away, refusing to look at Lin Wanwan. But inside, she was screaming like a groundhog. All women, why can that mean old woman Wang Xiui have such a beautiful, lovable daughter? She can't. She also wants a daughter as pretty as that. Mr. Liu couldn't bear to look at his wife and turned to his daughter. Yulan, let's go back to our room to talk. Okay. Liu Yulan led her family back to the room where they usually slept. Mr. Liu looked around the room and finally focused on the two beds separated by a bedsheet. Hong Ying and Hong Xiang are no longer young. They should sleep separately from you. Now that we've divided the family, next spring, your mother and I will lend you some money to help build a house, and then you can move out to live. That way, you won't have conflicts living under the same roof as your unreasonable mother-in-law. Liu Yulan knew her parents were worried about her, and her eyes welled up with tears again. She sniffed and said, Hug Jen, and I also plan to find uncle to divide a piece of land next year and help build a house. After all, Honging will be of marriageable age in 2 years. It wouldn't look good if she had to stay in the same room with us. As for the money, when we divided the family, my in-laws gave us over 80 yuan. Third brother also said that if we build a house, they can lend us money. Mom and Dad, you can keep your money. Don't help me and Hug Jen anymore. We, as a couple, can support Hong Ying and Hong Xiang with our own hands. The Liu family, who had come to criticize the Lin family, was stunned. What? They only got over 80 yuan? Normally, with Wang Xiui's stinginess and favoritism, not letting Lin Hug Jen and his wife leave with everything, just sharing some money was already good. But now they even divided the money? Is the sun rising from the west? Or is red rain falling from the sky? Evil old woman Wang Xiaoyi actually did something shocking. Mr. Lu looked at his honest and simple son-in-law and said, "You have a root. Tell me everything about dividing the family from start to finish." Lin Yu-zhen replied, "Second brother said at the dinner table that my mother favors my younger sister and third brother. My mother decided to help us split the family and even invited the uncle and the party secretary to witness. Our family savings, after deducting the money needed for third brother's wedding, left 354 yuan. My mother divided it into 4 parts, and the amount I and Yulan received was 88.5 yuan. My mother also said that the house they live in will be left for us, and the grain in the house will be shared equally. After the new year, when the work points are settled, whoever earns more keeps it."
Huh.
This division of the family is fair and just, leaving no room for criticism. Even the family members who dislike Wang Xiaoyi praise her for how well she divided everything, leaving no gossip for outsiders. Since that's the case, the Lu family no longer plans to support their daughter. Mr. Lu patted his son-in-law's shoulder and said, "Once the family is divided, just live your life peacefully. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, don't be shy about hiding it from us. Just tell us. If we can help, we will." Lin Yu-zhen choked up and said, "Thank you, Dad." Over the years, he has been very grateful to his in-laws for not looking down on him for being incapable and for always helping him and his wife, especially his 2 brothers-in-law. This kindness, he feels, will last a lifetime. Although the Lu family arrived in a hurry, Mr. and Mrs. Lu are very caring for their daughter. Worried that the daughter's family might not get much from the division, they brought a bag of cornmeal and carried a bag of sweet potatoes from their cellar. They also had more than 20 eggs and some red dates they had planned to sell. Mrs. Lu held her daughter's hand and said, "Keep these things for yourselves to eat. We won't take them. Since your mother-in-law has improved now, you should also be a good and filial daughter-in-law. I'll give you some red dates and eggs later to take to your mother-in-law's room. Remember to visit often. After the division, they are still your in-laws, and you shouldn't let others gossip." Yulan nodded and said, "I'll listen to my mother." Even if her mother didn't say it, she knew what to do. Good in-laws and a good younger sister-in-law, she, as the daughter-in-law and sister-in-law, must do even better. After all, kindness is exchanged with kindness, and feelings are built this way. While the family was happily chatting, Lin Wenwan came over carrying a piece of pork weighing about 4 or 5 jin. "Older sister-in-law, this is the meat that Fu Zheng brought last night. My mother asked me to give you some. Isn't that too much? Since you've already given some to us, do your parents still have any? There is more." After saying this, Lin Wenwan handed the meat to Lu Yulan and left. Lu's mother kept her eyes fixed on Lin Wenwan the whole time, her eyes wide with surprise. The young girl's shy face and big almond-shaped eyes made her want to bring her home to care for. But who is Fu Zheng? Having been engaged to the Lin family for so many years, she had never heard of Fu Zheng's name before. Not only was she curious, but the others in the Lu family were also curious. Lu Yulan saw the doubt in their eyes and smiled, saying, "Captain Fu is my younger sister's boyfriend. He's very handsome, works in the army, and is a good match for her. Soon, my sister and Captain Fu will get married." A few days later, she planned to discuss with Yu Zhen what gifts they should give on her sister's wedding day. Although her mother-in-law had deducted money for her sister's makeup when dividing the family assets, her sister was only getting married once in her life. It was normal for her older siblings to give her more makeup. When they heard that Lin Wanwan's boyfriend was in the army, the Lu family immediately showed respect. It was a good match, better than marrying into the city. Before, people often teased Wang Xiaoyi for pampering her daughter like a treasure and not letting her do farm work for points. Now, if news of her wedding got out, those gossiping behind their backs would probably be jealous. The Lu family had things to do tomorrow and couldn't stay long at their daughter's house. They left quickly. As they left, Lu's mother still carried over 2 jin of meat that her daughter had insisted she take. Even after so many years of her daughter being married, the old couple still felt they had to look out for her, but they also paid attention to their 2 daughters-in-law. Although the daughters-in-law were reasonable, nothing in any family came easily. The more they helped, the more it might make them uncomfortable. But now, that was no longer the case. She saw her daughter give her over 2 jin of meat to take away. That meat wasn't cheap, perfect for the new year, saving them money on buying more meat. When the Liu family left, they coincidentally ran into Fu Zheng, who was riding his bike back. Liu's mother's eyes widened in surprise, and she couldn't take her gaze off Fu Zheng. Wow, this young man is really handsome. Fu Zheng didn't recognize them. When he passed by, he greeted Lin Yuzhen and his wife, and then pushed his bike into the yard. Luling reluctantly withdrew her gaze, grabbing her daughter's arm and asking, "Girl, is this the man you mentioned, Fu Zheng? Your younger sister's boyfriend?" Lu Yulin replied, "Yes, he's Fu Zheng. Last night, he came back from the county with a roast chicken and big meat buns from the state-run restaurant. My sister specially called us to eat together. She still can't forget the taste of the buns and roast chicken. Your younger sister is pretty, and this young man is handsome. Their children will definitely be very good-looking." Liulong's mother has no other hobby but to appreciate beauty. Unfortunately, she married a man like a bombed-out building, Liulong's father, and they had a bunch of dark, coal-black children. She was very angry inside. Now, finally seeing such a beautiful girl and young man, she naturally wanted to take a good look. She decided in her heart that when her daughter's family gets married, she would boldly go over to join the celebration. After a day working at the Armed Forces Department, Fu Zheng's eyes lit up like a puppy when he saw the girl he longed for. His throat moved slightly. "Wang Wang, I'm back. Hurry up and wash your hands before eating," Lin Wang Wang said after a pause. "Tonight's pork rib soup is made by me, and the braised pork is also my cooking." Okay. At this moment, Fu Zheng was eager to get married and wanted a home. Just him and the girl. Every day, he would get up an hour early to fetch water, cook the meals, and keep them warm in the pot for when the girl woke up. At noon, he would go to the cafeteria to get food and bring it back, and in the evening, after work, he would prepare her favorite dishes. By the way, he was a very good cook. After washing his hands, Fu Zheng carried the things from the basket to the main hall to eat. Today, he specially asked Huang Weigua from the county town to bring a roast chicken and a bottle of Maotai liquor to impress his future father-in-law. Li Shuisheng, who loved drinking, saw the Maotai bottle and looked at Fu Zheng with shining eyes. "Lil Fu, did you buy this for me? Uncle, do you not like it?" I like it. A bottle of Maotai costs at least 4 yuan, and Li Shuisheng, who usually drinks plain sorghum liquor to relax, had never tasted such expensive wine. Unexpectedly, now that he's older, thanks to his daughter, he could enjoy such high-quality liquor. Li Shuisheng clutched the Maotai bottle, unwilling to let go, looking pitifully at his wife. He was afraid to open and drink it because his wife was strict. Wang Xiui saw his helpless look and wanted to laugh. "Little Fu bought it for you. Why are you looking at me? If you want to drink, go ahead, but don't drink too much." Having received permission, Li Shuisheng quickly unscrewed the bottle cap and poured some for himself and Fu Zheng. Lin Yud, who was forgotten aside, pointed at the small bowl next to him. "Dad, mine?" He received a roll of the eyes from Lin Shuisheng. "This white liquor was bought by Xiao Fu for me to drink. What's it to you? If the son takes a sip, the father should take a little less. Such good wine is better kept to enjoy slowly." Lin Yud was so angry he couldn't speak, and he viciously grabbed a piece of braised pork to put in his mouth. The more he chewed, the more something felt wrong. Normally, this braised pork was his mother's specialty. Why did it taste bitter and burnt today? He swallowed the pork and frowned, saying, "Mom, your cooking skills have declined. Today's braised pork is burnt." Wang Xiu rolled her eyes at him. "What are you talking about? Today's meal was made by your sister." Lin Yud's face immediately stiffened. When he made eye contact with his younger sister, he quickly changed his words. "I knew it. Why did the flavor of the braised pork change today? Turns out it was my little sister who made it. It's really delicious." To prove he was telling the truth, he deliberately picked up a piece of braised pork and ate it happily. But inside, he was thinking of giving himself a slap. Why is my mouth so stupid? If the food isn't good, just shut up. Why say anything? What if his little sister gets mad and ignores her third brother? He had nowhere to cry. He nervously looked at his little sister, only to find her eyes full of that young man, Fu Zheng. His heart was filled with anger, and he had no energy to eat. He sat across, glaring angrily at Fu Zheng and the others. When cooking the caramelized sugar, they didn't pay attention to the heat, overcooking it. Lin Wanwan took a piece of braised pork, chewed twice, and immediately wanted to spit it out because it was so bad. But thinking of the starving 70s, with little meat and food, she endured the nausea in her stomach and swallowed the piece of pork. Watching Fu Zheng pick up piece after piece of braised pork to eat, she advised, "Fu Zheng, it's a bit badly cooked.
Don't eat it."
Then she pushed forward the torn-up roasted chicken made by her mother. "Eat this. It's very tasty," Fu Zheng said again, fearing the girl wouldn't believe him. "I like it very much." This was the first time the girl cooked for him. Whether it was delicious or not, he wanted to finish it all. He didn't want to disappoint her kindness. Seeing Fu Zheng's sincere and passionate eyes, Lin Wanwan felt a swelling in her heart. Since he loved to eat, she decided to go along with him. Next time, she would definitely make him delicious braised pork to make up for it. Lin Yud, gnawing on a chicken neck, watched this scene and was disgusted by their affectionate display, getting goosebumps from the greasy chicken skin. Dealing with a romantic partner can be really exhausting. To make my partner happy, I have to pretend that unappetizing food is delicious and force myself to eat it. If he has a partner in the future, I definitely won't do this. It's so annoying. There's no sense of manliness at all. Lin Wanwan was worried that Fu Zheng might get a stomachache, so she shared some braised pork from her brother's bowl, following the principle of sharing food. "Brother, you just said it was delicious, eat more." Lin Yud looked at the braised pork in his bowl, feeling annoyed at himself for being too honest. He wished he had just kept quiet and let Fu Zheng eat all the meat. Now, he had already said it, so he had to finish eating, even if it was hard. Meat is precious these days. Even if it's not very tasty, it's still meat. Not only in the countryside, but even city folks are reluctant to throw it away. The whole family worked together to finish the braised pork on the table. Fu Zheng, feeling sorry for the young girl, took some of the pork from her bowl and ate it himself. He also put a large chicken leg that Aunt Xioi had torn off and given to him into her bowl. Fu Zheng tends to get tipsy easily when drinking, but never really gets drunk. After having a little wine with his father-in-law, Fu Zheng, during their private moment, asked the young girl for a kiss. Just as the kiss ended, Fu Zheng felt a killing intent. He was caught again. Fu Zheng quickly pulled away from the kiss, feeling guilty as he looked nervously at his big brother-in-law, who was glaring like a copper bell. Next time. There won't be a next time. He hopes his parents can make a good impression this time and set the wedding date for him and the girl early. It would be best if they married before the new year. A young man in his 20s is full of energy and vigor. Fu Zheng is just a person, not a god. He likes the girl who keeps wandering around him every day, but he can only watch helplessly and not eat her. God knows how he's been holding up lately. He's had enough of sneaking to wash his big underwear during the day, only to have it rip in a few places after washing it for a short time. Lin Yogan's large hand hanging at his waist clenched tightly as he walked over with wide eyes. That brat dared to take advantage of his little sister. He really doesn't want to live anymore. But before he could get close, Lin Yud beat him to it and pulled him away. On his way out, he sneered back at his little sister and future brother-in-law. "You two keep going, don't mind us." Lin Wanwan. Fu Zheng. Staring at the red lips in front of him, Fu Zheng, feeling a bit restless, covered his mouth and coughed awkwardly. "It's getting late. You should go to bed early. After I finish my work, I'll take you to the provincial city for a walk. Not going to kiss anymore?" When Lin Wanwan said this, Fu Zheng's ears turned quite red. The young girl was so bold now. If he backed down at this moment, what kind of man would he be? Under the warm breath, the two rookies held each other and nibbled. The system, watching as an onlooker, grimaced. What kind of kiss is this? The host is just inexperienced, but how can Fu Zheng, as a grown man, be so clumsy? Clumsy needs more practice. Otherwise, on their wedding night, how can he give the host a comfortable new marriage experience? The system was almost worried to death for the host's happiness. Fu Zheng was afraid of being caught again on the spot, so he reluctantly released the young girl from his hold. Lin Wanwan covered her sore lips and complained, "Next time, be gentler. You've bitten my lips until they're sore." People who don't know might think he's a dog. Blood was drawn. Fu Zheng also knew he had been too reckless today. Feeling guilty, he quickly apologized. "It's my fault. I won't do it next time." After saying that, Lin Wanwan left. But the moment her body turned away, her face slightly flushed, and her heart was racing wildly. The system, noticing this behavior, secretly chuckled in a place Lin Wanwan couldn't see. Host, this is more than just a little infatuation with Fu Zheng. It's many points. Lin Yuzhen angrily said, "Third brother, why did you pull me? Let me go beat up that big brother. It's normal for young people to secretly kiss when they're dating. Why are you making such a fuss? Is that called a kiss? That's called being a pervert." "A pervert? When you were dating your wife, did you dare to swear to me that you never kissed her or held her hand?" This. Lin Yuzhen seemed to remember something, his face flushing red, and he hesitated for a long time without saying a word. "You can touch and hold your wife, so what's wrong with Fu Zheng just kissing? Besides, our little sister is so pretty. If Fu Zheng isn't tempted, I'd think there's something wrong with him." After saying that, Lin Yud rolled his eyes at his big brother. He believed his big brother was just too worried about his little sister, always afraid she'd be wronged. But honestly, with Fu Zheng's face and his position as a squad leader, it would be hard to find someone like him anywhere in the entire province. Most importantly, Fu Zheng's family was on their way here. It was now late December, more than a month before the new year. With Fu Zheng's impatient nature, he was probably worried that his little sister wouldn't be able to spend the new year with them this year. Thinking about this, Lin Yud felt more reluctant and sad. South Island is so far away, and traveling there requires a train and a ferry, which takes several days. It won't be easy to see my little sister in the future. But as long as she is happy, I, as her older brother, will be happy. Lin Yuzhen, convinced by the silly logic of the third brother, still felt uneasy. "Your wife said that Fu Zheng is a company commander in the army. What do his parents do? Are they easy to get along with? My little sister married so far away, with no relatives nearby. What if she gets bullied by her in-laws? That's so far, and we can't go there quickly to support her. The eldest brother thinks more than others. If my little sister married Fu Zheng, it's because their Fu family has good luck from many generations ago. They love her so much. How could they bully her? Besides, my little sister is not the kind to suffer losses, and she has strong strength. Anyone who tries to bully her will be asking for trouble." He had seen with his own eyes how she punched a wild boar away, and she also fought off wolves when she was selling things at the black market. Could Fu family members be more fierce than wild boars and wolves? Probably not. If she got angry, she could take care of their whole family. As for Fu Zheng not being able to have children, Lin Yud didn't plan to tell the eldest brother. He was happy that his little sister wouldn't have to risk childbirth, but it wasn't something to be proud of. If it got out, the gossiping women in the team would definitely talk behind her back. After marriage, his little sister would follow Fu Zheng to the army, and they would rarely come back to their hometown because of the long distance. As long as he and their parents kept it a secret, no one would know she had no children. There was no need to worry about malicious people trying to take her and her husband's children or steal the Fu family's property.
Especially the second branch.
He thought that even their own children were hard to raise, let alone adopted ones. They are not reliable since they are not his own flesh and blood. But he was different. When he married and had children, he would teach them to be kind to his sister and brother-in-law, always thinking of respecting them. He hoped to live longer so that as long as he was alive, he could make his children and daughter respect their aunt and uncle. Big brother, don't worry about your little sister. Focus on your own worries when you have time. When do you plan to build the house? I can lend you money. We can't let Hong Ying and Hong Xiang keep sharing a room with you and your wife. When talking about building a house, Lin Yogan's face showed a hint of hope, My sister-in-law and I plan to go to the big uncle after the new year to get the land for the house, and we hope to move in before the summer harvest. I'll help you then." After saying this, the two brothers parted ways. Coincidentally, Li Xiaodi, who had been missing for a day, sneaked back from outside. Lin Yud raised an eyebrow. Soon, there was some trouble in the second room. Lin Yuzhu looked at Li Xiaodi, who returned so late, and angrily grabbed a pillow from the bed and threw it at her. Li Xiaodi caught the pillow steadily and shouted angrily, in front of the children, "You're losing your temper late at night. Did you take the wrong medicine? Say I took the wrong medicine? I want to ask you, where did you go wandering today when you weren't at home? Do you know you almost starved the two kids left at home? It's not like our parents and relatives weren't there. Changfu and Hongmi are their grandchildren. Could they really watch them go hungry?" After speaking, Li Xiaodi looked at Hongni on the bed. "Hongni, what good food did your grandma make for you and your brother today?" "Grandma made noodles with meat inside. My brother and I drank a big bowl." Hongni finished and licked her lips. The noodles made from white flour smelled good and tasted delicious. She wanted to eat it again tomorrow. Hearing that it was shredded meat noodles, Li Xiaodi's stomach, which had been growling all day, also started to rumble loudly. She clutched her stomach and looked at Lin Yuzhu. "You went to the county town today. Didn't I ask you to buy some baked snacks on your way back? Where are they?" Lin Yuzhu's face darkened. "I didn't buy them." Hearing didn't buy, Li Xiaodi angrily pounced forward and scratched him, but she slipped and fell heavily to the ground. Li Xiaodi was in pain, almost gasping for air, and faint traces of blood seeped out from beneath her. "Yezhu, my stomach hurts." "Li Xiaodi, stop pretending. You weren't home all day. Did you run back to your mother's house again?" "My stomach really hurts, I'm not lying to you. After all these years of marriage, haven't you lied to me enough? I tell you, don't try to fool me this time. If you dare to run back to your mother's house again without telling me, I'll divorce you." The family split a total of over 80 yuan, and just paying for the Li family's meals cost 10 yuan. Today, he also bought pots, bowls, and various miscellaneous things in the county town, which cost 12 yuan in total. In just 2 days, over 20 yuan was gone. There are still many days ahead. Furthermore, just based on the small amount of work points he earned with Li Xiaodi, he might even owe money to the team and have to buy grain with his own money. When adding up all the accounts, Lin Yuzhu feels very troubled. Every time he thinks about how he suggested splitting the family, he wants to slap himself. If they hadn't split the family, like last night when the whole family was eating roasted chicken together, his parents would definitely call them over to eat. Although what he got was only a small piece and not very good meat, his parents always thought of their family first. Now, unlike before, when he and Li Xiaodi are not home and their son and daughter are eating at his parents' house, he still gets scolded by his mother. Lin Hongni tugged at her father's arm. "Dad, Mom is so old. How come she's still wetting the bed?" Wetting the bed. A bad feeling suddenly arose in Lin Yozhu's mind. He looked in the direction of Hongni's gaze and saw a large wet patch on the ground. A sense of dread grew stronger. He hurriedly got out of bed without even putting on his shoes and ran to Li Xiaodi. It was sticky, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Li Xiaodi covered her belly with her hands, her face pale and small, with tears in her voice. "It's the sun. The sun is gone." Lin Yuzhu was completely panicked. He quickly ran to knock on his parents' door. "Mom, Xiaodi is in trouble.
Come and see."
"It's a sin. Even after splitting the family, we can't have peace." Wang Xiui, with a dark face, got out of bed, threw on a piece of clothing, and went to open the door. "Why wake everyone up in the middle of the night? What's all the fuss about?" "Mom, it seems Xiaodi's baby is gone. Please go and check. I beg you." Wang Xiui's heart sank. She hurriedly hobbled to the second room. As soon as she entered, she saw Li Xiaodi lying on the ground, crying and shouting, still crying that her son was gone. Her son is gone, so why did she do that earlier? Now crying twice, can her son really come back? Wang Xiui resisted the urge to scold her and told Lin Yuzhu to carry Li Xiaodi back to the bed, then asked Lin Shuixing to go to the kitchen and boil hot water. After all the fuss, it was already late. Wang Xiui instructed, Take good care of your wife these days. Don't let her catch cold. If anything happens, go to Li Ainian. He knows more than I do. Lin Yuzhu replied, Thank you, Mom. Just as Wang Xiui finished and turned to go back to sleep, Li Xiaodi called her.
Mom, I'm hungry.
I want to eat the sugar water eggs you cooked. We have now separated, so if you're hungry, go find your husband. Why are you looking for me? I'm not a wishing turtle from the river. Just do whatever you say. And for your daughter and son, next time you're not home, send their food in advance. Otherwise, they should learn to cook themselves. Long Fu is not young anymore, and your older brother, who is about his age, already knows how to cook and work in the fields to earn points. Your father and I are also getting old and can't manage everything. In the future, don't trouble us old folks with your problems. You can't spoil the second household too much. The more you spoil them, the more they think they can do whatever they want. At noon, I gave my grandson and granddaughter a bowl of noodles. That evening, Li Xiaodi came to ask for sweet water eggs. If she cooks those eggs tonight, tomorrow she might even dare to ask for chicken. I worked hard raising my son, building him a house, helping him marry, and raising their children. After a lifetime of effort, what do I want? Just to see my son and daughter-in-law be filial. But now, all that filial piety seems to have gone to the dogs. Wang Xiui was too tired to care about the second household anymore. She finished her words and left. Li Xiaodi, who didn't get her sweet water eggs, turned to her husband. I just lost a child. I need to rest and recover. Go to the kitchen and give me 2 sweet water eggs to eat. Lin Yuzhu frowned and refused. No. Just now, his mother said those things in front of him and Li Xiaodi. It seems she really doesn't plan to take care of their family anymore, nor help raise their son. Thinking about it, his chest hurt painfully. Lin Yuzhu, you good for nothing. You have no heart. It's because of you that my child is gone. If my relatives find out you're bullying me, they'll come and beat you up. Then let Li Yaozu and Li Yaozong, those 2 cowards, come and kill me. The child in your belly is your own fault, not mine. After saying this, Lin Yuzhu turned off the kerosene lamp and got into bed without showing any mercy to Li Xiaodi. The small, dark room was filled with Li Xiaodi's curses. Her curses grew quieter, accompanied by Lin Yuzhu's snores. Li Xiaodi was so angry she almost died. They just stared at each other in silence until dawn. Li Xiaodi was too weak to touch cold water, and Lin Yuzhu, who had no cooking experience, cooked the rice unevenly. The porridge was so thin you could stick chopsticks in it. The steamed corn cobs were as hard as donkey dung. Li Xiaodi, with poor teeth, almost cracked her front tooth eating Lin Yuzhu's steamed corn cobs. She couldn't endure these miserable days anymore. Lin Chongfu and his sister don't like the breakfast their father makes. It's hard and tough to bite. They want to go to their grandparents' house to eat noodles with pork. Lin Chongfu says, let's go, and pushes his bowl aside, then runs to the main hall to ask his grandma for food. But after a short while, he comes back with empty hands and a frown on his face. Son, what's wrong? Did that old lady refuse to give you food and send you back? Grandma said, if you go again, Grandpa will break your legs. That wicked old woman. When I get better, I'll see how I deal with her. Lin Yuzhu remains silent, finishes the porridge in his bowl, and then goes out to build a stove. Since the weather is good, he hopes to finish the work today. From now on, he plans to live his own life behind closed doors and reduce contact and talk with his parents. This time, Lin Yuzhu felt deeply disappointed. A few days ago, Wang Xiui brought back over 20 eggs from the team. When they divided the property, she kept all the eggs. Now, only 5 eggs are left to eat. This morning, she boiled 3 eggs for breakfast. 2 were taken by Fu Zhang when he left, and the remaining egg was peeled and given to her daughter to eat. A child with a mother is a treasure. Lin Wanwan ate the eggs her mother peeled herself, feeling very satisfied. Mom, when I get married to Fu Zhang in the future, I will bring you and Dad to live over there. Nandao is much warmer than Yushan province. Although there are mosquitoes and snakes, there are plenty of seafood and fruits to enjoy. Once the market economy opens up, there will be a wave of people going into business. At that time, Nandao will be full of opportunities. As long as you're smart and willing to work hard, you can quickly build up a lot of wealth. Many people's first big fortune was made during that period. Her third brother is clever, adaptable in his work and life, and has a charming way of talking that can make people trust him or be wary. Such a person is naturally suited for business. When Nandao develops, her third brother will surely become very successful. Lin Wanwan sincerely hopes her brother's life will get better and better, and she wishes he could find a good wife who can keep him in check. Wang Xiui gently patted her daughter's head, her eyes full of reluctance. There's no reason for you to follow us when you get married. If this gets out, people will laugh at us. But let them laugh. We will keep to ourselves and live our own lives, regardless of what others say. My daughter is better than that ungrateful son. The words she speaks always feel warm and caring. After breakfast, Wang Xiui kneaded the dough. She plans to teach her daughter how to steam buns at noon today. Once the buns are steamed, she will ask her third son to accompany her daughter to the commune to deliver hot buns to Xiaofu. The buns are filled with pork and cabbage, with some pork fat residue left over from yesterday's lard, which Wang Xiui mixed in thoroughly. She added 2 drops of sesame oil and half a spoon of hot scallion oil, then poured it into the bowl. The aroma immediately filled the air with a fragrant sizzle. The whole kitchen smelled like pork fat. Lin Shuisheng rolled out the dough, while Wang Xiui, Lin Wanwan, and the helper Lin Yud made the buns. Lin Yud was clumsy. His buns looked strange and had fillings showing, ugly enough to not want to eat. In the end, Wang Xiui, annoyed, sent him to start the fire. But Lin Wanwan's buns turned out round and plump, with exactly 28 folds, no more, no less. They looked like perfect little works of art. Wang Xiui looked at her daughter's buns and kept praising, "Daughter, who did you learn to make such beautiful buns from? They look so nice." "Mom, of course I learned from you," Lin Wanwan lied. Actually, she learned to make these buns from Wang Ma. Wang Ma is very skilled. She can do Chinese, Western, and French pastries. Even if she doesn't know, she will learn. All just to let her eat a little more. She wondered how Wang Ma was doing after she passed away. Wang Xiui also thought about it. Her daughter had hardly ever cooked before, so making these buns was probably her first attempt. But for her first try, her daughter managed to make such perfect buns. Only she could do that. She was proud that her daughter was both beautiful and smart. With their effort, they made 60 buns in total. One steamer couldn't hold them all, so Wang Xiui steamed them in 2 batches. When the first batch was ready, Lin Yud couldn't wait to come forward and eat one. "Little sister, here's for you." "Thanks, third brother," Lin Wanwan said. She took a bite and was surprised to find these buns tasted even better than the ones Fu Zheng brought back from the state-run restaurant the night before. Lin Yud couldn't stop eating either, saying as he ate, "Mom, if you had started making buns a few decades earlier with your skills, you could have opened many shops and made a lot of money." Opening many shops? That would be a chain store. But her third brother was right. It's a pity her mother didn't open a bun shop with her skills. Wang Xiui scolded with a smile. "You can't even keep your mouth shut when eating. Don't you see what time it is now? Opening a bun shop to sell buns. Are you afraid this old woman end up in jail?" Lin Yud chuckled happily. "I'm just saying it casually. I wouldn't really let you, this old woman, go sell buns. Our family's money matters are my responsibility." When Lao Chao returned from the south with goods, they managed to sell those items before the new year and hoped to make a big profit. He also saved up 1,000 yuan to add to his younger sister's dowry. They say a poor family can still find a good path. Giving his sister some money would boost her confidence in her new family and help her avoid being bullied. Moreover, it would show the Fu family that his sister married Fu Zheng not for money, but because she truly liked him. Next, the second batch of buns was ready. Wang Xiui cracked 2 eggs to make egg drop soup, adding some homemade sweet potato starch noodles. When it was ready, she drizzled a few drops of sesame oil and aged vinegar on top. "Third brother, go find that aluminum lunchbox you brought back last time. I need it." "Why do you need that?" "This bun is best eaten hot. Later, I'll go with your little sister to the commune and deliver food to Xiaofu." Hearing it was for Fu Zheng, Lin Yud was devastated. His status in his mother's heart was even lower than that of an outsider, so frustrating. But he obediently found the aluminum lunchbox, washed it with hot water, and handed it to his mother. Wang Xiui thought for a moment, packed 9 buns inside, and filled a large box with egg drop soup and sweet potato noodles. Worried they would get cold on the way, she wrapped them carefully to keep the heat in. Lin Yud carried the basket and took Lin Wuan to the commune. After the siblings left, Wang Xiui packed the remaining buns and hung them on the beam in the room where they slept. No one saw her do it. When they arrived at the commune, the siblings headed straight to the Armed Forces Department. Everyone busy finishing their meal turned around and saw that beautiful girl, stunned for a moment. It had only been a few days since they last met, but she looked even more beautiful than before. Peng Bowenwen, who had long harbored feelings, quickly turned his back. He straightened his wrinkled clothes from top to bottom. Then he spat into his palm, tousled his hair that hadn't been washed in days, making it stand up. After doing these things, Peng Bowenwen hurriedly went to the girl and acted very confidently, like a proud peacock. "Comrade, are you here to see Minister Huang? He is busy right now. I will take you to him." Men love beauty, especially when it's a stunning, bright young woman. Such beauty is rare in our rural community. Right now, because Bloomberg beat him to it, the single men are losing their patience and rushing to flirt with the girl. "Comrade, don't listen to him. I'll take you over. I know Minister Huang best." Seeing the unwanted hand about to touch his sister's clothes, Lin Yud shouted angrily, "Back off. Anyone who doesn't move back, I'll hit them." Bloomberg yelled, "Hey, who are you? How dare you act so bold on our turf? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten?" "He's my brother," Lin Wanwan said. Hearing this, Lin Yud proudly puffed out his chest and lifted his chin high, smiling confidently. He was happy to have a beautiful younger sister. Especially when he saw everyone staring blankly at her, he was so happy he could run 2 miles. Red-faced, Bloomberg quickly pulled out a cigarette and handed it over. "It's a mess now. We're all family, but I was wrong."
Sorry about that.
Lin Yud rolled his eyes at him. "We're not family. I don't know you. Don't try to make connections." This guy clearly liked his sister. If she hadn't lost weight before, he might have considered it. After all, the guy looked decent, square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, working in the Armed Forces Department, earning a decent salary.
But now,
his sister was as beautiful as a fairy from heaven. No matter how you looked at it, this guy didn't match her. And besides, with people like Fu Zheng, who was outstanding but couldn't have children, others really didn't catch his eye. Bloomberg's face darkened from red to black, and his hand holding the cigarette froze in midair. For a moment, no one knew what to do. Lin Wanwan looked around and frowned slightly. "Is Fu Zheng here? I'm his partner. I came to see him."
who? Fu Zheng?
The Fu Zheng who was talking to Minister Huang in the office? The one called the Ice Face King by Minister Huang, undefeated on the battlefield? The young brigade commander Fu Zheng? She said. She was Fu Zheng's partner? At that moment, everyone heard a heartbreaking sound. No matter how you looked at it, they couldn't compare to the outstanding Fu Zheng. Everyone wisely took a few steps back. Peng Bowen, who had lost both face and dignity, looked like a defeated rooster and ran away dejectedly. Fu Zheng, who was in the office discussing matters with Jiang Chuan and Huang Weigua, seemed to hear the young girl's voice. Feeling a connection, he put down his pen without hesitation and hurried outside. Jiang Chuan and Huang Weigua exchanged glances and quickly followed. "Wanwan, why did you come out in such cold weather?" Fu Zheng automatically ignored his third brother beside him and quickly approached her. Lin Wanwan pointed to the basket in her third brother's hand. "Mom just steamed some buns at home. She asked me to bring a few for you to try."
"Come inside with me."
Fu Zheng wanted to hold the young girl's hand and bring her into the house, but with so many eyes watching, he had to suppress this thought. Meanwhile, Lin Yud, ignored on the side, helplessly shrugged his shoulders. It's okay, he's used to it. After all, his little sister is too outstanding. Old Fu's good judgment is clear. He always remembers to bring home a beautiful woman to be his wife when doing tasks. Jiang Chuan put away his curious gaze and cheerfully greeted, "Hello, sister-in-law. We've met again. Have you eaten? If not, I have some buns here. Would you like to try one?" Yes. He could already smell the aroma from earlier if he guessed right it was meat buns. After fasting all morning, Jiang Chuan could eat not just a few buns, but an entire cow if he wanted. Old Fu's girlfriend is really nice. After they get married, if sister-in-law goes to Nantu with the army, he plans to bring some stuff over now and then to share a meal. The cafeteria's cook, Lao Li, makes terrible food, and after all these years, there's been no improvement. He's almost tired of eating there. Fu Zheng glanced at Jiang Chuan. These buns were brought by his girlfriend. Why is Jiang Chuan so eager? Suddenly, he regretted not bringing the young girl to the government restaurant instead. Then all the buns would be his. Huang Weigua, standing nearby, was completely confused by Jiang Chuan. It seemed this deputy regimental commander was on his first mission outside their province, and he had only met Comrade Lin once. How did he end up calling her sister-in-law? He hadn't heard Jiang Chuan mention any relatives in their province. Inside the office, Fu Zheng quickly poured hot water into a teapot and handed it to Lin Wanwan. "It's cold today. Warm your hands." "Thank you, Fu Zheng. As my girlfriend, there's no need to thank me." The words "thank you" felt distant between them. Fu Zheng, eager to deepen their relationship, disliked those words. Also, everything he did for her was from his own willingness. All his doubts were answered in this moment. Huang Weiguo widened his eyes as he watched Fu Zheng and Lin Wuan interact closely. He was a bit excited and said, "You two? You are really together now." Fu Zheng smiled slightly and said, "I forgot to tell you, Wuan is now my girlfriend. When we get married, you are welcome to come and celebrate with us." "When you get married, I will definitely come to share in the happiness," Huang Weiguo replied. Looking at the two in front of him, he suddenly remembered a word his elegant wife often used. It seemed to be something like golden girl or perfect match. Yes, it was golden boy and jade girl. Just looking at them together, he felt like he could eat a few more steamed buns. He couldn't imagine how beautiful their future children would be. They say daughters take after their mothers. Comrade Lin is fair and delicate. If she has a daughter, she will surely be surrounded by many boys chasing after her. That would give Captain Fu a headache. As for a son, if he takes after Captain Fu's looks, he will definitely have many girls interested in him. Lots of young girls will be chasing after him. Lin Wuan and Lin Yud had specially eaten at home before coming here. The 9 buns and a bowl of egg and rice noodle soup they brought were shared among Fu Zheng and the others inside. After finishing all 3 buns, Jiang Chuan looked satisfied and let out a big burp. He praised Lin Wuan's cooking skills generously. "Sister-in-law, your bun-making skills are amazing. They're way better than Old Li in our cafeteria. When you and Old Fu get married, I'll bring my lunch every day to your house to eat," he added. Lin Wuan didn't answer right away. Instead, she turned to look at Fu Zheng. "Is Old Li in the cafeteria really that bad at cooking?" "It's a bit bad, but don't worry. I cook very well. When we get married, I'll cook for you every day," Fu Zheng said confidently. "Okay, I'm looking forward to that day," Lin Wuan replied. She didn't dislike cooking, but if she had to stay in that greasy kitchen all year round, she would go crazy. She had initially planned to occasionally go to the cafeteria for a change of taste. But now, after hearing Fu Zheng, she suddenly changed her mind. Sometimes, sharing housework can help improve the relationship between a couple. "Also, me Old Fu, we're good friends. You can't forget about me," Jiang Chuan said. "Go somewhere cooler," Fu Zheng replied. His little world with the girl was so private that not even his parents or Jiang Chuan himself could interfere. Jiang Chuan, who was rejected, didn't get upset. He still smiled happily and talked to Lin Wuan. At first, Fu Zheng found Jiang Chuan annoying, but hearing him call her sister-in-law made his mood quite good. This afternoon, Fu Zheng and the others had things to do, so Lin Wuan and Lin Yu couldn't stay here much longer. Just as they were about to leave, Huang Weiguo called them back. "Comrade Lin, The higher-ups approved the work you mentioned last time. Besides the official job at the cotton spinning factory, there's also a reward of 300 yuan for discovering the arms and explosives cache on the mountain. When I go to the county for a meeting next time, I will help you collect the money. Can I give the job to someone else? Comrade Lin, you might not know this in the countryside, but the job at the cotton spinning factory is hard to buy, even if you pay for it. I think this is a big matter, so you can think about it again when you go back. There's no rush for an answer now. Brother Huang, thank you for your kindness, but Fu Zheng and I are getting married soon. After the wedding, I will follow the army. Since the job is for me, I won't need it. I want to give it to my family. Although the young girl had previously said she wanted to live in the south after marriage, hearing this again made Fu Zheng very happy. He just wondered whether she preferred living in a small apartment building or in a private courtyard. When he had free time, he planned to ask her opinions so he could apply for a family house later. How could I forget about this? Huang Weigua patted his forehead. Comrade Lin, the job given to you is yours. You can give it to anyone you want. Thank you, Brother Huang. After saying this, Lin Wuan and Lin Yude left. Outside the armed forces office, Lin Yude couldn't hold back and asked, Little sister, what does Huang Weigua mean by the arms and explosives cache? How much more are you hiding from us? Explosives are very dangerous. How could his little sister, just a girl, be involved with such things? If something went wrong, how could he and their parents live with it? Lin Wuan glanced around to make sure no one was nearby and whispered, It was when I went to the back mountain and saw the wolf. On the way down, I found a cave that hid a lot of explosives and similar things. I told Fu Zheng, and he asked me to call Huang Weigua to our house from the commune. I don't know what happened after that. Brother Huang said the work at the cotton spinning factory and the 300 yuan reward were for discovering the arms and explosives cache. Lin Yude's face darkened. Is there anything else you're hiding from me? Anything I don't know? Lin Wuan shook her head.
No.
Hearing her assurance, Lin Yude finally relaxed. However, thinking about the dangers of the back mountain, he said seriously, You are not allowed to do such dangerous things anymore. You can't go to the back mountain either. If you need money, just ask me. I will give you money. If you want to eat something, tell me, and I will buy it for you in town. Do you hear me? Yes, I hear you. It's best that you really listen to me. Otherwise, I will tell Mom and let her teach you. He kept talking on and on, making Lin Wanwan's ears hurt. She quickly interrupted him. Third brother, do you want to work at the cotton spinning factory? If you want to go, I will give you that job. Third brother has been so good to her, and she is happy to give him this job since she doesn't need it anyway. The cotton spinning factory is mostly women working there. As a grown man, what are you doing there? It's not free, and the pay isn't very high. It's not suitable for you, third brother. You don't want it?
No.
Over the past few years traveling around, Lin Yude has seen the outside world clearly. He always had a feeling that the country would get better and the market would open up more and more. It's very likely that in the future, people won't need tickets to buy things. He could do small business with money without hiding or worrying about being caught and punished. Maybe the factory jobs that everyone is crazy about now won't be popular anymore in the future. If you don't want it, I will give it to Big Brother's family. Then give it to Big Brother's family. Over the years, Big Brother and sister-in-law have treated you well and loved you like their own daughter. The most important thing is that Big Brother's family is grateful. After the siblings agreed on the work, they slowly headed home. They had walked a long way, and Lin Wanwan was sweaty, but she was afraid of catching a cold, so she didn't dare to take off her clothes. She just sat down to rest and catch her breath. Wang Shua saw her daughter come back and hurriedly made a cup of malted milk for her. The malted milk was brought back a few days ago by Xiao Fu, and it wasn't cheap. He bought 4 cans directly. She hid all of them, planning to give her daughter some good nourishment while she was still unmarried. The malted milk was sweet. Lin Wanwan drank it all in one go. Wang Shua poured some hot water into the cup to rinse it, and the water was even drunk by the third brother, Lin Yude. At this moment, Lin Shuaixing also came back from outside. Taking advantage of her parents being there, Lin Wanwan quickly said, Mom, I have a job at the cotton spinning factory. I want to give it to Big Brother's family. Wang Shua reached out and touched Lin Wanwan's forehead, then her own. Girl, you don't have a fever, so what nonsense are you talking? The work at the cotton spinning factory is meant for city people. There's no way it would be available to us folks from the countryside. Only my older brother's family, like Anan, got lucky. She passed the exam and became a full-time worker at the county cotton factory. Later, she married Wang Tao, who works at the steel plant, and so she stayed in the city. She had thought about buying her daughter a job in the city, so she could marry into the city life. But a job pays at least 6 or 700 yuan, and it's hard to get. She never managed to get one, so she gave up on that idea. Luckily, her daughter is smart and found a good man, Fu Zheng, who is a squad leader. That's much better than marrying a man who works in a factory. She secretly asked her older brother, and he told her that being a squad leader is a big deal. Even the county mayor would need to say hello to him. She kept hoping and praying, and finally her daughter married a good man. It felt like heaven was watching over them. Mom, I'm serious. If you don't believe me, ask third brother.
He can vouch for me.
Lin Yud took his sister's words and said, Mom, my sister is telling the truth. She found some treasures on the back mountain. To reward her, they gave her a formal job at the cotton spinning factory. Hearing this, Wang Xiui slapped her thigh in regret and looked angrily at her children. She thought that getting a job meant her daughter's treasures on the mountain were worth a lot of money. Otherwise, they wouldn't give her a job. After all, a job in the county is something money can't buy. And after her daughter got married, she would go with her husband, so having a job wouldn't be useful at all. The more she thought about it, the more it hurt her. Then bring it home. I'll ask your dad to exchange it for money in the county. That's much better than a job. Lin Yud's face twitched nonstop. Sure enough, it was his mother, always thinking about getting something for nothing. His love of money probably came from her. Mom, my sister found explosives or something. Who would dare to take such dangerous things? Once they take it, they'll be caught and executed. What? Explosives? Not gold bars? Coming back to her senses from shock, Wang Xiui looked at her daughter, Lin Wanwan. Mom, third brother is telling the truth. If it wasn't gold, then it's no big deal. Wang Xiui quickly returned to normal, but inside, she still felt a little regret. She asked, Daughter, have you thought it through? If you sell that cotton factory job outside, you could get 7 or 800 yuan. Are you really willing to give that to your older brother's family? Lin Wanwan pursed her lips and said, When I was little, you and Dad were busy in the fields and didn't have time to take care of me. It was my elder brother who carried me wherever he went. That winter, I was sick, and my elder brother walked through deep snow to the neighboring team to get a doctor for me. His kindness to me is worth more than this job. It can't be bought with money. I am willing to give this job to my elder brother's family. Wanwan is a grateful person. Her older brother has been kind to her all these years. Lin Shuisheng wiped his tears with his sleeve and immediately told the third brother to call the eldest family to the main hall for a talk. Wang Shua also did not oppose. Confused, the eldest family of 4 followed the third brother. Seeing their parents sitting in the main seat with serious expressions, Lin Yuzhen and his wife looked at each other in silence, not daring to speak. Big brother, your sister is grateful. She remembers all the kindness you've shown her over the years. Now she has a job at the cotton spinning factory, and the first thing she thought of was your family. She wants to give up this formal job for you. What? The cotton spinning factory job is being given to them. They didn't hear wrong, did they? That's a place others would fight to get into. And where did little sister-in-law, get the cotton spinning factory job? Lin Yuzhen and his wife, along with Lin Hongying, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Lin Wanwan. This is a reward from the county, but I will marry Fu Zheng soon, and after marriage, I will follow the army. The job won't be useful to me. I thought about giving this job to Hongying. With a formal job, she will have more confidence when she gets married. Actually, Wanwan hoped her sensible niece could have a chance to leave the countryside and live freely and happily. Not marry young and live a life of endless chores. Those days of being broke and having to raise children were too hard. Seeing her little sister-in-law thinking of her, Lin Hongying's eyes filled with tears of gratitude. She knew it. Her little sister-in-law treated her the best. No, there were also her grandparents and third uncle. They all treated her well. When she earned money in the future, she would repay them properly. Seeing that her little sister was serious, Lin Yuzhen and Lu Yulan quickly pulled their daughter, Honging, to kowtow and thank her. This wasn't just a job, it was an opportunity to escape farming life. With a formal city job, she would have enough to eat, and she wouldn't have to work herself to exhaustion in the fields, relying on luck. Wanwan was so scared she suddenly sat up straight from her chair. Big brother, sister-in-law, please get up quickly. If you don't, I won't give you this job. Lin Yud also helped persuade them from the side. After much persuasion, Lin Yuzhen and his wife finally helped Honging get up from the ground. Lin Wanwan looked at her older brother and sister-in-law. Tomorrow, I will take Honging to the commune to find Huang Weigua so he can help us find jobs in the county town. I remember my cousin from my father's side also works at the cotton spinning factory. When Honging starts working there, she will have someone to look out for her, so she won't be bullied. Hongying's personality is gentle and soft, just like her parents, like a ball of cotton, easy to push around. To put it bluntly, the factory is like a small society where flattering and stepping on others happens often. With Hongying's personality, if she doesn't stand up for herself, she might get bullied. But her cousin is a fiery and tough girl, so with her help, things might be better. Of course, they shouldn't ask for help for nothing. Before going tomorrow, she plans to gather some family items to give to her cousin. She remembers Fu Zheng brought some food items a few days ago which are now just right to use. Lin Yogen's eyes turned red. Thank you, little sister. Big brother, we are family. After discussing everything, the main family left. Wang Xiaoa was angry as she looked at her daughter. Daughter, why did you stop me from speaking just now? I think it's unfair to give such valuable work to their family and expect them to show gratitude. Even the eldest family's members are like wooden blocks. If she doesn't speak, they won't either. She was almost furious. Mother, over the years, my older brother and sister-in-law have done so much for this family. Now that they have separated, let them close the door and live their own lives. In her previous life, she had so much money, she couldn't spend it all. Now, Lin Wanwan doesn't care much about money. Money is just something to spend as long as there's enough. It doesn't bring anything when you die. Moreover, her older brother and sister-in-law only have about 80 yuan from the family division. If she gives all that to her, how will her family survive? Most importantly, she is protective of her family and holds grudges. Most of the work she arranged for Honging was to thank her older brother and sister-in-law for their care over the years. In the past, no matter how much they scolded or hit her family, they never got angry and even gave her family some of their belongings. They didn't even want to eat those things themselves. Her older brother is a very good brother, her sister-in-law is a kind sister-in-law, and her two nieces are also very nice. Lin Wanwan likes her older brother's family very much. Wang Xiaoa also misunderstood the main family. Lu Yulan was counting the money they received from the last family division. A few days ago, I went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some miscellaneous items for the family. I also spent money on 3 skewers of candied hawthorn for the 2 children and my younger sister-in-law. In total, I spent 10.5 yuan, and I still have 78 yuan left. Additionally, my mother-in-law gave me 2 yuan, asking me to use it to buy some things and visit my family. I've been very busy lately and haven't had time to visit relatives at my parents' house. That 2 yuan has just been sitting unused. Including the remaining 78 yuan after dividing the family assets, we only have about 80 yuan at home. A formal job in the city usually pays around 600 to 700 yuan, but such jobs are hard to find. My younger sister-in-law is very generous, giving her family some red dates without hesitation, which shows her kind heart. However, as her older brother and sister-in-law, we can't just rely on her kindness to climb up the social ladder. I've heard that workers at the cotton spinning factory enjoy good benefits. If Honging, my sister-in-law, gets a job there thanks to her good luck, it would be a blessing from our ancestors. So, we can't let her suffer losses. Whatever it costs to buy a job outside, we, as her brother and sister-in-law, should give her that much. But 80 yuan isn't enough. We're still far from the 600 to 700 yuan needed. I thought, maybe I should go to my parents' house, ask my relatives to help out, and once Honging starts working and earns a salary, she can pay them back monthly. I worried. Would that be too troublesome for my family? Honging now has a rare chance to work in the city. Do you really want her to stay in the countryside with us, waking up early and working hard in the fields every day just to earn some work points? I don't want her to suffer like I did my whole life. After saying this, Lu Yulan's eyes welled up with tears. She wiped her tears and continued, "My younger sister is about to marry Captain Fu, and after marriage, she will follow the army. It will be hard to see her often because of the distance. We've received such great kindness from her, so we should find a way to repay her now. Otherwise, I'll feel uneasy inside." Lin Yuzhen saw his wife crying and felt very anxious. "Honey, I'll listen to you. Later, I'll go with you to borrow money from my family. I can go alone. You and the 2 children stay at home. I'll be back soon." Lu Yulan placed the 2 jin of salted pork, originally meant for the new year, into a basket and hurriedly went to her parents' house. When her mother saw her daughter coming, she quickly got up to greet her. She looked back and saw only her daughter. "Why are you here alone today? Why didn't he Jen and the 2 girls come with you?" "Mother, I have something to discuss with you and Dad. Let's go inside to talk." Lu Yulan's face turned bright red, and she didn't know how to ask her parents for money. Lu's mother saw that her daughter was upset and quickly called the little grandson to bring the old man from the village committee. Soon Lu's father, panting, pushed open the door curtain and entered the house. Seeing his daughter, Lu's father was very happy. "Don't leave yet. Stay and eat lunch before you go back. We haven't finished the meat you gave us last time. Since you're here today, slice a piece for stir-frying." Lu Yulan took a deep breath, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Father and Mother, I came today to ask if I could borrow some money." Hearing the words borrow money, Lu's parents immediately thought something was wrong with her family. Lu's father said without hesitation, "How much do you need? I'll have your mother give it to you." Lu Yulan replied, "Dad, Mom, I need quite a lot this time. Maybe you should discuss it with my older brothers and their families." Hearing this, Lu's father and mother looked at each other, and then at their daughter. "What's really going on? Is something serious happening or what? Daughter, just tell us. Don't make us old folks worry too much." Seeing her parents misunderstand, Lu Yulan quickly explained, "It's all good. It's about Honging, my granddaughter. What happened to my granddaughter? Is she sick?" Thinking about that possibility, Lu's mother almost fainted from worry. Lu's father glared at Lu's mother. "Why are you so anxious? Let Yulan finish talking." Lu's mother nodded. Yes, Yulan, go ahead." Lu Yulan said, "My younger sister got a job at a cotton spinning factory, but after she got married, she went to follow the army, so she couldn't keep the job. She gave the job to Honging. Tomorrow, my sister plans to take Honging to the city to look for work. My husband and I feel it's not right to take advantage of her, so we thought of paying to buy the job for her. But we just separated from our family and don't have much money. So, we came to ask you to lend us some. Once Honging starts working, we'll pay you back a little each month." Hearing that their granddaughter was going to work in the city, Lu's parents were very happy. This is great news. With a job, she can get a city household registration. Honging will be a city person in the future, eating government-supplied food, safe from the wind and rain, and she might marry a good family. Her in-laws are capable, and they still think of you, the older brother and sister-in-law. They gave jobs to your family even though they have 3 brothers. We should remember their kindness, and even if they don't ask, we should still give them this money. Even if the money is given out, it's a big benefit for us. I heard that in the city, each job has its own spot, and many people without work have gone to the countryside to farm, especially at the cotton spinning factory, where the benefits are the best. There's still over 200 yuan at home. I asked your mother to give you 200 yuan, which you should give to your sister-in-law. As for the remaining money, you should write an IOU to your sister-in-law, and when Honging gets her salary, she can send half of it to her every month. There's no rush to pay back the family money. You should focus on helping your sister-in-law first." Seeing how thoughtful your parents are for her, Lu Yulan tears up with gratitude. Dad, Mom, thank you. You're such a silly girl, and you're still so distant from us. Lu's mother wiped her daughter's tears. Your dad and I don't have much ability, but we just hope your siblings can have a better life. You are the softest, and you keep things inside when problems come up. I worry about you the most. Fortunately, now that you've separated, the in-laws are better, and your sister-in-law is capable. She married the team leader, and Hong has a job in the county town. Things will only get better in the future. Just thinking about it makes me so happy. No parent would not want their children's lives to improve more and more. Lu Yulan was worried that her older brother and second brother's families would find out about her borrowing money from her parents. Her parents were having a hard time at home, so they insisted that her parents call her older brother and second brother's families over. After hearing the reason for borrowing money, everyone was happy for her sister's family and agreed to lend them the family savings. Moreover, Lu's eldest and second sisters-in-law also took out their private savings accumulated over many years to lend to her sister. Although the total was only 40 yuan, it was their heartfelt gesture. After expressing her thanks, Lu Yulan took the 240 yuan borrowed from her family and went home. Seeing his wife return, Lin Yuzhen quickly poured a cup of hot water and handed it to her. A hot drink warmed Lu Yulan's frozen hands and body immediately. She took out the money borrowed from her family and placed it on the table. My family lent us 240 yuan plus the 80 yuan at home, making a total of 320 yuan. We should write an IOU for the remaining money, and when Hong gets her salary, she can send some back to her sister each month. We can't let her be at a disadvantage. Good wife, I'll listen to you. Then, Lu Yulan called her eldest daughter Hong over and said, Hong, you must remember your roots. This job was given to you by your younger aunt. You should always be grateful and never forget her kindness. Hong nodded and replied, Mother, don't worry. I won't forget my younger aunt's kindness. When I get my salary, I will send some to her. Mother smiled and said, That's my girl. Always grateful. In the afternoon, Lu Yulan and Lin Yuzhen took the borrowed money to visit Lin Wanwan. Seeing the thick stack of money on the table, she knew without guessing that her older brother and sister-in-law had borrowed it from outside. She pushed the money back. Big brother, sister-in-law, you can take this money. I don't want it. Lin Yuzhen said, Little sister, we're already grateful that you gave the job to Hong. You must accept this money. Lu Yulan also helped persuade her, just take it. If you refuse, your brother and I will feel bad. And don't think this amount is small. When Hong gets her salary, she will send money to you every month. Seeing her sincere older brother and sister-in-law, Lin Wanwan felt a bit troubled. She had already argued until her lips were sore, but they still refused to take the money back. Knowing her family's personality, Lin Yud said, Little sister, take the money. If you don't, your brother and sister-in-law might not sleep well at night. Lin Shuisheng and Wang Xiaoyi also helped persuade her. In their view, siblings should be honest and fair. Especially now that the family has split, giving up the job is already a big favor. Accepting some money is not unreasonable. Moreover, the money the older family is giving now, Hong can earn in a year working at the factory. Next year, life might be tighter for the older family, but once the debts are paid, better days are ahead. Hong works in the county town and earns a salary every month. Her parents are honest and hardworking, and 10-year-old Hong Xiang helps with chores and earns work points. No other family in the entire brigade can compare. Lin Wanwan was convinced by her family. I'll accept the money, but I don't need the remittance. I gave Hong the job so she can have a better life, not for the money. If she wanted money, she would have sold her job instead of giving it to Hong. But Lin Yuzhen was quite stubborn. Little sister, I know you care about Hong, but what's due should be given. That's for me and your sister-in-law. Before she could say more, Wang Xiaoyi took the lead and finalized the matter. I heard that the cotton spinning factory makes 40 yuan a month. Hong, this girl, sends 30 yuan each month to her sister-in-law. After a year, she won't send money anymore. It's like Hong bought this job with her own money, so the older family doesn't have to feel guilty about it anymore. The main family has no objections, and Lin Wanwan also doesn't say much. Sometimes, when she refuses too often, she worries her older brother's family will think too much. But she's made up her mind in her heart. When Hong Ying gets married in the future, she will take these few hundred yuan as her bride price from her family. After the marriage, when women have money, they feel more confident. The main family kept all the money they gave to Lin Wanwan, including a few gold ingots and the money from selling wolves. When her daughter gets married, she can take it all with her. A mother doesn't mind this small amount of money. Now the eldest granddaughter has a job in the city. Wang Xiui was so happy, she told the eldest son to kill the old hen that Fu Zheng brought back a few days ago. She plans to cook a few more meat dishes and celebrate when Fu Zheng comes home from work. Of course, the second family is excluded. After a busy day, Lin Yuzhu, with help from some childhood friends, built a simple stove on the empty land next to their house. He also brought corn stalks to make a shelter, so they could cook even in wind or rain. He thought that after a day of work, everyone would stay to eat together. But in the end, they waited, and Lin Yuzhu didn't say a word. They felt shy and had to go home hungry, feeling angry inside. Lin Yuzhu was not honest at all. From now on, if there's any work at his house, they won't help no matter what. The newly built stove was still damp. In a hurry to eat, Lin Yuzhu ignored the moisture and put his big iron pot on it. After cooking, his face was blackened by the smoke coming from the stove. But the food still wasn't very good. Li Xiaodi smelled the delicious meat from the kitchen opposite and found her homemade cornbread hard to swallow. Yuzhu, I just lost my baby and need to eat something good to recover. Go to our mother's place and ask her for a piece of meat, okay? I can only have a healthy body to give you a big, fat baby. Whatever number of children you want, I'll give birth to them for you. Lin Yuzhu snorted softly. Li Xiaodi, if you want to eat, go ask for it yourself. Don't use me as a tool. I won't be so foolish again like before. If she hadn't been encouraging him behind his back, how could he have even thought about splitting the family? He hated Li Xiaodi more and more. The more he thought about it, the more he felt sick. He pushed the bowl away and went out to clear his mind. Li Xiaodi saw him leave and angrily cursed behind his back, scolding more fiercely each time. Lin Hongmi was so frightened she cried. Hearing the crying from across, Wang Xiui cursed silently in her heart, then calmed down to teach her daughter how to cook. The small fire simmered the chicken soup for 2 hours, making the old hen so tender it fell off the bone. Just before serving, she sprinkled wild goji berries picked from the back mountain. People say eating too many goji berries is good for men's health. Wang Xiui planned to pack all the dried goji berries at home so that her daughter could take them when she went to the southern island with Xiao Fu to join the army. Usually, she would soak goji berries in water or make soup with them to help Xiao Fu recover. She also taught Lin Wanwan how to make sweet and sour pork ribs, onion stir-fried meat, and fried peanuts. These dishes were time-consuming, labor-intensive, and greasy. It was unimaginable before, even during the new year, to have such hearty dishes. Not to mention, Wang Xiui had recently rendered a large pot of lard, and more than half of it had already been used. But Wang Xiui didn't feel the least bit distressed. In fact, she felt a bit sad. Because once her daughter got married and married off, it would be hard to enjoy her cooking again. She wanted to cook more delicious food while her daughter was still with her, to give her some nourishment. Little sister-in-law, it smells so good. Lin Hongxiang, sitting by the stove, sniffed the delicious aroma from the pot, drooling with anticipation. Little glutton. Lin Wanwan picked up a tempting piece of sweet and sour pork ribs from the pot and handed it over. Lin Hongxiang swallowed and looked instinctively at her grandmother beside her, hesitating whether to reach out and take the rib. Wang Xiui looked stern. Why are you looking at me? Your little sister-in-law gave it to you, just eat it. When you earn money in the future, remember to be filial to your little sister-in-law. Mom, when I earn money, I'll support my little sister-in-law. After saying that, Lin Hongxiang quickly took the rib and stuffed it into her mouth. The sour and sweet taste was so good, she wished she could swallow the bone. Today, Fu Zheng came back early. Not long after dinner was ready, he rode his bicycle home. He was also carrying 2 jars of canned food. Wang Xiui couldn't help but comment, "The things you bought last time are still in the cupboard, untouched. Don't buy more in the future. After you and Wanwan get married, there will be many places to spend money. Save where you can, and the saved money should be spent on your own home." "Auntie, I didn't spend any money. It's from my comrade-in-arms who asked me to bring it." He felt embarrassed to eat the buns at home at noon, so he bought 2 jars of canned food at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and asked me to bring them to you. When he heard it was a gift from someone else, Wang Xiua immediately changed her attitude. "Why didn't you invite your comrade over? I cooked a lot of dishes today. He has something to do and can't come." Jiang Chuan wanted to follow Fu Zheng but was refused. He didn't want the smooth-talking Jiang Chuan to take his place in his mother-in-law's heart. Fu Zheng brought 2 cans of food. Wang Xiua opened one and poured it into a bowl. Canned jars are valuable these days. Families without good conditions often use empty cans as cups. Thinking that her eldest granddaughter was about to go to the city for work, Wang Xiua decided to give her the can. Lin Hongying carefully washed the can and planned to take it to the city for work, saving her the cost of buying water. For her job, the family owed a large debt to her grandmother's family. She wanted to work hard to pay off the debt and repay her sister-in-law's money as soon as possible. Everyone was happily eating at the table. Lin Wanwan gave Fu Zheng a piece of sweet and sour ribs. "Try it, I made it." Noticing the young girl feeding him, Fu Zheng's eyes brightened. He carefully put the rib in his mouth and chewed slowly. Finally, he gave her a thumbs up. Delicious. Lin Yud watched with a bit of envy. He had lived with his younger sister for so many years and had never seen her feed him, but she was now feeding Fu Zheng, who they hadn't known for long. His sister was showing favoritism. Humph. He was angry. But in the next second, Lin Yud's mood brightened because he noticed that his third brother, who was very perceptive, also put 2 pieces of sweet and sour ribs into his bowl. Lin Yud happily ate the ribs and looked provocatively at Fu Zheng. See? He was the most important person in his sister's heart. How childish. Fu Zheng wouldn't be jealous over 2 ribs. Because in the decades to come, the young girl would stay with him. They would have many more chances to share ribs. And their third brother-in-law probably wouldn't have that chance. His parents called today, saying they had already boarded the train to Yu Province. His grandparents in Beijing also set out today. Grandpa's bodyguard, Xiao Wang, drove them to Yu Province, where they would meet his parents. Then they would take another car to La Ba de Dui. In just a few days, the young girl would belong entirely to him. After dinner, Fu Zheng had the chance to be alone with Lin Wanwan. "Over the past few days, I haven't had much to do, so I thought I'd take you to the provincial city for a walk and buy you a watch. I heard that before getting married, the man should buy the woman a watch. I happen to have a ticket." Lin Wanwan raised her arm and showed him her lady's watch. "Fu Zheng, I have a watch now, no need to buy a new one." "Who bought it for you?" Fu Zheng looked at the ugly watch on her wrist, speaking with a hint of jealousy. He even felt like taking off that annoying watch and throwing it into the river. In his mind, only gifts from him belonged to his little girl. Host Fu Zheng is jealous. Comfort him quickly. If you don't, Fu Zheng might cry tonight. Hearing the system's message, Lin Wanwan raised an eyebrow and looked at Fu Zheng, who looked almost about to cry, feeling amused. "A man gave it to me." "Who was it?" Fu Zheng's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder he found the watch so annoying. It was a gift from a man. Now he really wanted to take it off her delicate wrist and throw it into the river. "My third brother gave it to me." So it was from her third uncle. Then it was fine. Fu Zheng, relieved, let out a breath. But as he looked at the watch, he still found it a bit bothersome. "Watches aren't too many. Tomorrow, when we go to the provincial city, I'll buy you another one to wear." "Tomorrow probably can't happen. I told Hongying we're going to the county town to look for work. I'm free tomorrow. I'll go with you." "Okay." The next morning, in the early hours, Fu Zheng rode his bike with Lin Wanwan and Lin Hongying to the commune. Before heading to the Armed Forces Department to see Huang Weigua, Fu Zheng took them to a state-run restaurant for breakfast. Lin Hongying took the fried dough sticks from Fu Zheng and weakly said, "Thank you, little uncle." Little uncle? He liked that title. Fu Zheng smiled slightly. Hongying, tell me what you want to eat. Little uncle will buy it for you. No, it's okay, this is enough. Woo-woo. Little uncle's smile is scarier than his frown. Lin Hongying's hand holding the spoon was trembling. After the meal, she was sweating all over her back. She kept sneaking glances at her little uncle. People say that after marriage, men hit women. But little uncle looks so fierce, strong, and tall. Does he hit his wife? Noticing Lin Hongying's unusual behavior, Lin Wanwan asked, Hongying, what are you looking at? Nothing. Nothing. After a while, Lin Hongying quietly pulled her little sister-in-law aside and asked, Little sister-in-law, will your brother-in-law hit you in the future? Her sister-in-law was beautiful and kind, and she didn't want her to get hurt. Will Fu Jing hit her? It doesn't seem likely for now. Even if something changes in the future, she definitely won't be the one ending up in the hospital. You little sister-in-law's brother-in-law can't beat me. Really? Really? I'm a woman who can punch a wild boar flying. How could he possibly beat me? Lin Hongying relaxed her worries. Unbeknownst to her, the two of them were whispering, and Fu Zheng heard every word clearly. Thinking about how the young girl had single-handedly killed over a dozen wolves and rescued him from the wolf pack, Fu Zheng's face stiffened. His eldest niece should be worried about whether he would get beaten after marriage, not about her little sister-in-law. Sometimes, Fu Zheng couldn't understand how such a small, delicate girl like Jiao Jiao could be so strong. If the higher-ups saw her, they would surely want to recruit her into the army for her talent. But the army was too tough and dangerous, like always having your head on the line. He couldn't bear for her to suffer that. Having him at home was enough. And most importantly, he never hit women, especially the girl he had finally chased after and married. He wanted to cherish her and keep her safe. He couldn't bear to see her shed a single tear. But right now, judging by how scared his eldest niece was of him, whatever he said wouldn't be believed. So, only time could prove his innocence. After breakfast, the three of them went to the military supplies office. Brother Huang, do you have free time now? If possible, I want you to take me to the cotton spinning factory to transfer my work. Lin Wanwan was worried about more trouble, so she decided to settle this now while she had time. There was more than a month before the new year, and once she transferred her job, Hongying could start working, ensuring they'd get a month's salary before the holiday. Plus, the factory's New Year benefits sounded good, like 5 gene of pork, some cloth, and other items. In these times of shortages and rationing, these benefits were enough for her family to have a good New Year. Huang Weigua still had unfinished work, but since Lin Wanwan asked, he quickly handed his tasks to his subordinates, got into the car, and went to the county town with them. On the way to the cotton spinning factory, Lin Wanwan suddenly realized she had forgotten to bring something. Fortunately, she brought enough money today. After finishing her work, she plans to take Hongying to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things, which is the same as before. After shopping, she will visit her cousin's house. When they arrive at the entrance of the cotton spinning factory, Huang Weigua states their purpose. The gatekeeper asks for instructions from his superiors and immediately opens the door. Then, led by a middle-aged woman with short hair, the group smoothly reaches the director's office. Please sit here for now. The director is currently holding a meeting with the workers. He will come over once it's finished. Thank you. After the middle-aged woman leaves, Lin Hongying finally relaxes a little, feeling she can breathe more easily. Lin Wanwan notices her nervousness and comforts her, saying, Hongying, don't worry. With Auntie here, everything will be fine. Hearing this, Lin Hongying feels less anxious. Huang Weigua has been in the Armed Forces Department for many years and is quite sharp. On one hand, thanks to Lin Wanwan's help, after the work transfer at the new year, he will be promoted to work at the County Armed Forces Department, so his position keeps rising. On the other hand, Lin Wanwan's fiancé is Fu Zheng, who is young but already a team leader with a promising future, certainly more than he could hope for. So overall, he is happy to support this good opportunity. He smiles at Lin Hongying and says, Little girl, I'm good friends with your aunt and uncle. If you have any trouble at the factory, just come to the County Armed Forces Department and find me. I'll help you. A hint of surprise appears in Lin Wanwan's eyes. Brother Huang, you got promoted? Thanks to you. After the new year, I'll be transferred to the County Armed Forces Department. I'll treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant. How about some pork knuckles? Inviting us to eat is also us inviting you. Today, we're grateful for your help. After saying this, Lin Wanwan takes Hong Ying's hand. My niece grew up in the countryside and hasn't been out much. She's gentle and soft-spoken. I've been worried she might be bullied at work. Now that Brother Huang has promised to help, I feel relieved. I want to thank you on behalf of my older brother and sister-in-law. The quiet Fu Zheng also speaks up. Old Huang, I'm entrusting my niece to you. Consider it a favor I owe you. If anything comes up, just give me a call. What Huang Weigua initially intended as a simple favor turned out to bring him such a big benefit. He knows that debts of kindness are the hardest to repay. Now, with Fu Zheng's words, if he or his children ever need help from Fu Zheng in the future, Fu Zheng will surely lend a hand. He struggled to suppress the urge to smile and said, Captain Fu, given our relationship, I will definitely protect Hong Ying, my niece, so she won't be bullied. Thanks. Lin Wanwan naturally understood the importance of Fu Zheng's words just now. With his promise, Huang Weigua would surely do his best to protect Hong Ying, who works in the county town. In other words, Huang Weigua is Hong Ying's support in the town. He doesn't walk around arrogantly in the town, but at least someone is there to protect her. If others want to bully Hong Ying, they have to consider the people behind her. Fu Zheng did this for her. Thinking of this, Lin Wanwan smiled at Fu Zheng. Since he was so well-behaved, she decided to give him a kiss at the party to reward him when no one was around. Fu Zheng was captivated by her smile, and his pants grew tight. He covered his mouth and coughed awkwardly, trying to push away the messy, romantic thoughts in his mind. Host, Fu Zheng is feeling emotional. Feeling emotional? Lin Wanwan instinctively looked down at Fu Zheng's groin, only to see his coat covering that area completely. She sighed inwardly with regret. Fu Zheng felt a bit embarrassed being watched and blushed all the way to his ears. Why was she so bold? After they got married, if she wanted to see something, he could show her. Enough. He just worried about scaring her. About 20 minutes later, Yan Lei, the factory director of the cotton spinning factory, finished his meeting and arrived. Sorry, I was late today because I had something to do. Yan Lei stopped abruptly. He stared in disbelief at the man in front of him. Captain Fu, how come it's you? When did you arrive? Why didn't you notify me in advance? If I had known you were coming, I would have taken a day off. As soon as he spoke, everyone's eyes focused on the two of them. It seemed like they were old acquaintances. Faced with the curious gaze of the young girl, Fu Zheng explained, his name is Yan Lei. He used to work under me, but he was injured and transferred back to his hometown. Yan Lei looked over and saw a stunningly beautiful woman, so gorgeous it was hard to keep his eyes open. Thinking about how Fu Zheng usually kept a cold, distant expression, only smiling at this beautiful woman, he immediately guessed her identity. Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Yan Lei. Not only is Fu Zheng my captain, but he's also my lifesaver. If it weren't for him, I would have lost my life in that mission. Thank you very much. Although I lost a leg, I am glad to have kept my life. The Yan family's connections in the provincial capital are strong enough to help them rise in rank. Later, through family efforts, he was appointed director of the cotton spinning factory. As for the previous director, he was caught and reported for stealing and reselling public property. Currently, he is undergoing labor reform in the Northwest. When he heard the term sister-in-law, Fu Zheng smiled happily and said, Yan Lei, when we get married, I'll invite you to the wedding. Knowing the good news about Fu Tuan's marriage made Yan Lei so happy he couldn't stop smiling. Before he retired from the army, Fu Tuan was a difficult person for their military district. His sister-in-law, from the officer's family compound, introduced him to hundreds of potential matches. But Fu Tuan was stubborn and refused to consider any of them. At that time, the soldiers joked and bet that Fu Tuan would never get married and would remain single forever. Surprisingly, just over a year after retiring, Fu Tuan married a beautiful wife. His sister-in-law was stunning, much more beautiful than Song Yuning, the star of the cultural troupe. Fu Tuan was truly lucky. He just hoped he could share this luck and find a lovely wife himself. Focusing his thoughts, Yen Lei replied, Fu Tuan, when you get married, I'll bring a few friends to help you out.
Okay.
Lin Wanwan didn't expect such a big surprise to be waiting for her here. Her friendship with her comrades was deep, especially since Fu Zheng had saved her life. Yen Lei is the director of the cotton spinning factory, and Hongming works there. With the director's protection, the older workers who liked to bully the weak or fear the strong wouldn't dare bother Hongming. Plus, with Huang Weigua from the armed forces as a backer, Hongming's life in the county town would be very comfortable. As her sister-in-law, Lin Wanwan naturally hoped her niece would do well, especially since Hongming was a sweet girl everyone loved. As for worries about favoritism or favoritism through connections, Lin Wanwan didn't care. To her, Huagua was a society full of social exchanges and relationships. She would seize this opportunity firmly. Those gossiping and criticizing could only be jealous or envious. Fu Jing thought about how the young girl would visit her cousin's house later and urged, Yen Lei, focus on the main task first. We can chat more later. Yes, focus on the main task first, Yen Lei said, looking at the sofa. Miss, are you the comrade Lin Wanwan mentioned by Secretary Chow? Looking at the small, slender young woman, I never expected her to discover an arms and explosives depot on the back hill. I heard there were quite a few items there. Those dangerous things must have been hidden by enemy agents. Luckily, this young comrade found it in time. Otherwise, with the power of those explosives, I don't know how many people in the town would have been hurt. Thinking of this, Yen Lei felt even more impressed with her. Lin Hongying, who rarely spoke to strangers, blushed deeply. Lin Wan is my younger sister-in-law. I am Lin Hongying. What? She had mistaken someone else. It was all a misunderstanding. Yen Lei looked a bit embarrassed and quickly apologized to Lin Hongying. Who was Lin Wan then? There were only 2 women in the room. Secretary Chow had said that Lin Wan was a village woman. He didn't mean to look down on rural people. He just thought that a beautiful woman like her couldn't come from the countryside. From her appearance, she looked like she came from a big city. Just as he was about to ask more questions, Lin Wan spoke up. I am Lin Wan. Hongying is my niece. But I am about to marry Fu Zheng, and after the wedding, I will follow the army. I won't need this job anymore. I just wanted to transfer this job to Hongying. Now he understood. Her affairs are my affairs. I will have the HR department handle her paperwork right away, Yen Lei said. He then called the HR director over. Li Jia, this is Comrade Lin Hongying. Please help her with her employment procedures, he instructed. Okay, director. I'll take her there now, Li Jia replied, leading Lin Hongying to the HR office. Because it was Li Jia taking her, and the director had specifically arranged it, Lin Hongying's paperwork was processed very quickly, within 10 minutes. Everyone in the HR office was curious about this new, unfamiliar face. Comrade Lin Hongying, are you related to the director?
No, I'm not, she replied.
Not related? Then how did you get a job here? You should know that their cotton spinning factory was doing well, and many people desperately wanted to join. But there was only so much work available. Each position was filled, and they hadn't posted any new job notices for over a year. Even new employees were usually hired to replace family members. Since Lin Hongying wasn't replacing anyone and wasn't related to the director, people wondered, where did she get this job from? Everyone's curiosity grew even more. Lin Hongying felt uncomfortable being watched by everyone. Just as she was about to cry from embarrassment, Sister Li finished her work and came over. Why is everyone just standing around? If you don't want to work, go home and take care of your children. There are plenty of people who want to work at our cotton spinning factory. After she said this, everyone stopped gossiping and went back to their own tasks. When Sister Li turned to look at Lin Hongying with a smile, her face showed kindness. They just like to gossip, but they mean no harm. Don't take it to heart. Having worked with the new factory director for a while, Sister Li knew a bit about his character. He was decisive, straightforward, and fair. He didn't care about anyone's face. But now, he was willing to make an exception for a young girl who showed no obvious strengths, which meant she must have some extraordinary qualities hidden from view. Otherwise, she wouldn't be working at their cotton spinning factory. People like her. even if they don't flatter others, shouldn't be disliked. Who knows, someday they might need each other's help. Lin Honging looked at the director who helped her, feeling grateful. Thank you, director. Don't call me director, just call me Sister Lee. That's what everyone calls me. If you have any trouble at the factory, come find me. Don't be shy. Lin Honging nodded obediently. By the way, do you have a place to stay in the county? If not, you can stay in our dormitory. There's a room available now. Sister Lee, I will stay in the dormitory. It's too time-consuming and unsafe to travel back and forth from home to the county. I'll visit my parents and grandparents during holidays. All right, I'll have someone help you with the move-in process. Soon you can pack up and move in. Thank you, Sister Lee. With Sister Lee's help, Lin Honging's move-in procedures were completed quickly. After everything was settled, Sister Lee took her straight to the director's office. When Lin Honging saw her younger sister-in-law, she moved closer, like a cat seeing fish. Is everything done? Lin Honging nodded. Yes, Sister Lee said I can start work tomorrow. And where will you stay? The factory has a dormitory. When I was doing the paperwork, Sister Lee helped me arrange the move-in. Take me to see it. Okay. Before coming, Sister Lee had already shown her around the dormitory, so Lin Honging knew the place well without needing someone to guide her. Fu Zheng was very clingy. When the young girl wanted to leave, he also wanted to go with her. That's the girl's dormitory. You're a grown man, what are you doing sneaking in like that? But he didn't want to be separated from her. Stay here and wait for me. Later, we'll go find our older cousin. Okay. Watching this scene unfold, Yanlei stared in disbelief with wide eyes. Is this still Fu Tuan? He doesn't look like him at all. Instead, he looks more like his little black dog. Every time he goes to work, the black dog would bite his pants and stick close to him. But thinking about it, since the sister-in-law is so beautiful, it's normal that Fu Tuan wouldn't want to part with her. After all, heroes often find it hard to resist beautiful women. Right now is working hours and everyone is at their posts. Besides a duty officer, there's no one else around the girls' dormitory building. Under Lin Honging's guidance, Lin Wanwan arrived at her assigned room in the factory. The room is on the 4th floor at the far right. It's a 4-person dorm, with bunk beds and desks, similar to modern college dorms. Honging's bed is number 2, but it's piled with miscellaneous items on top, so she needs to clear it before she can settle in. The room is generally clean. Not far from the dorm building, there's a shared water station. All the faucets are rusty and lined up in rows. People usually wash their face and clothes here. The toilet is to the right, separated by a wall. After understanding the living environment, Lin Wanwan turned to look at her niece behind her. After dinner, I'll take you to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some toiletries, and I'll help you buy 2 sets of clothes you can change into. At 16 or 17, young girls love to look pretty. Now that Honging is a formal worker at the cotton spinning factory, if she still wears patched-up clothes, she'll likely be the subject of gossip. It would hurt her pride. Spending a little money can fix this, and Lin Wanwan is happy to do so. After all, Honging is her older brother's child and her niece. Frugal to the bone, Honging shook her head. Little aunt, I have clothes to wear. No need to buy new ones. Are you listening to your little aunt? Yes, but... There's no but. If you dare not listen to me, I'll go tell your grandma when I get home, and she'll scold you. Little aunt, you wouldn't do that. Now her little aunt has changed for the better, and so has her grandma. They don't hit her or her sister anymore. Instead, they give her work and feed her meat. She likes her little aunt and grandma like this. When she earns money in the future, she wants to buy delicious food for her grandmother and new clothes for her younger sister-in-law. Her younger sister-in-law is pretty, so she wants to earn money to buy her many beautiful clothes. You're such a girl, Lin Wanwan chuckled. Just listen to your younger sister-in-law. If you feel bad about it, after your sister-in-law and her husband go to the southern island with the army, you can help take care of your grandparents. If anything happens at home, write me a letter. Okay. Lin Honging agreed politely, but secretly she was thinking that once she went to the supply and marketing cooperative, she would say she didn't like it. That way, her sister-in-law wouldn't spend money on her clothes. Thinking that Fu Zhang was still waiting in the office for their return, Lin Wanwan led Lin Honging out of the dormitory building. As soon as they stepped outside the girls' dormitory, they saw Fu Zheng and two others standing in the cold wind talking. Seeing the young girl come out, Fu Zheng quickly walked over to her. How is it? Is the dorm okay? It's okay. After dinner, I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things for Honging. Whatever you say. Suddenly, Lin Wanwan remembered that Honging was coming to work tomorrow. She hadn't prepared anything yet and needed to go home again to bring Honging's bedding. Huang Weigua had brought them here, so they definitely shouldn't let him make a wasted trip. At least, they should invite him to a state-run restaurant for a meal. This back and forth meant they wouldn't have time to visit their older cousin's house. Clearly, Fu Zheng also thought of this problem. Auntie also works at the cotton spinning factory, right? When we invite Huang Weigua to dinner later, let Yanlei call out your sister and have a meal together. We can also tell her about Honging working here. Wanwan, Yanlei is watching over here. Honging won't be bullied. Okay, then let's do as you say. In just a few minutes, the employees at the cotton spinning factory would finish work and go to eat. Yanlei, upon hearing that his sister-in-law and cousin also worked there, quickly went to call someone. Team leader, did you say the factory director called me? Yes, go quickly so the director doesn't wait anxiously. I'll cover your work. Seeing the serious look on the team leader's face, Lin Enin nervously ran out to see the factory director. She was worried about whether she had made any mistakes recently. Otherwise, with so many people in the factory, why would the director call a little worker like her? But when she saw her cousin, all her anxious thoughts immediately disappeared. Wanwan, how come you and Honging are here? Did something happen at home? Lin Enin had never liked her cousin before, finding her too spoiled and willful. But since she learned from her father that her cousin had saved her younger brother last time, her attitude completely changed. Especially now that my younger cousin has changed so much, she's lost weight and looks like an angel. She's also become more polite. My older cousin really likes her a lot. That's why she started thinking about matchmaking, wanting to bring her into the family to enjoy a good life. Unfortunately, that plan didn't work out. According to her father, my younger cousin found a soldier boyfriend who looks pretty good. As long as she marries well, my older cousin will be happy. Our family is doing well. Honging will also start working at the cotton spinning factory soon. Hearing that my cousin's daughter will work at the factory, Lin Enin was very excited. This is great news. You two shouldn't leave yet. Come home with me for dinner. I'll ask your brother-in-law to cook a few meat dishes to celebrate Honging. Older cousin, we have others with us, so we can't go home with you. You should go back and get ready. Come with us to the state-run restaurant. It's my treat. Only then did Lin Enin notice there were others nearby. She looked up at the tall man standing next to her younger cousin, about 1.85 meters tall, and asked, "Who is this?" Actually, Lin Enin already had a pretty good guess in her mind, but she didn't dare to be too sure. This man was handsome, and although he looked a bit cold, his eyes on her younger cousin were full of affection. It was like the way Wang Tao looked at her before they got married. Every time he looked at her that way, her body would feel soft, and she'd want to throw herself into his arms. Wang Tao said that was called liking. Older cousin, this is my boyfriend, Fu Zheng, Lin Wanwan said, then turned to introduce him. Fu Zheng, this is my eldest uncle's daughter, Lin Enin. Although Fu Zheng was 3 years older than Lin Enin, he respectfully called her older cousin and greeted her politely. Lin Enin was a bit surprised and flattered. Hello, older cousin. As she looked him over more carefully, she felt increasingly pleased with her future cousin-in-law. He was polite, handsome, and a soldier. Standing with her younger cousin, they looked like a perfect pair, like a handsome young man and a beautiful girl. Just looking at them made her happy. She was glad she had turned down Aunt Feng's offer. She had met Aunt Feng's son. White, clean-looking, very neat, handsome, polite, and working as an accountant at the steel factory. But compared to her future cousin-in-law, he simply didn't measure up. In every way, her future cousin-in-law was better. And her younger cousin was so pretty. Many people must be interested in her. With Aunt Feng's son being so weak and fragile, how could he protect her younger cousin? Looking back now, Lin Enin feels she was so anxious back then that she chose such a mismatched marriage match for her younger cousin. Fortunately, her future cousin-in-law is now part of the family, or she would be too embarrassed to visit her second uncle and second aunt again. Yen Lei, dressed only in a long black coat, shivered from the cold. He quickly interrupted the sisters' chat. "Big sister-in-law, you two can talk later. Let's go eat first. The state-run restaurant is now open for meals. If we wait too long, there won't be any seats left." Chef Wang at the restaurant is famous for his good cooking, especially dishes like sweet and sour fish, braised pork, and kung pao chicken. Many people come just to try his delicious food. At mealtime, the restaurant is always crowded, all for a bite to eat. Everyone was heading to the state-run restaurant together. Lin Enin tugged at her cousin's sleeve, walking at the back and whispering to her, "When will your family come over? Have you set a wedding date yet? Will you get married before the new year? After marriage, will you follow your cousin-in-law to his military station? Is it far? How long before you can visit again?" Her questions showed her concern as the older sister. Seeing her sister's caring look, Lin Wanyang felt warm inside. Fu Zheng's parents just took the train. They should arrive in a few days. As for the wedding, it hasn't been decided yet, probably before or after the new year. The military station is quite far. Could it be that your cousin-in-law is in the army in the Northeast? People say the Northeast is very cold, and people can freeze into ice sculptures there. With her small frame, could her cousin-in-law survive in such cold? She hoped he wouldn't get frostbite. For the first time, she thought maybe her future cousin-in-law wasn't so perfect. No, it's in the South Island. South Island? That's still far. It takes days to travel back. You've married far away, to the ends of the earth. If second aunt wants to see you, she won't be able to. It is a bit far, but it's closer than other places. There's no one as outstanding as Fu Zheng. That's true. The man you chose is so handsome. I've never seen such a good-looking man before. They kept whispering as they walked, until they reached the restaurant and quieted down. They arrived early today, so the place wasn't full. Lin Wanyang and her group found a quiet corner to sit. Fu Zheng glanced at the dishes on the table and asked, "What would you like to eat?" "I'll order." Lin Wanyang said, "Sweet and sour pork ribs." Fu Zheng asked, "Are there any left?" Lin Wanwan turned to her older cousin and niece and asked, "What dishes do you like to eat?" Lin Anin and Lin Hongying replied, "We're fine with anything. You decide." Lin Wanwan then looked at Fu Zheng and said, "Order a few meat dishes and some bowls of rice.
You can choose the rest." Fu Zheng nodded, "Okay."
He turned to the counter to order food, and Yen Lei and Huang Weigua also went along. At that moment, Lin Anin, a bit slow to realize, finally noticed Yen Lei beside Fu Zheng. It seemed she remembered seeing the new factory director at their cotton spinning factory during a meeting with staff. She didn't remember his face clearly, but his build was quite similar. Moreover, the team leader said the factory director called her for something. When she saw her cousin, she was so happy she forgot all about that. Noticing her older cousin's strange expression, Lin Wanwan asked, "Cousin, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Cousin, is the person standing to your husband's left the director of our cotton spinning factory?" "Yes, that's him. I heard you work at the factory, so he called you over for a meal. From now on, Hongying will also work there. Please take care of her, as she might be a bit nervous about starting her new job." "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can bully Hongying," Lin Anin said softly. "But how do you know our factory director? Our old Lin family escaped here, and besides us and my second uncle's family, all other relatives have passed away. Their graves are overgrown." As far as she knew, their family didn't have any powerful connections. Director Yen is Fu Zheng's comrade-in-arms. I only found out today when I brought Hongying to complete her employment procedures. There was indeed such a connection, and Lin Enin suddenly understood. But from what her cousin said, her factory director's brother-in-law might not be so simple either. Although he's in the military, there are many ranks: company commander, platoon leader, battalion commander. Her cousin's husband doesn't look much older than her, so he might be a battalion or a company commander. It seems her cousin has married into a wealthy family. Fu Zheng ordered dishes like sweet and sour fish, braised pork, yellow river carp, onion stir-fry, sesame paste cabbage, and stir-fried potatoes. He also ordered 6 bowls of rice based on the number of people. When paying, Yan Lei eagerly offered to pay. Fu Zheng had to accept the money and promise to treat next time. When the food was served, Lin Enin pretended to feel unwell and excused herself to go outside. When she returned, she was holding a few bottles of glass soda. "Thank you, older cousin," Fu Zheng said as he took the soda from Lin Enin, unscrewed the cap, and placed it in front of Lin Wanwan. He advised, "It's a bit cold, drink less."
Okay.
Everyone watched this scene and couldn't help but giggle. Older sister-in-law, it's just you. If it were Fu Tuan soldiers, they wouldn't just be able to open bottles, they might even be able to break heads. Fu Zheng glared at him, then looked at the young girl opposite him, feeling a little nervous and unsure. He's joking. I'm not that fierce. I know, she said, then picked a piece of sweet and sour pork from his bowl and said, "Try it. It's better than mine." Seeing that the girl wasn't scared by the comment, Fu Zheng felt more at ease. He scooped a piece of sweet and sour pork into his mouth, frowning slightly. "It's not as good as yours. But if she liked it, he could learn to make it." That night, Fu Zheng, with a bold face, carried 4 or 5 pounds of pork ribs and 2 bottles of Maotai to Chef Wang's house to ask for cooking tips. After learning how, Fu Zheng spent many days and nights after his wedding making countless servings of sweet and sour pork for his beloved girl. Lin Hongying was a bit shy and only dared to pick some shredded potatoes from the nearby plate to eat. Noticing this, Lin Wanwan added several pieces of braised pork and sweet and sour pork to her bowl. At that moment, satisfied with her meat, Lin Hongying felt like the happiest girl in the world. If only her parents, younger sister, and grandparents were here, then they could also enjoy such delicious meat. But she wasn't worried. Once she started working, she would earn a salary and bring food home for her family. Everyone finished the dishes on the table cleanly. After eating, Yan Lei, Huang Weigua, and Lin Enin, who had work in the afternoon, went back to work. Fu Zheng rode his bike with Lin Wanwan and Lin Hongying to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The county supply and marketing cooperative was much larger than the communes, with a wider variety of goods, including ready-made clothes and fabrics. Lin Wanwan first went to the counter and asked the clerk to help her get 2 large red porcelain basins decorated with lucky flowers. These basins were durable and resistant to breaking. Even if they occasionally chipped, they could still be used. After Hongying's stay, one was used for washing her face, hair, and clothes, and the other for washing her bottom. In the north, unlike the south, people could bathe every day. Cold weather made frequent baths uncomfortable, as the skin would become tight and dry. So, at this time, a basin for washing the bottom was necessary. During the limited medical conditions of the 1970s, paying attention to women's personal hygiene was still very important. In the future, when she married Fu Zheng, she must insist that Fu Zheng take a bath, wash his feet, and clean himself every day. Otherwise, she wouldn't consider sharing a bed with him. Lin Wanwan was very firm on this point. Besides a wash basin, there was also a woven hot water kettle, which made it easy for Hongying to drink hot water after work. She bought toothpaste, a toothbrush, soap, a new towel, and other daily necessities, asking the shop assistant to prepare a set of everything she might need. "Little aunt, that's enough. Don't buy any more." Seeing the pile of things, Hongying felt a pang of heartache. That much stuff must have cost a lot of money. Her little aunt had already helped her a lot, and she couldn't let her spend more money on her. "Hongying, be good. Go stand aside," Lin Wanwan said. Then she remembered she still had a sugar coupon and a near-expiry cake coupon in her pocket. She turned around and asked the shop assistant to pack a pound of large shrimp crackers and 2 pounds of peach cookies. For clothes, Lin Wanwan chose a red fleece-lined jacket and black woolen pants, which could be worn alone or over cotton-padded clothes. It's true, clothes make the man. The red fleece-lined jacket made Hongying look lively and fresh, like a tender green shoot, so delicate it seemed to drip water. Hongying also had the good features of her older brother and sister-in-law, Willow leaf eyebrows, a small face, and big eyes. If she looked carefully, she would be a perfect face for modern times. However, Lin Wanwan's worries arose. Honging was so pretty, but she was only 16 or 17, at an age when she was naive and easily tricked. If someone careless were to take her away, crying and banging her head wouldn't help. Honging, you must promise me, before you turn 20, not to fall in love or go out alone to eat with a man. If you like someone, write me a letter, and I'll help you check him out, Lin Wanwan said. With her system, it was easy to find a reliable, honest man who was decent in every way. Especially since Hong Ying was her niece, she should be careful. Hong Ying didn't expect her little aunt to say such things. Her face turned as red as a ripe apple on a branch. She looked down at her patched cotton shoes and whispered softly, like a mosquito buzzing, "I will listen to my little aunt." Seeing her obedient and adorable niece, Lin Wanwan couldn't help but reach out and tousle her hair. Fu Zheng, standing nearby, looked a bit jealous. He also wanted to be petted by the girl. After buying what she needed, Lin Wanwan was about to take the money out of her pocket when she saw Fu Zheng quickly step ahead and hand her the money. "I'm your partner. What's mine is yours. I give you the same." This statement was perfectly reasonable. When they were dating, he wasn't allowed to show off. Now that they're married, there's no chance for him to do so. Lin Wanwan decisively put the money back in her pocket. "Honging, thank your little uncle." "Little uncle, thank you." "You're welcome." Fu Zheng, called the little uncle, felt happy. He took out a big note of unity and some everyday bills and handed them to his niece. "Use this." Honging stared at the money handed to her and froze in surprise. "You just started work, and you don't have money? Take this. Consider it New Year's money from your little uncle." Fu Zheng was especially patient with the Lin family. "Little uncle, I can't accept this." As she spoke, Honging looked pitifully at her little aunt, begging for help with her eyes. "What your little uncle gives you, just take it." Finally, after Wanwan's persuasion, Honging accepted the big note and the bills. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, the three of them went straight to the girls' dorm at the cotton spinning factory. They placed the items they bought on the table and left a note before rushing home to pack their luggage. They needed to pack and move everything to the dorm today, or Honging would have to get up very early tomorrow to go to work at the factory. That would be too tiring. Fu Zheng thought about delivering the luggage to the county town later. Worried that one vehicle couldn't carry everything, he went to the Armed Forces Department to borrow Huang Weiguo's bicycle. When the big family at home and Lin Shuixing's couple heard the bell in the yard, they hurried out of the house. "Girl, how did it go?" "Everything's done. Honging will start work tomorrow." After speaking, Wanwan looked at her older brother and sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, help Honging pack her bedding. Later, Fu Zheng and I will take her to the dorm, so we don't have to make multiple trips." Lu Yulan wiped her tears excitedly. "Thank you, little sister. I'll go pack my things now." After thanking her sister, Lin Yuzhen also ran into the house to help his daughter pack. Lin Shuixing was so happy, he smoked 2 more cigarettes. Wang Xiui held her daughter's hand, called her son-in-law back inside, and poured each of them a bowl of malted milk. Hearing the noise in the yard, Li Zhaodi, despite still being in her postpartum month, hurried out of the house in her shoes. But everyone had already gone back inside. The courtyard was empty. Her instincts told her that the dishonest old Lin family was hiding something she didn't know. The winter wind was biting cold. Li Zhaodi, wearing a sweater, shivered from the cold. She quickly pulled her collar up and hurried back inside. She planned to wait until the head of the household returned to think of a solution. Lin Honging's belongings were very few, just 2 old quilts and 2 sets of clothes to change into. Most importantly, the quilts looked so old that they didn't seem warm at all. Honging, being a fragile girl, would easily catch a cold and get sick if she slept under 2 thin quilts. "Mom, go get that quilt from my wardrobe for Honging to use. That was the quilt I made for you last year. You haven't used it yet. It would be a waste not to give it to Honging." Lin Yuzhen hesitated and said, "Little sister, Honging has a quilt. No need to get a new one." Lin Wanwan looked at her mother. "Mom, Honging is a girl, and I am also a girl. You can have me get it." Hong Ying was just a girl. She couldn't compare to their young aunt. Seeing her daughter upset, Wang Xiui quickly went back to help her daughter get the quilt. Not only that, Lin Wanwan also gave Hong Ying her leather hot water bag that she had used for many years. At night, pour hot water into it so the bed won't feel so cold. Young aunt, this is something you often use. You gave it to me. What will you do? Young aunt is healthy and doesn't need it now. However, the conversation between the aunt and niece was overheard by Fu Zheng. Wang Xiui looked at the things her daughter had given away with great pain, especially the quilt. It was filled with 7 jean of new cotton, soft and warm. She herself was reluctant to use it, as it was specially prepared for her daughter. But now, no matter what she said, it was useless, especially since her daughter had already given the items in front of her son-in-law. She clutched her aching chest and scolded, "Hong Ying, you must remember your roots. Your young aunt has been so good to you. In the future, you must be filial to her. If I find out you are not good to her, I will jump out of my coffin and take you away. Grandma, don't worry. I will be filial to my young aunt and never forget her kindness." Even if her grandma didn't say it, she would still treat her young aunt and uncle well. Just then, Lin Yud came back from outside carrying a roasted chicken. When he heard that his younger sister was sending Hong Ying to work in the county town, he immediately handed the chicken to his mother and wanted to go with her. The quilts were tied to the front of the bicycle, and the bag with clothes was placed in the bicycle basket. Lin Yud was driving with Lin Hong Ying, and Fu Zheng was driving with Lin Wuan. The 4 of them slowly headed towards the county town. However, Li Zhaodi, who was hiding in the corner, overheard the conversation just now. "Hong Ying, that bratty girl, going to work in the county?
Today?
What kind of work? Where did she get the job from?" Li Zhaodi's mind was a jumble, and the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't sit still. She wanted to rush over and ask clearly what was going on, but she knew her mother-in-law's temper. If she dared to ask her mother-in-law, that old woman would beat her with a broom. No, that won't do. She had to wait until the head of the family came back to tell her, preferably convincing him to take Hong Ying's job away. Although she didn't know what kind of job it was, having a job meant getting a household registration in the city. Then she wouldn't have to work so hard in the fields for work points anymore. Even if it was a manure shoveling job, she wanted it. As long as she could live in the city, she was willing to do anything. Fu Zheng, thinking that the person sitting in the back seat was a young girl, felt very happy. His feet seemed to be on a wheel of fire, rushing forward quickly. He left Lin Yud and the others far behind. His happiness made him ignore a small dirt pit ahead. With a loud bump, the 2 on the bicycle jolted. Wuan, sitting in the back, couldn't control herself and fell onto Fu Zheng. When she felt what was pressed against her back, Fu Zheng's face turned red. He tried hard to suppress thoughts he shouldn't have. "My good host, for Fu Zheng's sake, please don't tease him anymore. Sometimes I really worry that Fu Zheng will get sick from holding it in. I'm sitting nicely in the back, I didn't tease him. I think it's your recent messy books that you've been reading too much, polluting your mind and needing cleansing." He wouldn't admit to what he did, and the system looked down on the host with disdain, while feeling more sympathetic toward Fu Zheng. It wished Fu Zheng would soon get some meat to eat. Far behind, Lin Yud was trying his best, pedaling furiously, but still falling far behind. On the bike, Lin Hong Ying was trembling, clutching her little uncle's clothes, her face pale with fear, almost crying. Finally, she couldn't hold back and said tremblingly, "Little uncle, can you ride slower?"
I'm scared."
"Then I'll ride slower." Almost at the county town, Wuan remembered her 3rd brother and niece who were behind. She patted Fu Zheng on the shoulder. "Fu Zheng, stop for a moment. I need to wait for my 3rd brother." Fu Zheng immediately grabbed the brake. After waiting about 10 minutes, Lin Yud finally arrived with Lin Hong Ying. Out of breath, Lin Yud complained, "Fu Zheng, were you born a cow in your past life? Why ride so fast? Can't you go slower and wait for us?" He was almost exhausted. No, maybe he really was a cow in his past life. Thinking about the scene he witnessed that night, Lin Yud blushed with shame. How could someone be so competitive? A few days ago, he and Lao Ba went to the county town bathhouse. After a round, they couldn't find anyone like Fu Zheng. He was simply unmatched. That day, Lin Yud was so shocked that he still hadn't recovered. Lin Wanwan spoke up for Fu Zheng. Third brother, it's obviously your lack of skill. You can't blame Fu Zheng. All right. He hadn't done anything wrong yet, and his little sister was defending him. If they really got married, what would happen then? His little sister probably wouldn't have a place for him as her third brother anymore. Lin Yud felt a bit sad inside. But Fu Zheng felt as sweet as eating candy. The four of them rested for a few minutes before continuing their journey. Soon, they arrived at the cotton spinning factory. The girls' dormitory, the men stopped outside. Fu Zheng and Lin Yud couldn't go upstairs, so Lin Wanwan and Lin Hongying carried the bedding up. But as they opened the door to the dormitory, Lin Wanwan's face, which had been smiling just moments before, suddenly darkened. The items that had been neatly arranged were now in disarray. The porcelain wash basin and hot water kettle bought for Hongying were gone. The peach cookies and large shrimp crackers were also taken. Lin Wanwan, used to fighting over business, had never seen anyone dare to things from her before, and her eyes flashed with anger. Seeing that the items her little sister-in-law bought were missing, Hongying's eyes filled with tears of pain. Those things were very expensive, more than just a few cents for a hot water kettle, and the cookies and crackers cost several yuan. She had planned to bring them home next time to share with her parents. Now, they were just gone. Hongying felt she was so useless for not protecting her own things. Lin Wanwan suppressed her anger and turned to her crying niece. Don't cry. Go downstairs and find your little brother-in-law. Just tell him our things are missing and ask him to report it to the police. Okay, I'll go now. Hearing about reporting to the police, the other women in the dormitory gradually recovered from their shock at the woman's beauty. Little Tao quickly stopped Hongying from leaving. The others also gathered around. Are you the new people who just moved in today? Otherwise, what? She has a charming face that looks very alluring. We are eating your food to show respect. Don't be ungrateful. If you dare report us to the police, I won't let you go easily. Suddenly, a clear slap echoed inside the room. Immediately, a loud wail of pain followed. Li Xia, who was slapped, looked at her bloodied teeth and wished she could tear apart the rude woman in front of her. Watch your mouth. If I hear such dirty talk from you again, losing 2 teeth will be the least of your problems. You little brat, I will kill you. Li Xia then lunged at Lin Wanwan with her claws, and her henchmen rushed to help, aiming to ruin her pretty face. Her face was so beautiful that they were jealous and wanted to destroy it. Seeing her little sister-in-law about to be beaten, Lin Hongying instinctively stepped forward to protect her. Little sister-in-law, run.
Run?
Why should she run? They should be the ones running. Quickly, Lin Wanwan pulled Lin Hongying behind her, then kicked the attackers to the ground with swift, spinning kicks. It hurts. It hurts so much, they cried out, clutching their stomachs and sweating coldly. Li Xia and her henchmen, clutching their stomachs, couldn't stand up straight from the pain. Lin Hongying covered her mouth and looked at her little sister-in-law with admiration. She's so amazing. The commotion was so loud that everyone on the same floor was drawn over. When they saw Li Xia lying on the ground, everyone's hearts trembled. Who dares to fight Li Xia? Doesn't that mean they don't want to stay in the factory anymore? Li Xia's brother-in-law was the deputy factory director, and Li Xia was used to bossing everyone around. But soon, another face caught their attention. A very beautiful woman, with bright red lips, white skin, and delicate features, someone they wanted to cherish and protect. They wondered which man this pretty woman might end up with in the future. Hongying, go downstairs and find your little brother-in-law. Tell him I've been bullied. Okay. Lin Hongying immediately ran downstairs. Everyone looked at her and the fallen Li Xia and others, unsure of what to say. Some were afraid Li Xia would hold a grudge, so they decided to go back to their rooms and sleep. Others stayed to watch the scene unfold. Those who had been bullied by Li Xia secretly felt happy and cheered when they saw her now in such a miserable state. Outside the girls' dormitory, Fu Zheng and his third uncle looked at each other awkwardly, and the scene suddenly became tense. Fu Zheng took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered it. It was unopened, a special brand from the market, Manhwa cigarettes. Lin Yud, who had his hands in his pockets, looked even more excited. He quickly took the pack, unwrapped it neatly, and lit himself a cigarette. Premium cigarettes are better. They don't cause coughing. Lin Yud took a big puff and then offered a cigarette to Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng shook his head. Wanwan doesn't like the smell of smoke. All right, he knows to care for his wife. Seeing her husband's considerate behavior, Lin Yud's lips curled into a slight smile, and he quickly retracted his hand. Little uncle-in-law. Wanwan was bullied. Lin Hongying hurriedly ran down from upstairs, constantly complaining and explaining the situation. Fu Zheng immediately changed his expression. Hongying, are you saying Wanwan was bullied? Lin Yud also looked worriedly at his niece. Lin Hongying nodded heavily. They took the things Wanwan bought for me and even scolded her. Fu Zheng's face darkened severely. Third brother, wait here. I'll go find someone. At the girls' dormitory, the man stopped in his tracks. He couldn't go up now. He could only call Yan Lei to handle it. All right, you go quickly. I'll wait here. After Fu Zheng left, Lin Yud threw the half-smoked cigarette on the ground and stomped it out with his shoe. His face was full of anger. His father. If they dared to bully his little sister, they were really asking for trouble. Yan Lei, who had just finished all his work and was about to go home for dinner, saw Fu Tuan rushing into his office in a hurry. Yan Lei, my wife was bullied at your factory. What? His sister-in-law was bullied on his turf? Yan Lei couldn't stand this. He quickly packed up and hurried toward the girls' dormitory. When he arrived, he called the dorm supervisor and explained a few words in her ear. In less than 10 minutes, Li Xia and her friends were helped down from the building. Following behind them were Lin Wanwan and Lin Hongying, the niece and aunt. Fu Zheng and Lin Yud, both worried, hurried over. Wanwan, did they hurt you anywhere? Little sister, are you feeling uncomfortable? Hearing this, Li Xia and her friends almost felt like vomiting. They were the ones beaten and injured, yet this little troublemaker was fine. Lin Wanwan, overwhelmed by her emotions, cried and said, they took all the things that Hongying bought for me and called me a sneaky fox. As soon as she spoke, the surroundings fell silent. Yan Lei looked at Li Xia and the others with a fiery gaze. If looks could kill, they would have been dead many times over. Fu Tuan was waiting eagerly at home, finally understanding that he should help his family. His sister-in-law was very beautiful. If Li Xia and her friends ruined this, he would be the biggest criminal in the Nandao military district. Fu Zheng looked coldly at the people on the ground and said, stealing from a soldier's family and openly insulting and bullying them, you're really something. Then he turned to Yan Lei and said, call the police to handle this. I'll send someone now. Making mistakes is wrong, and Yan Lei would never protect his staff in this matter. Li Xia and her friends were stunned but still wanted to explain. We didn't do anything to her. She attacked us. Look at how we were beaten. We're innocent. Director, I lost 2 teeth because of this little troublemaker. You have to stand up for me. My uncle is the deputy director of our cotton spinning factory. You can't just side with this troublemaker. Hearing her insults, Yan Lei was about to step forward and shut her up. But someone beat him to it. Lin Yud took off his worn cotton shoes and swung them at her, slapping her face repeatedly. You little brat. How dare you curse my sister? How dare you insult her? Lin Yud, furious, kept hitting. Li Xia, unable to resist, was slapped until her lips bled and swelled. Just as she was about to faint from the blows, Fu Zheng quickly stepped in to stop it. Third brother, you scared Wanwan, he said, pausing. Leave the rest to me. I will make sure Wanwan gets justice. He held the fragile girl carefully, not allowing anyone to insult or trample her. Fu Zheng had never been this angry before. Realizing what was happening, Lin Yu took a deep breath, put his worn cotton shoes back on, and approached his sister carefully. He asked gently, little sister, did third brother scare you just now? Lin Wanwan shook her head. Third brother stood up for me, and I'm happy. But I don't want him to risk his life because of me. That's good, then. Gentle Lin Yud's face suddenly changed when he saw Li Xia's lips bloodied and torn. His expression grew dark and serious. It's easier to kill her than to dirty my hands. I haven't seen you get married yet, and I won't do such a foolish thing. Li Xia was so frightened by his terrifying gaze that she fell to the ground, mumbling incoherently as she tried to call for her little uncle. But no one paid attention to her. Li Xia's henchmen saw the situation was getting worse and quickly tried to distance themselves. We didn't take the stuff and we didn't eat it. It was all Li Xia's doing. Yes, it was Li Xia. Please, just let us go this time. I know I was wrong. Please, let me go. I have an 80-year-old father and mother to take care of, and a paralyzed younger sister. I can't afford to get into trouble. Now they were begging for mercy, but it was too late. The police received the report and arrived immediately. With witnesses, evidence, and Li Xia's henchmen turning against her, Li Xia and her group were taken to the police station to wait for further action. Lin Wanwan and Lin Hongying were also taken to give their statements. When they left the police station, it was already dark outside. But given how serious the situation had become, Lin Hongying was no longer suitable to stay in that dormitory. Yan Lei, the factory director, stepped forward with a guilty look and said, "Sister-in-law, this is my fault. I apologize. I'll arrange a new dorm for Hongying and make sure her daughter is properly cared for." Lin Wanwan said, "This isn't your fault. In a factory with over 1,000 workers, it's normal to have some bad-hearted people. Today was just bad luck for us, running into these wicked troublemakers." Not only was her sister-in-law beautiful, but she was also very understanding, which made Yan Lei feel even more guilty. He took people back to the factory dorms and asked the dorm manager to give Hongying a new room. The new dorm was friendly. The women there helped Hongying tidy up her bed, soaked towels in water, and cleaned the bed and wardrobe. Lin Wanwan laid her bedding on the bed for Hongying. The porcelain basin and hot water kettle that Li Xia's group had taken were recovered by Lin Wanwan. Unfortunately, all the food they had was eaten up by those people. Before leaving, Lin Wanwan carried the hot water kettle downstairs and asked Fu Zheng to help fetch a pot of hot water from the boiler room for her niece. Lin Wanwan said, "Hongying, take good care of yourself at the factory. If you encounter any trouble, go find your older cousin." Yan Lei quickly followed and said, "Hongying's eldest niece, if anyone dares to bully you, come to the director's office and find me. I'll handle it for you." "Little sister, I understand." Lin Hongying obediently looked at Yan Lei. "Big brother Yan, thank you." Yan Lei was not used to being thanked suddenly. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "No need to thank me. It's just a small matter." But in his mind, he thought, this girl is quite cute. After watching Lin Hongying go upstairs to sleep, Lin Wanwan and the others left the cotton spinning factory. "Third brother, you take Wanwan back first. I still have some things to handle." Sometimes, men can understand each other's meaning with just a glance. Lin Yud patted Fu Zheng's shoulder and said, "Be careful in everything. My sister and I will wait for you at home." "Okay." Fu Zheng always believed in eliminating problems at their root. He wanted to remove anything that might threaten the safety of the Lin family. Who was saying that her little uncle was the deputy factory director. Then start with her little uncle. The niece could be so arrogant in the factory because her little uncle was backing her. People of the same kind gather together. Things of the same group hang out. Thinking this way, her little uncle might not be a good person either. As long as he digs deep enough, he can find clues to bring her little uncle down. Fu Zheng gave Yan Lei a lead to follow. Later, Fu Zheng plunged into the night, somehow getting fresh ribs and 2 bottles of Maotai. With Yan Lei's help, he went to the home of Chef Wang from the state-run restaurant. At that time, the old tungsten filament bulb in Chef Wang's kitchen cast a dim, yellow light. Exhausted and drowsy, Chef Wang saw the 2 bottles of Maotai on the cutting board and immediately perked up, seriously teaching. At midnight, Fu Zheng left with a big box of freshly made sweet and sour ribs. Back at the Lin family, Fu Zheng gently knocked on Lin Wanwan's door. The next second, the door opened. Her tight yellow sweater and pants outlined Lin Wanwan's curvy figure clearly. Fu Zheng looked down and felt his face flush. He tried hard to look away from her. His Adam's apple moved up and down as he asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" He just wanted to see if she was asleep or not. He didn't expect her to still be awake so late. Was she thinking about him? Before Lin Wanwan could speak, Fu Zheng took the initiative to get closer to her. "I can't sleep because I miss you." The system was so excited hearing this. Who said the host couldn't flirt? Just look at these sweet words he was saying. Fu Zheng, this silly man, probably truly believes it. He doesn't know that the reason the host hasn't fallen asleep yet is because she's staying up late reading novels with it. Yes, those messy books the host calls chaotic. The host applies what she learns, taking the words from the CEO of the big ice block company to Fu Zheng. Look, it actually works quite well. A corner of Fu Zheng's pants tightens up. The system teases him playfully. When Fu Zheng hears the girl say she misses him, he suddenly feels energized enough to run 50 miles. He suppresses his excitement and takes out a box of sweet and sour ribs from his arms. "I just learned this from the chef at the state-run restaurant. Want to try some?" There aren't many ribs in the dish. Since there are so many people, Lin Wanwan only ate 2 pieces at lunch today. Now, smelling the aroma of the sweet and sour ribs, she pulls Fu Zheng into her room and quietly closes the door to cook for herself. Without chopsticks, Lin Wanwan eats directly with her hands. Fu Zheng didn't expect things to happen so suddenly. He just quietly entered the girl's private room, looking lively. Smelling the fragrance of pomegranate blossoms in the room, his body begins to heat up. Lin Wanwan is eating the ribs Fu Zheng made himself. The taste is much better than what she had at lunch today. The sweet and sour flavors are perfectly balanced. In less than a minute, the rib in her hand is gone, leaving only the bone. "Give me the bone," she says, and naturally, Fu Zheng reaches out to take it, acting as a trash can. Lin Wanwan is worried about where to throw the bone, but now she has a good place. She quickly puts the cleaned bone into Fu Zheng's hand. The friction between her hand and his makes Fu Zheng's heart beat wildly. Lin Wanwan not only eats but also occasionally stops to feed Fu Zheng. Soon, the full box of sweet and sour ribs is finished by the 2 of them. "Wait for me here. I'll go outside and get a basin of water for you to wash your hands," Fu Zheng says, then carries a basin out to fetch water. Worried the water might be cold, he specially adds some hot water to the basin, testing the temperature to make sure it's not too hot or too cold before feeling relieved. He also fills the newly bought hot water bag with hot water and takes it back to the room. Lin Wanwan washes her hands, and Fu Zheng puts the hot water bag into the quilt. When his hand slips into the quilt, the warmth from the bed makes Fu Zheng's heart soften a little. He keeps his face calm and pulls his hand out of the quilt. "Where did you buy the hot water bag?" "On the way back from the county town." The young girl gave the hot water bag to her older niece because she was worried the girl might get cold at night. But after they got married, things changed. He became more useful than the water bag. Lin Wanwan smiled slightly and said, "Lower your head." Fu Zheng obediently lowered his head, and in the next moment, a warm kiss landed on his forehead. A soft, gentle voice said, "Fu Zheng, good night." "Good night." Fu Zheng was pushed out of the door. He looked down at himself and sighed bitterly. The next morning, Li Xiaodi looked at Lin Yuzhu sleeping at the foot of the bed and suddenly kicked him awake. "You lazy man, what are you doing? Do you want to die? Can't you let us sleep peacefully early in the morning?" Lin Yuzhu looked annoyed and impatient. Li Xiaodi shouted, "Where did you go yesterday? I couldn't find you during the day and you didn't come back at night. I and the kids waited all evening but you never showed up. Do you still care about our family? About us 3? Lin Yuzhu looked at the crazy woman in front of him and didn't want to speak. He turned over and kept sleeping. "Just sleep. Sleep until you're exhausted." Big sister Hong Ying from the family has gone to work in the county. She gets a salary every month and has food supplies. Unlike you. Before Li Xiaodi finished speaking, Lin Yuzhu suddenly sat up and stared at her intently. "What did you say? Hong Ying went to work in the county? When did that happen?" "I don't know. Just yesterday. Hong Ying took her bedding and stuff and I overheard it." "Where did Hong Ying find a job?" "I guess her boyfriend helped her find the way." Otherwise, with how timid big brother and sister-in-law are, it's hard for Hong Ying to even get into the city, let alone the county. That Fu guy is so capable? Regarding Li Xiaoti's words, Lin Yuzhu was somewhat doubtful. Of course he is. That Fu guy is a squad leader. I heard the county head treats him with respect. If he can get Hong Ying a job in the city, it's an easy thing for him. But it's unfair. He's doing something shady. Such a good opportunity, and he's not thinking about our son, but giving it to a girl about to get married. It's favoritism. We've been good to our little sister all these years. I think if they can get a job for the big brother's daughter, they should also help us get one. With a job, our family will become city folks. We'll get a salary every month and have good food every day. The key point is, we have become city people. When our son grows up, he won't need to look for a partner. Head of the family, my younger sister has a better relationship with you than with me. Please, kindly ask her to help us get a job with Fu Zheng. Lin Yuzhu was moved by these words. He dreams of becoming a city person and having enough food supplies. Whenever people in the team mention his name, they praise him with thumbs up, saying he is capable and can lead his family into city life. But thinking about how his younger sister has been distant since they divided the family property, he felt hesitant. However, Li Xiaoti kept stirring the pot, constantly talking about the benefits of moving to the city in front of him. This made Lin Yuzhu feel excited, eager to get up and ask his sister for a job right away. In fact, Lin Yuzhu did exactly that. He quickly put on his clothes, forgetting to wash his face, and hurried to find his sister. Little sister, did you get Hong Ying a job with Fu Zheng? Who told you that? Lin Wanwan shot him a sidelong glance, remembering what had happened in recent days, and refused to give him a good look. Don't worry about who told me. Just tell me if I'm right. Has Hong Ying gone to work in the county town? Hong Ying is working in the county town. What does that have to do with you? You don't even pay her salary. So Hong Ying really has gone to work in the county town. Lin Yuzhu, whose excitement made his voice tremble, was convinced by Li Xiaoti's words, and at that moment, he saw the job in the county calling to him. Little sister, after all these years, as your second older brother, you should know how I treat you. I don't expect you to repay me, but I want Fu Zheng to help me get a job in the county. I don't ask for much, just like Hong Ying Hong Ying is working in the county town. What does that have to do with you? You don't even pay her salary. So second brother, you really have a big mouth. I didn't realize before how shameless you are. Clenching her small fists, the lovely daughter-in-law is about to meet her parents-in-law, and this is a sweet, daily family story. When her own younger sister pointed at her nose and scolded her, Lin Yuzhu immediately turned dark. Lin Wanwan, I am your real second brother. Do you talk to elders like that? What did I say? Isn't what I said the truth? If we just move our lips, the job in the city will be available. Our team members are still working in the fields. They should all go to the city instead. How can that be the same? I am your second older brother. If you don't help me, who will? You should know that when I, as the older brother from our family, have a good life, your in-laws won't dare to bully you easily. If you ever suffer unfair treatment in your husband's family, I can stand up for you then. Who said at the dinner table that I am a useless burden? Second brother, if you can't remember, I can remind you how you talked when we divided the family. Hearing this, Lin Yuzhu's face turned as red as pig liver. He said, I was just angry when I said those things. They don't count. He chuckled, little sister, you know I'm not as capable as the third brother. Your second sister-in-law is not very proper, and I have to support a family of 4 with my share of work. It's quite hard. Since we came from the same mother's belly, please help your second brother. That Fu guy likes you so much. As soon as you ask, he'll agree. Second brother, now that we've divided the family, we are 2 separate households. If your family isn't doing well, it's your own fault. You say you're not capable, but you can work as hard as big brother, right? And second sister-in-law, she's not proper, but that's because you spoiled her. It has nothing to do with me. Seeing her refuse to listen, Lin Yud clenched his fists in anger. I've begged you so humbly, and you still won't agree. Honestly, it's clear you don't see me as your second brother, right? You call that humble? It's more like arrogance, trying to what's not yours. I don't owe you anything, so why should I agree? Because I am your real second brother. You've helped Big Brother's family, so if you don't help me, aren't you afraid the team will find out and drown you in spit? If that's the case, I'd rather not have you as my second brother. From now on, we're strangers, bridge and road, nothing to do with each other. Work in a county town is so intense now. Even paying to get a job costs at least 6 or 700 yuan, and there's hardly any available. Why does her second brother think their relationship is worth her giving him a job for free? She's not some wishing well. He can't just say a word, and she'll agree. The main point is, Hong Ying's job was bought from her by Big Brother's family. If it were her second brother's family.
Haha.
Just like now, they take it for granted, thinking she, as the younger sister, owes them. All her food and drink come from her parents' hard work. She owes them nothing. The sarcasm in Lin Wanwan's eyes pierced Lin Yoju's heart, adding to his anger about not getting the job. At this moment, he, filled with anger, had lost his reason. He swung his hand and slapped Lin Wanwan's face. Lin Wanwan could have dodged, but when she saw her mother and third brother approaching, she suddenly changed her mind. A clear slap echoed throughout the yard. On Lin Wanwan's delicate, fair face, 5 bright red finger marks appeared. Lin Yit saw his younger sister being hit and quickly ran toward her. Little sister. Third brother, second brother hit me, she said, tears falling down her cheeks. Her sad and helpless look made everyone's heart ache. Lin Yit clenched his fists in anger and turned to punch Lin Yuju in the face. The pain made Lin Yuju regain some clarity. Seeing the bright red slap mark on his sister's face, he became worried. He hurriedly explained, Mother, third brother, I didn't mean to do it. You didn't mean to do it, then you did it on purpose. Lin Yud, furious, swung his fist and started hitting him hard. He was so angry, he didn't care about anything else. His mind was filled with the image of his sister being hit. Lin Yuju couldn't dodge and had to fight back. The two brothers soon started fighting. Wang Xue only cared about her daughter. Seeing the slap marks on her face, she felt so distressed she started crying. Sweetheart, does it hurt?
Yes.
Mother will take you to the next village to see a doctor. That man named Li will check you. Just bear with it a little longer. There's no need for a doctor. I'll just wait for Mother to cook me a boiled egg, the girl insisted. Seeing her daughter's stubbornness, Wang Xue gave up on calling a doctor. Her eyes flicked to the fighting brothers and cursed under her breath. Second brother, you wicked scoundrel. How dare you hit your own little sister? You really don't respect me and your father anymore. Maybe one day you'll even beat us to death. She loved her precious daughter dearly and couldn't bear to hurt her, but her own son, her brother, had just beaten her. It was like he was stabbing her in the heart. Already unhappy with second brother's family, Wang Xue was now completely disappointed. Inside the house, Li Xiaodi saw the commotion outside and, afraid her husband might be beaten to death by third brother, quickly grabbed a broom behind the door and rushed out. Just as the broom was about to hit third brother, Lin Wanwan, with a cold face, stepped forward and took the broom from her sister-in-law's hand. Li Xiaodi had no tools left in her hands. Her younger sister-in-law and mother-in-law, that old unkind woman, looked at her with hatred. Frightened, she hurriedly ran outside. Someone's been hurt. The Lin family is in trouble. Help. The others in the group heard the noise and hurried over to watch the commotion at the Lin family. Even the team leader was alarmed. Seeing the two brothers fighting, the team leader frowned and ordered someone to separate them. Lin Wuan quickly moved to her older brother, took a handkerchief from her pocket, and wiped the blood from his mouth. Little sister, don't worry. The injury on your brother's face is minor and doesn't hurt. But he's bleeding, of course it hurts. Seeing the wound on her brother's face, Lin Wuan felt very upset and looked at the second family's members with displeasure. Everyone then realized that the precious child of the Lin family had been hurt. Looking at the slap mark on his face, some felt sympathy, some found it amusing, and others leaned into gossip, making the scene lively. The team leader glanced at the two brothers and finally focused on Lin Wuan, the niece. Wuan, come and tell uncle what happened at home just now. Second brother asked me to do something. I didn't agree. He got angry and slapped me. When my third brother saw it, He went to avenge me. As soon as she finished speaking, the noisy courtyard suddenly fell silent. The onlookers looked in disbelief at the second brother, Lin Yuzhu, who was beaten and bruised. Everyone in the big family knew that Wang Xiui loved her daughter the most. Anyone who dared to bully her daughter would face her fierce fight. Did Lin Yuzhu have a death wish? He dared to hit his little sister. Was he not afraid that Wang Xiui, as her mother, would be furious and disown him? Lin Yuzhu, under everyone's gaze, felt ashamed and angry. He buried his head in his chest and dared not lift it. He didn't understand how he suddenly lost control and slapped his little sister. He didn't want to do that. He just wanted a job. For his little sister, it was just a matter of asking the Fu family to speak, which could be easily settled. Why didn't she agree? If she had agreed just now, how could he have impulsively slapped her? It probably wasn't entirely his fault. The team leader scolded, "Yu Yuzhu, Wuan is your real sister. How could you hit her?" I was just impulsive for a moment. Even if you're impulsive, you shouldn't hit people. Today, apologize to your sister in front of me, and this matter will be over. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Li Xiaodi, whose eyes were darting around nervously, suddenly stepped in front of her husband and crossed her arms. She loudly and stubbornly said, "Captain, this isn't fair. Look at what Lao San did to our Yuzhu. His face is unrecognizable. If he needs to apologize, it should be Lao San, the younger brother, to apologize to us, and he should also pay for Yozhu's medical bills." "Yes, pay us 10 yuan, she added. As soon as she spoke, the people around gasped in surprise, some looking at Li Xiaodi and her husband with a hint of disdain. It was shocking that she, as a woman, was demanding money from her brother-in-law's family. Was she so desperate that she would do such shameless things? Also, Lao San's face looked worse, with blood at the corner of his mouth. If anyone was going to ask for money, it should be Lao San, the injured one. Actually, the person most seriously hurt was Lao heir Lin Yuzhu, because Lin Yud, who was very sneaky, always targeted private parts that others couldn't see when fighting. Lin Yuzhu's groin was so painful it made him want to cry, but as a man, he had to save face and pretend nothing was wrong. Seeing Lao heir's wife acting so shameless, Wang Xiui spat on the ground in anger. Lao Zhu being beaten up is his own fault. Who told him to hit Wanwan? I wouldn't even hurt my own daughter, but this scoundrel dared to attack his sister. It's obvious he doesn't respect us old folks. Mother, you're clearly showing favoritism. If Yuzhu hit his younger sister, it's because she did something wrong to make him angry. It's normal for an older brother to teach his sister a lesson. After speaking, Li Xiaodi looked around at the curious onlookers and said, "Can you all honestly tell me that you've never laid a hand on your sister when you were at home?" The men fell silent. Of course, there would be conflicts in daily life, and arguments or even a few punches were normal. Hitting a girl a few times wasn't a big deal. The important thing was that the girl would become more obedient after being hit, and in the future, when she married into another family, she'd listen and help support them. Seeing everyone's reactions, Li Xiaodi's face grew even more proud. "See, I told you. It's natural for brothers to discipline their younger sisters. If she hadn't been hit, she wouldn't have learned her lesson. If she had agreed to marry Lao Zhu, this wouldn't have happened." She really believed she was right. Lin Wanwan could no longer hold back her inner strength and, furious at her proud face, slapped her. Li Xiaodi covered her mouth, unable to speak due to the pain. As for the others, seeing the fierce and aggressive Lin Wanwan, they instinctively swallowed hard. This young girl is too bold. She actually hit her sister-in-law in front of everyone. If this news gets out, will her reputation survive? Lin Wanwan coldly said, "Sister-in-law, as a younger sister-in-law, teaching your sister-in-law is just proper. Being hit was your own fault." Lin Yud felt a bit distressed. "Little sister, your hand hurts. Next time, use a shoe to slap her. The harder, the better, and you won't dirty your hand." "Listen to third brother, I will use a shoe next time," Li Xiaodi replied. Watching the two exchange words and almost fainting from anger, she suddenly remembered she still hadn't received her work assignment, and her spirits lifted. "Little sister, I won't hold this against you today, But you must help me and your second brother find jobs in the county town. Li Xiaodi, you're probably just dreaming. With your lazy and careless attitude, no factory would want you, someone said. Lin Yud, why do you keep interrupting when I talk to my little sister? You're always showing off how capable you are. Is that it? I'm more capable than you. Unlike some people who have no respect when asking for help and act so arrogantly, thinking someone owes them a few hundred yuan that they haven't repaid. You're shameless. Lin Yud, who are you calling shameless? Whoever I say is shameless, I mean them. The two argued loudly, turning red in the face, while the team members watched and chuckled. They also teased Li Xiaodi, saying she was delusional. Jobs in the county town are very hard to get. Over the years, only the daughter of the team leader has become a worker, and she was accepted based on her skills. Li Xiaodi, however, wanted 2 jobs in the county town just by opening her mouth. They thought Lin Wanwan doesn't have such great abilities. If she did, she would have moved to the county town long ago, instead of suffering in the countryside with them. In the county town, people live in block buildings, drink tap water, and even the toilets are water flushed. Life and food are hundreds of times better than in the countryside. The team leader looked at his shy, silent nephew, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Enough arguing. Who's making noise? When the grain is distributed at the end of the year, no one will get a share. When it came to grain, everyone in the Lin family yard fell silent, including Li Xiaodi and Lin Yud, who had just been arguing fiercely. The captain's face finally looked better. Then he looked at Li Xiaodi and said, Wang Wang is just a young girl. Do you, as her sister-in-law, not know her abilities? You ask her for a job, but you're really pushing her to do something she might regret. Look at us. Do we have anyone like you in our team who acts as a sister-in-law like that? Li Xiaodi snorted coldly. My younger sister is very capable. She managed to get Honging a job in the county office. Why can't I and her second brother also get jobs there? What did you say? Honging got a job in the county office? Yes, just yesterday. This news was like a thunderclap, causing an instant stir among the crowd. Honging, that girl, didn't even finish middle school, so how did she get a job in the county office? Could it really be true, as Li Xiaodi said, that Lin Wangwang is capable and got Honging into the county office? Everyone looked at Lin Wangwang with curiosity. Lin Wangwang met all those eyes without feeling afraid.
I do have a job, she said.
It's a reward from the county, but I was about to marry Fu Zheng, so I didn't need the job. I transferred it to Honging. Transfer it? Actually, it was bought from me by my older brother's family for 700 yuan. If my second brother's family could pay 700 yuan, I would gladly give them the job. But second brother doesn't want to pay, and they want to get the job for free. I can't agree to that. No one's work comes easily. What Lin Wangwang said afterward, no one paid attention to. They were all thinking about the reward from the county for her. Someone couldn't hold back their curiosity and asked, Lin girl, why did the county reward you with a job? I can't say for now. When the county announces it, you'll know. Seeing Lin Wangwang being mysterious, the crowd looked at the team leader eagerly. Team leader, you must know. Just tell us. If possible, they also wanted a job from the county to work in the city. The team leader glared at everyone. Why are you all staring at me? When the time comes, you'll find out. Actually, he knew just as much as everyone else. He only found out about Honging working in the city today from Li Xiaodi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known. But as the team leader, he couldn't lose his authority. Otherwise, how could he manage them in the future? Lin Wanwan walked up to the second brother and said, Second brother, if you're willing to pay 700 yuan, I will have Honging's girl transfer the work to you. If you don't pay, don't come shouting in front of me. I, Lin Wanwan, don't owe you anything. Lin Yuzhu looked grim and said nothing. Forget about 700 yuan. The family can't even gather 100 yuan. But shouldn't the eldest brother's family be the same as theirs? They only have the money from dividing the family. So, how did the eldest brother's family manage to get it? Could it be that the younger sister is lying to him? While he was full of questions, Lin Wanwan seemed to guess what he was thinking and kindly explained. His wife borrowed 300 yuan from her family, and my eldest brother also gave me the money from the last family division. The remaining money I wrote an IOU for, promising to pay me back in a year. Second brother, can you do that? Lin Yud added fuel to the fire. Of course, second brother can't do that. His mother-in-law's family is eager to squeeze every penny from him, even trying to the 80 yuan from the family division. How could they lend him money? Lin Yuzhu suddenly looked up. Third brother, what are you talking about? What's wrong with my mother-in-law's family? Lin Yud said, you should ask your wife what she's been doing behind your back. Seeing things about to be exposed, Li Xiaodi nervously defended herself. Head of the family, that second brother is just jealous because our family is doing well. He's trying to stir trouble between us. You can't trust him. Second brother, if you don't believe me, go home and count how much money is left. Lin Yuzhu glared at Li Xiaodi and hurried back inside to count the money. Li Xiaodi couldn't stop her and glared fiercely at Lin Yud. If I get beaten to death today by your eldest brother, it's all your fault. Second sister-in-law, the sins you committed are yours to bear. What does that have to do with me? Could it be that I held a knife to your neck and forced you to steal money from the family to support your own family? Everyone watching Li Xiaodi's reaction could tell she was secretly supporting her family with the money. In the entire Laba Flower Brigade, who didn't know that Li Xiaodi's family was a bottomless pit. They were struggling themselves but still wanted to help her family. Wasn't it asking for trouble? Even as outsiders, we felt angry just listening to this. Lin Yuzhu went back inside and counted, only to find 50 yuan missing from the hidden money spot, nearly making him faint from anger. Li Xiaodi, did you take the family's money to your family? I didn't. The money is hidden by you. I don't even know where you put it. You didn't send money to support your family. Where did the 50 yuan at home go? I don't know. I didn't take the money. Li Xiaodi's eyes kept wandering as she spoke, avoiding eye contact with Lin Yuzhu. Her obvious guilt confirmed Lin Yud's suspicion. In other words, Li Xiaodi really took the family money to help her own family. It was 50 yuan. Such a large amount. How dare she? Lin Yuzhu didn't expect that. Despite guarding the house carefully, Li Xiaodi, this foolish woman, would take the money to her family. Li Xiaodi, today I won't spare you. As he spoke, Lin Yuzhu raised his fist and started hitting her, one punch after another. Li Xiaodi cried out in pain, begging for mercy. The onlookers couldn't feel sorry for her either. 50 yuan was no small amount. It could have been used to marry a wife. Now that she had given it to her family, it was unlikely to be recovered. Li Xiaodi truly brought this on herself. Although the team leader was unhappy about her stealing money to help her family, he couldn't watch Lin Yuzhu beat her to death. He stepped forward and separated the two. Let's discuss this privately behind closed doors, so no one outside can laugh at us. Then he looked at Lin Yuzhu and said, if you really kill Xiaodi, the children of Chongfu and Hongying will be left without a mother. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should consider the kids. You can't keep hitting her. Look at her, you're almost killing her. Lin Yuzhu glared at Li Xiaodi with anger, but said nothing. His mind was full of thoughts about how to get rid of her. The team leader kept trying to persuade him kindly for a long time, making sure he understood his words before leaving. The people from the team also left with him. After everyone had gone, Lin Yuzhu looked pitifully at Wang Xiaoyi. Mother, don't call me mother anymore. I don't have a son like you. After saying that, Wang Xiaoyi pulled her daughter back into the house to cook eggs. Seeing the slap mark on her daughter's face made her feel heartbroken. If Xiao Fu saw it later, he would be heartbroken too. Lin Yud sneered at his second brother. You hit my little sister today. From now on, I won't have you as my brother. We're done. Then, ignoring Lin Yuzhu's reaction behind him, Lin Yud pushed open the curtain and went into the house. My daughter, little sister, I am going to the county to fetch bricks. Later, I will build a wall in the yard. Wang Xiaoyi felt a bit worried about money. Buying bricks to build a wall might be a waste. I heard those blue bricks are quite expensive. Every family in the countryside builds their houses with self-made mud bricks. It saves money, but takes effort. However, rural folks are never short of strength. unlike city people who get a monthly salary and live in blue brick houses. She dreams of moving into such a house one day. It's not cheap, but I've had enough of the trouble caused by the second family. Lin Yuzhu, that bad guy, dared to hit my little sister today. Who knows what disgusting things they might do next? Maybe they'll put rat poison in our water jar and poison us all. So, just to be safe, we need to build a wall in the yard. From now on, we won't have any contact with them. If Lin Yuzhu dares to put rat poison in our house, I will smash his head. But if the rat poison kills you, how can you smash his head? When we're all gone, and my little sister has married and gone to the southern island, what if she suffers some injustice at her husband's home and has no one to support her? Lin Yud's words became more and more exaggerated, making things that hadn't happened seem very dramatic. But it's undeniable that Wang Xiui, who is very devoted to her daughter, was completely panicked when she heard that her daughter had no family backing her up. Third brother, just do as I say. Hurry and fetch the blue bricks from the commune. After your eldest brother finishes visiting relatives at your father-in-law's house, you and your brother can call your father to help build the wall in the yard. That way, the second family won't bother me every day with their nonsense. Next to her, Lin Wanwan quietly gave her third brother a thumbs up. When it comes to scaring her mother, her third brother dares to be second, but no one dares to be first. Look at her, she's scared stiff. Encouraged by her little sister's praise, Lin Yud rode his bicycle to the commune to buy bricks, determined to finish what he started today. But not long after leaving the house, he ran into Fu Zheng, who came down from the mountain. Third brother. Little sister was slapped. Now is the time you're needed. Go home and stay with her. I have some things to do at the commune. Fu Zheng's face immediately turned cold, and the veins on his forehead bulged with anger. Wanwan was hit? Who did it? He cherished the little girl in his hands so much that he wouldn't even scold her. Now she's been hit. This feels like a threat to his life. Lin Yuzhu, that scoundrel, asked his younger sister for work. When she refused, he couldn't bear it and slapped her. But don't be too angry. I already scolded him for you earlier. Lin Yud saw his brother-in-law's face growing angrier and added, don't be impulsive. The family from the second household is as disgusting as garbage. If you act, Li Xiaodi, that troublemaker, will get involved, and it could hurt your future. Third brother, I understand. Seeing that the other person truly listened to his words, Lin Yud felt relieved and rode his bike to the commune. In the small courtyard, Lin Yuzhu was furious just thinking about the money from the family division, which hadn't even warmed up yet, being stolen by his wife to support her poor family. He was so angry he wanted to kill someone. He grabbed Li Xiaodi's arm and wildly slapped her. Li Xiaodi, who had just had a miscarriage a few days ago, was already weak. Now, being kicked in the stomach and slapped, her body couldn't take it and she fainted. Fu Zheng entered the yard and saw Lin Yud violently beating Li Xiaodi. His face darkened as he approached Lin Yuzhu. His fists clenched with a creaking sound, and his cold eyes seemed to see right through him. When their eyes met, Lin Yuzhu felt a wave of deathly aura hit him, and his legs went weak as he collapsed to the ground. He was completely different from the arrogant attitude he had just shown when beating Li Xiaodi. Lin Yuzhu covered his head and trembled, saying, killing people is against the law. You can't kill me. Fu Zheng smirked coldly. You should be grateful you're surnamed Lin. You're Wuan's real second brother. Otherwise, even if I took off my clothes, I would still seek revenge for Wuan. He was considerate of the young girl's feelings throughout. If he had acted today, the team would use this against his little girl in the future. He couldn't let his little girl be stained in any way. But this was the only time. There would be no second chance. When Fu Zheng turned to go inside, Lin Yuzhu, with his head in his hands, finally came to his senses. His back soaked with cold sweat, he gasped heavily. That man Fu Zheng was too terrifying. He almost thought he was going to meet the king of. But the most urgent thing was to force Li Xiaodi to get back the money she had secretly sent to her family, or their family would face starvation. Lin Yuzhu poured a basin of cold water over Li Xiaodi, and the icy chill made her slowly open her eyes. Lin Yuzhu, holding her neck with both hands, threatened, "I don't care what methods you use, whether stealing or robbing, you must get that 50 yuan back. If not, we'll divorce." Li Xiaodi knew he was serious this time, but all the money had been used to buy a bride for her younger brother. She wondered what she could give him. Thinking about Lin Yuzhu wanting to divorce her, Li Xiaodi covered her face and sobbed loudly. Recently, she noticed that Xiao Fu and her daughter were very close. When Xiao Fu came over, Wang Xiui quickly found an excuse to leave, giving the young couple some privacy. Fu Zheng looked at the bright red slap mark on the girl's face, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. His right hand unconsciously stroked her face. "Does it hurt?" "A little. Will you hug me if I say yes?" "Okay." Fu Zheng gently exhaled, his warm breath brushing her cheek and ear. Lin Wanwan, feeling shy and a little flustered, blushed. This man is so gentle. The hidden system watched with a motherly smile, wishing it could immediately send them to bed and help the host get pregnant soon. "Wanwan, when my parents come, we can get married. After that, we'll go live on Nandao. If you miss Uncle Lin and Auntie, we can bring them to live there along with third brother." Fu Zheng didn't want to wait any longer. His mind was full of the desire to take the girl home and protect her carefully. At home, he and his parents, grandparents, and the entire Fu family could keep her safe. He didn't want her to get slapped again like today. He regretted going up the mountain today. If he had stayed with her, maybe she wouldn't have been hurt. "Is it too soon?" "I've seen others plan their wedding dates in advance," she asked. "Half a month from now, it's a good day." "I've checked," Fu Zheng replied. "Wanwan, will you marry me? I want to protect you from wind and rain and take care of you for a lifetime. You have to be good to me forever. If you dare to find another woman after we're married, I'll cut off your descendants and throw you into the river to feed the fish." "Fu Zheng, I always keep my promises. There will never be such a day. The only person I love in this life is you," he assured her. "So, we'll get married in half a month." Hearing her answer, which she had always dreamed of, Fu Zheng's chest filled with immense happiness. "Wanwan, thank you for giving me this chance. I love you." Before their parents even met, Fu Zheng and Lin Wanwan had already set the wedding date. The happiest person among them was the system. The host has a very fertile body. Based on the trend of Fu Zheng's old house catching fire, on their wedding night, the host will definitely be tossed around by him. When that happens, she might get pregnant with twins or even multiple babies. The two of them will work hard to have a basketball team's worth of children. Then, their family will be lively and bustling. Fu Zheng caught 2 wild chickens and a rabbit from the mountain. Wang Xiui plucked their feathers, salted them, and hung them on the beam to dry. Soon after, she trembled slightly as she scooped 2 bowls of flour from her bag, preparing to make noodles. Since her daughter and son-in-law are at home, they should eat well. After they leave, she plans to mix sorghum and cornmeal for a simpler, frugal life. After dinner, Fu Zheng went out. When he returned, he was with his third brother, Lin Yud. Fu Zheng also carried medicine for blood circulation and 2 candied hawthorns from the county hospital. Seeing how considerate his son-in-law was, Wang Xiui, already happy with him, became even more pleased, her smile never fading. Fu Zheng dabbed some ointment with his fingertip and gently applied it to Lin Wanwan's face, massaging it softly. The ointment, which seemed to contain mint, felt cool and comfortable. After applying the ointment, the swollen right side of Lin Wanwan's face looked much less puffy. Meanwhile, the 2 trucks of bricks Lin Yud ordered had arrived. Fu Zheng rolled up his sleeves and helped unload the bricks into the house. After unloading, Lin Yud handed a cigarette to his older brother who was driving and told him to leave. Then he turned to Fu Zheng and asked, "Can you build walls?"
Fu Zheng nodded, yes.
They exchanged a knowing look and began working together, picking up tools to build the wall. The trumpet flower team is neither big nor small. Usually, even a tiny matter can spread everywhere. Now, news about Lin's family buying 2 trucks of blue bricks is quickly spreading through the team. Members are coming to visit Lin's family with their families. Seeing Lin Yud building the wall in the yard, everyone was surprised. Wasn't there a big fight earlier between the third and second brothers? Otherwise, Why would they be calmly building a wall in the yard? The team members, full of questions, were more curious about how much those 2 trucks of blue bricks cost than about the brothers' quarrel. Sandetsi, are these 2 trucks of blue bricks expensive? Just a few dozen yuan. Really so expensive? 1 penny, for a penny's worth. These blue bricks are definitely better quality than mud bricks. They don't leak when it rains. That's true, but still, these blue bricks are quite costly. If they build 2 houses, just the blue bricks will require several carts, and the cost of buying bricks alone will be quite high. Not to mention the materials needed for the roof beams and rafters. Altogether, the family's savings are nearly exhausted, and they will have to borrow money and face hardship. The team originally planning to build the house with blue bricks quietly calculated the expenses, and each one gave up their hopes. Wang Xiaoqiang, who was good friends with Lin Yud, helped him build the wall. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. With Wang Xiaoqiang and others helping, they finished building the wall before nightfall. The wall was tall, about as high as 2 linwanen. Lin Yud, not wanting to stop, somehow found some broken glass and used cement to stick it onto the wall. Whoever climbs the wall will get pricked. It's obvious who this is meant to deter. Lin Yozhua looked at the new wall with a dark face, spat on it, and then went inside to prepare to help Li Zhaodi. On the other side of the wall, there were crying sounds from the adults and children, while just across, there was joyful laughter. Wang Xiui specially cooked several dishes and kept some for those helping build the wall to eat at home. Lin Yud also went to buy some cheap wine to bring back. After the meal, everyone was full and content, their mouths greasy and stomachs stretched. Wang Xiaoqiang and the others had played with Lin Yud since they were babies in their open-crotch pants, but until today, they had only eaten Wang Xiui's cooking once. None of them expected her cooking to be so delicious. They wondered if Auntie Xiui still needed a son, because if they could eat her food every day, they would be willing to become her adopted sons. The sweet-talking Wang Xiaoqiang praised, "Auntie, your cooking is way better than my mother's. I really envy Sandetsi for having such a good mother. If you don't mind, I'll be your son from now on." Lin Yud chuckled and scolded, "Go away, for a bite to eat. I'd even abandon my own mother. If Auntie Juawa knew she had a son like you, she might faint from anger." Wang Xiaoqiang giggled. "I was just saying that. I would never really abandon my own mother. But Auntie's cooking is truly delicious." After playing and joking, Wang Xiaoqiang and the others, full and satisfied, went home to sleep. Lin Yuzhen, who had been visiting relatives all day, also returned with his wife and daughter from his mother-in-law's house. However, when they saw the suddenly added wall in the yard, both of them froze. "Husband, are we sure we didn't take the wrong path? I remember our house didn't look like this. It's definitely this one. I grew up here. How could I have taken a wrong turn?" While the two were whispering, Lin Yud came out of the house looking drunk. "Big brother, sister-in-law, you're back." Confused, Lin Yuzhen hurried forward to ask about the wall in the yard. "That wall? I built it today." "Why build a wall for no reason? Even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like that. You're not young anymore. You should save some money and settle down early. That way, our parents won't worry about your marriage. Because Lin Yozhua hit my little sister today, I added this wall in the yard." Hearing that his little sister was hit, especially by the second brother, Lin Yuzhen felt anxious and restless. "How did it happen? Is my sister okay? Did she see a doctor? Is she bleeding?" Because of work issues, the second family wanted Ing to get a job in the city. But she refused, and Lin Yozhua slapped her. "Are you saying this is all because of us, that Lin Yozhua hit my sister?" As he spoke, Lin Yuzhen looked full of guilt and helplessness. Seeing his older brother again taking the blame on himself, worried that the honest older brother and sister-in-law might let Hong Ying give up her job to the second family, he quickly said, "This has nothing to do with you. The second family is unreasonable. Don't think about making Hong Ying give up her job. I won't agree, and neither will my sister. Big brother, you know Hong Ying's temper. Don't make her angry. I didn't mean for Hong Ying to give her job to the second family." Hearing this, not only did Lin Yud breathe a sigh of relief, but Lu Yulan did too. She was really worried her husband might rashly ask her daughter to give up her work. It's good that you didn't think of that. Hong Ying finally has a new way forward. If you were her father, you should consider her, not worry about your brother's family all the time.
Yes.
It's getting late. You and my sister-in-law should take your daughter home to sleep. You've had some drinks and might stumble on the way, so I'll take you to the eldest uncle's house. Then, Lin Yuzhen didn't hesitate and sent Lin Yud to the eldest uncle's house to sleep. Lu Yulan brought warm red date and walnut cake to her parents-in-law's house. Mother, this is walnut cake from my family. My mother asked me to bring some for my little sister to try.
Thank you, dear. Please thank your mother for me.
Honestly, the eldest sister-in-law's family is much better than the second sister-in-law's family. No wonder old people say that when marrying, you should look at the bride's family, and when giving your daughter away, you should consider the groom's family. Looking at the bride's family, especially her mother-in-law, it's easy to see that bad bamboo doesn't produce good shoots. Their old Lin family is truly cursed for marrying such a troublesome and foolish person. But no one knows if the bride's parents-in-law are easy to get along with. Since Xiao Fu is such a good person, her parents should be decent too. The next day, Li Zhaodi, covered in injuries, was driven back to her parents' home by Lin Yuzhu to collect debts. Li's family not only refused to pay back the money but also cried poor to Li Zhaodi. If Li Zhaodi can't get her money back and her family won't feed her, she has no choice but to go home. But she was met with another harsh beating. Everyone living just a wall away acted as if nothing unusual was happening. A week quickly passed. Fu Zheng finished his work and returned from the county town, carrying a hot, freshly cooked roast chicken and 2 bottles of Maotai. When he arrived, Wang Xiua hurriedly called him to wash his hands and eat. At the dinner table, Wang Xiua tore the roast chicken into pieces and sent a small bowl of meat to the main house. Lin Wanwan and others sat neatly at the table eating. Since the family split up, their meals have improved a lot, and everyone, including Lin Wanwan, looks a little chubbier. After finishing his meal, Fu Zheng put down his chopsticks and looked at Wang Xiua with a smile. Auntie, Uncle Lin, my parents went to the provincial city today. They should come to visit tomorrow. I wonder if it's convenient at home. Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to Fu Zheng.
What?
The relatives are coming tomorrow? Yes, they should arrive tomorrow afternoon. If it's not convenient at home, I'll arrange for them to stay at the guest house for one night, and they can visit in the morning. Why stay at the guest house? There's plenty of room at home. Tomorrow, Wanwan can go to the county to pick up your parents.
Thank you, Auntie.
Fu Zheng looked at Lin Wanwan with a full smile. Tomorrow is the day for the parents to meet, and in just a week, he and Wanwan will get married. By then, Wanwan will be his only one, and no one can take her away from him. Although he already knew the relatives would visit, when the moment finally arrived, Wang Xiua started to feel nervous again. She was afraid that doing something wrong might affect her daughter's impression in her relatives' eyes. She called the third brother to wash the pots and dishes, then called the main house family over. That night, the family stayed up, cleaning the house with flashlights. They cleaned every corner thoroughly before finally feeling at ease to go to bed. The next day, Lin Wanwan was woken early by Wang Xiui, who also gave her the navy blue cotton jacket that Lu Yulan had made a few days ago for her to wear. She was dressed in black fleece-lined pants, with wool and cotton pants underneath to keep warm. On her feet were the thick-soled cotton shoes that her sister-in-law Lu Yulan had made for her. After dressing, Lin Wanwan tied her long, shiny black hair into a side ponytail that draped over her chest. Wang Xiui looked at her daughter's fair, delicate face and liked her more and more. If she had to find a fault, it was that she looked too simple. Darling, I remember your third brother brought you some lipstick from the south when he came back. Try it on, and let me see if it looks good.
Okay.
Lin Wanwan searched her drawer for the red lipstick her third brother gave her last New Year. The lipstick was bright red, and if not applied carefully, it could look like a big, bloody mouth. She only applied a little and used her finger to spread the lipstick evenly across her lips. Her face looked much healthier. Wang Xiui's eyes lit up. It looks great. Xiao Fu will definitely like it. Sure enough, Wang Xiui was right. Fu Zheng's eyes stayed on her bright red lips and couldn't look away. She was so beautiful that he wanted to find a place to hide her and only look at her himself. Seeing Fu Zheng almost lost in his little sister, Lin Yu teased, "Once you're married, you'll have plenty of time to look. For now, let's go to the county town to pick up someone." Fu Zheng forced himself to look away from her lips. "Wanwan, sit in the back. I'll ride the bike and take you." Lin Wanwan jumped onto the bike, her red scarf given by her third brother still tied around her neck. The bright red color was eye-catching, just like her pretty face, which made it hard for people to look away. Once they left the village, Lin Wanwan put her hands in Fu Zheng's coat pocket to keep warm, her small face pressed tightly against his back. Fu Zheng's breathing became a little uneven. "Fu Zheng, do you think your parents will like me? They like you very much. They even told me on the phone not to bully you." That reminder was really unnecessary. He wouldn't bully her, and he was even reluctant to speak loudly in front of her. "That's good." Fu Zheng pedaled hard, and they reached the county town just after 10 o'clock. First, Lin Wanwan went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some snacks and candies. Then she asked Fu Zheng to take her to the cotton spinning factory to visit her eldest niece. When she learned her niece hadn't been bullied, she felt relieved as her aunt. Then, they went to a state-run restaurant, where Fu Zheng and Lin Wanwan each ate a bowl of noodles. Around 2 p.m., Fu's family arrived in the county seat by car and met up with Fu Zheng. Fu's mother, upon seeing the young girl standing beside her son, pinched the flesh on the back of her hand uncertainly. It hurt. This was not a dream. In other words, this girl was the Wanwan that her son mentioned on the phone. She was a very beautiful young girl. Having worked in the art troupe for so long, she had never seen a girl as pretty as Wanwan. She thought she was dreaming because she looked so good. Her son, who couldn't have children, was really bringing home a daughter-in-law, and such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Her son probably tricked the girl into following him, right? Otherwise, with her looks, she could find any man she wanted. Why would she choose a man who can't have children? The rest of the Fu family and Fu's mother thought the same. They believed Fu Zheng must have used some trick to win her over. Or maybe he never told her about his infertility, and the things he said on the phone last time were all lies. But the girl was innocent. Even if she couldn't become their daughter-in-law, she would still be like a close daughter to them. Grandma Fu, dazzled by the girl's lovely face, smiled kindly. "Girl, you must be Wanwan, the one Fu Zheng mentioned on the phone. You're so pretty, I like you very much."
"Hello, Grandma Fu. I'm Lin Wanwan, Fu Zheng's girlfriend."
She introduced herself confidently, without any airs, which made the Fu family members like her even more. Especially when she sweetly called her Grandma Fu. The words filtered out in Grandma Fu's ears, leaving only Grandma. She immediately burst into a happy smile, eager to show her good things to the girl. This girl looked so adorable and kind. Grandpa Fu, usually bold and straightforward, saw his wife call her grandma and couldn't wait any longer. He cleared his throat and introduced himself. "Little girl, I am Fu Zheng's grandpa." After speaking, he looked at Lin Wanwan with anticipation. Lin Wanwan thought her husband's family was very cute. After making eye contact with the old man, she obediently said, "Hello, Grandpa Fu." Grandpa Fu was so happy he didn't know what to do, proud and excited as he watched his son and daughter-in-law. Fu's mother felt a bit jealous. "Wanwan, I am Fu Zheng's mother, Shen Mingtang." "Hello, Aunt Shen. What's going on?" At her in-laws' house, they are grandparents, but here, she is called Aunt Shen? That's not fair. What she really wanted to hear was a sweet Mom Fu, or even better, to drop the Fu and just be called Mom. After calming down, Fu's mother realized she was too impatient. She wasn't sure if her son had told Wanwan about his inability to have children. What if her son really liked her face and was tricking the girl with some scheme? Then, the marriage wouldn't be valid. She couldn't let her son ruin this girl's life. The most important thing was that Wanwan was so beautiful. Even without the Fu family, she could marry a good man and have children of her own. Wanwan was so pretty, and the children she would have in the future would surely be beautiful too. But unfortunately, the Fu family missed this chance. Fu's mother couldn't even imagine. If her son hadn't been hurt, with his looks and Wanwan's face, their children would be so adorable. Meanwhile, Fu's father, feeling left out because everyone else had titles, grew anxious. But before he could speak, Grandpa Fu pushed him aside. Fu's father's sad little eyes seemed ready to stare a hole through Grandpa Fu. "Girl, it's too cold outside. Let's go talk in the car."
Okay.
The car couldn't hold so many people, and since today was a visit to the in-laws, Grandpa Fu's bodyguard, Xiao Wang, as an outsider, wasn't suitable to come along. "Xiao Wang, find a guest house in the county to stay in. We'll come back for you after we finish." "Yes, sir." Xiao Wang saluted Grandpa Fu, then pushed his bicycle away, but the redness behind his ears lingered. The grandson-in-law of the leader looked really good, even more beautiful than the prettiest girl in their team. Before getting in the car, Fu Zheng pulled his mother aside and whispered a warning. "If you scare my wife, next year I'll apply for a transfer to the Northeast, so you won't see me or her anymore." Fu's mother pouted. "I'm not some scary monster. How could I scare Wanwan? I love her so much I can't even wait." Only then did Fu Zheng feel at ease and start the car. Fu's father sat in the front passenger seat. Lin Wanwan and Fu's mother sat in the back. "Wanwan, you've been together with Xiao Zheng for so long. I still don't know how you two met." As soon as she said that, the three people present immediately perked up their ears to listen. Like Fu's mother, they were also curious about how the two met and wonder how the beautiful girl, Wanwan, could be so blind to fall for Fu Zheng, who always kept a cold face. After all, besides being a bit more handsome, Fu Zheng had no other advantages. His temper was stubborn, like a stone in a manure pit. I was on the mountain catching wild chickens when I saw Fu Zheng surrounded by a wolf pack. I helped him escape from the wolves, and that's how we met. Wanwan is telling the truth. Without her, I would have lost my life on that mountain. Everyone looked surprised. Although Fu's mother hadn't seen it herself, she could imagine how dangerous her son was at that moment, just from hearing about wolves. If it weren't for Wanwan, she wouldn't have been able to save her son, and he would have been gone. Thinking of this, tears started to fall down her face. She suddenly hugged Lin Wanwan tightly, almost choking on her sobs. "Good girl. Thank you. Thank you for saving Xiao Zheng. You are a hero to our Fu family." Not only did she save Fu Zheng, but she also saved everyone in the Fu family. After Fu Zheng was injured on his last mission, the Fu family couldn't bear any more shocks, especially the elderly Fu grandparents. After Fu Zheng's accident, they fell seriously ill when they returned to the Beijing retirement home. They looked exhausted and lost their spirit. The others in the Fu family also had red eyes, watching Lin Wanwan with deep gratitude. They wanted to say so many thank yous, but they were afraid of scaring her. They could only keep their gratitude in their hearts, waiting to repay her kindness someday. "Aunt Fu, everything is in the past now. Fu Zheng is doing well. Please stop crying. If your eyes swell, they won't look pretty anymore." Seeing Wanwan comforting her, Fu's mother immediately stopped crying, holding her hand tightly. During this time, she kept trying to find out what Lin Wanwan liked to eat. When she learned that Wanwan liked sweet and sour pork ribs, she made up her mind to learn how to cook it as soon as they returned to Nandao. She wanted to learn to make Wanwan's favorite dish perfectly. The car headed towards the Bellflower Brigade. In an instant, news of a small car arriving at the brigade spread rapidly through the community. People burst out of their homes to see the car, some brave enough to reach out and touch it.
Wow.
This small car must have cost a lot of money. It's probably more than the whole family can afford. Old Lin's family is really lucky, luckier than they deserve. They accidentally found a wealthy son-in-law from the back mountain. The women in the team regret not letting their daughters try their luck in the back mountain, thinking they might find a rich husband. Maybe their whole family could move to the city. But now, they can only watch helplessly as Old Lin's family gets closer to success. The second family, who argued with Lin Wan, probably regrets it now. Compared to them, the team members feel better and secretly hope to see the second family's embarrassment. The car was stuck in traffic. Lin Yud hurried over and cleared the way for the car to move into the Lin family yard. When they saw the in-laws, Wang Xiaoa was so shocked she couldn't speak, and Lin Shuixing just stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to say. The old couple knew the Fu family was wealthy, but they didn't expect them to be so rich. They even had a car. And the way the Fu family dressed and carried themselves showed they had spent a lot of money on their upbringing. Such a wealthy family, could people from the countryside like them really reach that level? Would their daughter be bullied after marrying into such a family? Questions kept swirling in their minds. Even the few thousand yuan bride price they had prepared seemed insignificant compared to the grandeur of the Fu family. Grandma Fu was very clever. She quickly saw that the Lin couple was uncomfortable. She warmly took Wang Xiao's hand and started talking. Dear in-laws, Wanwan is so pretty, and she's well-mannered and smart. She even saved my little Zheng's life. I like her very much at first sight. When she mentioned her daughter, Wang Xiao's nervousness disappeared. She became lively and spoke proudly about her daughter. My daughter is so beautiful and lively. You won't find anyone like her in 10 miles around. The single men came to ask for her hand, so often they almost trampled my door. It was lively like a market day. Seeing her mother talk more and more excitedly, Lin Yud coughed softly and said, Mom, it's cold outside. Let's go inside and talk. Yes, yes, inside. When it's almost mealtime, I'll show you my cooking skills. You'll dishes. Before entering the house, Grandma Fu asked Fu Zheng to help unload the gifts from the car. These were all presents prepared for the meeting with the relatives. Ginseng, deer antler, lingzhi mushrooms, pastries from the delicacy shop, special liquor from the military district, white rabbit candies, Chinese cigarettes, trendy hats and scarves, dried fruits, nuts, seafood, and more. Just the 100-year-old ginseng surprised the Lin family. It's known that such a ginseng is rare and hard to find. According to Li Ainian from the neighboring brigade, this kind of ginseng can even save someone on the brink of death. Now, the Fu family quietly brought out a 100-year-old ginseng, showing their wealth. And that's not all. There were many other valuable items. Lin Yud, who hoped to become the little sister's supporter, felt deeply defeated. He always thought he was doing well, but in front of the Fu family, his efforts seemed small and insignificant. He could only admit he wasn't trying hard enough. His desire to become the little sister's supporter grew wildly, like weeds. He wanted to work hard to become stronger, to protect and support her. Relatives, we came in a hurry, so we didn't prepare many things. Please don't mind these gifts. When we have more time later, I'll make up for what's missing. We can't be short of what others have. Those must have cost a lot, aren't they too expensive? Things are just things, people are alive. Nothing compares to Wanwan, such a good girl. I think I even have too little for her. When they return to Beijing, Grandma Fu plans to invite Shen Laodai, who is good friends with her, to go shopping at the department store. Shen Laodai had traveled abroad in her early years and has a good eye for fashion. She will help Wanwan pick out suitable clothes to send over. A beautiful girl like Wanwan should be dressed well while she's young. Otherwise, when she's old and lying in bed, no matter how well she's dressed, it won't matter. Wang Xiaoa, seeing how satisfied the Fu family was with her daughter, felt a little more at ease. Quietly, Lin Yuzhen brought a charcoal basin into the main hall, and Lu Yulan brought over a few bowls of red sugar water. The Fu family, after a day of traveling, sat around the charcoal basin, holding bowls of red sugar water. Their frozen bodies quickly warmed up. Thinking about her son's health, Fu's mother hesitated, unsure how to talk about marriage with the relatives. But Fu Jing took the initiative and said, Uncle Lin, Annie, I want to marry Wanwan. I promise I will only love her, care for her, and protect her for the rest of my life. My son has already achieved so much, so as parents, we naturally can't hold him back now. This trip's main purpose, besides visiting the in-laws, is to settle the marriage of the two children. Father Fu, thinking clearly, sincerely said, In-laws, Xiaozheng went on a mission a few days ago and accidentally got injured. The doctor said he might never have children in his life. If you don't mind, and are willing to marry your precious daughter to him, I, Fu Rong, promise with my many years of military service that the Fu family will treat Wanwan like our own daughter, and we will never let her suffer any wrong. The only ones unaware of this matter, Lin Yuzhen and Lu Yulan, were stunned. Looking at Fu Zheng, a healthy man, unable to have children? If he can't have children, what will happen to my little sister in the future? No woman in this world doesn't want to be a mother. They both thought about it together, exchanging knowing glances at Fu Zheng. But feeling it might be too rude, they hurriedly looked away. They were holding back a lot of questions, planning to ask the third brother later. The third brother has the closest relationship with the little sister and probably knows more than they do. As siblings-in-law, they didn't have high expectations. They just hoped their little sister's life would get better and better. But hearing suddenly that Fu Zheng couldn't have children was a bit hard to accept. Wang Xiui saw her shy daughter and knew that leaving her unmarried would only turn her into an old maid. Her daughter was no longer young. In their team, women her age had long been married with children, some with kids 4 or 5 years old. Her daughter staying at home had become a spinster, and the gossiping women in the team often talked behind her back. Now, suddenly, Fu Zheng appeared. He was good-looking, from a good family, kind and generous to her daughter, but he couldn't have children. Not being able to have children wasn't a big deal. As long as they had money, they wouldn't lack people to care for them in old age. Moreover, now the second family couldn't be relied on, but the first and third families still could. The first couple was honest and grateful. When her daughter transferred her work to Honging, that alone was a great favor. In the future, they would treat their sister well. The third family was even better. He was the one who loved his little sister the most, treating her like his precious gem. Anyone who dared to bully his sister, he would risk his life to fight back. If things don't work out, after the third child gets married, let the third daughter-in-law have a few more children and adopt one for the daughter. This way, all problems will be solved easily. Xiao Fu told us long ago that he can't have children. At first, we couldn't accept it, but Xiao Fu is a good boy and my daughter likes him. So, when they got married, her father and I agreed. Fu's mother suddenly stood up from her chair, staring intently at Wang Xiui. Dear, is everything you said true? You really don't mind Xiao Zheng and are willing to marry Wanwan to him? I only have Wanwan, my precious daughter, raised with love. If she marries into your Fu family, I hope you will treat her well. If my daughter does anything to upset you, just tell me, and I will bring her back to teach her. Please don't bully her. Fu's mother's eyes filled with emotion. Dear, you are willing to marry such a good girl like Wanwan to Xiao Zheng. That is a blessing Xiao Zheng has earned over many generations. I promise our Fu family will take good care of Wanwan and never let her suffer. That's good. With your words, I feel at ease. Similarly, the other members of the Fu family were also very excited. Grandma Fu felt like her ancestors were blessing her. Such a wonderful girl being married to her grandson Fu Zheng was a true blessing. Grandpa Fu, overwhelmed with happiness, started to forget himself, grabbing Lin Shuixing's hand and calling him brother. Fu Zheng found this all exhausting. His grandfather and Uncle Lin are brothers, so what is his relationship with Wanwan? Aren't they from different generations? But seeing how happy his grandfather was today, Fu Zheng decided not to spoil the moment and let him talk freely. His mind was filled with thoughts of the girl who was about to become his wife. No, soon she would have a new title. To be precise, she would be his wife. Fu Zheng kept repeating this word silently, feeling joy swell in his chest again. Grandma Fu, wanting to secure her grandson's happiness, quickly brought up the engagement in front of everyone. Fu Rong and Ming Tang both have jobs, and the army can't always give long leaves. I think we should set the wedding date in the next few days, before or after the new year, and find a good day to marry. Worried that the other family might not agree, Grandma Fu added, Dear, don't worry. Others may have Wanwan, but Wanwan will also have her own. We will make sure she doesn't suffer any unfair treatment in this matter. 72 legs, 3 spins, and 1 loud sound, plus 18,888 in bride price. This is our Fu family's sincerity. This bride price was agreed upon last night at the provincial city guest house. Fu Zheng has health issues and cannot have children. Just this fact already makes the girl feel wronged. Since we know she's hurt, we should find ways to make it up to her. The most direct way is with money. But with such a large amount, relying only on the allowances from Fu's parents isn't enough. It also includes contributions from Grandpa and Grandma Fu. To help their grandson get married, the old couple even used their savings from their funeral fund. But in their eyes, this money is worth it. Money can be earned again if lost, but losing their granddaughter would be forever. Fu's father and mother both work and receive monthly allowances. Grandpa and Grandma Fu are now retired and living in a rest home, also receiving monthly pension money. Adding it all up, they have quite a bit each month. When the young couple gets married, they plan to find ways to support them financially. As long as the young couple is happy, the older folks are happy too. Wang Shua thought she must be hearing things wrong and asked again uncertainly, "How much?" "Bride price?" 18,888. Wang Shua was clearly overwhelmed by the amount. Luckily, Lin Yud, her son, pinched her back hard to keep her from embarrassing her daughter. "Isn't that too much? Wanwan and Xiao Zheng will be a family after they marry. It's all the same whether it's early or late. Better to do it now and start off on a good note." Grandma Fu changed the subject. "By the way, we Fu family should thank you. You didn't mind Xiao Zheng and agreed to marry your daughter to him." After saying this, Grandma Fu gave her husband a look. Fu's father quickly took out 2 passbooks he had prepared and placed them on the table. Nowadays, passbooks aren't complicated like in later times. Anyone holding one can withdraw money freely without a password. Seeing how serious the Fu family was, Wang Shua suppressed her excitement. "Our family's life isn't great, but we're not selling our daughter. When they get married, let Wanwan take everything. Besides, we've also prepared a small dowry for Wanwan. It's not as much as yours, but it's our heartfelt gift as parents. When the time comes, let Wanwan take it all." "This is impossible. You raised Wanwan with so much effort, and this money is for Wanwan and Xiaozheng. As long as they are happy together, her father and I will be at ease." Wang Shua quickly decided on this, but her inner shock and excitement couldn't be calmed easily. The bride price from the Fu family was 18,888 yuan. Even city folks don't usually spend that much on a bride. 100 or 200 yuan is more common. And that's just the beginning. Big brother's daughter and married into the city, with no bride price at all. The groom's family only gave a bicycle, and it was a new one. If an Anne's fiancé Wang Tao hadn't been honest and hardworking and kind to her, her older brother and sister-in-law might not have agreed to marry her to him. Compared to an Anne's good family, the Fu family's arrangement was very satisfying, nothing to criticize. The bride price of 18,888 yuan, plus what she and her husband had saved for her dowry, meant that after the wedding, her daughter would have over 20,000 yuan. She would become one of the wealthiest women in town. Not just in the county, but even in the entire provincial city, few could match her. Seeing her daughter's life getting better and better, Wang Shua felt so happy she couldn't hide her joy. "Oh my goodness, so much money. Is Lin Wanwan some kind of treasure made of gold?" Li Zhaodi, who was eavesdropping behind the wall, gasped in shock. That was 18,888 yuan, more than what she and Lin Yuzhu could earn in 2 lifetimes working hard in the fields. Is the Fu family crazy? Spending so much money to marry off a girl who's a burden. Lin Wanwan is only a little more attractive than others, but she doesn't work and is lazy. She also eats, drinks, and wears the best things. This isn't marriage. It's like bringing home a family ancestor. Whoever marries such a person is unlucky. The Fu family is completely out of their minds. Spending this much on a girl who's basically a burden is just asking for trouble. That 18,888 yuan could have married dozens of beautiful young women. Or they could have used it to eat meat every day at a state-run restaurant, enjoying good food until they're full, without ever running out of money. If they think the money is too much, they could give it to her instead. She and Lin Yuzhu would be happy to serve their family as loyal servants. The Fu family is so foolish. Wait, she seemed to overhear something about Fu Zheng not being able to have children. Realizing this huge secret, Li Zhaodi quickly covered her mouth to stop herself from shouting out loud. Oh my goodness. What good luck she has. She managed to discover two big secrets about the old house at once. At this moment, she feels grateful that on her way down the mountain, Yuxia, who was chattering away, stopped her and told her about Fuzheng coming back in a small car from outside. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she sneaked over to listen at the old house yard. She couldn't believe her luck. She overheard everything, even the bride price and the fact that Fuzheng couldn't have children. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, but suddenly, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured over her head. Her face turned pale. She forgot that they had already divided the family 10 days ago. And she also realized that she had completely fallen out with the old house over work issues. Even the yard had been blocked by their reckless third brother building a wall. Obviously, they wanted to cut ties with her second family. From her in-laws' words, it seemed they had known for a long time that Fuzheng couldn't have children, and they had been deliberately hiding this from her second family. If she had known earlier that Fuzheng couldn't have children, and considering how wealthy the family was, she wouldn't have encouraged Lin Yuzhu to split the family and live separately. She's not stupid. Why live a good life when she could suffer and endure hardships? Fuzheng is an only child, and since he can't have children, her mother-in-law, who loves her daughter dearly, would definitely find a child from her own family to adopt and raise in the Fu household in the future. When Fuzheng and Lin Wanfan die, the family's wealth will belong to that adopted child. What a big benefit. Yes, adoption. Li Xiaodi suddenly had an idea. That's right. She could adopt her own child to Fuzheng and his wife, so she wouldn't have to raise a child herself and could still get the Fu family's inheritance. Once she had money, she could eat white steamed buns and throw them away, dine at state-run restaurants every day, and buy canned food from the supply store. But on the other hand, she had raised Chongfu for so many years and was reluctant to have him adopted by the Fu family. Hong and I was still young, but she was just a useless girl who cost money. The Fu family would only adopt a boy to continue the family line, and since Hong and I was a girl, she was not suitable. The eldest sister-in-law was irresponsible. She married into the Lin family and had only 2 unproductive children, and she hadn't had any more children since. She was clearly incapable of bearing children. The third brother was reckless outside, and he might get caught and sent to prison someday. No one would trust their daughter to marry him. After marriage, she'd be a widow in her in-laws' house, and she wouldn't have children. Someone would have to be willing to marry her to him. But she was different. She was born to have a son. Not long ago, she had a miscarriage. Her maternal family's fortune-teller, Wu the Blind, said that the child she lost was a boy. It's a pity. If that accident hadn't happened, when the baby was born, he would have been adopted under Fu Zheng's name. Then her younger son would be a Fu family child, and they, as his parents, could enjoy happiness together. But it's not too late now. She is still young and can have more children. Her immediate goal is to work hard with Lin Yuzhu to have a baby boy. She planned to try 5 or 6 times a day. She didn't believe she couldn't get pregnant. If that didn't work, she would tie Lin Yuzhu to the bed with a rope and keep him there for a few days to help her make a baby. In any case, she was willing to do anything so they could eat white steamed buns every day. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, she heard someone talking inside the house. Dear in-laws, Xiao Zheng is now at the regiment level. According to his position, he can apply for housing from the team, and Wanwan can follow him to Nandao after marriage to be with the troops. But right now, the environment in Nandao is very tough. Not only the young girl, even I, who have lived there for many years, still haven't fully adapted. If Wanwan doesn't want to go there after marriage, she can stay at her parents' home. Whenever there's a holiday, we can buy tickets and go see her. Also, our Fu family has several houses in Beijing. Wanwan can move there to live. Her grandparents are living in a retirement home in the city, and with them taking care of her, you don't need to worry. If Wanwan wants to follow the troops, I will ask Xiao Zheng to apply for housing. My husband and I also live in the family compound, so we can help take care of Wanwan and make sure she's not bullied. Seeing how thoughtful the Fu family was, Wang Xiui couldn't find anything to say. She had already discussed the matter of her daughter following the army after marriage with her daughter a few days ago, so she decided to agree on her daughter's behalf. The young couple has just started their life together, and it's a time when they shouldn't be apart. Later, Wanwan can go to Nandao with Xiao Fu. Occasionally, she can send us letters so we know how she's doing there. Fu's mother was happy to hear this. If it were up to her, she wouldn't want her son and daughter-in-law to live apart after marriage. It could harm their feelings, and her daughter-in-law was very charming and likable. Fortunately, her son acted early. Otherwise, such a beautiful and obedient daughter-in-law wouldn't be hers anymore. Of course, her precious daughter-in-law needed to stay close so she could take good care of her, or someone else might try to take her away. Fu's mother turned to look at Lin Wanwan and asked, "Wanwan, what do you think?" Lin Wanwan replied, "Fu Zheng and I talked about him moving with the army after we got married some time ago. Did he forget to tell you and Dad?" Hearing this, everyone looked at Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, "Wanwan told me, but I was so happy I forgot to tell you and Dad." Fu's mother couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. This young man, he can forget something as big as moving with the army, but he doesn't forget about getting married. She didn't know who was rushing them on the phone, making her rush to prepare the wedding gift for her daughter-in-law. But since she was in a good mood today, she decided to forgive this naughty boy. Fu's father said, "Fu Zheng's marriage has always been a difficult issue in the military. Now, finally, a girl is willing to marry him. The local leaders specially approved and fast-tracked the marriage report, and it has been approved. Maybe tomorrow, Fu Zheng and Wanwan can go to the commune to get the marriage certificate. Then we can go to the county to buy the 3 turns and 1 ring jewelry. Wanwan can choose the one she likes." When Fu Zheng heard the words "get the certificate," his eyes sparkled as he looked at Lin Wanwan. Getting the certificate and sealing the deal means they are truly married. No one can separate them anymore. It also prevents anyone from threatening his position as the main husband. He knew that destroying a military marriage was a crime. As long as he didn't agree, no one could separate them. Lin Wanwan subtly nodded at Fu Zheng. Getting the marriage certificate was inevitable sooner or later. It was better to do it now and give Fu Zheng a proper status, making him happy. Meanwhile, she also took the chance to feel the firm muscles under Fu Zheng's clothes. She had wanted to do it for a long time, but never found the right opportunity. Understanding what the young girl meant, Fu Zheng's lips curled into a broad smile. Just a little longer, after today, he would officially be a married man. He had to thank his unreliable father for finally doing something right and helping him get a proper name. Wang Xiaoyi smiled warmly and said, "We'll listen to the in-laws about getting the certificate. Tomorrow morning, Fu Zheng will ride his bike with Wanwan to the commune to get the marriage certificate. As for the 3 turns and 1 ring, even if we buy it now, Wanwan can't take it away. I think it's better to wait until Wanwan moves with the army to Nandao and then buy it." "Mother Fu, all right, I'll listen to you. The radio, sewing machine, and bicycle can be bought when we go to the South Island. But the watch, something worn on the wrist, should be bought before the wedding. Luckily, I have a ticket. Tomorrow, I'll ask Xiao Zheng to take Wanwan to the county to pick out a watch." Wang Xiaoyi, "I'll do as you say." The mother-in-law is happy to spend money on her daughter. The watch styles in the county are quite simple, and Fu Zheng doesn't like them very much. In his heart, he believes his little girl deserves better, including the watch she wears. Moreover, this watch is their engagement token, so it must be taken seriously. He boldly said, "Tomorrow, Wanwan and I will finish the marriage registration at the commune, then drive her to the provincial city to buy a watch. We might as well buy everything we need for the wedding at the same time." Seeing everyone staring at him, Fu Zheng's face turned red. "I thought it would be more convenient to have a car at home." Mother Fu looked at Lin Wanwan. "Wanwan, what do you think?" Lin Wanwan, "I'll listen to Fu Zheng. I've never been to the provincial city before, so I might as well take this chance to look around." Mother Fu, "Then let Xiao Zheng take you to the provincial city tomorrow for a good look. Men earn money to be spent by their wives. When you see something you like, just buy it. Don't save money for him." Lin Wanwan, "I'll listen to you." The plan to drive to the provincial city to buy things was settled with both sides agreeing. Lin Yud, hiding in the dark, almost stared Fu Zheng into a hole. He knows his brother-in-law is very scheming. The trip to the provincial city and back will take at least a day, not counting shopping. His little sister also wants to look around, so it will take at least 3 days. Young couples spending so much time together will definitely have something happen. Especially Fu Zheng, he can't think about it. Every time he imagines that scene, Lin Yud feels deeply hurt. He even regrets why he was so fierce that day. If he had known, he would have let his father try first. His father is old and not afraid of shocks. But he's different, young and not married yet. But thinking too much now is useless. Tomorrow, Fu Zheng will take his little sister to register their marriage. They are officially a couple now, protected by the state. It's normal for them to do some things. But inside, he feels a bit upset, like his own cabbages being pecked by pigs. Especially since his little sister will follow the army to the South Island after marriage. That's such a far place. Can she manage alone? Will she be bullied? As a brother, he tends to think too much, especially since he's been caring for and loving his little sister for over 10 years. Like Lin Yud, there is also a system that urges marriage and childbirth. It was so excited that, despite remaining calm in tone, it was trembling slightly. Host, I checked, the provincial city is very far from you. It takes a whole day to go back and forth. You and Fu Zheng just got your marriage certificate and can share a room. With such passionate sparks, something is bound to happen. Are you nervous? Are you afraid? As the most caring and responsible system in history, I can tell you in advance that Fu Zheng is very. Shut up. Lin Wanwan felt she must be feverish. Otherwise, why was her face so hot? She unintentionally glanced at Fu Zheng, and after being caught, she blushed and quickly looked away. Stupid system, it's the one corrupting me. From now on, I will never allow the system to read those messy books again. Fu Zheng's ears turned even redder. He hurriedly tugged at his clothes. Now that both sets of parents were sitting together, they began a heated discussion about the wedding date. Either before or after the New Year. Fu Zheng remembered the date he and the girl had agreed upon and said, I've had someone check the auspicious days. The 9th day of the lunar month is a good day. Uncle Lin, Annie, do you think that day works? The 9th day is indeed a good day, still about a week away. There's still time to prepare for the wedding. It's not easy for Fu Zheng's parents to come all this way, and their work is special, so asking for leave isn't simple. Most importantly, the Fu family has shown sincere intentions to marry. They even gave a bride price of 20,000. If the Lin family still tries to act tough, it wouldn't be good. Wang Xiua pounded the table and decisively set the wedding date. Let's go with what Fu Zheng says. Wedding on the 9th. Fu Zheng was happy, and the Fu family was even happier. No one expected everything to go so smoothly. Of course, they had to thank the understanding and easygoing in-laws. Li Zhaodi, who was eavesdropping behind the wall, was afraid of being caught. She hurriedly left before hearing what was being said inside. But before leaving, she glanced at the small car in the yard, her eyes full of excitement and thrill. Having a son. Once she had a son, everything in the Fu family would belong to her. Including the small car in the yard, sitting in it would surely be very impressive. Back home, Li Zhaodi saw that only Lin Yuzhu was lying on the bed, sleeping. Her son and daughter weren't at home. She didn't know where the kids had gone to play. This way, she won't bother to go outside to play with them. Li Zhaodi locked the door from inside, then hurriedly took off all her clothes and climbed into Lin Yuzhu's bed completely. Lin Yuzhu was sleeping soundly when he suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly opened his eyes. What he saw was Li Zhaodi sitting on top of him. He immediately pushed her away in annoyance. But it was no use. Li Zhaodi clung to him like a muddy fish in a river. No matter how he pushed, she kept getting closer. You old woman. After scolding Li Zhaodi harshly, Lin Yuzhu felt tired and sore. Just as he lit his pipe, Li Zhaodi came back again. This back and forth went on several times before Li Zhaodi finally let him go. When he got out of bed, he lost his footing and fell to the ground because his legs were weak. Li Zhaodi looked at him with disdain. That's just the beginning. When we eat later, eat more, and tonight we continue. She didn't believe that after all this fuss, she wouldn't get pregnant with a son. Hearing continue tonight, Lin Yuzhu, who was just getting up, felt his legs turn even softer. He was far from Li Xiaodi, making sure he had a good escape route. He cursed, "You crazy woman. What are you doing now? Aren't you afraid of being seen by others and making a joke?"
Li Xiaodi shook indifferently.
"A joke? I dare anyone to laugh at me. If anyone dares, I'll tear their mouth apart. Besides, I Li Xiaodi don't steal or rob. I sleep with my own man. If they laugh at me, they better not sneak into a man's bed or have children with him. I think you're crazy. Tonight, I won't be home. You take care of the kids." With that, Lin Yuzhu hurriedly ran away. He couldn't fight her, but he could hide. If Li Xiaodi kept bothering him like this, he might get exhausted and die soon, and his son might even start calling someone else dad. But he hadn't gone far before Li Xiaodi, anxious to have a baby, grabbed him. "If you leave, who will I have a baby with? Whoever you want to have a baby with, go ahead. I won't serve you anymore. No, you can't go anywhere these days. You can only stay in bed and have a baby with me. Li Xiaodi, are you crazy? Can you afford to raise so many children? Our family is almost out of money. I can't raise them, but someone else will help us." Hearing this, Lin Yuzhu frowned slightly and looked at Li Xiaodi without saying a word. Today, Li Xiaodi, this troublesome woman, was acting very strangely. During the day, she was pulling him onto the bed to cause trouble. Now she's talking about asking someone else to help raise her child. There must be something she doesn't know.
What do you mean by that?
Li Xiaodi glanced at the wall full of glass shards, worried her plans might be overheard and fail, so she quickly pulled Lin Yuzhu back inside to talk. "You know that the Fu family can't have children, right?" "Can't have children? Since when? How come I don't know? And how do you know this?" "I overheard it, of course. Today, the Fu parents came to the old house to propose marriage. You should have seen the fancy car in the yard and the bride price." She changed the subject. "Do you know how much the Fu family gave for my little sister's bride price?" "How much?" "Even if they married in city, it would only be 400 or 500 yuan. Do you think the Fu family would pay that much to marry a girl from the countryside?" "Wrong, wrong. That 400 or 500 is just a small amount for the Fu family. So, how much is it? You troublesome woman. Just say it. Don't keep me in suspense." "It's 18,888 yuan, plus the 3 turns and 1 horn, 72 legs needed for the wedding. Tell me, in our 10-mile village, which family has ever received so much bride money?" Lin Yuzhu's pupils suddenly constricted, and he stared at Li Xiaodi intently.
"What?
18,888? Are you sure you didn't hear wrong?" "With my ears. How could I hear wrong? It's definitely 18,888. Our mother's old thing even said this money will be taken by my little sister. Do you think our mother is sick? Why keep so much money for herself? She won't have to work anymore, and she can move to the city to live, eating well every day." Lin Yozhu's head was buzzing. He couldn't hear what Li Xiaodi was saying anymore. His mind was filled with that 18,888 yuan. So much money. He wouldn't even dare to dream of it. And now, when his little sister is getting married, she's getting that much money? My little sister. She's really lucky. Lin Yuzhu felt jealous and sour inside. But jealousy was useless. Their second house had already fallen out with the old house, especially since he had slapped his little sister. He still remembered the look in the eyes of the man from the Fu family, as if he was looking at a dead person. It gave him goosebumps. He couldn't afford to offend him, but he could hide from him. "Master, you decide. Fu Zheng is the only son in his family, but he has a disease that prevents him from having children. Recently, we should work hard to have a boy. Then we can adopt the younger son to my sister. Our younger son will be a Fu family child, and in the future, the Fu family will still be under our control. Don't you think I'm right?" Lin Yuzhu swallowed saliva, feeling moved by Li Xiaodi's words. "Will our mother agree?"
"Of course she will."
"Now, in old Lin's family, I am the only one able to have a son. We need to have a baby soon, and by next year, we can have a son and adopt him to my sister so they can help raise him. All right, I agree. I remember we still have some goji berries at home. Later, you can soak them for me. I want a drink. Li Xiaodi had long expected Lin Yuzhu would agree, and she smiled happily. I recently had a miscarriage. My body is weak, and I need good food to recover. You. Before she finished, Lin Yuzhu interrupted. All the money at home has been used to support your poor family. If you want to eat well, go to your mother's house and ask for the money back. I will go tomorrow. Once I get the money, I will buy 2 chickens, one for us to eat and the other to take to the old house and give to them. Can you really give away the food you love? It's because I can't get what I want without giving something in return. Recently, I need to behave better and not upset our parents. Once the child is born and adopted into the Fu family, we can think about everything else. Okay, I'll do as you say. Suddenly, Lin Yuzhu felt a bit sad for his second brother.
Woo-woo.
But for the sake of his son, he was willing to try. Old Lin family house. When they start talking, time flies quickly. Now, it's dinner time. Wang Xiui calls her daughter to sit and chat with the Fu family. She and her eldest daughter-in-law go to the kitchen to cook, and she also calls the third son, giving him instructions. Go call your eldest uncle. Just say your sisters-in-laws are here and ask him to come and join us for drinks. Lin Yud, hearing his mother's words, runs quickly to his eldest uncle's house. At this moment, Aunt Li Chuiying is preparing dinner. Seeing Lin Yud arrive at this time, she looks a bit surprised. I heard the Fu family came here. Why aren't you at home to entertain them? What are you doing here? Is something missing at home? If you don't mind, last month when your cousin returned home, she slaughtered a pound of pork. I didn't want to eat it right away, so I salted it and made preserved meat. Take some home to add to the table. There is everything at home, no shortage of anything. My mother asked me to call my eldest uncle to come over and join us for drinks. Has Wanwan's relationship with Xiao Fu been settled? Yes, it has. Fu Zheng's family is quite happy with my younger sister. Not only are they satisfied, but they also gave a bride price of 18,888 yuan. However, I didn't dare tell anyone outside because I was afraid it might cause jealousy for my sister. Especially Anin from the eldest uncle's family. When she got married, she didn't receive any bride price at all. If the eldest uncle's wife finds out that my sister received so much bride money, she might think differently. With Wanwan's good looks, anyone who sees her will like her. If Fu's family didn't like her, I would think they had a problem with their eyes. Originally, I heard Fu's family arrived in a small car, and they are quite wealthy. Li Chuiying was worried that this match might not be suitable, fearing Fu's family didn't favor Wanwan. Her heart was uneasy, but now that she received good news, she felt very relieved. Yes, my sister's appearance is so beautiful that, even in the capital city, it's hard to find someone better. Is the wedding date set? Do you know the exact day? The wedding is on the 9th day of the lunar month. When the time comes, we will need Annie to help at her house. I would have gone even if you didn't tell me. I paused and then added, your eldest uncle is sleeping inside. Go call him.
All right.
After saying that, Lin Yud turned around and went to the west room to call someone. The team leader, upon hearing that his sister-in-law called him to come to the house for drinks, hurriedly rummaged through his belongings to find the big coat his daughter bought him last year or the year before in the county. He also changed out of his patched, dirty pants and replaced his cotton shoes with leather ones. Before leaving, he combed his hair with a comb to smooth out the few remaining stray hairs. Wanwan finally married into a city family, and as her eldest uncle, he couldn't afford to lose face. After making sure everything was in order, the team leader followed Lin Yud to the house. Lin Yud was still holding the salted pork that his aunt had forcefully given him. When he got home, he carried the pork into the kitchen. I don't want it. My aunt insisted I bring it back, saying it's to add a dish to the family meal. Nowadays, being poor means just barely having enough to eat, let alone expensive things like pork. Wang Xiui looked happily at the pork in her son's hand, which weighed about a jin, half a kilogram. Your aunt meant well. After the meal, you should take a bowl over to them. Just follow your advice. As long as it's not for the second wife's family, anything is fine. Wang Xiui and the eldest daughter-in-law were busy cooking in the kitchen, while the third son squatted on the ground, carefully peeling and washing the cabbage leaves. In the past, the cabbage at home was not washed. They would peel off the yellowed outer leaves and tear the rest by hand to cook. But the Fu family are city people, and city folks are particular. For his little sister's happiness, Lin Yud finally paid attention to these details. While the three of them were busy in the kitchen, Fu Zheng came over. He rolled up his sleeves high and took the spatula from Wang Xiui's hand. "Auntie, I'll cook. You go rest inside." Wang Xiui refused. "No, that's not right." Just as they argued, a voice came from behind. "Dear, this brat is lucky to have a beautiful wife. It's right for him to cook. Today, let him do it. You should also taste his skills. After Wanwan gets married and moves to the southern island with the army, he'll be cooking for her every day." The speaker was Fu's mother, and Grandma Fu was also nearby, trying to persuade her. Wang Xiui had no choice but to reluctantly give the stove to Fu Zheng and go inside to talk with her daughter and her mother-in-law. Grandma Fu and Fu's mother had no airs of city folks. They chatted happily with Wang Xiui. Especially, Fu's mother and Wang Xiui became more and more friendly, as if they were long-lost sisters. They held hands and kept calling each other older sister and younger sister. Sitting nearby, Lin Wanwan ate the dried jackfruit brought back from the southern island, feeling a bit bored. Suddenly, she remembered Fu Zhen cooking in the kitchen. People say that men who cook are the most charming. She, having lived through 2 generations, had never seen it herself. Suddenly inspired, Lin Wanwan eagerly sat up from her chair. Instantly, the eyes of Grandma Fu and the others all turned to her. Fu's mother asked Wanwan, "What's wrong?" Lin Wanwan said, "You all chat. I want to go see Fu Zheng in the kitchen." As soon as she said that, Grandma Fu, Fu's mother, and Wang Xiui all smiled knowingly. This young man is so good at dating. He misses her terribly when they're apart. But the couple's good relationship made the adults happiest. They hoped the young couple would grow even closer. "Wanwan, go ahead. We'll stay here and talk with your mother. But don't stay in the kitchen too long. It's greasy and smoky, and it might make you cough. I'll be back soon." After saying that, Lin Wanwan headed to the kitchen. Only Fu Zheng and her second brother were busy there. But right now, Lin Wanwan's eyes could only focus on Fu Zheng, who was wearing an apron and busy at the stove. Compared to his cold, distant look before, the flickering flames cast a warm glow on his face, softening his usually stern features. Long, strong fingers with clear joints held a metal spatula, constantly stirring in the pot. Now he looked more like a caring husband. He seemed reliable and steady, making people want to lean on his shoulder. "Host, a man who cooks is the most attractive. When you marry Fu Zheng and move to the southern island, let him wear an apron and cook for you every day." Lin Wanwan was momentarily confused about what was happening. When she finally realized, her face turned bright red enough to bleed. She mentally scolded the system. "Shut up, quickly. Host, I'm just giving you advice. Otherwise, you'd waste such a good man like Fu Zheng and his great conditions.
Think about it.
Stop talking nonsense, or I'll get rid of you." Under Lin Wanwan's threat, the system finally learned to stay silent. However, her face kept getting hotter, and even her skin beneath her clothes turned pink. She stared at Fu Zheng, who stood tall and straight, unwilling to look away. Thinking carefully, the system's suggestions weren't entirely unreasonable. She just wondered what the kitchen in the family courtyard looked like. If it was a private small yard, it would be fine. She could close the door and use the kitchen however she wanted. But if it was a communal building, then forget it. Perhaps because of the intense gaze behind her, Fu Zheng, flipping the spatula, turned his head and met Lin Wanwan's eyes full of his own. Seeing her face flushed, Fu Zheng put down the spatula and, ignoring the still-cooking sweet and sour ribs, quickly walked over to her. He naturally placed his right hand on her forehead. It wasn't hot. Or maybe, "Are you feeling unwell?" "No, nothing's wrong." Lin Wanwan instinctively denied. trying to suppress the desire to throw herself at him and do whatever she wanted. She decided to wait until after marriage to get closer. Fu Zheng's tense heart eased a little, but he still worried and reminded her, if you're feeling unwell, don't hide it.
Tell me.
Okay. At this moment, Fu Zheng remembered the sweet and sour ribs she loved most and quickly went back to the stove to turn the ribs over. Fortunately, the ribs weren't burned. While washing vegetables, Linyard felt disgusted by the clinginess of the two and got goosebumps all over. He exaggeratedly shivered and then wisely went outside to give Fu Zheng and his sister some space to be alone. When Uncle Third went out, Fu Zheng's eyes were filled with Lin Wanwan, the girl he loved so much that his deep feelings almost overwhelmed her. His voice was a little hoarse. Wanwan, we will get our marriage certificate tomorrow. Although they had only known each other for a short time, he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The girl who appeared in his dreams countless times was finally going to be his. His heart was so full of happiness that he almost burst. After we get the certificate in the county tomorrow and then go to the provincial city, do we need to ask Uncle Big for a letter of introduction? Nowadays, when traveling far, nothing is complete without a letter of introduction. Even staying at a guest house requires one issued by the local team. Without the letter, he couldn't stay at the guest house. It's cold and freezing, and she and Fu Zheng can't sleep in the car overnight either, as it's easy to get sick. I'll ask Uncle Big to prepare the letter later. The smell of cooking oil in the kitchen was quite strong, and Lin Wanwan couldn't stand it after a while. Just as she was about to leave, she accidentally caught a glimpse of the blue stubble growing at the corner of Fu Zheng's mouth, which looked very attractive. Since only she and Fu Zheng were in the kitchen and no one else was around, she thought it was okay to kiss her husband. With quick action, Lin Wanwan tiptoed and stole a kiss from Fu Zheng, but the rough stubble on his chin made her mouth sting. Fu Zheng, your beard is poking me. Her complaint automatically turned into a sweet tease in his love-struck mind. He apologized sincerely. Sorry, I will shave it off tomorrow so it won't poke you. With the help of third Uncle Linyard, Fu Zheng spent over 2 hours in the kitchen making 8 dishes. There was glossy braised pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, fragrant scallion scrambled eggs, spicy braised small wild chicken, cabbage with vermicelli, fried peanuts, scallion tofu salad, and finally, candied sweet potatoes. The candied sweet potatoes were a dish Fu Zheng learned from Chef Wang a few nights ago when he asked about making sweet and sour pork ribs. Chef Wang, knowing Fu Zheng was learning to cook to make his beloved girl happy, specially taught him this new dish. This was his first time making it, apart from practicing at Chef Wang's place. He wasn't sure if the girl would like it. Fu Zheng felt a little nervous. But what made him even more worried was something else. His usual seat was taken by his mother, so he had to sit across from the girl to eat, while his mother, Miss Shin Mingtang, sat next to her and was very eager to serve her food. Wanwan, try this, it's very tasty. There is also caramelized sweet potato. When you eat it, rinse it in water first. It won't stick to your teeth at all. Fu Zheng sat across from her, watching his mother take over his task, feeling annoyed and itchy at the roots of his teeth. But in the next moment, his mood was eased by a piece of caramelized sweet potato suddenly appearing in his bowl. Lin Wanwan smiled like a flower. Try it, it's very tasty.
Okay.
Fu Zheng coldly picked up the piece of sweet potato and chewed it a few times. It was very sweet, just like her lips. The men were chatting and drinking. Even Lin Yuzhen, who didn't talk much, drank several glasses to boost his courage for his sister. Then, blushing and twisting awkwardly, he came over to Fu Zheng, with Lu Yulan pulling him back. Captain Fu, my little sister is our family's treasure since she was young. We've never scolded her, and if she does something wrong in the future, please don't hit her. She's so thin. She can't handle being hit. If you hit me instead, I don't mind even if I get hurt, just please don't hurt my little sister. Lin Wanwan's eyes turned red with emotion. For so many years, her eldest brother had been caring for her in his own clumsy way, but it was real love. Fu Zheng stood up and said seriously, Big brother, I swear with my life, if I ever dare to lay a finger on Wanwan, let me die a horrible death. Then you better mean what you say. Don't bully my little sister. I won't bully Wanwan. Lu Yulan, worried that her drunken husband might ruin her sister-in-law's marriage, gave her third brother a pleading look. Together, they pulled the still-drunk Lin Yuzhen back to the house to sleep. The team leader was worried that the Fu family might overthink because of this, so he quickly explained, Big brother has loved his little sister since he was young. Now that she's getting married and moving far away, it's hard for him.
Please don't misunderstand.
Grandpa Fu said, if Wanwan were my daughter, I wouldn't be happy if she married so far away either. That's natural. When Fu Zheng has a chance to take leave, I'll have him bring Wanwan back often to visit. Hearing that the in-laws said they wanted their daughter to visit home often, Wang Xiui and Lin Shuixing were so excited they didn't know what to say. A mother's worry when her child goes 1,000 miles away, especially her beloved daughter she's cared for over 20 years, was clear. They, as parents, were the ones feeling reluctant and worried about their daughter. After dinner, it was already late at night. The team leader, heavily drunk, was helped home by Lin Yud to sleep. Grandma Fu and Fu's mother stayed in Lin Wanwan's room tonight, while Grandpa Fu and Fu's father squeezed into Lin Yud's room. Lin Wanwan and her parents sleep together. Fu Zheng is pulled to the eldest uncle's house by Lin Yud to squeeze in a few nights with his cousin. Just as Fu Zheng finished tidying up and was about to sleep, his third brother, Lin Yud, suddenly shoved a book into his hand. After reading the contents of the book, Fu Zheng's face instantly turned red. He hurriedly closed the book to hide his nervousness. Third brother, why did you give me this? Seeing him pretend not to understand, Lin Yud rolled his eyes and said, Don't return the book to me. I'll give it back to you. Lin Yud pulled at the book for a long time, but made no progress. He looked at Fu Zheng with a helpless expression. Fu, do you want it or not? If not, let go. I want it. Fu Zheng's hands are honest, and before he can react, he quickly hides the book in his arms, holding it tightly for fear someone else might take it. Just thinking about the content inside makes his face feel hot. Lin Yud, thinking about Fu Zheng's situation, initially wanted to give him a few more words of advice, but then remembered that this was a private matter between spouses. He was afraid that as the older brother, he might say too much and embarrass Fu Zheng, so he swallowed the words he almost spoke. He hopes Fu Zheng is a gentle and caring person. It's a pity about that book, which he struggled to get from Ding Laoda. He hadn't even had a chance to look at it before he handed it over to Fu Zheng. Before he could regret it for long, Lin Yud, who had been drinking a bit, turned over and fell asleep on the pillow. The room was filled with snoring from Lin Yud and Lin Youqiang. Fu Zheng sat on the edge of the bed, holding the book in his arms, feeling restless inside. Finally, he got up quietly, opened the door, and slipped out. On the cold winter night, Fu Zheng leaned against a tree, diligently absorbing new knowledge from the book. But after reading a certain passage, he carefully examined his hands in the moonlight. In his early years in the army, he trained with guns, and the calluses on his palms remained from those days. Tomorrow, he plans to buy some clam ointment to soothe his hands. The next day, Fu Zheng woke up early to prepare for today's trip to the commune to get the marriage certificate. He shaved, trimmed his nails, making them smooth and even, with no rough edges. Then, he went to see the squad leader to get the introduction letter Lin Wanwan requested. When he learned that Fu Zheng and Lin Wanwan were going to the commune to get the certificate and then heading to the provincial city, the squad leader thoughtfully marked on the letter that Fu Zheng and Lin Wanwan were a married couple. Uncle, thank you. After speaking, Fu Zheng carefully put the introduction letter into his pocket. He also took the book that his third brother gave him last night. The book is with him now. Meanwhile, at the Lin family, Lin Wanwan was awakened by the dog system in her sleep. Host, you should wash your face and get ready. Today is the day you and Fu Zheng register your marriage. Once registered, you are officially husband and wife. Since they are now married, it's normal for them to do some married things. If Fu Zheng tries hard, the host might even get pregnant tonight. Hehe. She has been looking forward to this moment. Her babies are finally coming. Half asleep, Lin Wanwan got out of bed and pushed open the door. She saw Fu's mother standing outside. Her mind suddenly cleared. Aunt Fu, why are you standing outside so early? Aren't you cold? Fu's mother, feeling cold, stomped her foot but kept a firm tone. Aunt isn't cold. Aunt is going to pour hot water for you to wash your face. Before Lin Wanwan could speak, she turned and went to the kitchen to pour water. She woke up so early for what? It was all for her restless son. She was afraid that yesterday was just a dream, and when she woke up, her beautiful daughter-in-law would be gone. Now, only after they registered their marriage could she feel at ease. That's why she got up at 6 and waited at the door for her daughter-in-law to wake up. When Lin Wanwan finished washing up, Fu's mother took out a bright red wool coat and a beige long scarf from her bag and handed them to her. Wanwan, this is the latest style from Beijing City Department Store. Grandma bought it for you.
Try it on and see.
This red dress looks festive, perfect for today's marriage registration. Daughter, put it on so we can see. Wang Xiui loved it at first sight. She even touched the fabric. It's good material. Such nice clothes must not be cheap. The Fu family really paid attention. From the bride price given by the Fu family to everyone's attitude, it's clear her daughter married into a happy family. As a mother, she no longer needs to worry about her daughter. Lin Wanwan took off her padded coat, leaving only a tight sweater on her upper body. Fu's mother's eyes couldn't help but glance at her. She swallowed hard. Her son was so lucky. His wife was not only beautiful, but also had such a good figure. He really hit the jackpot. When her daughter-in-law arrives at the island, she plans to take her on a ferry to Gwangju to shop and buy many beautiful clothes. She wouldn't waste her daughter-in-law's face. Lin Wanwan put on the big red coat. Her small, lively face looked even more bright and beautiful in the coat, like a flower bud about to bloom. She was so pretty that people couldn't look away. Fujing from the Lin family saw this scene and was stunned. His little girl was truly beautiful, so beautiful that he wanted to keep her just for himself. He felt very lucky that his father mentioned getting the marriage certificate yesterday. If they got the certificate today, no matter who came, no one could take her away from him. Fujing's mother suddenly remembered and praised loudly. Our Wanwan is so pretty. She's made me so happy. Wang Xiui said, Fujing is also very handsome. I've lived so many years, and I've never seen a man more good-looking. Standing with my daughter, it's like heaven and earth. Fujing's mother agreed. They're a perfect match, made for each other. After a simple breakfast, Lin Wanwan held her household register and went with Fujing to the commune office. When the woman at the office saw their faces, she was truly amazed. She wished them well and kept working at the same time. Soon, with her help, a marriage certificate that looked like a certificate of achievement was issued. It even had a big red stamp on it. Fujing carefully took the certificate from her hand and held it like a treasure. Wanwan, from now on, we are husband and wife. We are a family now. You have to treat me well in the future. The woman at the office couldn't help but say, Sir, your wife is so beautiful. You should treat her well and not bully her. With such a beautiful woman, not only men, but even women like her would want to take her home and take good care of her. Thank you, I will. After saying this, Fujing took out a big handful of white rabbit candies that his mother had put in his pocket before and gave them to her. Seeing so many candies, the woman's eyes lit up. She said, That's too much. I can't accept it. Then she quickly put the candies into her own pocket. Fujing said, Thanks for your help today. Take these candies home and give them to your kids to sweeten their mouths. The woman at the office replied, I wish you a happy marriage and a long life together. Then, Fujing and Lin Wanwan received a small subsidy from the commune for newlyweds before leaving the office and driving to the provincial capital. While driving, Fujing was still excited and hadn't calmed down. He looked at the young girl beside him. Wife, can I kiss you later?
Lin Wanwan replied, Yes.
Fujing stepped on the gas pedal. After arriving in the provincial city, he headed straight to the guest house. The best guest house in the provincial city. Under Fujing's eager gaze, Li Xiaoyan, the receptionist, checked their marriage certificate and ID documents, then spoke. Our standard single room costs $1, and the double room with a bathroom costs $2.50. Which one would you like? $2.50. How many days will you stay? Fu Zheng didn't speak. He turned to look at his wife behind him. We'll stay 3 days in the city. We'll rent for 2 days first, and if needed, extend later. After hearing his wife's answer, Fu Zheng replied, 2 days. Li Xiaoyun, noticing the woman behind him, showed a hint of surprise in her eyes, but quickly looked away. 2 days at 50 cents each, plus a deposit, total $7.50. The deposit will be returned when you check out. Fu Zheng counted the money, handed it over, and received the key from her. They went up to the second floor, walked down the long corridor, and arrived at room 218 near the back. As soon as the door closed, Fu Zheng pressed Lin Wanwan against it. His strong arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her close. The sweet scent of pomegranate flowers filled his nose. Fu Zheng's eyes reddened as he stared at her bright red lips. At that moment, only one thought filled his mind. Kiss her. Kiss her fiercely. Make her completely belong to him from now on. Wife, I. Before Fu Zheng could finish, Lin Wanwan tiptoed and Dudong called Jinta. This man was surprisingly obedient. Yesterday, she casually mentioned his beard was rough, and today he shaved it. Seeing how well-behaved he was, she decided to go along with him later. Thinking about what was about to happen, her cheeks flushed with a tempting pink. But Fu Zheng didn't give her time to think. From passive to Dudong, Fu Zheng was like a hungry beast, forcefully and dominantly stealing her kiss. All restraint and reason melted away in this moment. His hands, which had been holding her waist, also became unruly. Soon, the two faced each other honestly. Just as Fu Zheng was about to take the next step, Lin Wanwan pushed him with her arm. I haven't taken a shower yet. Fu Zheng, lying on her, pecked her face and said, Wait for me, I'll be quick. Okay. Reluctantly, Fu Zheng pecked her again before going to shower. System, come out. Host, I swear with my system that I really didn't peek just now. That's best. Otherwise, I'll smash your head. If I peeked, I'd be punished by being at the bottom in the next system evaluation. You've always been at the bottom anyway. Host, let's talk nicely. Don't expose my weaknesses. Lin Wanwan thought about more important things she had to do later and didn't want to waste time arguing. She directly asked for something. Give me a birth control pill that lasts about 3 months. The words birth control pill immediately triggered the system. Host, are you crazy? If you take that, how will you have a baby? How will you be a mother? I still need to complete the task given by heaven. I suggest you don't take the pill and instead stay close to Fu Zheng all night, try hard, and aim to have the baby today. The baby will definitely be conceived, but it depends on the time and place. I can't let my child be talked about behind my back from the moment of birth. Why do you say that? After marriage, I plan to go live with Fu Zheng in the military family compound in Nandao. But it's already certain that Fu Zheng can't have children. The hospital's doctors have certified it. We still have some time before moving to Nandao. If I get pregnant now, people will definitely think I'm carrying someone else's child, and Fu Zheng might be accused of infidelity. Even the baby in my belly would be judged. I absolutely won't allow that to happen. In modern times, proof of paternity can be done with a DNA test at the hospital. But in this era, there's nothing like that. She couldn't prove it, nor did she want to fall into the trap of self-justification. That's why she was so cautious. She wanted to wait until she had lived in the family compound for a while before getting pregnant. This way, she could block the mouths of those who spread rumors and also take the time to improve her health to have a healthy baby. Most importantly, Lin Wanwan didn't say. That is, after pregnancy, she couldn't have. For someone who had been celibate for 50 or 60 years, that was really hard to endure. At least, she wanted to eat some meat first. She had been craving Fu Zheng's body for a long time. After listening to the host's analysis, the system realized that its previous thoughts were too one-sided. It is a reproductive system, mainly responsible for the host and her offspring. Especially when it comes to factors that might harm the growth of the offspring, these must be eliminated at the source. Given this, the host being pregnant right now is not the best time. For now, they can only wait a little longer. After all, she has endured for so many years. 3 more months won't make much difference. The system, having organized its thoughts, gave the host a dark, black pill. This is an ancient contraceptive pill used by royal consorts. It won't allow you to have children, but it has no other side effects. When we reach the southern island, I will give you the antidote. Before the system finished speaking, Lin Wanwan swallowed the dark pill in one gulp. At this moment, Fu Zheng finished his shower, still wrapped in a loose, large towel around his waist. His well-defined abs and the water droplets on his body, tracing his V-line, glistened as they fell. Seeing the host's face full of youthful pinkness, the system quickly went offline. Before heading to the countryside, it didn't forget to tease. "Host, don't waste this long night. I believe in you." Fu Zheng reached out easily, pulling Lin Wanwan into his arms, then held her small, tender hand against his chest. "Little ancestor, please be gentle with me." Lin Wanwan's hand recoiled as if electrocuted, hurriedly pulling away from him. Her face, like a peach blossom, said, "I'm going to take a shower." After saying that, she nervously headed into the bathroom. Fu Zheng's sharp, eagle-like eyes locked onto her flustered back, a confident smile curling his lips. Tonight, he had all the patience he needed. He spread the clean sheets he brought from home on the bed. As he opened the sheets, he found a piece of clothing hidden inside, a thin piece of fabric. Realizing what he was holding, Fu Zheng's throat tightened with a gulp. At this moment, at the Lin family home, Wang Xiaoyi and Fu's mother were whispering together. "Do you think Fu will notice the red pouch I put inside?" "He should, right? I remember you tucked it between the sheets." "That brat is very clean, and with Wanwan around, they'll definitely change the sheets when staying at the guest house." "If they change the sheets, he'll find it." "That's good. I'm not worried about that naughty boy now. I'm more concerned whether Wanwan's small body can handle his roughness. If I had known, I would have asked her father to teach him a lesson last night, so he wouldn't accidentally hurt my dear daughter-in-law." Hearing this, Wang Xiaoyi started to worry about her daughter. "When they come back from the provincial city, I'll cook some old hen soup for the young couple to help them recover." "Mother Fu." Then, add a few slices of ginseng when the time comes. After washing her bath, Lin Wanwan realized she forgot to bring her towel. Thinking about their married status, she nonchalantly called out to Fu Zheng outside. "Fu Zheng, help me get the towel." Fu Zheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he replied, "Okay." Then he picked up the towel and walked toward the bathroom with long strides. But when he saw what was in front of him, his blood rushed to his head, and even his breathing became quick and hot. This version of Fu Zheng made Lin Wanwan feel a little scared. She tugged at the towel in his hand, but the towel was firmly clenched in his grip. "Fu Zheng, you wife, I just remembered I didn't wash properly during my shower." "You." All the words she wanted to say were swallowed by Fu Zheng's strong presence. It was dawn. Li Xiaodi, worried about something, quickly woke up from her sleep and got dressed to go to the kitchen to cook. She reheated a few steamed buns from yesterday afternoon and made a pot of corn porridge that wouldn't spill even if you poked it with chopsticks. In the cellar, she took off the outermost soil-stained cabbage leaves, didn't wash them, chopped them with a knife, added some salt, and it was ready. When she finished cooking, Lin Chongfu and Lin Hongmi, the little kids, were still asleep. Not waking them suited Li Xiaodi's plan. Skipping a meal could save some food for the family. So she went back to bed and woke up Lin Yuzhu. "Hurry up and eat. After breakfast, there are more things to do." She needed to quickly get her son conceived. The sooner she was pregnant, the more at ease she'd feel. Otherwise, if her mother-in-law changed her mind and wanted to give the child to someone else's family to adopt, she'd be devastated. So she thought hard. Even if it meant not sleeping, she had to get her son conceived. After all, Fu family had a strong background. She had long set her sights on it. Once she had her son, everything from the Fu family would belong to her in the future. Getting more and more excited, Li Xiaodi saw that the man was still not awake, so she pinched him hard. Lin Yuzhu, pretending to sleep, grimaced in pain. "You crazy woman, what are you shouting about so early in the morning? Don't you know I just want to sleep peacefully? Last night, I was so exhausted, my back and waist hurt. This isn't the life a man should live. Wah wah wah. My life is so hard." I've cooked the food, get up quickly and eat. After you're done, we have important things to do. Lin Yuzhu looked up and saw Li Xiaoti's fiery eyes, and he instinctively shivered. Suddenly, he remembered he wasn't hungry and wanted to sleep a bit more. No, I'm not hungry now. I want to sleep a little longer. No, after you eat, I need to go to my parents' house to ask for money. Last time, she secretly took money from home to lend to her family. Now, she and Yuzhu are in need of money. Her parents are willing to sell or borrow to give her the money. Otherwise, when her son inherits the family estate, they won't be able to benefit from it. When Li Xiaoti said she was going to her parents' house to ask for money, Lin Yuzhu immediately got excited. You're really going to your parents' house today? Are you lying to me? When will you come back? I can take care of the daughter and son at home. You can stay a few more days at your parents' place. He was physically weak and couldn't handle much more. If Li Xiaoti kept pushing him like this, he'd eventually be worn out completely. Forget about dreaming of the family's wealth. Even his son and daughter might call others dad. Besides, how can one become rich overnight? Having a son takes time. His older brother's family has been married for many years and only has 2 daughters. He was exhausted yesterday and still had to argue about these things with Li Xiaoti. But she wouldn't listen. Why would I lie to you? I'll get the money back, then go to the team to exchange for 2 chickens, one for us to improve our health and the other to give to your parents. Now that my sister-in-law is getting married to Fu Zheng and the Fu family is so wealthy, we must flatter them properly. Seeing her serious attitude, Lin Yuzhu finally gave her a rare, kind look. Once you're married, you should behave properly. Don't keep thinking about stealing from home to support your family. Your vampire-like family, once you get that 50 yuan back, cut ties with them. Do you hear me? I hear you. Once I get the money back, I'll cut ties completely with my family. After dinner, Li Xiaoti started joking around with Lin Yuzhu. This woke up Lin Hongni and Lin Chongfu, who were sleeping nearby. The couple was so frightened they lost their appetite. Lin Yuzhu complained, "It's all your fault. Now they saw us. If they go and tell others, what will I do with my face?" Li Xiaoti, "It's not all my fault. You also made mistakes, you know." Lin Yuzhu, feeling embarrassed, was too tired to argue. He pulled the blanket over himself and turned to sleep. Li Xiaoti took all her anger out on her daughter, Lin Hongni. Lin Hongni cried after being scolded, her eyes red like a little rabbit. Getting more and more angry, Li Xiaoti told the 2 children to get dressed, quickly packed a few clothes, and took her brother and sister back to her parents' house. When the Li family saw Li Xiaoti bringing the 2 children home, they immediately felt something was wrong. They tried to close the door, but Li Xiaoti had already entered with the children. Li Xiaoti didn't waste time and started demanding her money. "Mom, last time my younger brother got married, you borrowed 50 yuan from me. Now my daughter needs it urgently, so you have to pay me back." Hearing she was there to ask for money, the Li family's faces darkened instantly. That was money they borrowed through their own efforts. Why should they pay it back? If they refused today, what could she do? Would she report them to the community? Since ancient times, it's always been parents asking children for things, not children suing their parents. They weren't afraid of being scorned by the community. Li's mother played the fool. "We just got your younger brother married, and we don't have money to pay you back. If you really need money, go ask your mother-in-law." Chongfu is the only grandson in the Lin family. Your mother-in-law wouldn't ignore you. Seeing her mother refuse to return the money, Li Xiaoti's face darkened. "If you don't pay me back that 50 yuan today, when my son inherits the Fu family's property, I won't give you a penny." Fu family? Lin Wanwan's husband seemed to have the surname Fu, and he was a regiment commander or something similar. Sensing something was off, Li Yazong asked, "Sister, what do you mean by inheriting the Fu family's property?" "I didn't quite understand." "It's because my greedy little sister-in-law is going to marry Fu Zheng. Do you know how much the Fu family paid just as a bride price? I'm afraid to tell you." "How much?" 18,888 yuan. And that's not counting the 3-turn-1 sound and 72-legged stuff. That much money? Your little sister-in-law must be made of gold. Or maybe I should say my greedy little sister-in-law married well. The only problem is, Fu Zheng can't have children. As long as there's money to spend, it doesn't matter if he has children or not. If they really want kids, they can just adopt someone else's. Pfft, children from the Fu family can only come from my belly. Big sister, are you saying? I am currently working hard with Yuju. Once our son is born, I will officially adopt him to my younger sister-in-law. This way, my younger son will be a child of the Fu family and all the family's belongings will be under my control in the future. Everyone listened with shining eyes, as if money was calling to them. They eagerly tried to please Li Xiaodi. As for the 50 yuan owed to Li Xiaodi, just pay her back. There's no need to lose the big fish for a small fry. The Fu family is a big, lucrative opportunity and everyone wants a piece of it. Lin Chongfu and his sister were left at their grandmother's house. Li Xiaodi took the 50 yuan she was owed and headed straight to the supply store. During these 3 days, besides Fu Zheng going downstairs to buy food, the two stayed at the guest house and didn't go anywhere else. When Fu Zheng returned after buying breakfast, he carefully tiptoed to avoid waking Lin Wanwan, who was still sleeping. He placed the breakfast on the table and went to wash his hands in the bathroom, which had gotten greasy from the fried dough sticks. In the provincial city's state-run restaurant, many people queued for breakfast. Fu Zheng waited in the cold wind for half an hour before finally buying the delicious fried dough sticks and spicy beef soup that the guest house's older sister recommended. Fried dough sticks and spicy beef soup are local specialties, especially the spicy beef soup, which looks plain but tastes spicy and fragrant. In winter, drinking a bowl of spicy beef soup warms the whole body. However, when he lowered his head to wash his hands, Fu Zheng suddenly thought about these past 3 days. Stop. He shook off those messy thoughts and came out of the bathroom. He took off his outer clothes, got into bed, and casually pulled the still sleeping Lin Wanwan into his arms, planning to rest for a little while. But then he looked into her bright, moist eyes. Are you awake? A little hungry. Do you want some of the fried dough sticks and spicy beef soup I bought from the state-run restaurant? I heard it's pretty good here. I'm not hungry for that. Fu Zheng's calm eyes suddenly stormed with turbulent feelings. After all the fuss, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The fried dough sticks and spicy beef soup Fu Zheng bought in the morning had gone cold and couldn't be eaten anymore. So, Fu Zheng took out a cake he bought yesterday at the department store while passing by and let Lin Wanwan eat it to fill her stomach. He also helped her put on her clothes. But when he saw the purple and blue marks on her body, a flash of regret crossed his face. He shouldn't have been so reckless next time. After helping Lin Wanwan get dressed, Fu Zheng carried her to the bathroom to brush her teeth. After the two finished their work at the guest house, it was already 4 p.m. The department store closes at 7 p.m., so there was still time to have a meal at the state-run restaurant. Fu Zheng drove Lin Wanwan to the restaurant. The state-run restaurant in the provincial capital was much larger than the one in the county, and the menu was very diverse. However, this restaurant didn't serve the sweet and sour pork ribs that Lin Wanwan liked. Fu Zheng chose a few dishes that looked good, including braised prawns, 3 delicacy stir-fry, spicy pepper pork, and cold shredded potatoes. He also ordered 4 bowls of rice and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. After paying, the dishes were quickly prepared. Lin Wanwan wanted to help serve the food, but Fu Zheng stopped her, saying, "Honey, you wait here. I've got this." Then he turned to serve the dishes. In 3 trips, Fu Zheng brought all the food to the table. Instead of eating right away, he focused on peeling shrimp for his wife. Lin Wanwan saw that he was only paying attention to himself, so she slightly frowned and placed peeled shrimp into his bowl, saying, "You should eat too. I've eaten so much seafood on the island that I don't like it much anymore." "You eat it? It is said that you eat what is available in the mountains or by the sea. Sea fish, shrimp, these are common dishes for island residents and the army as well. Eating so much can make you tired of it." Lin Wanwan chewed the shrimp Fu Zheng handed her, swallowed, and then spoke. "Are there a lot of seafood and fruits on the island?" In modern times, Lin Wanwan loved eating fruits and seafood because she had plenty of money to buy the freshest, air-freighted fruits and seafood. But in the 1970s at the Laba Flower Brigade, she had hardly eaten any seafood, and she had never seen or tasted mangoes, mangosteens, pineapples, or hami melons. She had only read about such fruits in stories. Like in novels where characters travel through space or have incredible gadgets, she only had a dog system that looked and worked like it, but besides giving birth, it was unreliable for anything else. Comparing everything, Lin Wanwan suddenly felt very miserable.
There are quite a few, she said.
When you go to the South Island, I'll take you to gather clams and I'll cook steam for you. They taste very fresh, and I think you'll like it. Bring your parents too. Bringing them? How could she still nurture feelings with her wife? Fu Zheng, feeling very reluctant, slightly drooped his mouth but still replied, as you say. After a meal, Lin Wanwan ate a lot of dishes, but she hardly touched the plain rice in her bowl. Fu Zheng naturally took the half bowl of rice she left and ate it along with the remaining dishes on the table. After all, eating enough now would give him an excuse to spend time with his wife later. Thinking of that scene made Fu Zheng breathe a little heavier. They finished their meal and left the state-run restaurant, heading straight to the department store by car. The store has 2 floors. The first sells food and drinks, and the second is full of clothes, mostly in gray, green, and blue colors. Wearing a bright red wool coat, Lin Wanwan stood out among the crowd. Plus, her very beautiful face made both of them attract many looks wherever they went. When Lin Wanwan and Fu Zheng were choosing wedding candies at a counter, a voice called out to her from behind. At first, Lin Wanwan didn't pay attention. But when someone tugged her clothes from behind, she realized that the woman's shout was directed at her. Fu Zheng's jaw tightened, and he looked coldly at the middle-aged woman in front of him. Let go. The woman, Zhang Yufan, immediately released her grip out of fear. Fu Zheng's expression softened a little, but his eyes remained wary, as if he wanted to stare her into silence. Zhang Yufan instinctively wanted to run away, but when she saw the bright red wool coat on the young woman in front of her, she hesitated and couldn't move her feet. A few days ago, a matchmaker came to her house to discuss a marriage for her younger daughter. The groom's parents were a steel factory director and a women's office director. Their family was quite high status, and if her daughter married into that family, they could also rise in the world. At least, her unemployed younger son wouldn't be forced to move to the countryside just because he had no job. Imagine, her daughter's future father-in-law was the director of a steel factory with thousands of employees, and his job only required a few words. If her daughter asked her future father-in-law for help, she would have to agree. So, she took leave from work today to come to the department store and pick out clothes for her daughter's upcoming blind date. She wanted to dress her beautifully and make a good impression on the first meeting, hoping to win over the groom and his family. She wandered around the second floor for a long time, but couldn't find a suitable outfit. Just as she was about to look elsewhere and try her luck, her attention was caught by a bright red coat in the crowd. She kept watching from behind and grew more fond of what she saw, which is why, thinking of her young daughter at home, Zhang Yufeng gathered her courage and asked tremblingly, "Comrade, I am not a bad person. I just want to ask where this lady's clothes were bought." Originally, Lin Wanwan was angry because her clothes had been pulled and torn, but when she heard that the woman was doing this for her daughter, she suddenly thought of her own mother. Her mother must have been like this before, right? Every time she returned from the county town, she would bring her some new things, sometimes food, sometimes clothes, or a colorful hair ribbon, claiming it was a new style popular in the county. Her mother saw that city girls also had such accessories, so she bought them to bring home. Thinking of her mother, Lin Wanwan's tense face softened a lot. "My clothes were bought by my mother-in-law from the capital city. You probably can't find them in the provincial city." Hearing that they were bought in the capital city, Zhang Yufeng liked her even more. Her little daughter, though not as pretty as this lady, was still quite cute. A face as white as a peeled egg, which could hide 3 flaws. If she wore this red wool coat, wouldn't her daughter look even more lively and charming? Moreover, it was a high-end item from the capital city, something you couldn't buy in the provincial city. The groom's family was discerning. They would surely recognize that this coat was bought in the capital, and maybe they would look upon her family more favorably. "Comrade, I really like this coat you're wearing. I can pay you for it. Or, if you give it to me, I'll take you shopping here at the department store for a new one. Either way is fine. Sorry, this coat was bought for me by my mother-in-law." It's her heartfelt gift, and I can't sell it to you. Fu Zheng heard his wife's firm refusal and slightly smiled. But Zhang Yufeng, whose eyes were fixed intently on the red wool coat, clearly wouldn't give up. Comrade, my little daughter really needs this red coat. Please, be kind and sell it to me. I'll give 20 yuan. If 20 isn't enough, I'll give 25. How about that? Lin Wanwan's striking appearance drew many onlookers, and amidst the commotion, some people stopped shopping and gathered around to watch. Someone, looking at her overly beautiful face, said sourly, "This lady, the older sister, has already begged you so much and even offered money. Why don't you do a good deed and sell her the coat? Are they trying to morally pressure her in public?" Sorry, but Lin Wanwan was not one to accept moral coercion of any kind. Lin Wanwan looked at the person who had just spoken with a cold face and said, "Please, I beg you, sew up that nasty mouth of yours with a needle. Stop saying things that make people unhappy. How can your mouth be so cruel? I only said a few words for this lady, and now you want me to sew my mouth shut? You're really a mean person," the man said, not forgetting to wink at Fu Zheng beside Lin Wanwan. That man is really handsome. But Fu Zheng, who was entirely focused on his wife, didn't notice the person winking wildly at him. And even if he did notice, he wouldn't care. In his heart, his beloved wife was always the best and most wonderful in the world. No other woman could compare to her. After shopping, he planned to take his wife back to the guest house to try out those new moves mentioned in the book. So, Fu Zheng looked at the middle-aged woman who interrupted their shopping, his face growing colder. Unlike Fu Zheng, Lin Wanwan's attention was on the woman who openly wanted to steal her husband. She smirked with a hint of mockery. Then she turned to Fu Zheng and said, "Husband, I want to eat peach cookies. Remember to buy some for me later." Fu Zheng, whose mind was full of the word husband, couldn't help but smile happily. "Okay, buy more later and bring some back for my parents. They're waiting for us at home." Hearing his answer, Lin Wanwan crossed her arms and looked at the girl who was trying to steal her husband. "You're so young and not well behaved. All you think about are messy things. If your parents knew, they'd be so disappointed they might want to put you back inside," she said. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the girl across from Lin Wanwan. The girl didn't expect her little plan to be seen through, nor did she expect that the man she liked was already married. Feeling embarrassed and angry under the watchful eyes, she glared fiercely at Lin Wanwan, then looked at the man beside her with unwilling eyes, and in front of everyone, she ran away. As for the others watching, after seeing how sharp-tongued Lin Wanwan was, they didn't dare to speak up for her. Zhang Yufan was determined to get that red wool coat today, so she continued pretending to be innocent and pitiful. Because of this, the people around looked at Lin Wanwan with some blame. In this world, people often sympathize with the weak, regardless of right or wrong. Who is Lin Wanwan? She is a powerful businesswoman known as the female king of the market. She somehow traveled here, and her temper has changed a lot because of this body, but some things are deeply rooted in her bones. At this moment, she has no patience left, and her small mouth is like venomously spitting out words. Don't you understand the saying, "A gentleman does not take what others love"? Or are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? I just said that this dress was a wedding gift from my mother-in-law. I won't sell it. If you really like it, buy a ticket tonight and go to Jing City's department store to buy it. Stop pretending to be innocent or pitiful in front of me. I am not your parents, so I don't have to spoil you. Besides, do you think we are the kind of people who lack 20 yuan? Trying to buy things with money makes it seem like you've suffered a big loss. Think about how much this wool coat on me costs. No matter where you go, 20 yuan can't buy this wool coat." Everyone's attention shifted from her stunning face to the red wool coat she was wearing. Its style and quality are not just good for Jing City. Even in the provincial capital's department store, they wouldn't sell it for 20 yuan. The coat costs at least 40 or 50 yuan, and it was a wedding gift from her mother-in-law. Thinking about it this way, even if this middle-aged woman was being unreasonable, the crowd, who tend to follow the trend, looked at Zhang Yufan with disapproval. Just moments ago, they almost got used as pawns. When Zhang Yufan wanted to continue acting stubborn, her gaze accidentally fell on the mother of the family next door, who was watching her daughter. Afraid of losing face in front of her in-laws, she quickly gathered her dignity and slipped away in embarrassment. The onlookers, having seen enough excitement, dispersed. Before leaving, they couldn't help but glance at Lin Wanwan again. The reason was simple. Such a beautiful girl with such striking looks was rare to see. Some even thought meeting her is like winning the lottery. After everyone had left, Fu Zheng looked down at his angry wife and comforted her. Honey, don't be mad. It's not worth getting sick over someone like that. I'm not angry, Lin Wanwan paused, then added, didn't we say we wanted to buy a watch? Let's go quickly. If we're late, the department store will close. Then, the two went to the watch counter. After browsing, Lin Wanwan still chose a delicate, small Plum Blossom brand watch. However, she already had a watch of the same brand, one her third brother had given her before. Is buying another watch the same style too wasteful? Lin Wanwan suggested. Fu Zheng, maybe we shouldn't buy it. Fu Zheng insisted. The watch my third brother gave me, and the one I give you are different. This watch is my wedding gift to you, so I must buy it. The watch with the plum blossom design costs 195 yuan, plus a watch receipt. After paying, Fu Zheng personally helps Lin Wanwan put the watch on her left wrist. Lin Wanwan, with two watches on her hands, said. After accepting the gift from Fu Zheng, Lin Wanwan plans to buy him a watch as a return gift. She pockets the money and receipt her mother and third brother gave her before leaving, including a watch receipt from her third brother. Lin Wanwan chooses a Shanghai brand watch, and the clerk helps her take it out. She then turns to Fu Zheng and says, hand. Fu Zheng, like a well-behaved dog, obediently extends his hand in front of her, his eyes shining brightly like a starry sky. Right now, he is full of thoughts about his wife giving him a gift. No one else has done it, only her. Looking at his prominent knuckles, Lin Wanwan's mind is filled with thoughts of his hands. Stop. Blushing, Lin Wanwan shakes her head, pushing aside those naughty thoughts, then puts the Shanghai watch on Fu Zheng's right wrist. Do you like it? Really like it. After saying that, Fu Zheng is about to pay, but Lin Wanwan stops him. As promised, this watch is from me.
I'll pay.
All right, then you pay. Now that they are married, it doesn't matter who pays. When they return to the South Island, he will give all his saved allowances to his wife, not just the previous ones but future monthly allowances as well. His wife manages the household money, and he only needs 5 yuan of personal allowance each month. He keeps this 5 yuan without spending it, saving it to buy food and clothes for his wife later. After paying for the watch, Lin Wanwan pulls Fu Zheng to the belt section. Fu Zheng, who just got a new watch and isn't tired of it yet, sees his wife wants to buy him more things and quickly refuses. Wife, I have everything.
Don't spend money on me.
Let's go to the second floor and look around.
I'll buy you 2 outfits to change into.
I'm not buying for you. I plan to buy belts for my third brother and dad. Third brother?
Dad? Not him?
Fu Zheng watches his wife carefully choosing belts at the counter, and jealousy suddenly fills his heart, sour and intense. He even regrets wanting to slap himself. Is it still possible for him to take back what he just said? He regrets it. He also wants the belt his wife bought for him. But that stubborn mouth is like glued shut with super glue, unable to open. Lin Wanwan carefully chose 4 belts, 2 black ones for her father and father-in-law, and the remaining 2 brown ones, one for her third brother and the other. Considering how she has been caring for him these days, she decides to give the last one to the man in front of her. But she will wait until they finish shopping and go back, to make him a little anxious first. When passing the skincare counter, Lin Wanwan didn't buy anything, but Fu Zheng bought 3 bottles of clam oil. Lin Wanwan looked at the 3 bottles in his hand and asked, "Why did you buy so many? You can't use them all alone." Fu Zheng replied, "I will use them all." Lin Wanwan wandered around the first floor, then asked the clerk to weigh some milk candies, cheap fruit candies, and some long-lasting snacks like dried cakes. Before the mall closed, the 2 of them went upstairs to buy clothes again. Fu Zheng had many shopping vouchers, plus the ones her third brother gave her before, so she bought new clothes for her family and her eldest brother's family. As for Fu Zheng, she bought him 3 new pairs of big shorts and a fashionable high-neck sweater from Haisher. The one he's wearing now is so torn that it's almost unwearable, making it hard to look at. When they get home, she'll wash it and throw the old ones into the trash. When they left the department store, it was already very dark outside, and the biting cold wind hurt their faces. Lin Wanwan buried her face in a wide scarf. Fu Zheng helped open the front passenger door with one hand and protected her head with the other so she wouldn't bump it. Until Lin Wanwan sat in the car, Fu Zheng took big steps back to the driver's seat. He turned sideways and thoughtfully helped her fasten her seatbelt. Lin Wanwan looked at Fu Zheng's sharp jawline and perfect side profile. Her eyes filled with desire as she leaned toward him, her delicate hand sliding from her neck to his chest. Fu Zheng's Adam's apple moved up and down under his tight collar, and he quickly grabbed her mischievous hand, his voice deep and husky. "Wife, stop messing around. Let's talk about it when we get home."
Okay.
Lin Wanwan knew they were still outside and worried about being seen, so she immediately behaved herself. Fu Zheng's palms were sweating as he tightly gripped the steering wheel. He swallowed hard, then pressed the accelerator to head to the guest house. As soon as he arrived, Fu Zheng couldn't wait any longer. He hugged Lin Wanwan and passionately kissed her lips.
Fu Zheng.
Not right. Husband. Good girl. The next morning, when Fu Zheng saw his wife wake up, he quickly leaned over and gently kissed her face. He said, "Wife, it's time to get up. After we get ready, let's go to the state-run restaurant for a meal. We're going home later." Lin Wanwan lazily said, "Help me get my clothes." Fu Zheng reached out his big hand and took all the clothes from the bedside table. "Wife, I'll dress you." The blanket slipped off her body. On Fu Zheng's exposed back, there were many scratch marks and bite marks. The person responsible, Lin Wanwan, looked at her own handiwork, her face blushing so much it seemed to bleed. "It's not her fault, it's Fu Zheng's." Fu Zheng endured and helped her put on her clothes. Then he went to the bathroom to wash his face with cold water to calm down. When he finished and came out of the bathroom, he saw his wife sitting on the bed, braiding her hair. He walked over and said, "Wife, let me help you." Lin Wanwan looked at him with suspicion. "Can you braid hair?" Fu Zheng, feeling a bit guilty under her gaze, touched his nose and said, "I think
I can.
I'll try. If I don't do it well and you don't like it, you can take it apart and redo it, okay?" Lin Wanwan disliked people fussing over her, especially handsome men like Fu Zheng. She quickly agreed to his request. His hands, used to holding a gun, seemed to stumble and mess up the braiding more and more. After struggling for a long time, he barely managed to braid her hair. Although the braid was a bit ugly, it was still presentable. When leaving the guest house, Lin Wanwan wrapped her grandmother-in-law's scarf around her neck and held a hot water bag given by Fu Zheng. She felt warm all over. Meanwhile, Fu Zheng was busy, carrying the pile of things they bought at the department store yesterday. They also took the bed sheet they brought, which Fu Zheng replaced and kept with him. Li Xiaoyan at the guest house efficiently handled their checkout, returning the 2 yuan and 50 cents deposit. After everything was done, she joked, "Young people having strong energy is normal, but you should also care for your wife. Look at your wife's small, thin body. Can she withstand you being rough with her? If you listen to my advice, life is long, and things in bed don't need to be rushed. There will be plenty of time later." Seeing her talk non-stop, Fu Zheng politely interrupted, "Comrade, thank you for your concern." Then he turned and left with Lin Wanwan, leaving the awkward place behind. Li Xiaoyan watched their backs as they walked away, pouting her lips thoughtfully. Honestly, young people have good stamina. She had been on duty for several days and only saw that girl come down from upstairs once. The rest of the time, she stayed inside. But then she thought, if she were that man, with such a beautiful wife, she'd probably want to stay in bed all day long. The heat on Lin Wanwan's face was eased by the cold wind outside. Whether on purpose or not, Fu Zheng suddenly spoke. "Wife, don't take those words to heart. It's normal for couples to have such moments." Thinking of the wild scenes over the past 3 days when Fu Zheng dragged her to the guest house, her ears turned hot again. She angrily told Fu Zheng to shut his mouth. Fu Zheng reached out and pinched her puffed-up little face, then focused on driving. They went to a state-run restaurant. Each ate a bowl of noodles. After finishing, Fu Zheng packed 6 freshly steamed buns to take with them. On the way back, Fu Zheng drove in front, and Lin Wanwan lay in the back seat, still covered by Fu Zheng's military coat. Suddenly, the talkative system that had been gone for days reactivated. Congratulations, the host has completed the first phase of a task. Here are the rewards. Please choose one as your prize. Revival pill, gourd space, 500 pounds of pork. Having dealt with the system for so long, Lin Wanwan was surprised to see the reward for the phase task. It meant the system still had many secrets she didn't know. But what she was most curious about now was, what is this gourd space? Is it like the space she imagined, big enough to hold things? Just as she was full of questions, the system kindly explained aloud. Gourd space can hold anything after blood recognition. However, its capacity is only 5 square meters. 5 square meters? So small? But even a tiny fly is meat, and better than nothing. Faced with a revival pill, gourd space, and 500 pounds of pork, Lin Wanwan decisively chose gourd space. In the next second, a ring suddenly appeared in her palm out of nowhere. A plain and ordinary ring. If it were thrown on the busy street, Lin Wanwan wouldn't even bother to bend down and pick it up. But now, she treasures it and keeps it in her pocket. Currently, Fu Zheng is driving ahead, and it's not a good time for her to reveal her true identity. She can only wait and see until they get home. However, people are naturally greedy. Once they get something, they start wanting more. Lin Wanwan turns her head and looks at the system's suggested items, a restorative pill and 500 pounds of pork. Either one of these is very tempting to her. System, I think I can't have children anymore. When she mentions not being able to have kids, the previously serious and cold system immediately breaks character and anxiously asks, "What's going on? Why can't you have babies all of a sudden?" Seeing that the fish has bitten the hook, Lin Wanwan smiles slightly and says, "I think my body is too weak. I get out of breath after just a few steps, and I feel a lot of pain all over. I guess I might be close to dying." The system hurriedly responds, "Pfft, host, you have a long life ahead of you. You won't die so easily." Lin Wanwan, right now I feel so much pain all over my body. If I'm not dying, then what else could it be? The system instinctively says, it must be that Fu Zheng, that scoundrel, is setting the house on fire. These days, whenever he smells meat, he tortures the host terribly. He doesn't understand caring for others. Lin Wanwan, what should I do now? My whole body hurts so much. If I die from the pain, will your task fail? The system's empty mind is full of the phrase task failure. Without thinking, it hurriedly puts the restorative pill into her hand. It urgently says, "Host, quickly take it. It can restore your body to its original condition quickly and repair old injuries inside you, bringing your body to its best state." Seeing that its goal is achieved, Lin Wanwan's eyes show a triumphant smile. Calmly, she puts the pill into her mouth. As soon as the pill goes down, she feels warmth in her lower abdomen. Then, the soreness between her legs disappears instantly. Soon after, a warm flow of energy spreads throughout her body, making her feel much lighter. She even has the illusion that she could live happily until 99. It seems the dog system is quite reliable when it comes to pills. Thinking of Fu Zheng's gunshot and knife wounds on his chest and back, Lin Wanwan furrows her brows and continues to scheme against the foolish system. My body is fine now, but having a baby is a two-person thing. I can't do it alone. I need the baby's father's effort. However, the baby's father has been injured many times during missions over the years, and he probably has hidden wounds. I think you should do your best and give him a recovery pill. But I worry the system won't give it to me, so Lin Wanwan keeps making big promises. Think about it. Only when we both take good care of our bodies can we have healthy babies. Not just one, even 10 babies would be easy. No one expected that Lin Wanwan, who was just making promises to get a recovery pill from the system, would actually succeed. In just a few years, she gave birth to 10 healthy, adorable little ones on her own. The Fu family, known for passing down only one child per generation, became a place overflowing with children. The simple-minded system was once again captivated by the host's words about having 10 babies. It immediately took out its treasured item and handed it to the host, explaining, "This is a higher-grade recovery pill. I only have this last one. Give it to Fu Zheng to take." Oh no! She was careless. If she had known there was a higher-grade version, she would have given the lower-grade pill to Fu Zheng earlier, since she took the higher-grade one herself. But now it was too late. The pill had already been digested by her body. Lin Wanwan carefully put the pill into her pocket, planning to find a chance in the next few days to secretly give it to Fu Zheng. She had given the pill, but now she was worried her host might change her mind or forget. The system once again reminded her, "Host, you said you want to have 10 babies. Don't forget, once we get to the family compound, we should start trying. Aim to finish the task ahead of schedule within 5 years." Lin Wanwan, used to discarding things after use, rolled her eyes at it. "You think having babies is like a sow giving birth one after another? Having 10 babies would kill me. Besides, these days, there's no oil or fat in the food. How do I have the strength to give birth? Or, if you care about me, just give me that 500 gene of pork. If Fu Zheng and I eat pork, we'll have the strength to make babies. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult. You might never complete the task in your life. If you fail this time, that smelly, farting system will probably laugh at you again." The system instinctively replied, "Host, as long as you agree to have the babies, I will give you the 500 gene of pork." Lin Wanwan asked, "How do I give it?" System: "Now, you are bleeding to make the ring recognize you as the owner. I will put the 500 gene of pork into your space for easy access anytime." Determined to prevent the system from changing its mind, Lin Wanwan said to Fu Zheng, who was driving ahead, "Fu Zheng, stop somewhere later. I need to go to the bathroom." Fu Zheng replied, "Wife, just wait a few more minutes." 10 minutes later, Fu Zheng stopped at a house and borrowed the bathroom from the owner. While Lin Wanwan was in the bathroom, he felt uneasy and stayed outside the door. Lin Wanwan bit her lip and smeared her blood from her lips onto the ring. In the next second, Lin Wanwan appeared in a dark, indistinct place where she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. System: "Is this the space you mentioned?" "Yes, but the system advises the host not to stay in the space too long, because Fu Zheng is still outside the door watching. If he finds out something is wrong, it could be bad."
"Then how do I get out now?"
The host just needs to think exit in her mind, and she will return to her original place. As expected, as soon as Lin Wanwan finished thinking, she was back in the stinky, hot bathroom. She pretended to use the toilet, and then left. The system quickly stored the 500 gene of pork into the space. However, it soon realized that the host had tricked it, but it was too late. The items were now in Lin Wanwan's hands. As long as she didn't say anything, no one could take them from her. Fu Zheng knew his wife liked to keep things clean, so he borrowed some hot water from the homeowner to let her wash her hands. After finishing, Fu Zheng, to show his gratitude, grabbed a handful of fruit candies from the car and gave them to the homeowner before driving away. When they got home, it was already very dark outside. Missing his daughter-in-law terribly, Fu's mother complained, "You brat, why are you back so late?" Fu Zheng looked a bit guilty and said, "We just took Wanwan around the provincial city, so it took longer." He knew himself best, having come from within, but Fu's mother rolled her eyes at him and didn't bother to expose him. Then she smiled happily and linked her arm with her daughter-in-law to go inside for warmth. Fu Zheng and Lin Yud carried things down from the car. Lin Wanwan took out the gifts she bought in the provincial city and handed them out to everyone. No one expected that Lin Wanwan would think of buying gifts for them during her trip, and they were all very happy. They held the gifts tightly, reluctant to let go. Especially Lin Yud, who, upon learning that the belt in his hand was chosen by his little sister herself at the counter, immediately welled up with tears. His younger sister was always kind to him, but He couldn't bear the thought of her marrying someone so far away, worried she might be bullied again. However, now that she and Fu Zheng had already registered their marriage, regret wouldn't change anything. Lin Yud sniffed and took off the cloth tied around his waistband, threw it away, and carefully fastened the leather belt his sister bought for him. So handsome. Tomorrow, he planned to go to the county town and show off his new belt to Ding Laoda and the others. He knew they would be jealous. The pile of items Lin Wanwan brought back from the provincial city still hadn't been delivered to the main household. She stood up and looked at Wang Xiui. "Mom, I'll go to my older brother's room and deliver these things." Wang Xiui said, "Let Xiao Fu go with you." After receiving his mother-in-law's instructions, Fu Zheng immediately went to his wife, took the items from her hands, and carried them. The young couple left the house one after the other. Wang Xiui and Fu's mother watched Lin Wanwan walk, smiling secretly to themselves. Lin Wanwan knocked on the door softly. "Big brother, are you and sister-in-law asleep?" "No," came the reply. Soon, they heard rustling clothes, and in a few seconds, Lin Yuzhen, hurriedly dressed, ran over to open the door. "Captain Fu, little sister, come inside quickly." "Big brother, we won't go in. These are the clothes we bought for you and your family in the city. Try them on when you have time. If they're a bit big, big sister-in-law can sew them a little tighter. We have clothes ourselves, so don't spend money on us next time. You and Captain Fu just got married, and there will be many expenses. Save where you can." To Lin Yuzhen, he felt he couldn't do much to help his younger sister with money or other things, which made him feel guilty. Especially now, since she was married into a good family, he couldn't be of much help, so he didn't want to cause trouble. He worried that her in-laws might treat her badly because of them, and if that happened, he, as the older brother, would never forgive himself. Lin Wanwan nodded obediently. "Big brother, I'll listen to you. But since the clothes are bought and they can't be returned, just keep them to wear. Hongxiang's clothes will be given to her when she's back from work at the factory." After saying that, she quickly shoved the bag of clothes into her brother's hands and turned to leave with Fu Zheng. Lin Yogen's eyes were red as he carried a bag of clothes back to the house. He placed the bag on the table and sat down, wiping away tears. Lu Yulan handed him a handkerchief. "Why are you crying? Little sister is doing well. As her older brother and sister-in-law, we should be happy for her. Fu's family is good. They are willing to spend so much money to marry little sister, which shows they won't mistreat her as a daughter-in-law in the future. And Captain Fu is handsome and a leader. Most importantly, his heart is set on little sister. Anyone with eyes can see that Captain Fu cares for her deeply. Others can't find such a good family and man, even if they search with a lantern. Now that little sister has found him, it means she will have a happy future." Lin Yuzhen wiped his tears and said with a choked voice, "Fu's family is good, but Fu Zheng can't have children. Little sister won't be able to be a mother in the future, and she might be talked about behind her back." Hearing this, Lu Yulan also sighed heavily. The problem of not being able to have children is indeed serious. Just like her, for many years she hadn't given birth to a son. Many people in the team said she must have done bad things in her past life, which is why she didn't have a son to carry on her family. What about little sister? If she married for many years without having children, she would definitely be the subject of gossip or ridicule behind her back. But those living in the family compound are probably more decent and wouldn't gossip behind her back, right? When Wang Xiui learned that her daughter and son-in-law were in a hurry to come back and hadn't eaten dinner yet, she quickly went to the kitchen and cooked 2 bowls of cabbage and egg noodles. When they were ready, she added 2 drops of sesame oil. Fu Zheng picked a poached egg from his bowl and placed it into Lin Wanwan's bowl. "You've been tired these days. Eat an egg to recover." Tired? She probably thought of it that way. But if anyone is tired, it should be him. However, seeing Fu Zheng full of energy, Lin Wanwan knew he wasn't tired and could at least stay awake until dawn. Knowing a bit about Fu Zheng's physical strength, Lin Wanwan's mind started to wander again. Her face blushed like a ripe peach. Anyone who saw her would want to lean over and take a bite. Fu Zheng's body tensed up, a strange fire rising from his feet. He forced himself to suppress it. Wait a little longer. When they return to the island, they can deal with it then. For Fu Zheng, who had just tasted sweetness but faced several days of fasting, it was undoubtedly a torment. After dinner, Fu Zheng took his bowl to the kitchen to wash and also prepared a basin of hot water for his wife to wash her feet. Once everything was packed away, she was allowed to go back to sleep. Wang Xiaoa, who had been waiting on the bed, saw her daughter return and quickly asked the old man beside her to wait outside. She then whispered to her daughter, "Daughter, did Xiao Fu hurt you?" Hearing her mother speak so boldly, Lin Wanwan's face suddenly turned red. "Mom, do you have to be so fierce?" "Fierce? What do you mean?" "I'm just worried about you. You and Xiao Fu are both new at this. I'm afraid he might not know his limits and hurt you again." "It's nothing, don't worry." Lin Wanwan quickly tried to change the subject and yawned, covering her mouth. "Mom, I'm very tired. I want to sleep now." Wang Xiaoa felt sorry for her daughter, immediately shut her mouth, and moved her warm bedding aside so her daughter could get in and sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, Father Fu called his son, who was about to sleep at the village chief's house. Calm but nervous, he quickly handed him something. "Your mom asked me to give this to you. You can look at it when you're free, but don't let others see it." Before Fu Zheng could reply, his father had already disappeared. Under the moonlight, he looked down at the book in his hand. When he saw what was written inside, his normally cold face turned red and then darkened again. It was very exciting. What? Now, everyone seems to be giving him these kinds of things. Did they think he was giving them the wrong idea? The next day, with only 2 days left until the wedding, everyone in the Lin family was busy. Because the weather in Nandao was hot and couldn't keep a thick quilt, Wang Xiaoa had someone bring back new cotton and made 2 mattresses with her eldest daughter-in-law, planning to let her daughter take them after the wedding. She was worried that the bed was too hard, making it uncomfortable for her daughter to sleep at night. Early in the morning, Lin Yud called Fu Zheng and asked him to drive to the county to pick up some meat needed for the upcoming banquet. They had over 40 jin of pork, which Lin Yud had already arranged Ding Laoda to save early on, mostly fatty meat. For villagers who usually lacked oil and water, this was a real treat, much better than dry, tough lean meat. There was also about 30 to 40 jin of mutton and offal. When calculating the costs, Ding Laoda only took the money for the pork. The mutton and offal were considered gifts from him to Lin Yud. Over the years working together, Lin Yud's character was beyond reproach. He had learned a lot from him. Now, since Lin Yud's younger sister was getting married, giving a small gift as a friend was very normal. This mutton and meat are just his gift of respect. Lin Yud punched him in the chest. "Brother, thanks. Don't forget to come to the house for the wedding celebration the day after tomorrow." Big brother Ding chuckled happily. "My little sister's getting married. I'll definitely bring my brothers to celebrate." Hearing this, Lin Yud remembered Ding Big Brother's tough-looking brothers, like bandits, and quickly shook his head to refuse. What if something went wrong and they ruined his sister's happy day? Then his mother might even threaten him with a knife, or he might lose face in front of his sister forever. Marriage is a big event in a woman's life, only once in a lifetime. Just come yourself. Your brothers can wait until my sister's wedding is over. I'll host a feast at the state-run restaurant for meat and drinks. All right, I'll trust you on that. On the way back from the county town, Fu Zheng bought dozens of jin of loose, white wine as wedding liquor. He also drove to the commune's armed forces department and brought back a strong young man. Jiang Chuan, sitting in the back seat, looked at his good brother Fu Zheng with disbelief. "Fu, are they coming? You're getting married the day after tomorrow?"
Fu Zheng smiled slightly.
"Yes, I'll be a married man from now on. You need to get serious, too. Find a wife soon and settle down, so our old man won't worry about you all the time." He used to not understand the saying wife and kids warm the bed, but recently he finally understood it deeply. Waking up every morning to see a soft, fragrant wife sleeping in his arms is much better than being alone in a cold, empty bed. Jiang Chuan dug his ear and said with a playful smile, "I don't want to get married. I haven't met a girl who makes me fall for her at first sight." He probably didn't believe his own words, but Fu Zheng was too lazy to expose him. Because he had more important things to do. waiting for Jiang Chuan. On a night when the temperature dropped below freezing, Fu Zheng, Jiang Chuan, and Lin Yud braved the cold wind in the mountains to catch wild chickens. Jiang Chuan's nose was running from the cold.
But
his good brother was getting married the next day. For his brother, he was willing to risk everything. After a night of effort, Fu Zheng and the others caught 9 wild chickens. At dawn, they brought the chickens home. Wang Xiaoa, waking up to prepare breakfast, saw the chickens in their baskets and was shocked, covering her mouth. "Are these all from you guys? Mom, is it enough? If not, we'll go back to the mountain and catch a few more." Since they had registered their marriage, Fu Zheng called her mom naturally. "That's enough. When the time comes, I'll cut these chickens into pieces, gather some dried mushrooms and potatoes from home, and make a small chicken and mushroom stew. 1 plate on the table will be enough." Fu Zheng took a knife from the kitchen and immediately cut the necks of the wild chickens. One of them was unprepared, and hot blood splattered on his face. His usually cold face looked even more intimidating because of the few drops of blood. Li Yud, who was nearby, watched Fu Zheng and felt his anxious heart calm down suddenly. His younger sister was so beautiful, like a fairy descending from heaven. Such beauty was beyond what ordinary villagers could protect. Only Fu Zheng could truly protect her. The family's knife wasn't very sharp, so Fu Zheng asked his mother-in-law for a sharpening stone and carefully sharpened the family's old kitchen knife. Cutting meat with it was very easy. Li Zhaodi, who was just a wall away, listened to the chopping sounds from the neighboring yard and drooled with envy. But before she could have her own children, she dared not act recklessly, fearing she would upset her mother-in-law and sister-in-law and then have her son adopted from others. Her plans with Lin Yuzhu were falling apart again. Li Zhaodi touched her flat belly, feeling uncertain and unsure whether she was pregnant or not. In the past few days, her daughter and son had been sent back to her parents' house. She and Lin Yuzhu closed the door and focused on having a baby. Lin Yuzhu, except for going to the bathroom, hadn't left the bed. She fed him meals right at his bedside.
no.
She still wasn't trying hard enough. Determined to have a son, Li Zhaodi hurriedly went to the bathroom and then rushed back to find Lin Yuzhu. Seeing Li Zhaodi rushing toward him, Lin Yuzhu instinctively shivered. He wanted to run, but his legs and hands were tightly bound, and he couldn't move at all. Lin Yuzhu looked up at the spider-webbed ceiling and shed a tear of helplessness. In the afternoon, Lin Hongying, who worked at the cotton spinning factory, returned home, accompanied by factory director Yan Lei. After more than half a month apart, Lin Yuzhen and Lu Yulan were overjoyed to see their daughter back. The couple took their daughter into the house to talk. Lin Hongying took out a pair of bright red pillowcases embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in water from her shoulder bag. "Mom and Dad, do you think my new red pillowcases will be liked by my sister-in-law?" Her sister-in-law and brother-in-law were getting married tomorrow. She had taken 2 days off from the factory boss and even borrowed some wages early to buy these mandarin duck pillowcases at the supply and marketing cooperative. Lu Yulan said, "These pillowcases are really beautiful. Your sister-in-law will definitely like them." Lin Hongying, "It's good that your little sister likes it. When I start working later, I will save more money to buy better things for her." Lu Yulan gently patted her daughter's head with a look of satisfaction. "Hongying, you must remember your roots. Your job in the city was given to you by your little sister. Without her, you wouldn't have been able to get into the city. In the future, if your parents pass away, you must take good care of your little sister and her husband. Do you understand? Since her younger sister and Captain Fu have no children, they will have no one to care for them when they grow old." Lu Yulan hopes her daughter will be grateful and help her sister and Captain Fu when they are older. As for Captain Fu not being able to have children, Lu Yulan doesn't plan to tell her daughter. Even her own parents don't know. After all, it's a sensitive matter, and the fewer people who know, the better. She wants to prevent gossip that could hurt her sister and Captain Fu's relationship.